Chapter 421 9th Level Token. The nest of the two-headed giant lizard is a huge mound of earth that protrudes from the ground and is excavated. There are many mounds of earth located in a group of buildings next to the main street, almost changing the topography of the entire area and turning it into their nest. After dealing with the two-headed giant lizard stationed outside the nest, Linyu looked around and found that no other lords came. So he led the troops through the entrance and continued to go deep into the nest. Hiss. Suddenly, a sharp tongue-spitting sound was heard. On the empty mound less than 20 meters away from Linyu, the space was distorted. A huge phantom rushed out and pounced on him, accompanied by a strong bloody smell. Stealth skill. Linyu was shocked and retreated almost reflexively. At the same time, the power of rules was running, condensing several layers of tortoise shield mirror wall in front of him. Bang! A violent collision sounded. The extremely solid tortoise shield mirror wall actually cracked in response, turning into countless fragments and dissipating in the air. A terrifying black lizard that was more than 10 meters long also appeared. Name, Phantom Black Lizard. Lord, Race, Beast. Level, 9th Order, F Level. Skills, Phantom. Shadow Attack. Earth Fission. Chaos, all attributes increased by 20%. Introduction, the Lord of the Lizard Tribe, who became violent due to the infection of the chaotic aura, and possessed extraordinary speed and concealment ability. 9th Order Lord. Seeing the attributes of the black lizard, Linyu's face changed. He thought that it was amazing to have a leader monster in this outer nest, but he didn't expect that it would be a Lord level. Fortunately, the Chaos level was only F, which was much weaker than the D-level green scale dragon python they encountered before. However, Linyu did not dare to take it lightly, because speed-type monsters were the most difficult to deal with. If he hadn't reacted in time to the attack just now, he would have been seriously injured by the sneak attack. Surrounded. Without hesitation, the entire army formed a circle, surrounded the black lizard lord who rushed in, and launched a fierce attack on him. Several royal army units even burst out their strongest means, rushing straight towards the phantom black lizard. For a moment, vines were flying and explosions continued. Large leaves and dandelions were floating in the sky, almost blocking all the retreat routes of the phantom black lizard. The phantom black lizard is worthy of being a 9th level lord monster. Faced with such intensive attacks, it was not panicked at all, but relied on its own powerful speed to dodge quickly and avoid the most threatening royal attack. The attacks of other arms fell on it, which was no different from tickling. Is it really not possible? Linyu's face was solemn. He found that he still underestimated the speed of this lord monster, although it only had more than 2,000 points more than his arms. It was very slippery, and even the vines of the green vine could not accurately tie it up. After several rounds of fierce fighting, he cut off the vines with a flash, rushed out of the encirclement, and swept towards the back row soldiers with lower defense. Linyu's eyes condensed, and the power of rules burst out, rushing out a large number of cold wooden thorns on the way forward of the phantom black lizard. At this time, his strength has already approached that of the 8th level lord monster. With the addition of the fragments of the divine body, it is even comparable to the royal family. The speed is so fast that it blocked all the routes of the phantom black lizard in a blink of an eye. Feeling the threat from the wooden thorns, the phantom black lizard's body suddenly twisted while rushing forward. Shadow attack skill. Start. The huge body turned into a black lightning and teleported behind the cannon not far away. The bloody mouth suddenly opened, obviously feeling the threat of the cannon to it. Go for broke, Linyu shouted hurriedly, and immediately let the symbiotic moss on the cannon activate the secret treasure effect, converting all attributes into physical fitness. In an instant, the physical fitness attribute of the cannon skyrocketed to an exaggerated level of 18,000. The phantom black lizard bit down, making a harsh friction sound. Bang! Sparks exploded in the mouth of the phantom black lizard. The bitten cannon directly launched a fatal sniper, spraying a large piece of dragon flame into the mouth of the phantom black lizard, instantly piercing its throat. Roar! The phantom black lizard roared in pain, and was blown away with a mouth full of blood, and hit the ground a few meters away, with a charred area inside its mouth. However, it was a pity, because the attributes of the symbiotic moss were all transformed into physical constitution. The power of the cannon's skills was greatly reduced, and it did not kill it in one shot. On the contrary, it struggled to get up with red eyes and roared to the sky. A khaki ripple spread out with it as the center, covering the entire 100-meter range. Then, boom, with a loud bang, the ground shook violently and began to collapse on a large scale. It was the last skill of the phantom giant lizard, the earth fission. But Lin Yu was prepared. As the ground beneath their feet began to collapse, the forest sage and the team opened his arms and activated the field of peace. The next second, the harmonious sound of nature echoed in the ears, covering the earth fission skill, and the ground shaking stopped as if it had never happened. Now, seeing the phantom black lizard skills being interrupted, he fell into a brief stagnation. Lin Yu's eyes were stern, and he launched a savage roar directly. The royal soldiers who had been waiting for a long time took action one after another, and a large number of attacks fell, completely submerging the phantom black lizard. Finally, Ling Shi's natural power burst out, condensing a huge wooden thorn in the air that was enough for 7 or 8 people to hug. With a point of the staff, the wooden thorn fell down with a bang, and with a puff sound, it instantly pierced the phantom black lizard's head and nailed it to the ground. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 9th level Lord Monster, obtained 1 million magic power, and 1 battlefield merit. The long-lost reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. What surprised him was that after killing this monster, he actually got 1 merit. So, Lord Monsters are also in the category of designated enemies? This is good news for him. After all, monsters are different from lords. Although he also possesses extremely high intelligence, he is far less cunning than the lord. As long as the tactics are used properly, there is still a great chance to kill him. Seeing that the phantom black lizard lost its vitality, and the energy on its body gathered rapidly, Lin Yu hurriedly led the team forward. After a while, the energy gathered in the air into a 9th level and 2 8th level territory essences, as well as a battlefield treasure wrapped in light. Unfortunately, it was not the origin crystal and faith orb he wanted most, but it was a unit token with a beast pattern. Unit token, Phantom Black Lizard, Beast System Unit Grade, Ordinary. Unit Level, 9th Level. Introduction, after use, you can unlock the ordinary unit of the Beast System. Phantom Black Lizard. Usage requirements, 9th Level Territory. 2.5 million mana. It's okay. At least better than he imagined. Although the Phantom Black Lizard unit is a land-based unit, it has a very powerful stealth assassination method, and also comes with a group attack skill. It is considered to be a relatively excellent unit among ordinary units. Especially those lords who follow the assassin style will definitely like this unit very much. The most important point is that it is a 9th level unit. After the battlefield is over, you can exchange it with other lords for a 9th level plant unit token. In this way, he can directly unlock the 9th level unit, saving the long time of researching the unit after upgrading to the 9th level. Quick! It's over there. I have seen the golden light. The battlefield treasure is over there. At this time, several shouts rang out. The lords who were exploring nearby were soon attracted by the light attached to the battlefield treasure. In a burst of hurried footsteps, they appeared outside the lizard's nest. As soon as they passed through the entrance, they saw Lin Yu standing there with the treasure, and a group of terrifying plants squirming around him. It's him! How could it be him? After seeing Lin Yu's appearance clearly, some of the lords were startled and stopped moving forward. They are all frequent visitors to the number 1 battlefield. Naturally, they recognized Lin Yu, the abnormal existence, who had once reached the top of the Overlord Road and defeated the geniuses of the 10 realms. He was so powerful 3 months ago. Now 3 months have passed. What else can he do? Especially after seeing the corpse of the phantom black lizard lying next to Lin Yu. Their hearts jumped, because they found that the size of the giant black lizard was obviously larger than other lizards. Although it was dead, it still exuded a heart-pounding breath. This is definitely not an ordinary 9th level monster. It is a lord level 9th level monster. He actually killed a 9th level lord monster by himself. How powerful must he be to do this? How dare he think more? Like mice that met a cat. They turned around and fled in fear, all with a look of panic on their faces. And those who didn't know Lin Yu stared at the token in Lin Yu's hand with greedy expressions. Boy, hand over the treasure and I spare your life. That's right. If you don't want to die, hand it over obediently. It's just one person. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Go! Grab the treasure for me. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 lords led the troops into the nest and surrounded Lin Yu. A bunch of idiots. The fleeing lords turned their heads. glanced at them with gloating, and then sped up their escape. It was not until then that the 5 attackers finally realized something was wrong. Why did all the lords, who had just come with them, run away? What a pity. They didn't give them a chance to think about it. Lin Yu, who was in the encirclement, had already jumped up and directly summoned the green vine that had just taken back the origin space and absorbed a lot of lizard blood. At the same time, the savage roar started, and a large area of red light lit up. Ah! Ah! The shrill screams echoed throughout the nest. The hearts of the fleeing lords were pounding, and they looked back in the direction of the nest. At this time, the lizard's nest was already covered by a giant twisted vine, twisting wildly in the air. The horrifying scene frightened them so much that their legs went weak, and they almost collapsed on the ground. Dead. The lords who launched the attack. All dead? This was just a face-to-face encounter. Chapter 422 Encounter. Fierce battle in the forest. Kill the 8th level lord of the other plane, and get 670,000 magic power, and 1 battlefield merit. Kill the 8th level lord of the other plane, and get 330,000 magic power, and 1 battlefield merit. Kill the 8th level lord of the other plane, and get 580,000 magic power, and 1 battlefield merit. 5 consecutive prompts sounded in Lin Yu's mind, making him stunned for a moment. Kill the lord of the same battlefield camp. Can you also get battlefield merit? Lin Yu's eyes gradually narrowed, and his expression became subtle. This rule was not clearly stated in the initial prompt. In the introduction of battlefield merit, it was only marked, kill the designated enemy to obtain. He thought that this was a contest between the 10,000 worlds and the eternal world. In the end, he found that he thought too simply. It was okay if everyone didn't know this rule at the beginning. At least they could temporarily unite because of the battlefield mission, and there wouldn't be too many conflicts. But it's hard to say after a long time. After all, people are greedy. Once a few people begin to understand this rule, it will be the beginning of chaos. In addition, now that all lords have only one supply station, the contradiction will be more likely to intensify, and it may even turn into a big fight. This battlefield number 1. It is indeed not simple. I knew that this system had bad intentions. Lin Yu cursed secretly and looked at the 5 lords, who had turned into corpses. These people are strong enough to come here, but unfortunately, they encountered the green vine whose bloody frenzy has not subsided. In addition, there is only one exit inside the nest, which made them trapped in a jar, and all of them were killed on the spot. The only regret is that the lords did not have much magic power in the early stage of the battlefield. The 5 people together only provided him with about 2 million magic power. In addition, the magic power obtained from killing monsters along the way is exactly 4 million, which is not even enough to exchange for a faith orb. Fortunately, the battlefield merits have accumulated to 6 points. It is also a big gain. Let's go and have a look somewhere else. After saying this to the plants around him, Lin Yu led the team out of the nest and continued to explore other places. In addition to collecting and exchanging resources, he now has another goal, which is to kill more lord monsters and get the scrolls for upgrading the troops, because he still needs 3 scrolls to upgrade all the royal troops to the 9th level. And the scrolls for upgrading troops are only available in the battlefield of all realms. So he must take this opportunity to collect a few more. Otherwise, he can only take out 108th level territory essences to upgrade the troops, which is a bit of a waste. And just as he continued to go deeper into the city, in every corner of the battlefield, many lords also discovered the hidden rules in the battlefield, and fights began to appear frequently and filled everywhere. In order to maximize their interests, some teams from several realms even united with each other to secretly hunt down lords from other realms. The entire battlefield was full of shouts and fighting sounds, and a strong smell of gunpowder was everywhere. At this time, some unknown place, a lord team that had just cleared the monster's nest suddenly received a prompt. Congratulations. You have triggered the hidden condition, and the battlefield hidden task, Backstab, is activated. Help the Eternal Realm and destroy the foundation of the 10,000 realms, and you can get the same reward. Do you want to accept it? Oh, there is a hidden task? Interesting. The leading man raised his mouth slightly, stretched his finger to the confirmation option, and clicked it lightly. But he didn't notice that in a corner in the distance, several shadows turned away and disappeared into the darkness. And the same thing was happening quietly in every corner of the battlefield at this time. On the other side, Lin Yu was not involved in the struggle between the lords, because at this time, He had gradually left the outer area where the dispute was most intense and came to a deeper place. The 9th level monsters along the way also evolved from the initial F level to the E level, and their strength has increased. However, this did not have much impact on Linyu. With the abnormal defense of the troops, they still pushed forward and cleared all the monsters along the way. It was not until the middle of the afternoon that they finally arrived at the outskirts of the forest that they had seen outside the position before. This forest looked like a place where plant monsters appeared. If you encounter a lord monster, you might find something useful for the plant system. This is why Linyu chose to come here first. After a simple repair outside the forest, he led the troops slowly into the forest, while secretly alerting the surroundings. This forest is not big, but it covers several streets. Huge vines grow wildly, almost destroying all the surrounding buildings. Only a few deep roads leading to the interior are left, and dark shadows flashing from time to time. Linyu was acutely aware of it. The moment he stepped into the forest, he seemed to be stared at by something. That feeling didn't seem to come from a monster, but more like a lord. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as he was thinking, several sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The originally silent forest suddenly rushed out with a large number of vines with black spikes surrounding him, and behind the big tree in the distance, two figures appeared immediately. The twisted and strange appearance, and a pair of black and red eyes that were different from other lords, made Linyu startled. Boy, you are unlucky to meet us. I didn't expect someone to come to the door so soon. Go. Suck his blood dry. The extremely arrogant voice came from the two people. Linyu finally confirmed their identities. It was the lord of the ancient world. How dare he hesitate? And immediately shouted to the soldiers around him, stop them. In a blink of an eye, all the frontline soldiers and the immortal flower core formed a circle to protect his position, and went straight to meet the vines that rushed up. Too naive. Do you think we are still the same as you? You better go to hell with us honestly. The two lords of the eternal realm had ferocious expressions, and shouted crazily. The deformed face due to the mutation became even more distorted. Then Linyu was surprised to find that the attack of their soldiers was 3 times stronger than that of ordinary 9th level soldiers. A large area of his immortal flowers was killed in a second, and the ancient tree army and the cactus soldiers were directly entangled in the body, and the barbs were deeply trapped in them. Could it be because of the chaos infection? Linyu was slightly startled, and his heart was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the chaotic aura would also have a strengthening effect on the Lord, but it was too naive to want to deal with him at this level. With a thought, the entangled melee soldiers suddenly broke free, broke the vines on their bodies, and rushed towards the two. Huh? The two lords of the eternal realm changed their expressions. They had never expected that Linyu's soldiers would be able to get rid of control so easily. There's something wrong with this guy. Stop them! The two shouted in shock and retreated violently. And where they stood, a large number of corroded and infected plant soldiers began to emerge, and they collided fiercely with Linyu's plant army. In just the next second, their soldiers were defeated like a mountain, and were blasted away by the ancient tree army led by Qin Gang with brute force, and directly broke through a gap. They were not even a match. How is it possible? The two widened their eyes, and looked at their soldiers, who were constantly retreating in shock, thinking that they had seen it wrong. But when Qin Gang rushed in front of them, with a giant sword in his hand, their faces changed drastically. But, unlike the lords of various realms, the two men did not run away because of fear of death. Instead, their faces became more ferocious and fierce, and their eyes were pointed directly at Linyu. Want to kill us? Then you will die with us. Ha ha ha. The cold and creepy laughter burst out from the two people's mouths. The black and red eyes finally turned completely red, bursting with a strong bloodthirsty light, and the deformed body began to expand rapidly, and the muscles bulged exaggeratedly. It turned directly into two deformed monsters several meters tall and covered with pus. This sudden change scared Linyu, and he couldn't help but retreat. But just after taking half a step, the two deformed monsters suddenly raised their heads, and their bloodthirsty eyes locked on him. Boom! There was an explosion under his feet. Two huge figures rushed out, turned into sharp arrows to break through the defense of the ancient tree army, and came to Linyu in the blink of an eye. So fast! Linyu was shocked. This level of speed is far beyond the 8th level. Although he can do it faster, he can't have such a strong explosive power. Is this the Lord who was completely infected by the chaotic aura? It's so terrifying. He didn't dare to be careless. The power of rules burst out and directly activated the 4-leaf protection of the 4-leaf clover, increasing all attributes by 39%. He dodged the attacks of the two at an extremely tricky angle. At the same time, his palms flew, and countless vines suddenly rushed out from the ground, binding them up at once. The huge body fell to the ground due to inertia, splashing a lot of dust. Roar. Kill you! With an unclear roar, the two deformed monsters suddenly broke free from the restraints, climbed up from the ground, and rushed towards Lin Yu again. However, what greeted them were two leaves infused with icy aura, hitting their faces accurately. Bang! The cold air exploded, instantly sweeping the whole body, freezing them in place. It was the active effect of the Frost Spirit Bracelet. It can add 10 layers of frost to the next attack. Taking advantage of this control opportunity, Lin Yu's troops finally arrived, and rushed forward directly, with a large number of attacks falling, completely submerging them. The two deformed monsters roared angrily, and attacked the surrounding troops frantically. But after all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and the momentum gradually weakened after a while until it disappeared completely. Kill the 8th level Lord of the Other Plane. Get 1 million magic power. 1 battlefield merit. Kill the 8th level Lord of the Other Plane. Get 1 million magic power. 1 battlefield merit. Huh? The reward for killing the Lord of the Ancient World is the same as that of the 9th level Lord monster? This is something Lin Yu didn't expect at all. And it's different from other lords. After the Lord of the Ancient World is killed, there is no territory essence. Is this the difference between the Lord of the Ancient World and them? Chapter 423 Three-Legged Triangle. After killing 2 Lords of the Eternal World, Lin Yu's battlefield merit rose to 8 points, and his magic power reached nearly 7 million. At this rate, he should be able to collect enough resources to exchange for the Orb of Faith before dark, which is quite fast. However, sometimes, plans often cannot keep up with changes. Just as Lin Yu cleaned up the scene and prepared to continue exploring the dense forest, several reminders suddenly sounded in his mind. Warning! The position is under attack. Warning! The position is under attack. Warning! The position is under attack. The position is under attack? Lin Yu, who had just stood up, was shocked. He did not expect that the Eternal World would choose to attack at this time. He glanced at the already dim sky, and without hesitation, he immediately withdrew his troops and rode the Demon Emperor Dragon back to the position. When passing the streets he came from, he also encountered many lords running on them. Like him, he received the system prompt and was rushing back at full speed, looking extremely anxious. There was no way. There was only one position. Once it was breached, they would have to fight for themselves for 3 days, and the possibility of being defeated one by the Eternal World would be greatly increased. What's more, there were treasures to exchange in the position. As long as they were not stupid, they knew that they had to protect it to the death. Quick! The base was attacked. Let's go back to support. The damn remnants of the Eternal World actually chose this time to attack. We must kill them all this time. The lords kept shouting, and the riding troops gathered from all directions. The whole sky and the ground were full of big and small figures on the road, which looked spectacular. Fortunately, the flying troops along the way had been cleared and did not cause too much hindrance to them. It was less than 20 minutes. Lin Yu followed the crowd back to the vicinity of the position. From a distance, there was indeed a large black shadow launching a fierce attack on the wall of the position, and roars and shouts of killing were heard continuously. Kill! Charge! Stop them! We must not let them attack! Ha ha ha! Dare to come to our ancient world! Your death is coming! Everywhere he looked, the scene was extremely chaotic, and the flying attacks were all over the corners of the entire position. The lords of each world defended the city and resisted the attack from the ancient world on the city wall. The troops of both sides fought madly, and the walls were full of corpses. As soon as the lords Lin Yu and his companions who rushed back from outside appeared, a large number of lords of the ancient world led their troops to block their way, not giving them a chance to support. Get through them! The lords of each world shouted angrily, summoned a large number of troops, and collided fiercely with the interception team of the ancient world. And the battle broke out in an instant. Lin Yu simply glanced around the field. It was found that the number of lords of the ancient world on the field was extremely exaggerated, several times more than all the lords of their worlds combined. And they were scattered on the streets around the position. Everywhere. Did the Eternal World come out in full force? intending to fight them to the death? This is only the first day. Go down first. How dare he think more? He said to the demon emperor dragon under him. And then he turned around to avoid the soldiers rushing towards him and landed on one of the streets. In the current situation, it is obviously impossible for them to break through the encirclement of the eternal world and rush back to the position. They can only fight from inside and outside, using the force of two-sided attack. Then, relying on the advantage that the Lord in the position can replenish troops at any time, gradually consume the opponent's troops, so that the opponent can be successfully repelled. Come on! We can't hold on here. You bastards from the eternal world. You are dying and still not quiet. Why don't you just wait to die? Kill! On the street where Linyu was, there were constant shouts. The soldiers of both sides were scattered in every corner of the street, fighting fiercely at the corners, and the ears were full of rumbling explosions and collapsed buildings. A large amount of smoke and dust splashed on the whole street. It's useless. You can't stop us. Just go to hell with us. The Lord of the ancient world laughed ferociously. The soldiers infected by the aura of chaos attacked more and more fiercely, and beat the lords of all realms back step by step. In addition, there was no way to replenish the soldiers, so they had to retreat to a corner and hold on with difficulty. Seeing this, the Lord of the ancient world had a distorted face and laughed wantonly. After being infected by chaos, the minds of these lords have changed to varying degrees and become more manic. Bang! At this moment, sparks exploded in the crowd. A red stream of light with unparalleled power suddenly swept out and rushed straight to the Lord team on the opposite side. One of the elemental lords, who was laughing wildly, changed his face, and several solid rock walls suddenly rushed out and blocked in front of him. The reaction was extremely fast. The next second, there was a loud bang. The red light penetrated the rock wall directly, and in the horrified eyes of the elemental lord, it sank into his chest and exploded into a large cloud of blood mist. Kill the 8th level lord of the other plane, and get 1 million magic power and 1 battlefield merit. Kill instantly. There is no suspense. The sudden change immediately frightened the lords of both sides and looked in the direction of the attack, just in time to see Linyu, who had just landed, and the cannon next to him that was still emitting flames. Is that the explosive shooter? Is the explosive shooter of the plant system so big? It can kill an 8th level lord in 1 second. What a strong attack power! The explosive shooter, one of the advanced branches of the pea shooter, is not a rare type of troop. Almost every lord has seen it, but it was the first time for them to see an explosive shooter with such a terrifying attack power. It simply refreshed their stereotype that the plant system has high defense and low attack, especially the Lord of the Eternal Realm on the opposite side. His face changed greatly, although they were not afraid of death. But being shot through the chest at such a distance of 100 meters was still very intimidating to them. In shock, they hurriedly retreated, letting the soldiers protect their bodies, and looked at Linyu with a cautious face. Linyu sighed secretly. He knew that the best time for a sneak attack had passed, so he didn't do the first bird, gathered the soldiers around him, and resisted the opponent's soldiers' attack together, and let Wu Ying lurk around to seek the next opportunity to attack. That's it. Relying on the advantage of the position, the two teams fought fiercely inside and outside the position for nearly half an hour. Finally, when the sky gradually darkened, a powerful shout suddenly sounded. Retreat! With an order, the Lord of the Eternal Realm, who was originally aggressive and crazy, retreated like a tide. The speed was so fast that he disappeared at the end of the dark street in a blink of an eye. Obviously, seeing that the position could not be taken after a long attack, they gave up the plan to continue the attack. We won! We won! You are too young to break through our position. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the Eternal Realm had all retreated, the lords of all realms were jubilant and shouted excitedly. They won the first battle between the two sides after all. This also boosted their confidence, and they laughed at the fleeing Eternal Realm mercilessly. But Linyu in the crowd was not happy, because he found that the overall strength of the lords of the Eternal Realm was much weaker than he imagined. He had fought with the lords of the Eternal Realm in the forest before, and knew their general strength, in addition to the advantage in numbers. If they attacked with all their strength, there was still a great chance to break into the position. Even if they could not destroy the foundation of the position, at least it would not end as hastily as it is now. He did not think that those crazy guys chose to retreat because they were afraid of death. Or, they were just a test this time, planning to retain strength and then find an opportunity to launch a general attack on them? This is also a possibility. But I don't know why. Lin Yu always felt that this attack was not as simple as he imagined. At least it would not be just a simple attack. It seems that the people over there are not simple either. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart, and secretly kept an eye on this matter. In this battle, he killed a total of 5 lords of the Eternal Realm. The magic power finally reached 12 million. And the battlefield merit reached 13 points. Finally, I can exchange for a faith orb. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, I didn't think about it anymore, and followed the lords through the street and rushed back to the position. After half a day of fighting, the number of lords of each world has obviously decreased a lot. Those lords with weaker strength have basically been eliminated, and the rest are strong or have great means of saving their lives. However, some lords are also very smart. Knowing that they are weak, they simply stay in the position and don't go out. Or they form a group with a good relationship with the realm to fight against the threat of other realms. This resulted in the formation of a large number of groups in the entire position, with groups of lords and camps everywhere. As soon as Lin Yu passed through the entrance and entered the position, he felt a tense atmosphere. He observed, all lords can basically be divided into 3 camps. One is the human camp headed by the man who called for unity before. One is the alien camp headed by Qi Feng. The remaining one is a loose alliance composed of various independent camps. It took only half a day. The 3-legged tripod was formed, separated in 3 areas of the position. The remaining 1/3 of the lords remained neutral and did not join any camp. Sure enough, where there are people, there are fights. It is absolutely right. Especially after repelling the army of the Eternal Realm and feeling that the Eternal Realm was no threat. This momentum became more and more obvious. Almost all the lords' attention shifted from defending the position to competing for interests. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the foundation of the position at this time has been completely controlled by the 3 forces. Others who want to exchange things to recruit soldiers must hand in the corresponding resources. Although those individual lords are angry, they dare not speak out and dare not offend the 3 forces at all. Otherwise, they can only join them in exchange for the opportunity to use the foundation of the position. Boy, are you looking for death? Don't you know that you have to hand in resources to use the foundation? Suddenly, a curse sounded in the middle of the battlefield. The lords who were still vigilant against each other all looked towards the source of the sound. I saw that beside the foundation of the position, a large group of people surrounded several lords. And their arrogance was extremely arrogant. It was a loose alliance of one of the 3 major camps. Chapter 424 Killing you is easy. The foundation stone of the position is obviously for public use. Why should we hand over resources to you? The surrounded lord said without humility. Although they are weak, they are all the best of the 8th level lords in their respective realms, and naturally have a sense of pride in their hearts. As soon as these words came out, immediately, other independent lords nodded silently. And they also felt that the 3 major alliances had gone too far. Immediately, many lords stood up and wanted to show their support. But immediately, those lords were hurriedly pulled back by their companions. Don't go! There are too many of them. Do you want to die with those people? You are crazy. Come back quickly. The number of people in the 3 major camps accounts for almost 2/3 of all lords. In addition, these independent lords are not united against the same enemy, so it is too difficult to get them to unite to fight. If they stand out at this time, they will only offend the 3 major camps. Even if they are not attacked by the group, they will definitely be targeted everywhere in the future. This is too fatal for the dangerous battlefield of the 10,000 worlds. Why? Because we have more people. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, the scarred man who led the team alliance flashed a glimmer of pride in his eyes, and said coldly. On the side, the human camp and the alien camp were watching covetously, and also watched coldly. The 3 parties had an agreement to share the resources they plundered equally. So even if they didn't say anything, it was indirectly evil, which was not much better. This made the besieged lords even more angry. Can you occupy the foundation of the position just because you have more people? Don't forget that there are so many lords from different realms here. Don't go too far. Too far? Do you see who dares to stand up and speak to you now? The scarred man sneered disdainfully. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame us for being rude. You? Let's fight. Are we afraid of you? We will never go along with you guys. Several people were obviously aroused, and they were too lazy to talk nonsense. Their aura burst out. and they immediately summoned their soldiers to protect them. The posture of fighting to the death made the other lords on the side shake their heads. The pride of these people is indeed admirable. But choosing to fight the three major camps with such a huge gap in numbers is simply like sending themselves to death. Some even stayed away from here directly, fearing that they would be involved in this battle. Good. Very good. The scarred man said two good words in a row, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. The lords of the Team Alliance behind him summoned soldiers with a bad face, and gradually narrowed the encirclement. The faces of the surrounded lords were gloomy, ready to fight to the death. The whole battlefield was filled with a solemn atmosphere, and the atmosphere was tense, and even the breathing of others could be clearly heard. Don't you need to sleep at night? Unexpectedly, a lazy voice suddenly sounded at this time. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously looked at the source of the sound. At the entrance of the position, a figure slowly walked over, passed through the crowd, and came to the battlefield. It's him! Lin Yu from the primitive world. Why is he here? The lords looked at Lin Yu, who was walking slowly in surprise. That relaxed look made all the lords stunned. Can't he see that the situation on the field is tense now? Many lords know about Lin Yu's strength, especially in this battlefield number 1. Almost half of them are old faces, so naturally they recognize Lin Yu more. But no matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to deal with so many lords of the same level at once. Not to mention that they are all the best in various realms. He chose to appear at this time. Isn't he afraid of offending the three major camps? Just when everyone was puzzled, Qi Feng, the leader of the alien camp, suddenly walked out of the team and blocked Lin Yu's way. What? You want to intervene in this matter? Qi Feng squinted his eyes and said, You want to stop me? Lin Yu glanced at him. Stop you? No. 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 I'm just asking casually. Qi Feng shrugged, looking indifferent. Although he is the leader of the alien camp and has many subordinates, he is still reluctant to establish a strong enemy like Lin Yu for the camp. As for asking Lin Yu to hand over resources, it's a joke. In the entire battlefield number 1, it is estimated that few people dare to do so. Especially now is the time when the three major camps are trying their best to win over other lords. If he dared to do so, it would be equivalent to pushing Lin Yu, the powerful enemy, to the opposite side, which would be exactly what the other two camps wanted. He was not stupid, so he would not do such a thankless task, and secretly asked the people in the alien camp to make way for Lin Yu. As for the human camp, it temporarily waited and watched, not interfering with either side, and seemed to be waiting for the opportunity. As expected, seeing that his good deeds were interrupted, the scarred man looked at Lin Yu with a gloomy face. Are you the Lin Yu? His words were full of disdain. He had been in battlefield number 1 for so long, so he had naturally heard of Lin Yu's name. But he had never seen Lin Yu take action, so he was skeptical about the description in the rumors. After all, rumors always have a lot of exaggeration in them. What's more, there are so many of them now. So what if you are strong? Do you still want to go against so many people? This is also one of the sources of his arrogance. I heard that using the foundation stone of the position requires you to hand over resources to you. Lin Yu said calmly. Yes. What do you want? The scarred man looked proud. Of course he knew what the other two camps were waiting for, and he was full of disdain in his heart. With so many lords under his command, he was actually afraid of a mere lord. He was so timid and afraid of things. He was really going backwards as he lived, and he was not worthy of being his opponent at all. I don't want to do anything, but some of these people are from my tribe. Let them go. Lin Yu pointed at the lords, who were surrounded. 2 of them were from their primitive world. He could ignore his fellow tribesmen being bullied on the mainland. But outside, not everyone can bully their primitive world, especially in the battlefield of all worlds. Everyone was shocked when he said this, because Lin Yu's words were not to seek the consent of the scarred man, but in an imperative tone. He dared to speak in such a tone in the face of so many people. So arrogant and domineering. Isn't he afraid of being besieged? You want me to let them go? The scarred man's face gradually darkened. Lin Yu's move was tantamount to stepping on his head and rubbing his prestige on the ground. Once he really agreed, he would definitely lose all his prestige. How can he convince these vicious lords and make them obey his orders? This is something he absolutely cannot allow. Did I not make it clear enough? Lin Yu asked back. Do you really want to go against us? The scarred man said coldly. As the voice fell, the lords of the Team Alliance gradually formed a siege, blocking all of Lin Yu's escape routes. The atmosphere on the field was also tense to the extreme. This change immediately made the people in the other two camps overjoyed. They did not expect that things would develop in the direction they wanted to see the most. The team camp and Linyu. No matter which side suffered, it was extremely beneficial to them. They even wanted to fight immediately. And it would be best if they fought to the death so that they could reap the benefits. However, what no one expected was, facing the siege of the Team Alliance, Linyu in the encirclement suddenly sneered. What? You want to bully the few with your numbers? So what? You are not naive enough to think that we will fight you alone. Are you? The scarred man said disdainfully. No matter how strong you are, you can't be a match for so many of us. You'd better hand over the resources obediently, so that you can save your lives. Indeed, no matter how strong I am, I can't be a match for so many people, Linyu said calmly. But it's still easy to kill one among so many people. After saying that, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a faint red light appeared on his body. The scarred man, who was about to say something, felt a chill on his neck, and a dagger appeared under his throat at some point, with a cold light flashing. What? The scarred man's face suddenly changed, and he retreated almost reflexively to avoid this fatal blow, and at the same time activated the life-saving skills on his equipment. But, before he could react, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out, clearly reaching the ears of the lords. The scarred man's eyes widened as he looked at the blood-red dagger that pierced through his chest, full of fear and horror. He only felt the vitality in his body quickly draining away. His throat was more like being filled with lead, unable to make any sound. Finally, his eyes went black, and he fell to the ground with a bang, killing the 8th level lord of the other plane, gaining 15.28 million magic power, 7 points of battlefield merit, and 1 8th level territory essence. Silence. The entire position was silent. Everyone stared at the scarred man lying in a pool of blood, and a cactus soldier standing next to him. All this happened so quickly, and suddenly that they didn't react for a while. After a while, finally, someone cried out in a low voice. Dead. Is it possible that I saw it wrong? What a weird attack method. This is too. The hearts of the lords from all walks of life were in turmoil. In the blink of an eye, he easily killed an 8th level lord. And he killed him in public and under multiple protections. You know, the scarred man could become the leader of the Team Alliance. So his strength is very strong. At least not much weaker than Chi Feng. Even this was killed in one blow. How terrifying is this strength? Let alone those individual lords. Even the leaders of Chi Feng and the human camp were shocked, because they found that they still underestimated Lin Yu's strength. Especially the soldier who attacked. It was the first time they saw a soldier with such a strong ability to conceal assassination, which was much more terrifying than the 9th level soldiers. Chapter 425, Shock. Unexpected harvest. Is there anyone else who wants the resources on me? Lin Yu did not look at the body of the scarred man, but raised his head and scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze. The lords who were swept by him all shrank their necks and retreated in shock. Don't be arrogant. Even if you can kill him, we still have so many people. Can't you kill them all at once? That's right. If a leader dies, we can still elect a new leader. You are making an enemy of our entire camp, several lords said fiercely. It seems that so many people around them have given them courage. Lin Yu tilted his head and looked at them indifferently. You don't seem to understand what I mean. I don't need to be an enemy of all of you. I just need to kill the one who shouts the most. After saying that, he reached out and gently stroked the handle of the Ice Soul sword at his waist. This move. The hearts of those lords tightened immediately. Especially the few who had shouted the most just now. They were even more terrified. Their whole bodies tensed up. And they kept alert to the surroundings. Just as Lin Yu said, he didn't need to be enemies with so many people at once. Because even he couldn't deal with so many 8th level lords at once. But killing 1 or 2 troublemakers was no problem at all. No one wanted to die. Let alone this kind of mob that gathered temporarily. And they had no doubt that Lin Yu could do it. After all, the body of the scarred man next to him was the best proof. This was an invisible deterrent. No one dared to take risks easily, and use their own lives to be the first bird to stand out. This caused the entire Team Alliance of thousands of people was actually shocked by Lin Yu alone. And no one dared to stand up and shout again. The other lords around were shocked. The 2 primitive lords on the side were even more excited. And they wanted to cheer loudly. Of course, Lin Yu also knew the principle of counterproductive. Before you have the absolute strength to suppress these lords, it is better not to push them too hard. So after the silence, he said coldly, I am not interested in the fight between you. Just don't interfere with me. It's none of my business. But if anyone dares to challenge my bottom line, then be prepared to be hunted down by me endlessly. Endless hunting. The lords of all realms felt a chill in their hearts, and they dared not imagine the scene of being hunted down by such a perverted existence. Especially they are just a temporary camp. After this battle of the 10,000 realms is over, where can you find so many people to share the hardships with you? Once you meet them, it will not be as simple as running away after being defeated. And, at this time, Lin Yu added another sentence. They are my fellow tribesmen. It should be no problem for them to use the foundation stone of the position freely. Right? Since they are all lords of the primitive realm, they should help if they can. Especially the courage they showed just now made Lin Yu admire. At least they were the only ones who dared to speak out. And they were also the ones who dared to fight against the three major camps with their own strength. Just based on this point, it was enough for him to help. As for the other lords who kept silent, they could only say that they deserved it. And Lin Yu didn't care. Otherwise, damaging too many interests of the three major camps would only backfire. There was no need to cause trouble for yourself for these irrelevant people. Come here. Seeing that no one from the three major camps spoke, Lin Yu took it as their tacit agreement and said directly to the lords, who were surrounded. After hearing this, several people hesitated for a moment, and then immediately walked out of the crowd carefully and came to Lin Yu. Thank you. Thank you very much. The two lords of the primitive world, and the other three lords of other realms, bowed to Lin Yu and thanked him with sincere expressions. Lin Yu nodded to the two of his clan, and then looked at the three curiously. They are our neighbors in the primitive world. From the Tianling world. The primitive world lord of the undead system hurriedly explained. Heavenly spirit realm? Lin Yu's eyes moved. He had heard a little about this realm, which was one of the few realms that were on good terms with the primitive realm. Moreover, the realm plane was not too far from their primitive realm, and they would occasionally interact with each other. Since they were friendly, they naturally had to help, and said directly, let's go and exchange things together. Thank you for your help, brother. The elegant young man in the lead bowed to Lin Yu again. Then, in full view of the public, the six of them went to the foundation stone of the position and began to exchange things. The tense atmosphere on the entire field also relaxed. Do you think we still need to win him over? A lord in the human camp whispered beside the camp leader Chu Zhenyue. No need. Chu Zhenyue shook his head, his eyes solemn. People like him are not something we can control, as long as they don't harm our interests and the few people around him. Let them go in the future. There is no need to create a big enemy for such a small resource. That's right. What about the Team Alliance? What should we do? The death of the scarred man was a big blow to the Team Alliance, but it did not hurt the Foundation. Just as those people said before, without a leader, they can elect a new one. It's just a bunch of rabble. It won't be a big deal. We have to be wary of the aliens. They are the biggest threat. Speaking of this, Chu Zhenyue couldn't help but look at the alien camp in the distance, and found that Qi Feng was also looking at him. The four eyes met, full of gunpowder. For a long time, the human race and the alien race have been two incompatible extremes. One is the race with the largest number in the 10,000 worlds, and the other is a race with a small number but a wide variety of types. Both sides are spread across all realms, and they all want to compete for the unification of the 10,000 worlds and the title of the strongest race. Although there are also fights between the same races, when facing the lords of different races, this fight is more intense. Especially the big tribes like the Demon Tribe, Spirit Tribe, Insect Tribe, and Sea Tribe, which have long had deep grievances with the human race. If it weren't for the fact that the realm planes are far apart, they would have fought to the death and fought frequently. But these have nothing to do with Lin Yu for the time being. At this time, he has come to the cornerstone of the position and clicked on the exchange interface. Originally, he could only exchange for one faith orb. Unexpectedly, after killing the scarred man, he actually got an extra 7 battlefield merits and 15 million magic power, which was just enough to exchange for 2 orbs. He couldn't help but sigh. This camp leader is really rich, considering that the foundation of the position is at risk of being destroyed at any time. He directly exchanged 2 faith orbs. In a blink of an eye, The merits were cleared, and there were more than 7 million magic power left. Okay. After exchanging things, I should leave too. Take care of yourselves. Turning around, he said to the 5 people next to him. And he had no intention of moving with them. After all, with their strength, they can't bring him much help at all, and will only slow down his speed of collecting resources. The 2 lords of the primitive world naturally know this truth. After thinking for a while, he took out something from his personal space and handed it to Lin Yu. Thanks to the help of Brother Lin Yu this time, we were able to escape danger, although it is not a valuable thing. Please accept this thing as a thank you gift. Is this a scroll? Lin Yu looked at the thing in the other party's hand, which was a scroll he was very familiar with. He took it and checked it without refusing. Then he saw a piece of information that made him very happy. Name: Soldier Upgrade Scroll. Grade: Rare. Introduction: use on designated soldiers to directly upgrade them to the same level as the Lord. Effective below level 10. Sure enough, this is the Soldier Upgrade Scroll he was looking for. I didn't expect that these people would have it, and it really came without any effort. In this way, he only had 6 scrolls in total, and he only needed to collect 2 more to upgrade all the royal families to the 9th level. Where did you get this thing? Lin Yu couldn't help asking. We got it when we besieged an 8th level SSS class Lord monster before. None of the 5 of us could use it, so it was just right to borrow a flower to offer to the Buddha. I see. This thing is very useful to me. Then I will accept it without hesitation. Lin Yu nodded and put the scroll away. Then, under the gaze of the lords, he walked out of the battlefield and disappeared in the dark night in a blink of an eye. The 5 people saw him leave, and did not stay for long, and hurriedly left the scene. In a blink of an eye, only the 3 major camps and lords from all walks of life were left around the field, gathering together to discuss. And the topic was all about what had just happened. After this battle, Lin Yu's reputation was also thoroughly known among the 8th level lords from all walks of life, and no one dared to doubt his strength anymore. Let's go. We should also go to rest. Qing Feng looked solemnly at the direction where Lin Yu left, and whispered to the lords around him. Not long after, the lords dispersed one after another, looking for places to rest in various corners of the position. A conflict between lords finally came to an end temporarily. There was no conversation all night. The next morning, Lin Yu, who was resting in a building in the corner, woke up and left the position with his troops. After half a day of exploration yesterday, he had basically understood the operating rules of this battlefield. So he didn't waste time, and rode the Demon Emperor Dragon to the forest that had not been explored before at dawn. As for the safety of the foundation of the position, he was not too worried. Although the people in the 3 major camps were not good people, but for the sake of interests, they would at least protect the foundation well, so that he could go out to explore more safely and collect more battlefield treasures. And yesterday's incident also made him understand one thing. That is the truth that there is strength in numbers. Although the camps of all walks of life were not harmonious, they had to admit that they were much more efficient in clearing out monsters than he alone. So he had to speed up the exploration process, so that he wouldn't even encounter monsters. Thinking of this, Lin Yu directly let the Demon Emperor Dragon under him activate the Shadow Speed skill to increase the speed to the extreme. As the streets passed by him, the familiar forest gradually came into his eyes. Chapter 426 Deep Blue Dream. Bang! A dull sound echoed throughout the forest. After more than an hour of fighting, Lin Yu finally led the troops to clear out the ordinary monsters outside the forest and entered the forest. What surprised Lin Yu was that the scene inside the forest was different from the outside. The monsters outside were messy and varied, and even many monsters other than plants lived here. But the inside was quiet, and no monster was seen. On the contrary, there was a kind of strange blue flower vine everywhere, from the ground to the trees, almost covering every corner. Looking around, it was all a dark blue color, and the vision was a little distorted and psychedelic. Be careful. Lin Yu warned several royals around him, and asked the troops to shrink the encirclement and gather around him. The inside of this forest was too strange and obviously unusual. After observing on the spot and confirming that there was no danger, he led the troops into the coverage of the flower vine and walked in slowly. All the way, the imagined danger did not appear. The surrounding environment was also the same. All trees and grasses wrapped with blue vines. Some even hung down from the trees, flashing with dim light, creating a magical picture in the forest. Seeing that there was no danger, Lin Yu gradually quickened his pace and continued to move deeper into the forest, observing the movements around him. He didn't know how many vines he had passed through and how many trees he had crossed, until his ankles were a little sore. His forward steps suddenly stopped. Stop! With an order, the whole team stopped where they were. Lin Yu's brows gradually frowned. He had just estimated. He had walked in the forest for at least half an hour. With his speed, if there were no monsters blocking him, he should have crossed the forest long ago. But now he was still in the forest, and he didn't see the marks he left along the way. In other words, he was not lost. But it seemed to respond to his guess. At this moment, the Frost Spirit bracelet on his wrist flashed, and a chill spread all over his body. Then the dark blue vines around him suddenly moved. The originally dim flowers suddenly burst into a large light, reflecting the entire forest into a strange blue. Then, the scene in front of him was trance. It turned into a thorn forest full of vines. Surrounding them, not far from them, a huge rose bud with a distorted human face in the stamen slowly bloomed, accompanied by bursts of weird laughter, which kept echoing in the forest. The surrounding thorns also twisted wildly under this laughter, like tentacles with sharp thorns. Name, Deep Blue Dream, Lord, Race, Plant. Level, 9th Order, D level, Skills, Blue Illusion. Mental Disturbance. Mental Storm. Chaos, all attributes increased by 40%. Introduction, a rose plant that is very good at mental attacks. It can create illusions around its body and attack in a strange way. Lord Monster. And it is D level. Seeing the interface in front of him, Lin Yu's expression suddenly sank. The surrounding scene also changed from the original quiet garden to a thorn forest, with a large number of monster corpses hanging on it, and blood and broken bones everywhere on the ground. No wonder there were no monsters along the way. It turned out that a Lord Monster was stationed here, and it was a monster with mental attacks. The illusion just now was to lure him here and kill him. If it weren't for the soul gun enchanted on the Frost Spirit bracelet with 18% mental resistance, he would have been caught by this monster long ago. A full 14,000 mental attributes. Even Ling Shi, who was roaring wildly, couldn't catch up. Not to mention other types of soldiers. This is even more powerful than the green scale dragon python they encountered in the Nightmare Forest, which makes Lin Yu look serious. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without giving him a chance to think, a series of air-breaking sounds suddenly sounded. Under the weird laughter of the distorted human face, countless thorns with dark blue flowers rushed out and quickly surrounded him. The Lord-level Deep Blue Dream. The coverage of thorns is wider than his Qingting vine forest, almost covering a range of 2 kilometers around. And they are now in the center. If you want to break out of the siege, there is only one way to kill the Lord Monster. Qin Gang. Without hesitation, Lin Yu shouted directly to Qin Gang and the team. Group Enhancement Skills. Savage Roar is activated. In an instant, red light spread, and the attributes of all plants increased by 30%. And they went straight to meet the blue thorns that were rushing over. Bang! With a muffled sound, wood chips flew from the ancient tree. With the dual bonus of Savage Roar and Physique Protection of the 4-leaf clover, the defense of the ancient tree army is close to that of a D-level Lord Monster. In addition, Qin Gang's battlefield command talent increased the defense of melee soldiers by 20%. And the holy shield provided by the holy object easily blocked the first round of attacks from Deep Blue Dream. The sky was full of vines and thorns, and they clashed fiercely in the forest. But Lin Yu did not dare to take it lightly, because his wild roar only lasted for 30 seconds. And Deep Blue Dream had not yet used the mental attack skills outside the illusion. He had to close the distance between him and Deep Blue Dream before the state disappeared. Full speed. With a loud shout, Qin Gang, who was at the front, directly opened the gravity field to limit the attack of the thorns in front. Then a series of sword energy slashed out, cutting off all the thorns blocking the way. The huge Qingting, together with the troops in the rear, held back the remaining thorns. In this way, they fought and advanced all the way. And 30 seconds passed quickly. Buzz. At the moment when the wild roar state disappeared, Deep Blue Dream suddenly moved. An invisible wave suddenly erupted with its body as the center, sweeping across Lin Yu's entire plant army at lightning speed. Mental disturbance. Start. Lin Yu was caught off guard, and his head was hit hard. At the same time, a sound of improvement rang in his ears. Under the influence of the skill mental disturbance, The spirit is reduced by 70% for 20 seconds. Reduced by 70% spirit. Lin Yu was shocked. It was the first time he encountered such a perverted effect. Even under the influence of the frost spirit sets 25% reduction of abnormal status. He felt a trance, and fell into a state of confusion. Even the soldiers around him were weakened. And the effect of their skills was greatly reduced. Not good. Suddenly, Lin Yu was startled and woke up instantly. As expected, after reducing their mental attributes on a large scale, the twisted face of Deep Blue Dream laughed again. That laughter was like a substance, turning into ripples that spread in the forest of thorns. And it actually twisted the entire air. Mental Storm. Activated. That's right. It was the last skill of Deep Blue Dream. Lin Yu never expected it. This Lord Monster actually used a combination of skills to first reduce their spirits and lower their mental resistance, and then launched a large-scale killing move. The Mental Storm. Is this the wisdom of a high spiritual monster? He didn't even have a chance to react. And the terrifying storm composed of mental power instantly swept the entire team. The ancient tree soldiers and the carnivorous plant soldiers with relatively low mental attributes fell down in an instant. And the other soldiers collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up again. It was as if the whole world was twisted. Buzz. Fortunately, at this time, the forest sage, who was not affected by the skill, activated the peace field. The rule power symbolizing absolute peace excluded the mental storm, and finally gave Lin Yu a chance to breathe. He endured the severe pain in his head and operated the power of rules. When the peace domain was about to disappear, a large red light burst out, covering the remaining plants. At the same time, the protective barrier and the life curtain were activated, and two huge light shields appeared, covering an area of more than 200 meters. Boom! The peace domain disappeared, and the mental storm hit the two light shields fiercely, creating a large wave of ripples. With the blessing of both, they finally managed to withstand this wave of impact. Then the Flower Spirit Army, with the highest spiritual attribute, recovered first, and under the leadership of Lingxi, they flew into the air and raised their staffs. In an instant, the group treatment lit up, and the emerald green breath of life enveloped the entire field, pulling the other plants back from the gates of hell. Lin Yu also relied on the mental resistance of the equipment to hold on, and successfully escaped from danger. After 20 seconds, the mental disturbance effect disappeared. There was only a mess on the field, and the bodies of soldiers on the ground. It killed more than half of his troops in 1 second. Fuck. So perverted. Lin Yu cursed inwardly, and took out the rare group battle item from his personal space, while Deep Blue Dream was casting skills, and immediately prayed to the angels of the gods. The next second, the holy light burst out, resurrecting all the dead troops and restoring them to their peak state. Go! Pull out its roots for me. At this time, Deep Blue Dream had just launched 2 big skills in succession, and it was at its weakest. How could Lin Yu miss this opportunity to beat the drowning dog? With a loud shout, the plant army that had recovered to its peak state rushed towards the Deep Blue Dream body and launched a fierce attack on it. For a while, vines flew and explosions continued. The Deep Blue Dream frantically danced with thorns to stop them. But Lin Yu's savage roar was still effective, coupled with the defensive shield provided by the broken barrier. They finally broke through the thorn defense of Deep Blue Dream. A large number of attacks fell on the main body, and bursts of piercing screams were heard. The most ferocious attack was the green vine, which was the same as the Lord Monster. As if to prove its position as the #1 tentacles, the vines broke through the thorns around it, quickly entangled the main body of Deep Blue Dream, and fought fiercely with it. Finally, with the terrifying power of the wild roar, the green vine uprooted the main body of Deep Blue Dream. In a burst of angry howls, its pistil was twisted off, and a large amount of dark green juice burst out. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 9th level Lord Monster, obtained 1 million magic power, and 1 battlefield merit. A pleasant reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. The main body was destroyed, and the crazy twisting blue thorns around it also lost all their strength in an instant, and fell to the ground powerlessly. The densely packed blue flower buds also withered and turned into dry petals scattered all over the ground. Chapter 427, The Nest of the Eternal World. Huh? Finally killed it. Lin Yu let out a long breath and sat down on the ground, feeling his head still buzzing. This spiritual monster is indeed much more difficult to deal with than other monsters. If he hadn't had enough means to save his life, he would have been caught by this monster long ago. This is only D level. What if it is higher? It seems that if you are not sure in the future, it is better not to provoke spiritual lord monsters casually. It would be great if I could drop a troop token like this. Lin Yu couldn't help but think silently in his heart. The skills of this lord monster are definitely the best in the spiritual category. Not to mention the large-scale illusion. There are also perverted linkage skills such as mental disturbance and mental storm, which are more terrifying than the demon-type succubus. Among the 10 major factions, the 3 major factions of demon, undead, and plant have the most spiritual troops. The most bizarre among them is the plant-type troops, because the appearance of plant-based soldiers is changeable and unpredictable, and they can also change the surrounding environment, making people fall into it unconsciously. It is one of the types that lords are most reluctant to encounter. Of course, Lin Yu also knows that this type of soldier is rare. He has mutated so many times and has not appeared a few times. Only the enchanting banshee and the fear tree demon can barely be counted as one, which is obviously unlikely to be ordinary. So he didn't hold too much hope. He stood up and shook his head, which was still a little painful, and slowly came to the blue dream corpse to check the drops. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Yu paused. His expression was in doubt. He rubbed his swollen eyes hard and took a quick look, and found that there was a golden token lying in the withered blue rose stamen. Gold. Rare token. Lin Yu's heart trembled, and he stepped forward almost reflexively and took the golden token in his hand. When he saw a string of information popping up in front of him, his breathing stagnated. Soldier token, deep blue dream, plant system, soldier grade, rare. Soldier level, 9th level. Introduction, after using, you can unlock the rare plant system soldier deep blue dream. Usage requirements, 9th level territory. 5 million mana. It's really a rare soldier. Good. Lin Yu couldn't help laughing twice, his eyes full of joy. Rare soldiers have a very low drop rate even in the 10,000 worlds battlefield. He has participated in so many battlefields, and only got one last time when he killed the undead mage. I didn't expect it to really explode. This is also the first rare plant system token he got by killing monsters in the true sense, except for the novice treasure box. And it is the rarest spiritual soldier. Just with this token, he made a profit in this 10,000 worlds battlefield. It's worth his desperate fight just now. After taking a deep breath, he carefully put the token away and looked at the remaining things. 1 9th level essence. For 8th level essences. Better than nothing. They can be sold for at least tens of millions. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. After checking that nothing was missing, he immediately gathered all the soldiers around him and rushed out of the forest. The battle just now forced all his angels to pray. This item can only be used once a day. If he encounters a lord monster again, he may lose a lot of soldiers. It is better not to go deep into the battlefield for the time being. After all, the monsters that appear nearby are already D-level monsters. It will definitely get higher and higher as he goes deeper. He can't deal with it now, so he can take this opportunity to return to the position to repair. Soon, he followed the road he came from and returned to the area where the position was located. However, what he didn't expect was, as soon as he returned to the vicinity of the position, he saw a large group of lords gathering outside the position, ready to fight. The number was so large that there were at least 30,000. Almost more than half of the lords from all walks of life. Did something happen? Lin Yu was shocked and let the demon emperor dragon land directly and came to the gathering place of the 3 camps. Huh? Isn't this brother Lin Yu? Seeing him appear, Chu Jinyue, the leader of the human race camp, brightened his eyes and immediately came to meet him. So many people gathered suddenly. Did something happen? Lin Yu jumped off the dragon's back and asked in confusion. After experiencing yesterday's incident, he had heard of Chu Jinyue. He didn't have much bad feelings towards this guy, who called for unity from the beginning and looked like a good guy. But before Chu Jinyue could speak, Qingfeng's voice sounded beside him. Just now, the news came back that someone found the nest of the Eternal World, and we are ready to launch an unexpected attack. Found the nest of the Eternal World. Where is it? Lin Yu looked surprised. This was much faster than he thought. It's at the other end of the city. Someone has been sent to confirm it. The other end? Lin Yu couldn't help but look back and look deep into the battlefield. Going through there is the other side of the city. Of course, they couldn't be stupid enough to cross the central area where high-level monsters are rampant. They just need to go around the outer area. Although this will take more time. It is safer, and will not lose all the troops on the road. Brother Lin Yu, do you want to go together? Chu Xinyu asked with a smile. With the strength of Lin Yu, if he joins, their combat power will definitely be greatly improved. And the chance of breaking through the base camp of the Eternal World will naturally be greater. When the others heard this, they also looked at Lin Yu. I go. Lin Yu thought for a while, and nodded in response. Besieging the base camp of the Eternal World is a great opportunity to earn magic power and battlefield merits. Of course, he will not miss it. In that case, let's get ready. We set off in 10 minutes. We have to act before the Eternal Realm finds out. Chu Xinyu smiled when he heard Lin Yu's answer, and immediately turned back to the team to make arrangements. After 10 minutes, the entire huge team rode on their mounts at the command of the 3 leaders and headed towards the other end of the city. By the way, is there anyone guarding the position? Seeing the position behind him getting farther and farther away, Lin Yu couldn't help but look at Qi Feng beside him. He also planned to exchange a few more faith beads in the next 2 days. But he didn't want the position crystal to be destroyed when they left. Don't worry. We have 1,000 lords guarding each camp. And there are some scattered people left behind. So it's foolproof. And we're raiding this time. Even if the Eternal Realm knows our movements, they won't react so quickly. Really? That's good. Lin Yu nodded slightly, feeling much more relieved. More than 3,000 lords should be able to barely hold on until they come back. Even if an accident happened, the people from the Eternal Realm would not attack the position so quickly. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at the team of the Team Alliance. What surprised him was that after only one night, the Team Alliance had already elected a new leader. It was Tang Wentian from the Eternal Realm. You know, the Eternal Realm was the mastermind of destroying the Eternal Realm. The lords of the Eternal Realm would probably go crazy when they saw this guy. He dared to show up like this and sit in the position of the leader of the camp. I really don't know whether he is courageous or too confident in his own strength. But he didn't bother to care about other people's affairs. He even hoped that the guy would be seriously injured, so that he could pick up leaks and maybe get a lot of resources. Huh? Lao Wang, you are still alive? Just thinking about it. A surprised voice suddenly came from the flying team next to him. An insect lord looked at another bald man with a pale face in surprise. Yes. I was lucky enough to escape yesterday. The man called Lao Wang was obviously stunned for a moment, and then replied awkwardly. So that's how it is. Yesterday I saw you being stabbed in the throat by the soldiers of the Eternal Realm, and I thought you were dead, the insect lord said to himself. Lao Wang laughed dryly, his expression a little unnatural. Maybe you saw it wrong? I was just scratched at that time. After saying that, he subconsciously shrank his neck and covered it with his collar. The insect lord thought he didn't want people to see the scar, so he believed it and immediately laughed and teased him, and didn't notice Lao Wang's abnormality. But Lin Yu, who was not far away, saw it clearly because of the angle. He clearly saw that there was indeed a huge scar on Lao Wang's throat, almost running from the front to the back. What kind of holy medicine can actually cure such a fatal injury? I'm afraid that the seeds of life he got from the elves before don't have such a strong effect. And why did that person lie and say that it was only a minor injury? This also made Lin Yu secretly pay attention and silently look at the lords in the team. Then he found that some people were like that old Wang, with very serious wounds on their bodies. Some even had a big hole in their chests. But they were still safe and sound, just bandaged with cloth strips. And there was not even a trace of blood. There is a problem. There is definitely a problem among these people. Lin Yu's expression gradually sank, and he noticed something wrong. However, before he could observe carefully, Chu Xinyu's shout came from the front of the team. Everyone get ready. And the acceleration skill is about to be activated. As the voice fell, several lords in the team with group acceleration immediately activated their abilities, which made the speed of the entire team suddenly increase, and the vision began to blur. Helplessly, Lin Yu had to temporarily suppress his doubts, gradually slowed down and retreated to the back of the team, while observing the surrounding environment. It was not until more than an hour later that Qin Feng's voice suddenly sounded in front. Everyone pay attention. We are about to arrive. A low shout shocked everyone's heart and looked into the distance. At the end of the sight, a huge building that was 70% similar to their position was located on the edge of the city, looking both simple and heavy. On the city wall, there were many strange figures standing, who seemed to be the lords of the Eternal World, who were specifically responsible for guarding the position. However, compared with their mighty 30,000 people, the number was much less. And just as the intelligence said, the Eternal World's large forces were not in the position at this time, and had all spread to the battlefield to hunt down their lords of various realms. It was a perfect opportunity to attack. Good opportunity. Everyone, follow me. Kill. Full speed. Without any hesitation, the three leaders shouted and rushed forward, heading straight for the Eternal Realm. The lords of the various realms behind them saw this, and immediately accelerated to catch up. Kill. Kill all the remnants of the Eternal Realm. Charge. The shouts of killing suddenly rang out. The whole sky was shaking violently. Chapter 428. The situation changes suddenly. The deafening shouts of killing spread to the edge of the battlefield. A full 30,000 domain lords turned into a tide, roaring towards the nest of the Eternal Realm like a dark cloud covering the sky. Everyone's face was full of excitement, because as long as they broke through the Eternal Realm position, they could complete the battlefield mission and get rewards. And according to the inertia of the previous number 1 battlefield, those who destroyed the foundation of the position would get a more generous final reward. Seeing that the Eternal Realm position was right in front of them, with so few garrisons, they didn't care so much, and rushed forward one after another, all wanting to be the first to destroy the foundation of the position. In a blink of an eye, the huge team fell down and rushed outside the position. Do it! Unexpectedly, at this time, a loud shout rang out from the position. The lords were shocked, and their speed suddenly slowed down. Not good. There's an ambush. There's something wrong here. Everyone be careful. Lords from all walks of life cried out in surprise, summoning all their troops to protect themselves. However, what no one expected was that, just when they thought that the ancient army would rush out of the position, some of the lords in the team suddenly sneered and attacked the other lords around them. Puff! Ah! The screams came one after another, instantly spreading throughout the team. Several lords whose chests were pierced stared with wide eyes, looking at their companions holding weapons behind them, unable to believe it. The ones who launched the attack were those who were injured and were originally considered dead. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of lords died, and their bodies fell from the sky. Damn it! There's a traitor. Hurry back to defend. The other lords looked gloomy and immediately gave up attacking the position. However, at this moment, suddenly, a deafening shout of killing came from the quiet streets around them. A large number of lords from the Eternal World rushed out frantically and surrounded them in a black mass. The number was so huge that there were nearly 40,000. How could it be? The lords of all realms were horrified, and they didn't know that they were ambushed. What shocked them even more was that, at this time, a series of prompts suddenly sounded in their minds. Lords, please note that the foundation of your position has been destroyed. Lords, please note that the foundation of your position has been destroyed. Lords, what's going on? The foundation of the position has been destroyed. The faces of the lords of all realms suddenly changed, and they were shocked by the successive changes. At this time, in the position of the 10,000 worlds, there were corpses everywhere. Chujinyu, who was supposed to follow the team to the old nest of the Eternal World, was standing on the battlefield with a team. At his feet, the foundation of the position was destroyed into pieces. A bunch of idiots. They fell into the trap so easily. Chujinyu had changed his previous image of a good guy, and his face was full of disdain. Not far away, there was another team gathered. If Lin Yu was here at this time, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. These people were just like the dead people he had seen before. They were obviously fatally injured, but still strangely alive. Hearing Chujinyu's words, the man with festering skin smiled grimly. I can only say that our plan was very successful. I didn't expect these corpses to be so useful. As soon as the voice fell, his body and the bodies of the others around him began to fester rapidly, revealing a twisted and deformed body inside. It was a group of lords of the Eternal World who were lurking in disguise. That's right. In the previous attack, the Eternal World was not really going to launch a general attack on the position. Instead, they collected the bodies of the lords of various realms, and then disguised themselves as those dead people through some ability, and lurked in the teams of the lords of various realms. Facts have proved that their plan was very successful. In addition, Chujinyu, the leader of the human camp, cooperated internally and externally, and finally destroyed the cornerstone of the position of the 10,000 realms in one fell swoop. Listening to the prompt of the completion of the task in his mind, Chujinyu smiled. After exchanging glances with the lords and the team around him, a large number of soldiers were summoned by them, surrounding the lords of the Eternal Realm in the middle. What do you want to do? The face of the Lord of the Eternal Realm changed, and he immediately became alert. What? Isn't it obvious? Of course. It's to kill and silence people, Chu Jinyue said with a smile, and the next second, his face sank. Go! Kill them all! With an order, the soldiers suddenly rose up. In the angry roar of those lords of the Eternal Realm, they were completely submerged. At the same time, outside the base camp of the Eternal Realm, the whole scene was extremely chaotic, with fierce fighting continuing. After learning that the foundation of the position was destroyed, the morale of the lords of all realms plummeted, and they were defeated step by step under the attack of the army of the ancient realm, with heavy casualties. In a blink of an eye, those who fled fled, and those who retreated retreated. There was no way to organize an effective counterattack. Damn it! Qin Feng's face was ashen, and he led the team to retreat while resisting the attacks from all sides. In this situation, he didn't know that he had fallen into the trap of the Eternal World, and he was extremely angry. The news from the Eternal World had been confirmed by people from all their camps, and they set out immediately after receiving the news. Logically, the Eternal World should not be able to react so quickly. But now, not only were they ambushed by the Eternal World, but even the foundation of their position was destroyed. These two things added up. Even a fool could guess that there was a traitor among them, and it was hidden very deeply. But even if they knew it now, it would be useless. Seeing that the situation was over, everyone chose to protect themselves and fled in all directions. And Lin Yu in the crowd, after killing more than a dozen lords of the Eternal World, finally couldn't hold on. Come back, he shouted and recalled all the troops to the origin space. Then he launched a random teleport and disappeared in an instant. Random teleportation ability will teleport to any location in the current area. He is now in the battlefield area. Even if he is teleported to the center and encounters a 9th order SSS level Lord monster, he is very confident that he can escape with his strength. So there is no need to worry. Swish. A flash of light. When Lin Yu appeared again, he had already arrived on an empty street. As soon as he stood still, he immediately summoned the soldiers and was alert to the surroundings. But soon, he found a very familiar terrain. The forest over there that he had explored before. Teleported here? Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and his tense body finally relaxed. After looking around to see if there was anyone else around, he sat down on the stone steps on the street, panting. The series of events just now happened too suddenly, so much so that he didn't have the mind to take care of other things. Now thinking back, their action this time really had a lot of problems, especially in their team. There were so many people from the Eternal World lurking, which was really a bit unexpected. But the most troublesome thing for him now is the foundation of the position. Without the foundation of the position, the dozen battlefield merits he just earned cannot be exchanged for the Orb of Faith. In this way, his plan to upgrade to the 9th level will be greatly delayed, which is not a good sign. But now that things have come to this, he can only take it one step at a time. After a rest, he got up and patted the dust on his body, ready to rush to the position to see the situation. But at this time, a chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly came from a distance. A large group of people was approaching him rapidly. Lin Yu was secretly shocked, and he recalled his troops without thinking, and hid in the alley next to him, while urging the power of rules to temporarily conceal his breath. Hurry up. We have to rush over before the battle is over. A familiar voice sounded faintly. With the footsteps getting closer and closer, the whole team finally crossed the street and came to the vicinity of Lin Yu's hiding place. Through the gaps in the alley, Lin Yu saw the face of the person who was talking. It turned out to be the leader of the human camp. Chu Jinyue. What's going on? Why is he here? Lin Yu was full of doubts. He remembered that Chu Jinyue had been following the team all the way, and he should still be at the headquarters of the Eternal World. Is the one over there also fake? As if to answer his question, another voice sounded at this time. Don't worry. I have arranged a substitute before departure. No one will find out. And the bodies in the position have been dealt with. So they will definitely think that it was done by the people of the Eternal World. Well, that's good. Chu Jinyue nodded silently. We must not let others know that we destroyed the foundation of the position, let alone let them know the identity of our realm alliance. Do you understand? Understood. After a loud response, The team suddenly accelerated and left this street behind in a blink of an eye. Understood until they left. Lin Yu walked out of the alley with a serious look. Realm Alliance. These guys are actually from the Realm Alliance. Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. No wonder he always felt something was wrong. It turned out that the Realm Alliance was secretly doing something. What he didn't expect was that even Chu Xinhua was a member of the Realm Alliance. And he also sat on the position of leader of the three major camps. His disguise ability was simply terrifying. This is to put their lords of various realms in an unjust position. Without hesitation, after taking a look at the direction where Chu Xinhua and others left, he immediately rode the Demon Emperor Dragon back to the position. As soon as he passed through the city wall, he saw corpses all over the ground. There were people from various realms and the Eternal Realm. It looked like they had just been killed not long ago, and blood was flowing all over the ground. So cruel. Lin Yu's eyes condensed slightly. It was obvious that these lords of the Eternal Realm were killed by Chu Xinhua and his men. Then, they arranged the corpses to look like a fierce battle between the two sides. And both sides were injured, so that people would mistakenly think that they were attacked by the Eternal Realm. In this way, they can get themselves out of it. What a borrowed knife to kill. Hurry! The position is just ahead. Go back and have a look. Suddenly, several anxious shouts came from outside. Lin Yu's face changed, and he didn't stay any longer. He dodged to the side and left the position from another direction. Now that the foundation stone has been destroyed, there is no need to stay in the position any longer. What he has to do now is to spend the remaining 2 days and see what the Realm Alliance is doing. Chapter 429. The seal is broken, and turmoil arises. The monster plane. The Nightmare Forest area. Just when all the lords were fighting in the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds, 10 figures surrounded by evil spirits suddenly appeared above the silent ancient tree of origin, standing in the air. You haven't been discovered? One of them asked in a low voice. Don't worry. They are still staring at the boundary area, and they won't find it so quickly. Another person chuckled and replied. That's good. As they said that, they couldn't help but look at the ancient tree of origin below. These 3 days are when the seal is weakest, and it is also the best time to break the seal. After hiding for so long, we finally waited for this day. They will never think that we still have a backup plan. Let's start. As they spoke, these 10 people suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful aura, causing the sky above the entire forest area to tremble violently. They are no one else. It is the Emperor secretly cultivated by the Eternal Realm and the Demonic Realm with the Black Godhead. After destroying the Eternal World, they have been missing and hiding until now. Even the emperors of other realms have never known of their existence. The purpose is to avoid the eyes and ears of all realms and carry out their grand plan in secret. Now, the opportunity they have been waiting for a long time has finally arrived. Amidst the surging breath, one of them took out a blood-red array compass and threw it into the air. Form an array. With a loud shout, the 10 emperors took action one after another, using themselves as the base of the array, bursting out a vast and boundless force of rules, turning into a torrent and madly injecting into the blood-colored compass. Buzz! The compass rang softly, and a circle of blood-red halo shone, covering the origin ancient tree. The terrifying bloody breath, accompanied by the appearance of countless resentful souls, fell down with a bang, causing the entire ground to begin to shake violently, including the sky above. There was a sudden gust of wind, lightning and thunder, and dark clouds gathered here madly. Boom! Finally, there was a violent sound. The ground where the origin ancient tree was located began to crack, spreading rapidly around the trunk. In the cracks, a large amount of black evil spirits emerged and gathered rapidly above the origin ancient tree, and a huge trunk figure was looming. At the same time, the emperors in various realms also felt a breath that made them palpitate, and their faces changed. Not good. Something happened in the monster plane. Go and have a look. In a blink of an eye, countless emperors tore through space and rushed to the monster plane from their respective realms. The reaction was extremely fast. However, when they arrived above the Nightmare Forest, the entire origin ancient tree had already been shrouded by evil spirits. The phantom of the trunk standing between heaven and earth turned into strands of energy, gradually blending into the evil spirit, and creating circles of black ripples. When they saw the 10 figures injecting energy into the blood-colored compass, the faces of the emperors from all walks of life changed again. They are destroying the seal. Stop them. The emperors were shocked and angry. and they all took action. The power of destroying the world turned into a torrent, and hit the array and the 10 people without hesitation. Wherever it went, the space collapsed, the sky and the earth surged, and everything was annihilated in an instant. However, but at this moment, among the emperors who came, a large number of figures suddenly rushed out and blocked them in front of them, and the power of rule suddenly erupted. Boom! The two forces exploded, and both sides were pushed back. When the emperors of all realms reacted, they found that a large number of emperors who turned against their sides had appeared on the opposite side, protecting the 10 people and the array. Ghost, I didn't expect that even you were bought. The emperors on the attacking side, each with a gloomy face, stared at the people in front of them. They thought that some realms in the 10,000 realms would secretly join the Realm Alliance. But they didn't expect so many. Almost 1/3 of their number. What does this Realm Alliance want to do? Bribe? I just chose a more correct path. The Spirit Emperor called Ghost said coldly. We have been trapped in this world for too long. So long that we don't know what time is. You just know how to defend this place. I don't want to play with you anymore. Do you know what you are talking about? You will destroy the foundation of the 10,000 worlds. Another emperor shouted angrily. So what if it's destroyed? The Ghost Emperor sneered. It's just a cage that imprisons us. Don't you want to explore a higher level and completely get rid of the constraints of these rules? You are crazy. You are really crazy. You will harm yourself and all the creatures in the world. Whatever you say. I am here today. You can't even think of getting close to here. While speaking, the Ghost Emperor and other emperors set up their battle formations, ready to fight to the death. The Dragon Emperor and the team looked at them with a cold face. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. Go! With a roar, the emperors from all walks of life rose up again, summoning all kinds of soldiers, and launched an attack on Yuhan and others. In an instant, the power of destroying the world gathered together and suddenly blasted out. Stop it for me! Yuhan and others leaned against the blood-colored formation, burned their godheads, and burst out all their power to meet them. Boom! The entire monster plane shook violently. The attack of both sides converged at the center, and the space collapsed completely and was drawn into the endless void. The originally lush and green nightmare forest was instantly annihilated and turned into nothingness, together with the nearby mechanical empire. It was swept by the aftermath, and most of it was destroyed. Crack! At this moment, a crisp shattering sound rang out. The collapsed space of the monster plane began to repair itself under the influence of the power of rules. However, this repair was different from the past. The area that originally belonged to the Nightmare Forest and the Mechanical Empire was melting rapidly and disappeared, leaving only a small area where the origin ancient tree was. The continental plates at both ends of the void were also constantly moving closer, causing the space of the entire monster plane to shrink. This resulted in a result. The 10,000 worlds continent, which was connected to the monster plane, was also gradually squeezed together because of the contraction of the monster plane. For a time, the realm was shaking. The various realms collided with each other, and the space channel of the front battlefield continued to expand. There was a tendency to merge together. Ha! Even if you want to stop now, it's too late. On the side of the Realm Alliance, the Ghost Emperor laughed wildly. He reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the monster plane that was shaking violently, the emperors of all realms looked gloomy, as if they had expected such a result. But in order to prevent the seal from being destroyed, they had no choice. Do it! With a loud shout, the emperors of all realms rose up again. The sky-high attacks blasted out, sweeping towards the Realm Alliance, trying to defeat the blood-colored array while they were seriously injured. However, at this moment, in the black evil spirit of the void, a vast and boundless breath rose up to the sky, blocking all their joint attacks. At the same time, it was accompanied by a voice that sounded like the Nine Nether Hell. After 10,000 years, I finally regained my freedom again. As the voice fell, the black evil spirit surged, gradually condensing into a huge skeleton in the void, with a powerful momentum far beyond the emperor level. The eyes of the emperors from all walks of life condensed, and their expressions immediately sank. What they least wanted to see finally happened. It was just the power of the body that easily blocked their attacks. What if all the power was unlocked? Let's go together. They looked at each other, and then they no longer held back. All the rule power on their bodies burst out and suppressed the skull. The entire monster plane collapsed. A shocking battle was about to break out. On the other side, the lords of all realms in the battlefield also felt the shaking of the heaven and earth. But they had no idea what was happening. And in the 8th level battlefield number 1, Lin Yu, who was clearing out the monsters, also stopped and looked at the chaotic void above his head. This sudden vibration made him feel uneasy. It was as if something big was going to happen. But no matter how worried he was, he couldn't leave the battlefield immediately. So he had to suppress his mood temporarily and continue to clear out the monsters. Because this was the only thing he could do at the moment. With more resources, he could at least be more calm in dealing with changes. Quack! Quack! You can't run away! Suddenly, a sharp laugh, like a drake, interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yu's face changed, and he immediately recalled his troops and hid in the yard beside him. After a while, he saw 2 figures appear at the end of the abandoned street, fleeing in a panic under the pursuit of a team of the Eternal Realm. This was the 4th chase Lin Yu encountered today. Because the positions were destroyed, the lords of various realms had no unified base and could not unite at all. They began to be hunted down by the lords of the Eternal Realm. Only a few larger camps could barely resist the attack. Seeing that the other side was getting closer and closer, Lin Yu's eyes moved, and he asked Wu Ying to use the stealth skill to sneak over. Just surrender. You can't escape. The Lord of the Eternal Realm shouted arrogantly, and chased them relentlessly. Each of them had a twisted and cruel smile on their faces, as if killing the lords of other realms would make them feel pleasure. The 2 people who escaped in front were already at the end of their strength. Not only did most of the soldiers die, but they were also covered with wounds. Staggering. And their eyes were full of despair. If this continues, they will probably die here. Puff! Suddenly, a muffled sound came. A lord of the Eternal Realm, who was running, had a cut on his neck, and blood suddenly splattered. All 3. The remaining few people screamed and reacted immediately. However, what was waiting for them was a loud explosion. A stream of fiery red light flashed out from the ruined courtyard on the side, instantly piercing through the heads and abdomens of 2 of them, and the bodies rushing forward fell to the ground. Then, giant vines rushed out from under the feet of the remaining 3 people, surrounding them. Then a huge black shadow swept through the air, throwing down a handful of red mushrooms, and accurately fell into the encirclement. Boom! The ground shook violently, and 3 killing prompts sounded in Lin Yu's mind, completing a perfect sneak attack. It was also because these guys were too careless and only focused on chasing the people in front, which made him succeed so easily. If they confronted head-on, they would definitely have to spend more effort. After dealing with the 6 lords of the Eternal Realm, Lin Yu led his troops out of the courtyard and came to the 2 lords, who were already frightened. Unexpectedly, before he could raise his murderous intention, the Beast Lord hurriedly said, Don't kill us. I can exchange our lives for important information. Oh, important information? Tell me. Lin Yu became interested. These 2 were not lords of their primitive world. If they could provide him with useful information, he would not mind letting them go. Anyway, these 2 guys don't seem to have many resources. Yes, it's from the Eternal Realm. I just received news that the cornerstones in the Eternal Realm position can also be used to recruit troops and exchange things. Chapter 430 Forced Intrusion. The foundation stone of the Eternal Realm can also be exchanged for something? Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. After the foundation stone of their side was destroyed, he had been worried about not being able to exchange for enough faith beads. Now he suddenly heard this news, which could really be said to be a timely help, making him overjoyed. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Lin Yu looked at the 2 people fiercely. I definitely didn't lie to you. We heard it from the mouths of those people from the Eternal Realm. I guarantee it with my life. I swear too. It's absolutely true. The 2 lords hurriedly answered, almost knelt down to kowtow to Lin Yu. The strong desire to survive could not be faked, and it also made Lin Yu believe their words. Of course, the fact that they didn't lie doesn't mean that the news must be true. Perhaps the Eternal Realm deliberately spread the news in order to attract the lords of various realms. But anyway, this was good news for him, and gave him hope of exchanging for the Orb of Faith. Okay, you can go now. Lin Yu kept his word, and did not embarrass the 2. Are you really going to let us go? The 2 lords looked at Lin Yu cautiously, and could not help but retreat. Seeing that he did not speak, they finally stopped staying, rode on their mounts and turned to flee, so fast that they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Go over there and take a look. Lin Yu ignored them and continued to advance towards the headquarters of the Eternal Realm with his troops. Today, he killed more than 20 lords of the Eternal Realm and 7 or 8 lords of other realms. In addition to the monsters he killed along the way, his magic power has accumulated to more than 200 million, and his battlefield merit has reached 33 points. If it can be exchanged for the Orb of Faith, it will be 3,000 points of faith power, which is not a small amount for him. So he continued to advance while clearing monsters all the way. Soon, Lin Yu came to the vicinity of the Eternal Realm position again. It was already afternoon. The edge of the Eternal Realm position was full of lords coming and going, all over the city walls. Lin Yu hid in a dilapidated attic half a kilometer away, looking at the streets around him that had become a mess because of the war, and observing their every move. Then he came to a conclusion. It was basically impossible to force his way in from the sky. It was estimated that he would be surrounded by those lords before he ran halfway, let alone run over the city wall to get inside. But he was not too worried, because he had the stealth skill. He could sneak into the position when the enemy was not paying attention. It only took a few seconds for him to change the things and then escape with random teleportation. The only problem now was how he could get close to the entrance of the position under heavy surveillance. After all, the stealth skill only lasted for 30 seconds, and it had to be used near the entrance to be in time. You can't just rush in, right? It seems that it's not impossible? Lin Yu's expression suddenly became strange. Anyway, his ultimate goal was just to get close to the foundation of the position. And he didn't say he wanted to destroy it. With his current escape skills, as long as he cooperated properly, there should be no problem in escaping. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. Finally, he made up his mind and started to prepare on the spot. The reason why he didn't choose to act at night was that there were more lords in the position at night, and it was easy to detect abnormalities from his breath, which was not good for his actions. In contrast, it was safer during the day. Even if he was besieged, the number was very limited, which was the most suitable time to force his way in. 10 minutes passed. Lin Yu was finally ready, and came to the top floor of the attic. He took a deep breath, and summoned the Demon Emperor Dragon. Then he flew out of the attic in a whistling wind, and flew straight towards the Eternal Realm position. Speed up. With an order, the Demon Emperor Dragon immediately activated the Shadow skill. And while the Eternal Realm Lord hadn't reacted yet, he suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the position. The speed was so fast that it came to the range of less than 200 meters of the position in a blink of an eye. Strange. Why is there a plant dragon flying towards us? At this time, the Lord of the Eternal Realm on the city wall finally found something wrong and asked in confusion, which attracted the attention of other lords. Then, they were stunned for a moment, and their expression suddenly changed. No, this is not our people. They are from other realms. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. Shouts rang out on the city wall. The lords of the Eternal Realm, who were traveling below, looked depressed and immediately gathered towards the entrance. A large number of flying soldiers appeared above the position, blocking Lin Yu's way forward. As he had detected, the air route was blocked. Land. Lin Yu made a prompt decision and quickly let the Demon Emperor Dragon land quickly, flipped over and jumped to the ground. Then put away the Demon Emperor Dragon and rushed towards the entrance of the position. How dare one person break into our position? How brave! Stop him! The appearance of the invader instantly made the entire ancient world's nest explode. Lords kept rushing in from all directions, forming a siege outside the position, looking at the entrance that was gradually blocked. Lin Yu's eyes fixed. For leaf protection activated. Savage Roar activated. Shadow activated. Deception activated. Suddenly, his entire speed increased to the extreme, turning into a residual image that shuttled back and forth in the crowd and headed straight for the entrance. And with the blessing of the deception skill, his breath assimilated with those arms, temporarily disrupting their attacks. By the time the lords reacted, he had already passed through the entrance, like a loach, and rushed into the position. Mirage! Without hesitation, he directly activated the stealth skill and entered the 30-second stealth state. What happened? Why did he suddenly disappear? It's a stealth skill. He went to the foundation stone of the position. Hurry up and protect the foundation stone of the position. The lords gathered at the entrance rushed into the position frantically and rushed towards the foundation stone. At this time, Lin Yu had already relied on his powerful speed to pass through the outer area, and came to the foundation stone of the position in the center. And his stealth state just disappeared. He's there. Attack! Don't let him get close to the foundation stone. The reaction of the Lord of the Ancient World was also very fast. As soon as they saw Lin Yu appear, they immediately surrounded him, and a large number of attacks poured out, instantly locking him. Lin Yu's eyes were like lightning, summoning the forest sage, directly launching the peace field, clearing all attacks. Then he came to the foundation stone of the position. As the two said, it really can be recruited and exchanged, and there is nearly 1,000,000 durability on the top. Not daring to think too much, his fingers slid quickly, clicked on the exchange interface, and exchanged all the resources on his body for faith beads. Where are the invaders? At this time, another team of lords ran out of the position, rushing from a distance. Lin Yu, who had just closed the interface and was about to teleport, saw a familiar figure in front of the team at a glance, and couldn't help but be stunned. Is it you? It's you? Two surprised shouts rang out almost at the same time. Lin Yu looked at Chu Jinyue, who appeared in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect to meet him here, and he happened to see the handle of his conspiracy with the Eternal World. It seems that the people of the Eternal World don't know what Chu Jinyue has done. They don't know that he is a lackey of the Eternal World. Otherwise, with their hatred with the Eternal World, they would never allow Chu Jinyue to live well like this. If I have caught the other party's good thing, I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. After taking a deep look at Chu Jinyue, Lin Yu did not hesitate and directly launched a random teleportation, and disappeared instantly with the forest sage. Chu Jinyue was stunned for a moment, and his face immediately sank. He actually saw us with the Eternal World. This is troublesome. A lord in the team frowned and said, obviously, they did not expect to meet Lin Yu here. Once the news of their conspiracy with the Eternal World spreads, they will probably be hunted down by the lords of all realms. This is not the most important thing. What worries them most is the Eternal World. If the people of the Eternal World knew that they had killed people to silence them before, and knew that they were working for the Eternal World, they would definitely turn against them immediately, and even hunt them down at all costs. They can't bear the anger of the dying. Moreover, there are nearly 2 days before the end of the 10,000 Worlds battlefield. Such a long time is enough for the lords of the Eternal World to crush them to ashes countless times. What should we do? Someone asked worriedly. At this point, we can only kill him, find him, and solve it to eliminate future troubles, Chu Jinyue said in a deep voice. But with his strength, it may not be easy to kill him. Don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he can't deal with so many of us at once. When the time comes, we will act together and set up an ambush. He can't escape anywhere. Okay. I track him down now. The Realm Alliance team led by Chu Jinyue has more than 1,000 people. Although Lin Yu's strength is far superior to that of an ordinary 8th level lord, he is not confident enough to compete with so many people at once. This is why he feels troubled. With Chu Jinyue's sinister and vicious style of doing things, he will definitely not let him go and want to kill him to silence him. Lin Yu still has this confidence. Fortunately, he ran fast enough. In just a blink of an eye, he was teleported to another location on the battlefield. However, this time his luck was not as good as last time. He was actually teleported directly to the center of the battlefield, a central city full of SSS level 9th order monsters. Fortunately, I didn't teleport directly into the monster's nest. Lin Yu looked around and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He is now next to a wide group of rockery. This rockery seemed to be used for viewing in the past. It is very clean, and there are no monsters entrenched inside. And the surrounding rock walls can also be used as a natural defense to resist monster attacks. It's just right. I can stay here tonight. Lin Yu glanced at the sky that was beginning to darken, and gave up the idea of leaving here. Although SSS level monsters are dangerous, he is confident that he can deal with them as long as they don't appear in groups. And in this place, he doesn't have to worry about being found. It's a good place to live. Thinking of this, he took the plants and began to arrange them around. Chapter 431. Thousands of people surrounded. The third day of the Wanjia battlefield arrived as scheduled. After a day and a half of fighting, the surviving lords were basically the stronger ones, and the death rate was also reduced a lot. But even so, fights in various parts of the battlefield still occurred frequently. Domain conflicts, scrambles for resources, and feuds were everywhere. Not long after the sun rose, Lin Yu had left the rockery group and rushed to the periphery. The center of the battlefield was too dangerous, and there were 9th order SSS-level monsters everywhere. Yesterday, because it was late, I chose to spend the night here. Now that the sky is bright again, I can't stay any longer. So soon, Lin Yu led the troops and moved forward carefully all the way, wandering on the abandoned streets. Found him. At this time, in a courtyard in the battlefield, a subordinate of Chu Jinyue, who was responsible for reconnaissance and tracking, suddenly shouted. Found him? Where? Chu Jinyue hurried out of the house after hearing the voice. The center of the battlefield. He is now in the center of the battlefield, the Lord said in shock. His troop is the Fire-Eyed Goshawk, which is known as the highest flying troop in the Beast system. Not only does it have excellent reconnaissance ability, but it is also a unique ability to hide. Even if it flies to the center of the battlefield where SSS-level monsters are everywhere, it is not easy to be discovered. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try and do some reconnaissance, but he didn't expect to find Lin Yu, who was on his way. The central area? Chu Jinyue murmured to himself, and his brows gradually frowned. I didn't expect him to run to that kind of place. What should we do? Should we go in and surround him? Another lord couldn't help asking. SSS-level monsters are still a huge threat to them. After all, they don't have the abnormal defense like Lin Yu's plant troop, which can withstand the attack. Of course I have to go. Chu Jinyue's eyes flashed with a cold light. Our secrets must not be known to others. And if we keep that guy, he will definitely become a big problem for us in the future. We can take this opportunity to get rid of him. What about his teleportation ability? If he escapes again, I'm afraid it will be difficult to catch him next time. It's okay. I have already prepared a countermeasure. Chu Jinyue chuckled and looked at a mechanical lord with a stern face beside him. How is it? Are you sure? Don't worry. He will never come back. The mechanical lord raised his head confidently. Okay. Gather everyone and set off immediately. With an order, thousands of lords of the Realm Alliance left the compound and rushed to the central area. On the other side, on the edge of a weedy garden in the center of the battlefield, Lin Yu, who left the rockery group, crouched behind a rock with several royal soldiers, staring at a tall black ape surrounded by thousands of monkeys in the garden. Name, Iron Arm Ape King, Lord, Race, Beast. Level, 9th Order, SSS level. Skills, Giant Arm. Overwhelming. Frenzy. Chaos, all attributes increased by 100%. Introduction. The ruler of the Iron Arm Giant Ape possesses a powerful force far beyond the same order, and is not less intelligent. Looking at the attribute interface in front of him, Lin Yu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. With a terrifying force of up to 25,000, he might be able to kill Qin Gang, who has the highest defense, with just one slap. This is far beyond the scope of 9th Order monsters. If he guessed correctly, it should be the blessing of the Giant Arm skill that can reach such an exaggerated level. Not to mention overwhelming and frenzy. He has seen such skills before, which can be regarded as extremely fierce. Then he took another look at the Ape King's nearly 20-meter tall body, and Lin Yu finally gave up the idea of taking action. Let's go! After saying something to the several royals around him, he slowly retreated and left the garden. The battlefield will end at noon tomorrow. He had to collect as many resources as possible. Otherwise it would be embarrassing if he had no magic to recruit soldiers when he upgraded to the 9th level. Thinking of this, Lin Yu sped up and continued to rush to the outer direction. He walked carefully all the way and finally came to a spacious and quiet street half an hour later. Huh? Lin Yu paused after just a few steps. A large number of figures and soldiers suddenly emerged around the originally quiet street. Surrounding him, even in the sky, countless flying soldiers suddenly rose, almost blocking the entire sky. We meet again. Brother Lin Yu. Chu Jinyue, who was carrying humanoid soldiers, walked out slowly in the crowd. Is it you? Lin Yu stared at the other person with a fixed gaze. He didn't expect Chu Jinyue to come to his door so quickly, and he also set up an ambush here in advance. It seems that his guess was right. This guy will not let him go so easily. He glanced at the thousands of 8th level lords and the soldiers scattered all over the street, and secretly observed the situation. Don't look. We have surrounded you here. You can't escape, Chu Jinyue said proudly. Whether you can escape or not is not up to you. Lin Yu's expression gradually darkened. Thousands of 8th level lords, and they are all elites from all walks of life. No matter how strong he is, he dare not be arrogant. With a thought, he directly activated random teleportation, and his body began to twist. But unexpectedly, at this time, a mechanical chariot loaded with an electric energy box suddenly rushed out from Chu Jinyua's side. Want to teleport? It's not that easy. With a loud shout, a circle of white arc suddenly burst out from the electric energy box of the mechanical chariot, covering Lin Yu. Affected by the skill of electromagnetic interference, all displacement skills are invalid, and the damage received from electric attributes is increased by 10%, which lasts for 30 seconds. Displacement skills invalid? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu was shocked. Unexpectedly, Chu Jinyue had specially prepared such a method to prevent him from escaping. Random teleportation originally requires a short preparation time. It was interrupted by the electromagnetic wave in an instant, and could not be started again. I said, "You can't escape." Chu Jinyue's smug laughter came from the side. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, and looked at the mechanical lord, who was well protected beside him. Even the protective measures were so well done. It was indeed specially targeted at him. Although the effect of electromagnetic interference is only 30 seconds, the mechanical lord has hundreds of electric chariots. Even if they are put in turns, they can cover the whole process, and completely block his teleportation ability. The only way is to run out of the electromagnetic interference range to release the locked state on his body. Escape. Lin Yu made a prompt decision, and rushed to the direction where the encirclement was weakest. You've been fooled. Unexpectedly, at this time, Chu Jinyue suddenly sneered from behind, in the direction where there were only a few troops. A large number of lords suddenly appeared without warning. They summoned thousands of troops, with a wave of their hands. Attack! With a loud shout, dense attacks appeared, instantly blocking all of Lin Yu's retreat routes. Lin Yu did not dare to be careless. Summoned all the troops, and set up a defensive formation around him. Charge! With a loud shout, he directly activated the active effect of the Frost Spirit Armor, and a 25% damage reduction ice shield protected the body. At the same time, Qin Gang's Savage Roar was activated, and he led the team to rush to the outer perimeter of the encirclement with heavy steps. Ling Qi's natural power erupted, and with a loud bang, countless vines rushed out of the ground, and formed a large defensive net around the team. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion echoed in ears. Even the powerful skills of Ling Qi were instantly destroyed by the huge number of attacks. The remaining attacks fell down and exploded among the plants. Lin Yu's ice shield also began to crack, and wounds were scratched on his body. Fortunately, the group treatment of the elves fell in time, allowing him and the soldiers to recover from their injuries. Now, seeing that the ice shield was about to collapse, Lin Yu's eyes were stern, and he led the team to slam into the encirclement formed by the soldiers in front. Then with a bang, the ice shield exploded, and a terrifying chill far beyond the 8th level suddenly spread and swept around. Those soldiers were unable to react in time, and were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. And their attack momentum also stopped. Stop him! Chu Jinyue, who was chasing from behind, shouted in surprise, and the soldiers in the air fell one after another, blocking Lin Yu's way. Taking this opportunity, the other lords, who were not controlled, tightened the encirclement and surrounded Lin Yu and the plant army again. What a trouble! Lin Yu cursed inwardly. He didn't expect these guys to be so difficult. Seeing the effect of the Savage Roar disappear, the sky was full of attacks. And without holding back, the Life Curtain and Guardian Barrier were activated at the same time to protect the team. After a round of bombardment and fierce impact, the two shields were broken, and even the shields on the soldiers only lasted less than 2 or 3 seconds before they were all repelled. Even Qin Gang was seriously injured, and had to return to the team for treatment. Sure enough, it was too strenuous for one person to face so many attacks from the soldiers at the same time. If this continued, when the encirclement was completely shrunk, he might really have to die here. Haha. Weren't you very crazy before? Aren't you going to die in our hands now? Attack! Attack with all your strength! Seeing Lin Yu's defense being defeated, the lords laughed even more triumphantly. With orders, skill surged out, and the flying soldiers in the sky turned into afterimages and swooped down, in order to put Lin Yu to death. Almost everyone burst out with the strongest means, and the power was so strong that the air around them was shaking violently. But he didn't know. Lin Yu was waiting for this moment, just as the attack was about to fall. With a hum, an invisible wave spread out with the forest sage as the center. Peaceful domain. Launch. Suddenly, all the attacks disappeared, leaving only a quiet world. The arrogant and complacent smiles of those lords all froze on their faces. Don't give them a chance to react. Lin Yu's feet suddenly exploded, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and rushed out. The speed was so fast that he rushed out of the encirclement in a blink of an eye and fled far away. The shocked people suddenly changed their faces. No! He escaped. Chase him! Don't let him run away! The angry shouts rang out, and the lords didn't care to think too much, and led the troops to chase him quickly, gathering into a surging wave on the street. Lin Yu had just put away his troops when a circle of electromagnetic waves enveloped him, and he was interfered for 30 seconds again. Looking back, he saw that the electric chariots were indeed chasing him, and they were so fast that he couldn't get rid of them. There were flying soldiers all over his head, which completely stopped him from escaping on the Demon Emperor Dragon. Since you like to chase, then chase me. Lin Yu had a cold killing intent, and he accelerated and rushed out of the street. And the direction he was heading was the garden where the Iron Wall Ape King was. Chapter 432 The Terrifying Iron-Armed Ape King. You can't escape. Just surrender. Call after shout echoed in the streets in the center of the battlefield. After chasing and fleeing, Lin Yu quickly rushed out of the street and ran towards the garden. The Realm Alliance team behind him was almost all over the sky and the ground, surging like a black tide. This is the advantage of team combat. With the blessing of various group skills, even in terms of speed, it is not inferior to Lin Yu in the 4-leaf protection state, and there is even a faint sign of catching up with him. Lin Yu's rule power is running, and the shadow skill is activated, and the speed is increased again, pulling the distance between the two sides apart. However, what he didn't expect was, at this time, Chu Xinyu suddenly shouted in the Realm Alliance team, "Charge the battle formation. Line up." As the voice fell, the humanoid cavalry around him spread out and formed a cone-shaped battle formation in front of the team. The next second, the speed of the troops in the entire range suddenly increased, and the distance between the two sides was gradually shortened. This is the special feature of the humanoid troops. It can play different effects and cooperate through various battle formations. For example, the defensive battle formation of shield armored troops and the charge battle formation of cavalry troops. This is a type of troops that attaches great importance to the command ability of the Legion. And it is also a type of troops that can only play the greatest effect if they are good at matching troops. Chu Xinyu can become the leader of the Boundary Alliance team, which is indeed not to be underestimated. Seeing that the troops behind are gradually approaching, Lin Yu summoned the Mushroom Monster King. No need for too many words. As soon as the Mushroom Monster King appeared, he immediately picked a bunch of mushrooms of different colors from his body, threw them back, and turned into a parabola and fell on the road that Chu Xinyu and his team had to pass. Boom! Several huge mushroom clouds rose, and the cavalry in the front were blown to pieces. 2 unlucky guys were directly blown to death on the spot. Kill the 8th level Lord of the Other Plane. Get 37.84 million magic power, 1 battlefield merit, and 1 8th level territory essence. Kill the 8th level Lord of the Other Plane. Get 65.1 million magic power, 1 battlefield merit, and 1 8th level territory essence. All of a sudden, Lin Yu got more than 100 million magic power. It's a pity that there are only 2 battlefield merits, which seem to have been exchanged for things. But the good news is, after Chu Xinyu's cavalry was blown up, the charge state was also lifted, and the speed slowed down instantly. Leader, if you continue to chase, you will reach the center. A lord next to Chu Xinyu reminded. It is extremely risky for them to take action in such a place. If they continue to chase, something unexpected may happen. Chu Xinyu naturally knew that doing so would be very dangerous. But once they missed this great opportunity to kill Lin Yu, they would let a future enemy go, and it would not be so easy to kill him again at that time. Keep chasing. With so many of us, are we still afraid of a few monsters? Chu Xinyu said in a deep voice. Thousands of 8th level lords will not be in great danger as long as they don't encounter 2 abnormal monsters or monster groups. And in order to kill the future enemy, this loss is completely worth it. So soon, they regrouped and activated the acceleration skill again to chase Lin Yu. In this way, in the pursuit and escape, Lin Yu finally crossed the road he had passed before and came to the outside of the garden. He took a look at the army of soldiers who were still chasing him behind him, and without hesitation, he plunged into the garden. Seeing this, the lords of the Realm Alliance suddenly changed their faces. especially after seeing the huge iron-armed giant ape in the garden. They were even more shocked. Not good. It's a Lord monster. SSS-level iron-arm ape king. He ran inside. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The people of the Realm Alliance were terrified. They didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying monster here. The 9th level SSS level Lord monster has an average attribute of nearly 20,000. They can't deal with it at all, no matter how many people they have. In the exclamation, they immediately turned around and fled away from the garden. However, how could Lin Yu let them leave so easily? Roar! The Iron Arm Ape King, who was in the center of the garden, was finally alarmed by this intruder and let out a shocking roar. The roar turned into a wave of air, sweeping around, and frightened the people of the Realm Alliance. He actually ran in. Is that guy going to die? Chu Xunyue's face was gloomy. He turned back to look inside the garden, but was stunned, because at this time, Lin Yu's figure could no longer be seen in the garden, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Instead, a huge black shadow descended from the sky and suddenly landed in the middle of their team. Boom! Ah! The screams and a loud bang. The whole ground was smashed down by the Iron Arm Ape King. The soldiers and lords within a radius of dozens of meters were instantly crushed into meat paste, and the blood stained the ground red. The rest of the people were horrified at the sudden appearance of this huge monster. Run! Someone shouted, and the lords woke up immediately, turned around and fled with their own soldiers. Where was the fierceness just now? Originally, if they were organized, they might be able to resist one or two. But at this time, they had already lost their fighting spirit and were in disarray. How could they stop the terrifying power of the Iron Arm Ape King? In a blink of an eye, the Iron Arm Ape King caught up with them, and his huge body rushed through the team, killing people everywhere. Large groups of soldiers were blown away, including many lords, and no one was a match for it. Come back! Come back! Chu Xunyue shouted loudly in the team, trying to reorganize the formation. But the army was in chaos. No matter how he shouted, no one responded to his call. On the contrary, because of this, the Iron Arm Ape King's attention was attracted, and his red eyes like copper bells suddenly turned back. Damn it! Chu Xunyue cursed inwardly, and he didn't care about so much. So he rode on his warhorse and turned around to escape. However, the next second, his head suddenly darkened, and a huge figure fell from the sky. Looking up, it was the Iron Arm Ape King who was chasing him. Chu Xunyue was horrified and immediately asked the armored guards around him to hold up their shields, forming a defensive battle formation, and unfolded a huge light shield above his head. Boom! With a loud noise, the light shield cracked. However, Chu Xunyue also took advantage of the aftermath of the impact to retreat violently, and fled the scene without looking back. But he didn't notice that a dandelion just fell and gently attached to his back. He ran like this for 7 or 8 minutes before finally getting rid of the pursuit of the Iron-Armed Ape King and coming to a dilapidated market alone. Huh? Chu Xunyue panted and looked behind him, seeing that the Iron-Armed Ape King was not chasing him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and fell into the carriage next to him, his expression extremely gloomy. In this battle, their team suffered heavy losses, and I don't know how many lords were lost. When he returns this time, he will definitely be punished for his poor performance. Just thinking about it makes him extremely angry, and he wants to pull out Lin Yu's tendons, peel off his skin, and eat his flesh and blood. Lin! You? Chu Xunyue's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he squeezed out 2 words from his teeth, and his fists clenched and creaked. Are you calling me? But at this moment, a response sounded. Chu Xunyue's face changed, and he immediately stood up and looked at the source of the sound. However, what greeted him were 3 cold rays of light that flashed across the back of his neck, almost blocking all his evasive routes. It was Wu Ying and its 2 phantom clones lurking nearby. Chu Xunyue was shocked, and his whole body shook, and the armor on his body suddenly burst into a defensive golden light. Clang! The sound of vibrating eardrum sounded. The attacks of Wu Ying and the 2 clones were all bounced away, and the attack missed. It was actually blocked? Lin Yu was extremely surprised. Just now, he deliberately made a sound to distract Chu Xunyue, and then let Wu Ying sneak attack from behind when he was not prepared. But he didn't expect that he could react. This Chu Xunyue is really not simple. But he will not stop there. With a thought, all the soldiers were summoned by him. Whoosh! 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 Countless vines suddenly rushed out and surrounded Chu Xinyu. The vines of the green vine spread all around, blocking the entire market. Humph! Do you think you can kill me like this? Chu Xinyu snorted coldly. And various humanoid soldiers appeared, cutting off the surrounding vines with one knife. The blade continued to move forward, shooting out sharp air blades, cutting the remaining vines into pieces, and easily blocking Lin Yu's attack. 9th level equipment? Lin Yu's eyes focused, and he recognized the equipment worn by those soldiers at a glance. More than 400 soldiers were all wearing a set of 9th level equipment. The racial talent of the humanoid system is to enhance the bonus effect of the equipment. The higher the level of the origin space, the higher the bonus. With Chu Xinyu's strength, it is obvious that he has reached the full value of the 8th level bonus. No wonder he is so confident. The value of these equipment added together is probably worth hundreds of millions. In this case, he can't hold back. Go! At the command, Qin Gang's savage roar was launched directly, and he led the team to charge towards Chu Xinyu. Wherever he went, the ground shook and cracks appeared. Defense formation. Chu Xinyu quickly retreated to the rear of the army, and led 2 rows of armored guards holding 9th level giant shields directly deployed defensive light shields to block the ancient tree army's way forward. He had used this light shield when fighting the Iron Arm Ape King just now, and it could barely block the attack of even a 9th level SSS level Lord monster. It is impossible for an 8th level Lord to break it in a short time. As long as time is delayed, the Lords of other realm alliances will soon arrive here. And then, thinking of this, Chu Xinyu couldn't help but sneer, looking at Lin Yu in the distance with disdain. However, what he saw was a huge carnivorous plant next to Lin Yu, which suddenly opened its bloody mouth composed of 4 petals. Swallow. A voice without any emotion sounded. A strange suction force suddenly emerged from that bloody mouth. His defensive light shield dissipated rapidly under that suction force, turning into strands of golden energy that flowed into it. Chapter 433, Heaven Fallen Wealth. Death Devourer. It can devour the skill effects within the specified range, convert them into its own energy, and heal itself. It is the signature skill of Tian Tun. Chu Xinyu obviously did not expect Lin Yu to have this skill. Seeing the majestic ancient tree army rushing over, his face suddenly changed drastically. Long snake formation. With a loud shout, the shields of the armored guards around him collided with each other, forming a row of defensive walls, rotating around the center at high speed from the inside to the outside, like a swimming giant snake. Following, the translucent snake scales composed of energy appeared, wrapping the entire team. The entire team actually turned into a golden giant python. Boom! The ancient tree army led by Qin Gang hit the snake scale protection hard. But the terrifying impact force did not knock open Chu Xinyu's long snake formation, but deflected, and the attack was removed by the rotating snake scale protection. Entangle. Lin Yu did not stop. With a command, a large number of vines suddenly rushed out from the ground where Chu Xinyu's troops were located, and tied up the rotating Duanjia guards. The originally swimming snake slowed down instantly. The golden snake scales also dimmed a little. Cry. At this moment, the Demon Emperor Dragon and the Demon Queen Dragon in the sky roared, and their huge bodies rushed into the sky, launching a combination skill, circling at high speed in the opposite direction above the battle formation. The next second, a violent gust of wind blew up, and it fell from the sky. Changed the formation. Fang Yuan. Chu Xinyu was not panicked at all. After shouting in a deep voice, he chopped the vines with his long sword and rescued the Duanjia guards. Then, the Duanjia guards crossed each other, using the shield as a shell to trap other light and mobile troops, and then connected to each other to form an iron barrel. The strong wind swept past, but it couldn't shake them at all. Blocked? Lin Yu was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Chu Xinyu to have so many tricks. He used the battle formation of humanoid soldiers to perfection. He was definitely the strongest among the 8th level lords he had ever seen. Just thinking. The strong wind dissipated, the wild roar ended, and the momentum of the plants weakened. Seeing this, Chu Xinyu immediately changed the formation. Sharp arrow formation. At the command, the iron barrel-like troops suddenly spread out, resisting the attack of plants while moving rapidly. The armor guards were on both sides to resist the damage, and the cavalry and swordsmen formed a cone formation in the middle. After a piece of golden swords and iron horses passed by, All the weapons in the hands of the soldiers were attached with a golden blade, as if cutting through the air, and even the momentum suddenly increased. Charge! Chu Jinyue pointed his sword forward and charged towards Lin Yu's position. The entire huge team turned into a sharp arrow, suddenly knocked open the ancient tree defense, and rushed into the rear under the mushroom bombardment. And those ancient trees that were knocked open were cut by the golden blade light. And there were unfathomable wounds. It seems that this is a battle formation that increases attack. And it also has a repulse effect. Stop them! Lin Yu's face was slightly gloomy, and he gave orders to the plants around him. Upon hearing this, the Mushroom Demon King immediately led the bombing mushroom army to retreat quickly and gave up his position. Then a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and countless vines rushed out of the ground, forming an impenetrable defense net in front. At the same time, the life curtain and the protective barrier opened together to protect the plant army. The fierce charge battle formation collided with the defense net in a blink of an eye, and the momentum of the charge stopped. What? Chu Jinyue's face changed. He didn't expect that his strongest offensive charge battle formation was so easily blocked. But he didn't know. Lin Yu had already let the symbiotic moss activate the effect of the desperate secret treasure, converting all attributes into physical fitness. Although it was only 10 seconds, it was enough to block his attack. This also put Chu Jinyue in a situation of being heavily double-teamed. You lose, Lin Yu said indifferently. As the voice fell, a large area of red light emerged again, causing the attributes of all plants to suddenly increase. Chu Jinyue, who was shocked, suddenly changed his face. He did not expect that Lin Yu's explosive means would recover so quickly. In a panic, he immediately changed his defensive formation and retreated quickly. But what greeted them was the ancient tree army led by Qin Gang, which formed a siege with Lin Yu's rear troops and directly attacked them fiercely. Then, the cannon was fired, and the dragon flame bullet that penetrated everything was shot out from the mouth. Guard! Feeling the terrifying power contained in this attack, Chu Jinyue did not dare to hold back and activated the secret treasure effect of the Duanjia Guard. One shield after another unfolded, wrapping them up, and the original retreating steps also paused. This is a secret treasure of the army that reduces the group damage by 50% at the cost of sacrificing the ability to move. And it is also a defensive method that Chu Jinyue is proud of. With the blessing of this secret treasure, absolutely no 8th level lord can break his defense, as long as he can hold out for Lin Yu's burst time, and then use his defensive battle formation to delay until others arrive. He will still be the winner in the end. Thinking of this, Chu Jinyue smiled. Boom! Sparks exploded and exploded on the shield, accompanied by a crisp sound of click. The smile on Chu Jinyue's face also froze at this moment. The Longyan bullet continued to move forward, directly penetrating the bodies of the front row of Duanjia guards, killing them instantly. How could it be? Chu Jinyue's pupil shrank suddenly, and he looked at the Duanjia guards lying on the ground in horror, and subconsciously retreated. But at this moment, a cold light flashed and attacked his back. It was Wu Ying, who had been waiting for a long time. Puff! Blood splashed. At the critical moment, Chu Jinyue avoided Wu Ying's fatal blow with his extraordinary consciousness, and a bloody hole was pierced in his shoulder. The severe pain made his face pale, and he staggered to the side and hid behind the soldiers. Attack! Unexpectedly, Lin Yu didn't give him a chance to react. At the command, all the plants suddenly jumped up and bombarded his remaining troops. Without the support of the battle formation and the secret treasure, Chu Jinyue had no way to resist the attack of the plants. In a blink of an eye, he was defeated on all fronts, and his troops fell in groups and became food for various plants. Spare my life. I can give you anything you want, Chu Jinyue shouted in shock. His face was terrified, and he no longer had any image. Do you think I will let someone who wants to kill me go? Lin Yu sneered and raised his arm slowly. Then, under Chu Jinyue's shocked gaze, he condensed a sky full of wooden thorns in the air and attached a layer of dark blue ice. This is the power of rules. How can you use the power of rules? Chu Jinyue's eyes were horrified, and a sound like a rooster being strangled came out of his mouth. The last bit of reason in his heart was finally crushed by fear, and he retreated in panic. The next second, the wooden thorns fell down with a bang, completely submerging him and the soldiers around him. After a sharp scream, there was no sound. Kill the 8th level lord of the other plane. Get 300 million magic power, 2 battlefield merits, and 1 8th level territory essence. A cold reminder sounded in his mind. Lin Yu paused after hearing it. He didn't expect there was so much magic power. He already had 300 million magic power. And with this 300 million, it directly reached an exaggerated level of 600 million. It seems that this guy has exploited the resources of other lords before. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed that there were several glowing things next to Chu Jinyue's body. Something exploded. Surprised, he immediately took a few steps to the side of the body and picked up all the things. After a careful count, there were 5 things in total. A humanoid territory sacred object and an SSS-level soldier secret treasure, which should be what Chu Jinyue exchanged for battlefield merits. There was another scroll, which turned out to be the scroll for upgrading the troops he was collecting. This guy is indeed worthy of being the leader of the Realm Alliance. And he is indeed rich. But what Lin Yu didn't expect the most was the remaining 2 things. Name, Origin Crystal Core. Grade, Rare. Introduction, after use. The upper limit of the Origin space range is increased by 1,000 meters. Name, Faith Orb, top level, grade, Rare. Introduction, after use. You can directly obtain 5,000 points of faith power. After reading the properties of the 2 things, Lin Yu's eyes widened. Can this thing be exchanged in the exchange interface? He didn't remember that there were these 2 things in the exchange interface. And even if it was randomly drawn, it would be impossible to draw 2 rare items at once. Could it be that this is the reward for destroying the cornerstone of the position? If that's the case, then it makes sense. But even so, Lin Yu was still very excited. 5,000 faith, plus the 5 faith orbs he just exchanged, is exactly 10,000 points. In other words, he can finally reach the 9th level. This is simply a pleasant surprise. A windfall. He took a deep breath and finally calmed his restless heart. Then he looked at the holy object and the secret treasure. Territory Holy Object. Commander, Humanoid System. Level 1. Battle Formation Effect plus 5%. Duration plus 5 seconds. Level 2. Battle Formation Effect plus 10%. Duration plus 5 seconds. Level 3. Battle Formation Effect plus 15%. Duration plus 5 seconds. Level 4. Unlock Territory Skill. Commander. Commander, passive when activating the battle formation. All arms attributes are increased by 10%. Features, Territory Battle Formation Effect plus 30%. Duration plus 15 seconds. Features, General the effect of the holy object increases with the range of the origin space. Arms Secret Treasure, Charge. Secret Treasure Type, Special. Secret Treasure Level, SSS Level. Secret Treasure Effect, when launching a charge, the speed is increased by 40%, and there is a 40% probability of repelling the enemy. Unfortunately, both of them can only be used by humanoid soldiers. After returning, they can be exchanged for other treasures. As for the 9th level equipment on those soldiers, they have been basically damaged in the battle, and their value has dropped sharply. There is no need to recycle them. After putting the things away, Lin Yu recalled all the soldiers to the origin space for healing, and then rode the Demon Emperor Dragon and hurriedly left the market. This battle can be said to be extremely thrilling. If you are not careful, you may be besieged and killed by thousands of lords. Fortunately, he has enough means, and with the interference of the Iron Arm Ape King, he finally killed Chu Jinyue, who was alone in the chaos. Thanks to this guy, he sent him so many resources. The plan to upgrade him to the 9th level was finally successfully completed. He only needs to go back after the battlefield to upgrade directly. Chapter 434. The battlefield is over, and the harvest is counted. The death of Chu Jinyue did not have much impact on the situation in the number 1 battlefield. The entire battlefield is still full of ancient lords, who are constantly hunting down the surviving lords of each world in various areas. And those lords have tried to organize and launch an attack on the ancient world position in the middle, but they all ended in failure. Until noon on the last day, the long-lost reminder sound finally sounded in the minds of all lords. Congratulations to all lords for successfully surviving in the battlefield of all worlds for 3 days. The battlefield of all worlds is over, and teleportation is about to begin. Please be prepared. Finally, I'm going back. In a corner of the battlefield, Lin Yu silently raised his head and looked at the sky. Then, he clicked on the resource interface and took a look. A total of 800 million magic energy. Much more than the last battlefield. These are all accumulated by him in this day to clear monsters and kill the lords of the ancient world and the people of the Realm Alliance. counting the 500 million stored in his territory. The total amount is 1.3 billion mana, which should be enough for him to upgrade to the 9th level. It's worth his hard work during this period. As for the attack on the Eternal Realm, he did not participate, because he knew very well that it was basically impossible to break through the gap in numbers and strength between the two sides. And the result also proved that he was right. When the transmission was about to begin, a reminder sounded in his mind. The battlefield mission failed if the foundation of the Eternal Realm was not broken. Sure enough, the mission of the number 1 battlefield cannot be completed every time. And at the moment when the voice fell, white lights lit up everywhere in the battlefield, and all the surviving lords were teleported back to their respective realms. Lin Yu, who was waiting, also fell into a state of weightlessness and a distorted vision. Swish! The light flashed. When he stood still again, he was back in his territory, looking at the familiar world tree and the long-lost scenes around him. Lin Yu's tense mood instantly relaxed. I'm back. I'm back alive. Haha. I've successfully survived another round of battlefield. Brothers, come out and report your safety. At this time, a large amount of news began to emerge on the Principality channel. The lords who had just returned to the territory were excitedly discussing their experiences and gains on this battlefield, and the entire channel was extremely lively. Lin Yu looked at the news for a while, then came to the world tree and began to sort out the gains from this battlefield to prepare for the upgrade to the 9th level. Although it was only 3 days, but his gains this time were not small. First of all, the power of faith. 5 high-level gems plus 1 top gem. A total of 10,000 points of faith. The second is the rare troop token, Deep Blue Dream, and the ordinary beast token, Phantom Black Lizard. The last is the humanoid holy relic and secret treasure obtained by killing Chu Jinyue, as well as 2 troop upgrade scrolls. Each of these things is worth a lot, especially the Origin Crystal Core, which is equivalent to the value of 10 Origin Crystals. If he guessed correctly, this should be the reward Chu Jinyue received after destroying the cornerstone of the Wanjiefang position, which is equivalent to the battlefield mission reward they accepted. If such a precious thing is taken out, even the 9th level lord will covet it. Unexpectedly, it ended up being cheap for him. It can be regarded as completing the battlefield mission in disguise. It's just that it was not completed by his hands. After taking out the things one by one and putting them away, Lin Yu took the lead in picking up the Faith Orb. Do you want to use Faith Orb Advanced? Do you want to use Faith Orb Top? Use all? As the voice fell, all the Faith Orbs turned into streams and merged into the world tree. Lin Yu quickly opened the territory interface and took a look. The power of faith finally successfully broke through 50,000 and reached the level required for upgrading to the 9th level. However, he did not upgrade the territory immediately, but opened the arms interface and repatriated all the arms, leaving only the royal family and symbiotic moss, and 6 plant dragons for traveling, because the level of the fraudulent willow is upgraded with the territory. After the territory is upgraded to the 9th level, the level of this soldier will also be forced to upgrade to the 9th level. At that time, it will cost 10 times the price to mutate again. That is, 250,000 magic power each time. Even if he has more magic power, he dare not squander it like this. The symbiotic moss mutated by the fraudulent willow can not only copy the attributes of other soldiers, but also automatically upgrade the level with the territory. So before upgrading, all the symbiotic mosses must be mutated. After thinking about it, Lin Yu clicked on the recruitment interface, recruited all the 300 empty positions into fraudulent willow, and then started mutation. Brothers, big news! The entrance to the monster plane has been closed. At this moment, a different message suddenly appeared on the Principality channel. The plane entrance is closed? Lin Yu was watching the Principality channel while mutating his troops, showing a surprised expression. What do you mean? The plane entrance is closed? Did something happen in the monster plane? Could it be an accident? Absolutely true. And not only is the plane entrance closed, it seems that even the teleportation to the border city is closed. Fuck. Even the main city is closed? I just tried it. It's true. Messages kept flashing on the channel, and the topic quickly turned from battlefield encounters to the plane entrance and the border city. These two places. One is a channel connecting to other realms, and the other is an entrance to the monster plane. They were closed at the same time, which is a bit incredible. Obviously, during the opening of the battlefield, something big must have happened in the realm. This reminded Lin Yu of the inexplicable vibration he felt in the battlefield before. Could it be because of this? It seems that I have to hurry up to upgrade. Lin Yu felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. And the movement of the mutated troops also accelerated a lot. In less than 2 hours, 300 symbiotic mosses were mutated. And he spent a full 1 billion magic energy. If he mutated again after upgrading to the 9th level, the consumption would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the remaining 300 million magic energy was almost enough for him to recruit 9th level soldiers. The only thing missing now was a 9th level mutant embryo. According to Lin Yu's idea, the infinite proliferation of blood sword grass and the attribute protection of lucky 4-leaf clover were the best choices. Although the rare soldier he just got, Deep Blue Dream, was also a 9th level embryo. Its skills were not suitable for large-scale mutations. But it would take at least a month to wait until blood sword grass or 4-leaf clover were researched. And he really couldn't wait. Forget it. Let's go to the sanctuary first. After closing the interface, getting up and patting the dust on his body, Lin Yu took the battlefield treasure he had just obtained and teleported to the floating islands through the portal. As soon as he stood still, he was shocked by the lively scene in front of him. Looking around, every floating island was filled with lords from various countries. Some were selling goods at stalls, and some were strolling around shopping. The scene of people coming and going was just like the new year. Of course, many of them received the news and came to check the plane entrance. And all went straight to the central island. Lin Yu followed them to the central island. As the Lord said, the space crack connecting to the monster plane had completely disappeared, leaving only an empty portal and statues standing around. What happened here? Why did the plane entrance suddenly disappear? There is no way to go to the monster plane. Where can I get resources in the future? Yes. I don't know when it will be restored. Such a big thing. The emperors must know it. Let's go back and wait for news. The lords gathered around the portal and talked about it. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were confused, some were worried, and some were uneasy. But no matter what they thought, they could only wait for the news to come down from above. Lin Yu stayed for a while and didn't receive any useful information. So he left the central island and wandered around the stalls on various platforms. Huh? Suddenly, when he passed by a 9th level lord stall, his eyes were attracted by a soldier token with plant patterns carved on it. When he got closer, it was the soldier he was looking for. Soldier token, fantasy sword grass, plant system, soldier grade, ordinary. Soldier level, 9th level. Function, unlocks the ordinary plant-based soldier fantasy sword grass. Introduction, the advanced form of blood sword grass, which greatly improves its proliferation ability. Usage requirements, 9th level territory. 2.5 million mana. That's right. It is the advanced soldier of blood sword grass. Although it is not the lucky 4-leaf clover he wants most. It is also a very good mutant embryo, which makes him overjoyed. Excuse me. How much is this token? Lin Yu took a deep breath and looked at the 9th level lord, who was sitting at the side of the stall sorting out items. Only exchange, not sell. The 9th level lord glanced at him and immediately lowered his head. Lin Yu didn't think much and took out the phantom lizard token from his personal space. Do you think this token is okay? The 9th level lord raised his head and glanced at the token in his hand, slightly surprised. This unit is indeed good, but it's not enough to exchange for my token. Why? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Both are ordinary units, and the value-added grass unit branch is notoriously weak, with only a quarter of the same level of attributes. It's not enough to exchange even so. Is this guy trying to trick him? Don't you know? The 9th level lord raised his eyebrows. After the blood sword grass unit is promoted to the 9th level, the proliferation skill has an additional effect, and the attributes will be completely copied to the original body. Completely copied? Yes. No matter how high the attribute bonus of your unit is, the attributes of the proliferated split will be exactly the same as the original body. Are you serious? A gleam of light suddenly burst out in Lin Yu's eyes. The properties are exactly the same as the original body. That is, the bonus effect of the symbiotic moss, and even the bonus properties of other implanted arms, will be inherited by the split body. This is much stronger than before, because the previous proliferation body only inherited the basic properties of the original body, and the appearance of this additional effect simply maximizes the value of this arm. Buy! Be sure to buy this arm token. Chapter 435 Ninth Order. The Path of Saints. If you want to exchange, you have to add something else. The Ninth Order Lord obviously noticed the change in Lin Yu's expression and said lightly, "Generally, the price of ordinary Ninth Order tokens is around 50 million. And those with excellent skill attributes are often hundreds of millions. If you don't have something good, you may not be able to exchange it." Lin Yu pondered for a moment, and then took out the humanoid token from his personal space. "Add this? Is it okay? An SSS level token is worth 30 million at the lowest price, which is more than enough to make up for the difference between the two tokens." The Ninth Order Lord glanced at the attributes and showed a surprised expression again. "I didn't expect you to have so many things. This token is a small top-grade item of the humanoid system. If you count them together, I still got a bargain. I will give you another 10 million mana." "Deal." Lin Yu's face was happy, and he immediately sent a transaction application. There were still many things to sell on the Ninth Order Lord stall, so he didn't say much and chose to confirm and put the Phantom Sword Grass token on it. After several operations, both of them got what they needed. "Thank you." Lin Yu thanked him and happily put the token away. The Ninth Order Lord ignored him, responded casually, and sat back on the stall to organize things. He seemed to be a lonely person, and with Lin Yu's current level, he was not in the eyes of the Ninth Order Lord. It was very friendly to talk to him so much. Lin Yu didn't care. After taking a look at the stalls and finding nothing he could use, he turned around and left, and continued to wander around other stalls. This time he was lucky. After just 2 platforms, he found someone at a stall in the corner selling scrolls for upgrading arms. And 2 at a time. After some bargaining, he finally succeeded in using the Master of Domination Holy Relic to get the 2 scrolls in an equivalent way. The stall owner wanted to raise the price. After all, the scroll of upgrading the soldier type was rare, and using it to upgrade to the 9th level was equivalent to saving 100 territory essences. But unfortunately, the stall owner himself was a humanoid, and he was just looking for a battle array type territory relic. One willing to be killed, the other willing to be beaten. He finally couldn't resist the temptation of the relic in Lin Yu's hand. In this way, Lin Yu had a total of 9 upgrade scrolls. In addition to the 7 royal families, there were 2 more that could be used to upgrade other soldiers, such as the 9th royal family. After putting the scroll away, he walked around the platform again, and sold the soldier secret treasures that had been replaced and exchanged for magic energy. Lin Yu teleported back to the territory again, feeling both excited and nervous. After so much running around and preparing, he finally gathered all the necessary conditions for upgrading to the 9th level, and finally could step into this level that he had longed for, and his Huansha city. It will also become the only 9th level territory in this border area. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate any longer. He took a deep breath and slowly came to the world tree and clicked on the territory upgrade interface. The territory has met the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? The cold reminder sounded much more pleasant than before. Lin Yu glanced around, glanced at the distant Huansha city, and slowly opened his mouth. Upgrade? As the voice fell, a loud rumble suddenly came from all around Huansha city, including inside and outside the forest, and began to shake violently. Above the lush world tree, a vast and boundless breath of life suddenly erupted, sweeping in all directions. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Is it a monster attack? Quick! Go get your weapons! The people in the forest kept exclaiming, all panicked by the sudden change. And we're in a mess. Wei Gang, who was patrolling in the city, also led his team to rush over and join Shui Chonggui and other managers outside the city, each of them as if they were facing a great enemy. Yu Daonan and Xiao Songyun, the 9th level practitioners who were practicing in the forest, rushed out and quickly joined them. Old Yu, Coach Xiao. Seeing the 2 people appear, Wei Gang, Shui Chonggui, and the managers hurried to greet them. Yu Daonan and Xiao Songyun waved to them, and then looked at the source of the vibration, the world tree standing in the center of the forest. This breath? Can't it be? The 2 people were shocked, and their faces showed surprise without exception. It should be correct. This is going to be promoted to the 9th level. 9th level? The Lord is going to become a 9th level Lord. Hearing the words of the 2, Shui Chonggui and others were shocked. Their eyes widened. 9th level Lord. That is an extremely rare existence even in the entire principality. It is said that there are only dozens of them in their great wilderness principality. and most of them are located in the most central area of the principality, and are admired by countless people. Their lord is going to become the high and mighty 9th level lord. Doesn't this mean Huangsha City will also become a 9th level territory? Thinking of this, Shui Chonggui and others couldn't help but get excited, and their faces flushed with excitement. You know, they watched Huangsha City rise step by step from a 6th level territory. They also watched Huangsha City slowly develop from a small border town to a large border city today. That feeling is really hard to describe in words. No, we can't stand here anymore. We have to maintain order quickly, and don't make any trouble. After the excitement, Wei Gang quickly reacted. Yes, yes, go and appease the people first. And don't distract the lord. Shui Chagui was shocked and came back to his senses. Now is the critical time for the lord to upgrade. They can't just stand there like this. If they make any trouble that affects the lord upgrade, they will be blamed even if they die 100 times. So soon, several people hurriedly left, each gathering people to maintain order, leaving only Yu Daonan and Xiao Songyun to guard the side. At this time, Lin Yu's territory upgrade has also reached the most critical moment. Under the cover of the vast and boundless breath of life, the forest around the territory began to expand outward, and trees and vegetation rose from the ground. The world tree in the center grew even faster, with lush branches and leaves extending out. Finally, when it grew to nearly 500 meters, a buzz sounded, and a green light column suddenly rose, instantly illuminating the sky within hundreds of kilometers. The lords who were originally chatting in the Principality channel were also attracted by this abnormality. What's going on? Why did a bright light suddenly appear in the east? I saw it too. What a terrifying aura. This aura. Could it be that someone is upgrading to the 9th level? 9th level lord? Does our principality have a new 9th level lord? Looking at this location, it seems to be in the border area. I remember there is only an 8th level lord there. You mean Huangsha City? The entire Principality channel was boiling with excitement, and everyone was talking about this sudden upgrade phenomenon. Many people also judged that the person who upgraded was Lin Yu based on the location, and they were a little bit unbelievable, because as far as they know, Lin Yu upgraded to the 8th level less than half a year ago, and he was upgraded to the 9th level so quickly. This speed is a bit too terrifying. In half a year, many people estimated that they could not even upgrade to the 1st level, let alone to the 9th level, which is the closest level to the 10th level. The capital, in the palace of the king's city, sitting on the throne, Ji Xinghe looked at the principality interface in front of him with great surprise, and also learned the news of Lin Yu's upgrade. Your Majesty, I have just sent someone to investigate, and it is indeed the Lord of Huangsha City who has been upgraded, a minister below said with a bow. Well, I already know. Ji Xinghe closed the interface, and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that he would reach such a level in such a short time. I really didn't misjudge him. Your Majesty, what do you think we should say? Another minister asked. The 9th level lord is definitely the most solid force in the principality. Like a pillar. Even when the principalities measure their national strength, the number of 9th level lords accounts for a very large proportion, and they cannot help but pay attention to it. Even in many principalities, they will secretly send people to win over the 9th level lords of other principalities, and let them move to their own principalities. This is also the reason why the 9th level lords are basically in the center of the principality, because they almost own the best resources in the entire principality. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and said, I remember that his Huangsha City is developing trade routes. In this case, let's send someone to contact him and connect the routes with the capital. It is obviously unrealistic to ask Lin Yu to move his territory to the principality. Ji Xinghe also saw this point, so he thought of a compromise and used trade routes to keep Lin Yu. Once Huangsha City has 1,000 connections with the Great Wilderness Principality, even if Lin Yu wants to leave, he will probably consider the pros and cons. It can only be said that Ji Xinghe's move was very clever, and he just caught the soft spot of Lin Yu's needs. At this time, in Huangsha City, after more than 10 minutes of territory expansion, Lin Yu's territory finally successfully upgraded to the 9th level, ushering in a series of long-lost prompts. The territory has been successfully upgraded, and the current level is level 9. The upper limit of the army type has been increased. The upper limit of the building has been unlocked, and the level 9 battle power list has been opened. The level of the holy object has been unlocked, and the territory skill, Natural balance has been activated. The origin space has been upgraded. And a new function has been unlocked, storage space. When the level reaches the requirement, the task will be automatically activated, the Way of the Saint. The Way of the Saint? Lin Yu's attention was immediately attracted by the last sentence. After upgrading to level 9, the task will be automatically activated? The Way of the Saint. The road to the Saint level. The name is related to level 10. Without hesitation, he quickly clicked on the task details. The Way of the Saint, territory task: break through the shackles to become a saint. Collect the following items to condense the fragments of the Godhead. Magic power, 400 million/5 billion, the power of faith, 626/250,000, level 9 territory essence, 380, original space, 11, rule fragments, 0/1. Chapter 436 Big Project. Condensing Godhead fragments. Lin Yu was completely shocked when he saw the description of the task. Is this the way that those lords said that a 9th level lord could be upgraded to the 10th level? I didn't expect it to appear in such a situation. Looking at the collection list listed above, he felt his scalp tingling, because every item on it requires a lot of energy and time to collect. Even many lords may not be able to meet the requirements until they die. The only thing he can meet the requirements is an origin space. In this case, the last rule fragment is what those lords said, that you have to kill a 10th level monster alone to get it. No wonder so many 9th level lords are stuck at this level, and can't be upgraded to the 10th level. When seeing this list, Lin Yu finally deeply felt the huge difficulty. Quickly clicked on the territory interface to take a look. Name, World Tree, Territory, Category, Plant System. Level, 9th level. He seems to be? Can I upgrade without doing this task? Lin Yu stared blankly at the 3/1 on the upgrade requirement, which means that he now has a total of 3 pieces of Godhead fragments. In other words, he only needs to accumulate another 250,000 faiths to upgrade directly to the 10th level. He even saved the magic power and the essence of the 9th level territory required to condense the Godhead, because these things were all counted into the Godhead fragments. If those 9th level lords knew about this, they would probably be jealous to the point of madness. After all, the 10th level is their lifelong pursuit. 10th level. Lin Yu whispered in a low voice, with a trace of yearning in his eyes. The power of the 10th level lord is absolutely beyond doubt. The most important thing is that after upgrading to the 10th level, the remaining functions of the Godhead fragment can be unlocked, and its power can be fully exerted. But this is still very far away from him. 250,000 faiths are not a small number, and God knows how long it will take to collect enough. What he can do is to develop the territory as soon as possible and build Huaxia City into a commercial main city connecting various principalities. In this way, his power of faith can increase faster. Thinking of this, Lin Yu opened the origin interface to check. In the tips just now, it seems that the origin space has unlocked new functions. So this cannot be forgotten. Name, World Tree, Origin, Category, Plant System. Level, 9th level, 2100/20100, Range, 2,100 meters. Holy Relic Effect, all attributes plus 40%/shield plus 20%. Talent Effect, Constitution plus 10%. Recovery Speed plus 10%. Function, Soul Realm. Race Talent, Aura. Summoning Space. Storage Space, any items other than living things can be placed in the origin space, regardless of the type of soldiers. Is this storage function? Seeing the introduction of the new function, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up instantly. The origin space after the 9th level can actually be used to store things. Doesn't this mean that he can store a large number of monster corpses in the origin space, and use them to swallow Qingting at a critical moment to cause a big outbreak? You know, his previous personal space could only hold 200 or 300 corpses. Even if the green vine swallowed all of them, the effect of improving bloody frenzy was very limited. But with this storage function, it was completely different. His origin space was inherently twice as large as other lords. With a space of 20,000 meters, he could put as many corpses as he wanted. Would he be worried that the green vines would not burst out enough? In this way, he would have another trump card. Great function. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. Then he looked at the Holy Object interface. After reaching the 9th level, the territory Holy Object finally unlocked the effect of level 4, allowing him to gain an additional territory skill. Holy Object Name, Natural Balance, Plant System, Level 1, all attributes plus 10%. And gain a shield equivalent to 5% of physical fitness every 10 seconds. Level 2, all attributes plus 10%. Shield plus 5%. Level 3, all attributes plus 10%. Shield plus 5%. Level 4, territory skills. Natural balance. Natural balance, passive get attributes equal to shield durability, and distribute them evenly to the 4 basic attributes. Features, territory all attributes plus 30%. Shield plus 15%. Features, general the effect of the holy object increases, with the level of the origin space. Lin Yu has been waiting for this skill for a long time. Under the reinforcement of the origin space, the shield effect of his holy object has reached 20%. If these attributes are distributed evenly, there will be hundreds or thousands of points. Although it will fluctuate with the shield strength, it is also a very powerful group gain. In addition, the physical fitness of the plant system is generally high, which makes the effect of this skill reach the extreme, which is perfectly matched with his arms. These are the external improvements he obtained after upgrading to the 9th level. Next, there is only one critical link left: the mutation of the troops. Lin Yu glanced at the setting sun, and without wasting any more time, he immediately came to the world tree and took out the 2 troop tokens on his body. Do you want to use the troop token? Deep Blue Dream Rare? Use. Do you want to use the troop token? Fantasy Sword Grass Common? Use. After 2 responses, the token in his hand turned into a stream of light and merged into the newly upgraded world tree. At the same time, in the 9th level classification of the recruitment interface, there are also 2 new troops. Without thinking too much, Lin Yu directly recruited 1 each. Recruiting 9th level troops requires 250,000 mana. Do you want to recruit? Yes. Swish. The light lit up, and 2 unique, yet extremely familiar plants appeared in front of Lin Yu. Needless to say, the Deep Blue Dream is almost the same as the giant blue rose he saw on the battlefield before, with a distorted human face inside. At the moment it appeared, countless blue thorns with flower buds rushed out, and in a blink of an eye, they spread all over the territory, turning his territory into a terrifying forest of thorns. Name, Deep Blue Dream, Rare, Race, Plant. Mental attacks are special. Unlike other types of attacks, the damage is calculated according to the opponent's physique, but according to the mental attributes. In other words, the weaker the opponent's spirit, the higher the damage, and the deeper the degree of the illusion. But the second skill of this type of soldier is to reduce the enemy's mental attributes. Although it is not as perverted as the previous Lord Monster, it is still a very terrifying attack method with the help of the mental storm. Especially mental attacks are hard to defend and elusive. It is simply an unexpected killer move. After studying the attributes and skills for a while, Lin Yu let Deep Blue Dream launch the Deep Blue Illusion effect on him. The next second, the picture in front of him was distorted, and it turned into a weird garden full of blue roses. He tried to walk inside for more than 10 minutes, but he couldn't get out of the garden. Then, when he released the skill, he found that he had walked around the territory for a long time, and the ground was full of his footprints. This skill is good. It can be matched with Qingting, Lin Yu exclaimed, and immediately asked Deep Blue Dream to spread the rose thorns into the vine forest of Qingting. The combination of the two made the surroundings of his territory even more strange and deep. If any lord dared to break into his territory at this time, he probably wouldn't be able to get out again, because the vine forest of Qingting can also reduce the enemy's spiritual attributes by 10%. The two are simply a perfect match. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the highlight of today, the unremarkable Fantasy Sword Grass. Name, Fantasy Sword Grass, Ordinary. It was exactly as the 9th level lord said. The effect of the proliferation skill of the 9th level Fantasy Sword Grass has become a little different from before. In the past, it was proliferate individuals identical to the main body, and the effects of the symbiotic moss would not be inherited. But now it is different. The attributes of the proliferator are completely the same as the main body. That is, the attributes of the proliferator are the same as the main body, and the attributes of the proliferator will be improved as the main body's attributes are improved. It is similar to a kind of attribute sharing effect. This change may not make any difference to the Phantom Sword Grass with only 2,000 attributes. But for Lin Yu, who has the ability to mutate, it is a qualitative leap. It even exceeds the weight of the 4-leaf clover protection in his heart. Okay. Start mutation. Lin Yu took a deep breath and immediately opened the recruitment interface to recruit one phantom sword grass after another. Now, he has a total of 1,300 positions for troops. His plan is to build a team composed entirely of proliferating troops, with a total of 600 troops, and match them with symbiotic mosses in pairs. As for the remaining 100 positions, they are reserved for the royal family, plant dragons, plant troops, and those territory auxiliary troops. This is a big project. I guess I won't be able to go to bed until very late tonight. Thinking of this, Lin Yu didn't waste any more time, moved a chair and sat down, and began his mutation. Chapter 437, The Ninth Royal Family. Combat Power List. The 9th level troop mutation requires 250,000 mana. Do you want to continue? Continue. The mechanical voice echoed in the territory. After more than 2 hours of fighting, Lin Yu finally completed the mutation of all the proliferating troop types. A total of exactly 600. And under his intentional control, the number of various troop types has reached a very balanced level. Ancient Tree, Front Row Destruction Ancient Tree x100. Creation Ancient Tree x70. Flower Spirit, Healing Elf Elder x50. Fairy Elder x40. Mushroom, Group Damage Cataclysm Mushroom x45. Death Mushroom x45. Bane Vine, Control Hard Poison Banshee x35. Nightmare Banshee x35. Bloody Banshee x33. Man-Eating Plant, Summoning Soul Devouring Flower x40. Pea Shooter, Physical Ranged Explosive Shooter x26. Ice Shooter x24. Cactus, Physical Melee Cactus Boxing Grandmaster x20. Dandelion, Control Blood Dandelion x17. Sunflower, Energy Recovery Sunflower x8. Lantern Grass, Assistance Lantern Grass x7. Nuts, Assistance Nut Barrier x5. These are the results of Lin Yu's hard work in the afternoon. Looking at the mighty troops in front of him, Lin Yu waved his hand directly. Proliferate. At the command, all the plants began to split rapidly, from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 4. The number of soldiers, which originally had only 600, quadrupled to an exaggerated level of 2,400. Unless the Lord is a special blaster, the number of soldiers will never be better than his. As for the nut barrier soldiers that are more than the original ones, he found that the skills are good during the mutation and specially kept them. Name, Nut Barrier, Ordinary. The reason why Lin Yu chose to keep it is the last skill. Attack Absorption. It can absorb attacks within the range, and also reduce damage. It can be used to share the pressure of the frontline soldiers, and it will escape by burrowing in the ground when in danger. And its survivability is maximized. It is a very good auxiliary soldier. The most important thing is that its attributes are very strange. Other attributes are not high, but the physique is directly maximized. It is simply born for defense. It is not a problem to leave a few positions for it. Next, Lin Yu let the 600 symbiotic mosses that had mutated before all symbiotically grow on those main arms. Then he called Qin Gang and took out a scroll for upgrading arms. Do you want to use the scroll for upgrading arms on Ancient Tree of Domination Qin Gang? Yes. In response, the scroll in his hand turned into a stream of light and merged into Qin Gang's body. The next second, Qin Gang's body began to grow rapidly and advanced to the 9th level Ancient Tree of Destruction. He had a thick layer of bark armor on his body. His arms became much stronger, and his whole body was full of explosive power. Name, Ancient Tree of Destruction Qin Gang, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero. The main attributes of the newly upgraded hero arms are all directly full. However, the other two attributes are relatively low, and can only be slowly improved after the experience value increases. And the highest attribute of Qin Gang, which has been upgraded to the 9th level, soared directly to 10,000, which is equivalent to the level of the 9th level Lord Monster. This is just the basic attribute. With the addition of the fragments of the Divine Body and several auras, it can reach about 18,000, almost comparable to the S-level Lord Monster. Lin Yu looked at other ordinary soldiers. When the symbiotic moss copied the Qin Gang attributes, the average attribute basically reached about 15,000. And there are more than 2,000 such soldiers. Lin Yu is now fully qualified to challenge the S-level and above Lord Monsters. And he no longer needs to take a detour when he sees them like before. He even ignored the 9th level Lord Zhang Guan, who had forced him into danger. The 9th level is really different. Lin Yu muttered to himself, gradually clenching his fists. He felt that his strength had become much stronger than before, and his reaction was more acute. Even the activation of the power of rules was becoming more and more handy. No longer like before, when a few big skills were overloaded. While sighing, Lin Yu continued to call the remaining royals. Then he took out the soldier upgrade scrolls and upgraded them one by one, raising them all to the 9th level. There is also the heroic violet staff equipped by Lingxi, which is also upgraded to the 9th level. After doing this, looking at the magic power again, there are more than 40 million left. It can be used to mutate the deep blue dream to see if it can come up with a new trick. Lin Yu did it as he thought, and directly clicked on the recruitment interface and recruited another deep blue dream. The 9th level soldier mutation requires 250,000 magic power. Do you want to mutate? Mutate. Please choose to keep the skills and attributes. Keep Deep Blue Illusion. Random attributes. The reason why he chose Deep Blue Illusion is that he has no shortage of attack methods for the time being. And illusion skills are the essence of the weird and changeable plant-based soldiers. And the effect is better when paired with the enchanting poison mist of the Nightmare Banshee. Swish. The light flashed. The deep blue dream turned into a Nightmare Banshee. It seems that the soldiers mutated by mental skills are likely to be mental. Then he continued to mutate. As expected, the Fear Tree Demon, the Soul Bewitching Grass, and the Mandrake Flower appeared later. Although they are all mental, their skills are not very good, so they can only mutate again. The mutation is successful. And the skill, Deep Blue Illusion, mutates and changes to Killing Illusion. The skill mutated? Lin Yu was shocked and quickly clicked on the skill introduction. Killing Illusion, active construct an illusion within the attack range, so that all targets in the illusion have hostile illusions and attack each other. The effect depends on the opponent's spirit. Damn! Group Frenzy skill. After reading the introduction, Lin Yu's eyes widened. The original Deep Blue Illusion only made people deeply trapped and unable to escape. But this mutated skill lost the effect of trapping the enemy, and became the effect of killing the enemy. And it makes the enemies kill each other. This skill is incredible. If used properly, it is definitely a killer in the battlefield melee, especially for breaking the humanoid battle formation. Lin Yu didn't expect that the skill mutation would be triggered after just a few mutations. The original plan to use low-level soldiers to mutate the royal family changed immediately, because this skill is suitable for the embryo of the 9th royal family. Looking at the remaining 40 million magic energy, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and immediately began to mutate this skill. The mutation of the 9th level soldiers requires 250,000 magic energy. Do you want to mutate? Mutation. Please choose to keep the skills and attributes. Keep the Killing Illusion. The attributes are random. As the prompt sounded, the soldiers in front of Lin Yu were constantly changing. In just 20 minutes, 40 million magic energy was used up. But the royal soldiers were not successfully mutated. Fuck. This is such a pit. Lin Yu cursed, and quickly opened the territory interface, and took out 20 million working capital from Huansha City. This money is used to build defensive walls and checkpoints. It is not time to pay labor costs and settle material costs yet, so it can be temporarily used. I will make up for it later. Looking at the extra 20 million in his pocket, Lin Yu took a deep breath and continued to mutate, while secretly praying in his heart that this time it must succeed. Otherwise, he would really become a pauper. Fortunately, God will not let down those who work hard. Just when he mutated more than 60 times and was about to use up all his magic energy, a long-lost golden light finally lit up. The mutation was successful, triggering the hidden effect, and the soldiers awakened the royal bloodline. Good. Lin Yu was excited and looked at the mutated soldiers. Wrapped in the golden light, the soldiers' appearance kept changing. Finally, it turned into a dandelion with thorns as its roots. Even the faint facial features appeared inside the dandelion cluster. Name, Blood Dandelion, Royal Family Race, Plant. Level, 9th level, 0/10,000. Skills, Killing Illusion, makes all targets parasitized by dandelions produce hostile illusions and attack each other. The effect depends on the opponent's spirit. Parasitism, spreads dandelion seeds. Parasitizes on the enemy. Sucks blood. Causes continuous bleeding damage. And can track it. Blood, after the dandelion seeds suck enough blood, they will bloom again and spread to the surroundings. Flowering, concentrate the power of nature. Detonate all dandelion seeds. Cause 120% mental damage to the enemy. And when the enemy is killed, a dandelion blooms on the spot. Introduction. Flowers are everywhere. endlessly. A plant with extremely terrifying spreading speed. Once it is formed, it will be a nightmare for the entire battlefield. So strong. After reading the attributes of the new royal family, Lin Yu was shocked. Compared with ordinary dandelions, this new royal family has an additional skill called flowering flowers. Not only is the ability to spread more terrifying, but there is also an additional burst method, which makes up for the lack of attack of this type of soldiers. You know, the attack method of the dandelion soldiers is very strange, because it is not limited to the attack range. As long as there is wind, it can spread to 10 to 100, and finally spread to the entire battlefield. This is its strength. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that even the inherited skill of killing fantasy has changed. It has changed from a ranged skill to a parasitic trigger, which is perfectly integrated with the skills of the new royal family. It is no longer limited to the attack range, and the effect is more abnormal. He could already imagine it. What a spectacular scene it would be when dandelions bloomed all over the battlefield. It would probably scare those guys. Right? In that case, I call you Soul Chaser from now on. After that, Lin Yu brought the new royal family to the hero transformation pool and transformed it into a hero unit. After a dazzling light, the unit transformation was successful, and the attributes changed significantly. Name, Blood Dandelion Soul Chaser, Royal Family. Not bad. It's a very practical exclusive talent, and it matches its skill form very well. In the future, when fighting, you don't have to worry about plants not being able to outrun other units, because other units can't run fast either. Okay, go get familiar with everyone. After saying something to Soul Chaser and letting it get familiar with other royal families, Lin Yu walked down the hero pool and took a rest. Today, he was almost busy with territory upgrades and recruiting units all day. And now he's finally done with everything. Looking at the time again, it's already past midnight, and time really flies. He opened the Principality channel and took a look. There was still no news about the monster plane and the border battlefield. This made him wonder. Logically, such a big thing should have been reported long ago. But now there is still no movement after half a day. Is there really something wrong? Or are those big shots too busy and have no time to deal with it? Lin Yu hopes it is the second possibility. But reason tells him that things are not that simple. Helplessly, he had to continue looking at the chat channel to find more useful information. By the way, suddenly, Lin Yu remembered that in the upgrade prompt today, it seemed that something called the 9th level combat power list was unlocked. He quickly opened the territory interface and searched carefully. Sure enough, after a while, he found the list. It was not the list of duchies he had imagined, but a list of the combat power of all 9th level lords on the entire continent. 9th level combat power list. Number 1, Zhuanglan Longyuan Empire. 37,199. Number 2, Zheng Qiankuan Chanfeng Empire. 36,230. Number 3, Fengtian Tukongming Kingdom. 36,015. Number 5803, Lin Yu Dahuang Duchy. 26,071. Ranked over 5,000? Lin Yu was shocked. Although he knew that he could not be better than those 9th level old monsters after just upgrading, he was still very surprised when he saw his ranking on the continent. There was a full 11,000 combat power difference between him and the first place. Although he didn't know how this combat power value was calculated, the gap was definitely not small. Because according to his estimation, the overall combat power of the first few should be very close to that of the 10th level monster. After all, those who have the ability to kill 10th level monsters have basically upgraded to the 10th level, and will definitely not stay at the 9th level. In this way, he also had a rough standard. Those who ranked in the top few places should all be able to fight against the 10th level monsters, but they are unable to kill them. Chapter 438 Shocking News. After reading the battle power list, Lin Yu had a basic understanding of the strength of other 9th level lords, especially those at the top. They are probably old monsters who have lived for dozens or hundreds of years. After such a long time, the accumulation of resources is very terrifying. The biggest source of his strength now is the fragments of the divine body, the royal family, and the ability to mutate. This is also the reason why he can surpass other lords. But those 9th level old monsters are different. After a long time, they must have obtained many powerful means to improve their strength. Even if they can't compare with the mutation ability and the royal family, they won't be much worse. So for these old monsters, His biggest advantage is still the fragments of the divine body, because these old monsters are unlikely to have it. Otherwise, they would have been promoted to the 10th level long ago. Thinking of this, Lin Yu continued to slide the list, and continued to check the rankings above. It was not until more than 300 that he finally saw the first person from the Great Wilderness Principality appear. Number 347, Wei Hung of the Great Wilderness Principality. 32,200. This Wei Hung should be the strongest 9th level person in the Great Wilderness Principality. Being ranked more than 300 in the entire continent is enough to show his strength. Lin Yu silently memorized this name, and slid down the ranking again. Then he found that the name information of a small number of people was hidden, and only the country information and combat power value were displayed. Is there a hidden function? Lin Yu looked puzzled. After searching carefully, he found a hidden option at the bottom of the list interface. When the finger touched it lightly, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Do you want to hide your name? Once hidden, others will not be able to view your name information, and you can unhide it at any time. What a good function. I didn't expect this list to be so user-friendly that you can hide your name freely. In this way, you don't have to worry about your specific strength being exposed. Hide. Without hesitation, Lin Yu directly chose to hide. The next second, his name disappeared from the list, leaving only the words Da Huang Duchy and combat power information on it. It was really convenient. After looking at it for a while and finding nothing missing, he nodded with satisfaction, then closed the interface and went to rest in the tree house. The surroundings of the territory gradually fell into silence. There was no conversation all night. The next morning, Lin Yu, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a burst of busy sounds. After Huasha City was upgraded to the 9th level, the entire city became more lively inside and outside. Many people who received the news came by airship, and the people of Huasha City also began to speed up construction and plan the new land under the leadership of Shui Chonggui. The first thing Lin Yu did when he woke up was to open the territory interface and take a look. After a day, the working capital increased by more than 1 million. Finally, there was no embarrassing situation of not having money to pay wages. However, his territory had just been upgraded, and it was the critical time for outward development and expansion, and this money was not enough to spend. Moreover, he still has 70 or 80 vacant positions for arms, and he has no mana to recruit arms. He has to find a way to make money. But the problem is, now he can't go to the monster plane and the border battlefield, and he has already sold all the treasures that can be sold. It's very embarrassing. He got up and washed up, then walked down the tree house and came to the arms tower. Yesterday, because there were too many things to do, he forgot to research arms. He clicked on the building interface and took a look. The materials required for upgrading have been gathered. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade directly. Swish. The light flashed, and various materials gathered quickly. The arms tower, which originally had only 8 floors, was raised to 9 floors in a blink of an eye. Building name, Arms Tower. Building level, 9th level. Building introduction. You can research the advanced form of existing arms to make them recruitable, which requires magic energy. The level of the arms cannot exceed the building level. Research speed, 30 days. Research quantity, 0/2. Huh? The number of research has become 2? Looking at the interface changes after the upgrade, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel happy. In this way, he can research 2 arms at a time, which is much more efficient than before. Immediately open the research interface and find the research option of Plant Dragon. Researching the 9th level ordinary arms requires 2.5 million magic energy. Are you sure? It's so expensive. It happened to be the poorest time. Lin Yu glanced at the 2.7 million magic energy left in his pocket after yesterday's mutation, gritted his teeth, and chose to confirm. As for the remaining research position, he can only wait until he has more money. Lord, I have something to see you. At this time, Su Zhong's voice suddenly sounded outside the territory. Lin Yu closed the interface, looked outside, and asked Qington to make way for them. After a while, Su Zhong, with an excited face, hurriedly appeared with 2 followers. Greetings, Lord. The 3 saluted Lin Yu respectfully. No need to be polite. What's the matter? Lin Yu asked. My lord, I just received a message from the flying dock that the king's envoy came to discuss the opening of a trade route with us. The king's envoy? Lin Yu was slightly surprised. The king actually wanted to open a trade route here? This is incredible. If the negotiation is successful, then his Huasha city will be connected to the capital of the principality, which is absolutely great news for him. Where is the envoy now? Lin Yu asked hurriedly. He's already in the reception hall. Okay. You go first. I'll be there soon. After saying that, Lin Yu turned back to the treehouse to change into the lord clothes made for him by the people before. And after a simple tidying, he rode on the demon emperor dragon and rushed to Huasha city with Ling Shi. Soon, he came to the sky above the reception hall in the center of the city and landed on the ground with a flip. My lord is here. Wei Gang, who was guarding outside the hall, hurriedly came up with his men. Lin Yu raised his hand to signal them, and then quickly walked into the reception hall and saw the king's envoy. It was Shen Hui, the 9th level lord who had exchanged the origin fruit for him before. Brother Lin Yu, we meet again. Didn't I bother you? Standing in the middle of the hall, Shen Hui turned around and looked at Lin Yu with a smile. He looked much kinder than before, and even changed his address to brother. At this time, Lin Yu was no longer the same as before, and became a 9th level lord like him. Naturally, he could no longer neglect him as before. Feeling his change, Lin Yu smiled slightly. Brother, I welcome you so much. Please sit down. With that, the two of them came to the side and sat down. After the servant served the tea, Shen Hui took the lead and said, The last time we met was half a month ago. Right? I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. My brother has been promoted to the 9th level. I will first toast you with tea instead of wine. Congratulations on your promotion. Brother Shen is too polite. It's me who should toast you. Lin Yu smiled and raised the teacup in his hand. He dared not look down on Shen Hui. After all, he is a capable subordinate of the king, no matter his status and position. Other lords can't compare. And Lin Yu also has the impression that Shen Hui's combat power is not low. He is considered to be one of the stronger ones among the old lords of the 9th level. And judging from his appearance, he is at least 50 or 60 years old. I guess my brother Lin Yu already know the purpose of my visit this time. Right? After offering tea, Shen Hui put down the teacup and got straight to the point. Does the king really plan to open a trade route between the capital and Huasha city? Lin Yu couldn't help asking. Of course. Shen Hui nodded. I received the order from the king himself and came to discuss with you. Brother, what do you think? Of course, there is no problem on my side. Nonsense. That's the capital, the largest and most prosperous city in the entire principality, and also the center of the entire principality. As long as the trade route can be opened, his Huasha city will definitely take off quickly and catch up with the old lord territory in a short time. Since you have no objection, I won't say any more nonsense. I will ask someone to come and discuss the details. Please bear with me. Of course. Lin Yu nodded gently. This kind of thing should be left to the people below. There is no need to waste time on it. In addition to the opening of the trade route, Lin Yu has another very important thing. So after pondering for a while, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Shen, you are an old man around the king. You should know a lot of information. There is one thing I want to ask. You want to ask about the monster plane and the border battlefield? Shen Hui's eyes were so sharp that he saw Lin Yu's thoughts at a glance. Lin Yu was not surprised by this. After all, this matter has been a hot topic now, and many people are looking for information everywhere. The reason why he asked Shen Hui was because he was the king's capable subordinate and might know something. Sure enough, faced with his inquiry, Shen Hui's smile gradually faded and became serious. This matter should not be spread casually. His voice was very low and his eyes were solemn. But since it is my brother who asked, I will reveal a little bit. I hope you don't spread it casually. Okay. Lin Yu nodded seriously. Then Shen Hui took a deep breath and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, In fact, I just heard from others that Emperor Xingyao seemed to be seriously injured. Are you sure? Lin Yu took a breath and leaned back slightly. Emperor Xingyao was seriously injured? How is this possible? It should be correct. And I also heard that the situation of other emperors is not good either. They seem to have suffered varying degrees of injuries. Lin Yu opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. He was even more shocked. With Shen Hui's qualifications, the news network is definitely very terrifying. In other words, what he mentioned is very likely true. What happened? How could so many emperors be injured? Have you found out the reason? Lin Yu asked in a low voice. No. Shen Hui shook his head. The higher-ups probably don't want to cause panic. So they blocked all the news. All we can do is wait. So, Lin Yu muttered to himself, and his tense mood gradually relaxed. Since the news can still be suppressed, it should not have developed to an irreversible point, which made him feel relieved. And just as Shen Hui said, all they can do now is wait. Chapter 439 Hunting Competition. In just 2 days, the flight route between Huangsha City and the capital was successfully opened. During these 2 days, Lin Yu was busy, and he had been handling various matters after the territory was upgraded. During this period, there were also many lords who came to visit and congratulate him on his advancement. Among them, there were even 2 9th-level lords who came to make friends. Lord, after counting, the gifts sent by those people totaled 80 million magic crystals, 2.36 million kilograms of grain, and countless precious materials. Please take a look. Inside the territory, Shui Changui handed a statistical account book to Lin Yu while reporting. So many? Lin Yu took the account book in surprise. In addition to the 2 9th-level lords, the most people who came to congratulate in the past 2 days were the 7th and 8th level lords. 80 million magic energy is not a small amount for lords of these 2 levels. Even if they were added together, it was a bit beyond his expectations. It just so happened that he was short of money, so this temporarily solved his urgent need. Okay, leave 50 million in the working capital, which will be used to expand the city and recruit people. You can handle the rest. Lin Yu deposited 50 million magic energy into the working capital of Huangsha City, and only kept 30 million for backup. Now is the time for Huangsha City to expand, and this amount of money may not be enough to support it for long. After all, he is a 9th-level territory, and it is also connected to the trade of the royal capital. He must go to a 1,000,000-level city, so the money for construction is naturally not less. By the way, what did the people said by the king say today? Lin Yu thought of something and asked. My lord, it's about regional jurisdiction. Shui Changui clasped his fist respectfully. Regional jurisdiction? Yes. Every 9th-level lord in our principality has the right to govern the surrounding areas. All cities within a radius of 500 miles are now under the jurisdiction of our Huangsha City. When saying this, Shui Changgui's voice was obviously trembling. Back then, they were the poorest borderland, without even an 8th-rank lord. Now, their Huangsha City has not only leapt into a 9th-rank territory, but also has the management rights of this area. It can be said that earth-shaking changes have taken place. Lin Yu has heard of this. The king has issued power to let the 9th-rank lord help manage the surrounding areas, and 5% of the tax revenue of all territories in the jurisdiction will be provided to the 9th-rank lord. And then the principality will take half, and the remaining half will belong to the 9th-rank lord. The reason why they don't collect taxes here is because they are too poor, and there is no tax to collect. Now that Huangsha City has risen, it has gradually boosted the surrounding economy, making this land no longer barren. And the principality's taxes will naturally come with it. After all, no matter what, this is also on the territory of the principality. Okay, let you arrange the contact. If those cities are unwilling to cooperate, tell me directly. Understood? Shui Changui responded respectfully. Then, he took out another account book and continued to report other things. And at this moment, on the Void platform used to recruit new lords, the 3-month joint recruitment had just begun, and the entire platform was full of 6th-level newcomers. The one in charge of recruiting the Great Wilderness Principality was an 8th-level lord who served under the king. He was leaning on the chief judge's position with his legs crossed. Suddenly, a 7th-level person in charge came hurriedly from a distance. Master Chief Judge, there is a new order from above, he shouted while holding up a golden document in his hand. What order? The 8th-level lord sat up straight, and also attracted the new lords, who were queuing for the test to look over here. The person in charge did not cover up and said directly, Sir, the superiors have just sent an order saying that the rating of the territories within 500 miles of Huangsha City will be directly upgraded to S level, because the territory information has not been changed in time. Let us pay attention and not allocate according to the original rating. Huangsha City. Are you talking about the territory of Lord Lin? The 8th-level lord was alert and took the document quickly. When he opened it, he saw the king's seal on it. It seems that under the influence of that person, the ratings of these territories have been temporarily changed. Listen carefully. All the F-level and E-level territories around Huansha City will be allocated as S-level. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every person in charge. Even the new lords, who were queuing for the test, heard it clearly. They were all surprised and talked about it. Senior, why did the rating of the territories suddenly upgrade from F-level to S-level? A new lord couldn't help asking the person in charge, who was responsible for recording data. As soon as these words were spoken, the other newcomers nearby looked over here, all with curious expressions on their faces. Oh, you mean those territories? Because a 9th level lord has just been promoted nearby. Being assigned there is equivalent to being protected by that lord. So of course the rating must be improved, the person in charge said without even looking up, obviously having expected this to happen. 9th level. The eyes of the new lords widened. Those 8th level duchy chief judges are already so powerful that they suffocate them. How terrifying would the 9th level be? If they can get the protection of such a strong man, it will definitely be very beneficial to their future development. In an instant, many new lords who received the news gathered around and asked about the S-level territories. Even those talented people with good potential were attracted by the title of the 9th level lord and ran over to inquire. The lively scene made the representatives of other duchies nearby look sideways. In general, the birth of a 9th level lord still has a very big impact. The Void platform is just a microcosm of it. As the source of all this, Lin Yu actually didn't feel much. After listening to Shui Chongdui's report, he brought the 30 million mana he had just obtained to the World Tree, and upgraded the more important buildings in the territory one by one, and upgraded them all to the 9th level. The buildings after the level upgrade have a significant improvement in effect. For example, the training field adds to the training speed of the people in the territory. The breeding farm increases the efficiency of monster breeding, and the blacksmith shop has the efficiency of equipment forging. They are all important ways to improve the comprehensive level of the people in the territory, and are also the decisive factors for attracting foreign population to live long term. They are all incomparable to the 8th level lords. After upgrading the buildings, he built 5 airships with the materials he had just obtained, and there was just 20 million mana left. After checking that there was nothing missing, Lin Yu came to sit down next to him, clicked on the Principality channel, checked the news, and ate the breakfast sent by the people in the territory. Now that the monster plane and the border battlefield cannot be visited, the lords are basically idle in panic, all gathered in the Principality to chat and joke, or visit each other. In short, it is very boring. This was probably the first time he had seen such a harmonious and peaceful day since he came to this world, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He had been running around for survival, and becoming stronger during this period. How long had it been since he had such a relaxing and comfortable life? He probably couldn't remember it. Right? This was also a good time to relax his body and mind. Lord, are you in there? Just as he was thinking, a question suddenly came from outside, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. He saw Wei Gang standing outside, with a team of guards through the spiritual connection of the Demon Emperor Dragon in the sky. Come in. As the voice fell, the vine forest of Qingting made way for a path. Not long after, Wei Gang walked into the territory alone and hurried to him. What's the matter? Lin Yu asked while eating. Lord, in a moment, the various forces in Huansha City and other surrounding cities will jointly hold a monster hunting competition in the Gobi Desert to select the younger generation of practitioners. The lords of each city have basically arrived. I would like to invite you to preside over the overall situation. Hunting competition? Lin Yu paused. Yes. This kind of competition is held every year. It is set up by those forces specifically to recruit talented young people. Many young people with good talents, who want to join the forces will come here. We can take this opportunity to recruit some good seedlings, Wei Gang explained respectfully. In each city, there are basically large and small forces. Colleges, gangs, families, and cultivation sects are all available. Even in Huansha City, many forces have been born recently, which is one of the main sources of practitioners in the city. In addition, promoting the excavation and cultivation of the younger generation is also extremely beneficial to the future development of Huansha City. At least there is no need to worry about the supply of talents. Anyway, there is nothing to do for the time being, so it's better to go and take a look. You can also kill time and meet the lords of other cities. Thinking of this, Lin Yu nodded and said, Okay. You go and make the arrangements first. I go there later. Then I take my leave first. Wei Gang clasped his fists and bowed. then hurried away, taking his men to the Gobi Desert. At this time, the edge of the Gobi Desert, forces from major cities gathered here, making the originally desolate Gobi Desert lively. In addition to these forces, there are many teenagers without teams. Most of them look only 12 or 13 years old, and the older ones are about 15 years old. They have basically just reached the age of starting to practice, which is the best time to show their talents. Looking at it, every teenager's face is both excited and expectant, and they gather in groups of 3 or 2 to chat excitedly. I heard that many representatives from big forces are here this time. I wonder if I have a chance to be selected. If you want to join those big forces, you probably have to rank in the top 100 in this hunting competition. Look, they are representatives from the Spirit Sword sect of Taiwa City and the Skyfire Academy of Leihua City. And over there, it seems to be the Lighthouse sect of Zhongzhou City. Even they are here. Look at the front. Could they be the 7th level lords nearby? Really? Even big shots like these are here. Chapter 440, Show Up. In this barren land on the border of the principality, the 7th level is already the top combat power. The representatives of the major forces are basically at this level. You can imagine. These boys and girls who are generally only at the 1st or 2nd level, and have just embarked on the path of cultivation. How excited they are when they see these big figures. Each of them hopes that they can perform well in this hunting competition, and be favored by the representatives of the major forces. In this way, they can join these major forces, soar to the sky, and their lives will even change because of it. So each of them secretly worked hard to stand out and win the first prize in the hunting competition. Some people who are eccentric and stand alone in the corner also have flashing eyes and shine with an extremely firm light. At this time, in front of the team of representatives of the major forces, the representatives of the 7th level gathered together and chatted in a low voice. I heard that this competition is hosted by Huansha City. I wonder if that lord will show up later. It would be great if I could meet him. That might be a little difficult. When I came here with gifts yesterday, I saw several rank 8s waiting outside. Indeed, we can't even meet rank 8s. So how can we, a small force, get a chance? These rank 7 representatives are basically from the top forces, or the lords of a city, in the border area of the principality. They are also big names with a good reputation. And behind them, there are all kinds of forces, big and small, all wanting to recruit a few good seedlings in this competition to strengthen themselves. This is also the origin of the monster hunting competition. So at this time every year, young men and women who meet the requirements in the surrounding lord cities and aboriginal cities will come here accompanied by their elders, in order to join the forces they like and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Looking around, there were at least tens of thousands of people, and they were still increasing. They gathered on the desert outside the forest of Huansha City. Here they come! Suddenly, a shout interrupted everyone's discussion. The representatives of various forces were shocked and turned their heads to look towards Huansha City. Above the lush forest, a large team of flying mounts appeared and approached this side rapidly. At the front of the team was a huge, mighty and domineering plant dragon, and there were several dragons accompanying it. Wherever it went, a strong wind suddenly rose. At the same time, it was accompanied by a terrifying pressure. It's the mount of that adult. The representatives of various forces stared, and immediately greeted it anxiously, waiting on the side. The extremely respectful appearance immediately shocked the young men and women in the distance. Is this still the big man they know? Unfortunately, before they could think about it, the huge team of flying mounts had already landed slowly in a whistling wind. Landed right in front of the teams of the major forces. Welcome, sir. Greetings, sir. The representatives shouted loudly, their faces full of excitement. Unexpectedly, this big man would actually come in person. You know, even the 8th level strongmen may not be able to see him. And he is now the real controller of the entire principality's border. No need to be polite. Sitting on the back of the demon emperor dragon, Lin Yu glanced at the people below and was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that this monster hunting competition would gather so many forces. I'm afraid all the surrounding forces that are ranked high have arrived. No wonder he said that this journey was much more lively than usual. Looking at the young faces looking at this side in the distance, Lin Yu felt emotional. They should be the backbone of the principality's border in the future. Without wasting time, he flipped over and landed on the ground, accompanied by Wei Gang and a team of guards. He slowly came to the representatives of various forces. "Hello, Lord Lin." At this time, a familiar face in the team stood up and saluted him respectfully. "Meng Qing'an?" Lin Yu looked at the man, his face dumbfounded. Wasn't this his neighbor, the Lord of Shuangye City? I didn't expect you to be promoted to the 7th level. Have you been doing well recently? Speaking of which, Meng Qing'an came at the same time as him, just a few days later than him. I didn't expect that the lords of other cities kept changing. But this guy was still alive, and even promoted to the 7th level. Thanks to the care of the adults, everything is fine now. Meng Qing'an saluted again. The appearance of talking happily with Lin Yu immediately made other lords and representatives of forces jealous. But they dared not speak out. And the parents with children in the distance finally found out Lin Yu's identity. And they were all excited. "Dad? Who is that person?" A young man with extraordinary temperament asked curiously. "That is the Lord of Huangsha City, Lin Yu." The boy's father's voice was trembling. And he hurriedly reminded Tian. "Remember, you must do your best to perform. If you can be selected by that adult, then our Zhou family will definitely be able to squeeze into the ranks of top families." Top family. The boy looked at his father in shock, and then looked at Lin Yu in the distance. Unbelievable. The same conversation also happened in every corner of the field at this time. Every accompanying parent and elder was sternly admonishing their younger generations to perform their best. Some even gritted their teeth and took out the treasures at the bottom of the box and gave them to them. Because these people knew very well the terrifying identity of that big man. As long as they could be selected, it would be of great benefit to them and even the powerful families behind them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they would rise overnight. And while they were talking about it, Lin Yu had also finished talking with the representatives of various forces, and came to the entire participating team accompanied by them. "Let's start. I just watched from the side." After the voice fell, the whole team began to move, under the leadership of the responsible persons below. They rushed to the depths of the Gobi Desert. The location of their competition this time was the big cliff in the front and middle section of the Gobi Desert. Due to environmental reasons, there was a height difference of 100 meters, and monsters below level 3 were everywhere. Standing on the cliff, you can just see the endless Gobi Desert, which is the best location for the competition. Soon, the whole team came to the top of the cliff. After getting Lin Yu's approval through eye contact, a 7th level cultivator who was in charge of hosting the competition stood up and said loudly to the boys and girls, "I believe you all know the rules of the competition, so I won't go into details. The first checkpoint is this 100-meter cliff. The first thing you have to do is to rely on your own strength to cross the cliff from here and go to the Gobi below. No matter what means you use, as long as you can get down, it's fine. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the competition. Do you understand?" "Understood." A loud shout rang out on the cliff. Many boys and girls looked eager to try, but some were terrified, because this 100-meter cliff is a big challenge for them who are at the 1st and 2nd levels. If they are not careful, they may fall down and end up in pieces. In addition, the stone wall on the cliff is smooth and there are few places to land, which makes it even more difficult. This level is interesting. Wait, gang, did you come up with this idea? Lin Yu smiled as he looked at the boys and girls waiting on the edge of the cliff. When he first came here, he had already reached the 6th level, so he was not stumped by this cliff. But these little guys are different. The strength of the 1st and 2nd levels is only slightly greater than that of an ordinary adult. It would take some effort to climb down this 100-meter vertical cliff. My lord, it was the idea of those unpromising boys under my command. They said they plan to use this level to screen out those who are not strong-willed and want to get away with it. Wei Gang whispered aside. Well, it's not bad. Give them some rewards when you go back. I see if each of them will have a set of 8th level equipment. Thank you, Lord. Wei Gang was immediately delighted when he heard this. It was not because of this so-called reward, but because he got Lin Yu's affirmation. However, he didn't know. When the representatives of other forces heard Lin Yu's words, their eyes almost popped out. This is it. A set of 8th level equipment for each person. Did they hear it wrong? You know, even the representatives of these forces only have 1 8th level equipment at most. And they are treated like treasures. As a result, they just did a small thing and got a set directly. Some people with weak heart endurance felt that they were almost out of breath and were extremely envious. And at this time, the host of the game also finished his speech, ran to Lin Yu, and saluted respectfully. Sir, the rules are finished. Do you have anything to add? As soon as he finished speaking, the other representatives and those boys and girls on the side also looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu thought for a moment and smiled. Since it's a competition, there must be a prize. Let's put it this way. The first place winner of this competition will be rewarded with a 5th level equipment. The top 10 will be rewarded with a 4th level equipment. And the top 100 will be rewarded with a 3rd level equipment. You can use the ranking information to customize it in my dwarf blacksmith shop. 5 level. Dwarf customized equipment. The representatives of various forces were shocked. A full 100 pieces of equipment. And all of them were customized by the dwarves. This is too much. Not to mention the boys and girls, who were all very excited. 5 level equipment is absolutely unimaginable for them. It also made them secretly determined to win the first place in this competition and get the equipment reward. Seeing that their fighting spirit was aroused, the person in charge of the competition immediately struck while the iron was hot and said loudly, "You have all heard what this adult said. As long as you enter the top 100, you will get a generous reward. Without further ado, the competition begins now. Go! The reward is mine. I take the first place." Amid the shouts, all the contestants turned into a tide, rushed towards the cliff, and began to climb down. Some even jumped directly and glided down through various means. "You are quite brave," Lin Yu whispered, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "If you jump down from this 100-meter drop, if you don't operate well, you may even lose your life." But those boys and girls jumped down without hesitation. They were really courageous, and their extraordinariness could be seen at once. "Should you pay attention?" Wei Gang asked in a low voice. "Well, if their character is good enough, you can consider recruiting them." Lin Yu nodded. Then, from the teams of various forces, figures riding flying mounts flew high into the sky, monitoring the performance of the contestants in various places. A grand competition began. Chapter 441. The storm is coming. Bang! A muffled sound rang out from the bottom of the cliff. After nearly 10 minutes of climbing, a young man finally landed successfully and arrived at the real competition venue. He was a young man in brocade clothes who was about 12 years old. Although he was not very old, his strength had reached the 2nd level, which was stronger than most of the contestants. The rules of this competition were to see who killed more monsters and calculate the ranking according to the number of magic crystals obtained. So as soon as he landed, the young man in brocade clothes did not stop, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and rushed out, intending to kill more monsters before others. "Want to get ahead? No way." At this time, another shout rang out. The young man turned around and saw a dark boy who was much stronger than his peers also landed and approached him quickly. Behind him, there were constant exclamations and screams. All the contestants were struggling to climb down, and some fell directly from the sky and were caught by the venue manager. But they also lost their qualifications for the competition. "Humph. Come after me if you can." The young man in brocade clothes retracted his gaze, ignored the black boy, and sped up to the outside. The two of them, one in front and one behind, soon left the others far behind, and finally encountered the first monster, a 2nd-level spotted leopard. The young man in brocade clothes was delighted when he saw this. As long as he could kill this first 2nd-level monster, his performance would definitely be very impressive. At that time, he might be praised by the big man in Huansha City and successfully join Huansha City. At that time, his future would be bright. "This monster is mine." Unexpectedly, at this time, the black boy also rushed up. Without saying a word, the whole person jumped high and punched the spotted leopard that pounced on them. Obviously, he was the kind of person who attacked with a big move. Lin Yu stood on the cliff, watching the black boy's movements and techniques, and felt a sense of familiarity, just like Wei Gang's way. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Wei Gang beside him, only to see Wei Gang scratching his head with embarrassment. "Well, Lord, this brat is my son, Wei Yuan." "Your son?" Lin Yu looked at him suspiciously, and then looked at the young boy. Not to mention, they looked very similar in terms of being dark-skinned. "Your son doesn't lack resources. Why is he interfering? There are also many children of ordinary people in Huansha City who come to participate in the competition. So it is not against the rules for Wei Gang's son to participate. It's just that Wei Gang is now the leader of Huansha City, and his own strength has reached the 8th level under the guidance of Yu Daonan. What kind of resources do you want?" Lord, please forgive me. I just want him to experience more and improve his experience. Wei Gang said hurriedly. Okay. I don't mean to blame you. Lin Yu waved his hand casually. Just be careful not to break the rules, so as to avoid being gossiped. Please rest assured, Lord, I have collected all the equipment on him, and I will never break the rules. Wei Gang stood up immediately. Good guy. All the equipment was collected? I didn't expect Wei Gang to be so strict with his son, which made Lin Yu more interested in this game. While the two were talking, Wei Yuan and the young man in brocade clothes in the distance had already reached a white-hot stage. Both of them were injured, but their offensive was fierce. This wind and sword light continued to fall on the colorful leopard, beating the colorful leopard back step by step. Finally, the two seized the opportunity and attacked the colorful leopard's heart at the same time. The colorful leopard screamed and was blown away, falling a few meters away. After twitching on the ground for a while, there was no sound. The energy on its body also gathered rapidly on the corpse, and finally turned into 6 black crystals, which are the magic crystals commonly used by practitioners. This is also the difference between a practitioner and a lord after killing a monster, because the lord has the power of the system. After killing a monster, the energy of the monster will automatically turn into magic energy and be stored in the resource space. The practitioner appears in the form of a physical magic crystal, and can be used for absorption and cultivation. We killed this monster at the same time. Let's split it equally. Wei Yuan came to the side of the corpse and said to the young man in brocade clothes, without any intention of taking advantage. Okay. The young man in brocade clothes said calmly, and directly put away the 3 magic crystals handed by Wei Yuan. In this way, the two became the first to kill the monster, and Wei Gang on the cliff immediately blushed and laughed happily. But soon, other contestants also passed the first test and rushed to the Gobi Desert. Wei Yuan and the young man in brocade clothes looked at each other. How about it? Are you interested in working together? At least beat these guys first. Okay. We split the stuff, without any unnecessary nonsense. The two of them started moving again, heading deeper into the desert, intending to kill more monsters before the others. Roar! Unexpectedly, a thunderous roar sounded at this time. A large black shadow suddenly emerged from the originally peaceful Gobi Desert, rapidly approaching this side amidst the rumbling footsteps and the smoke and dust. At the front, there was a black giant bear exuding a terrifying aura, which made all the representatives of the forces change their expressions. Not good. It's a beast tide. Those little guys are in danger. It happened in a flash. As soon as their voices fell, the black giant bear had already arrived less than 1 kilometer away. Lin Yu and the team finally saw the attributes of the giant bear. It turned out to be an 8th level F-level Lord Monster. Lord Monster? Lin Yu's eyes condensed. Monsters of this level have actually begun to appear on this Gobi Desert. Did the monster's mutation speed up again? Go. Stop them. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand, and Ling Shi and Zhue Hun appeared in front of him. Just as the representatives of those forces were about to make a move, Ling Shi had already turned into a stream of light and swept towards the beast tide, and at the same time gently pointed the violet staff in his hand. Boom boom. The violent vibration sounded throughout the Gobi Desert. On the lust that was originally empty, a large piece of vine suddenly rose, forming a vine wall that stretched for several miles, completely blocking the way of the beast tide. Then, a sky full of dandelions appeared, floating down from the cliff, and spreading into the beast tide with the wind. Bang! The monsters roared continuously, and hit the wall formed by the vines fiercely. The lord-level black bear in the lead had red eyes, and his huge claws tore the vines frantically. Even from a distance, he could feel a strong sense of oppression coming at him. So strong. The representatives of various forces stared at the crazy monsters with their eyes wide open. With only his own strength, he was able to stop the entire beast tide. Is this the true strength of the 9th level? Before they could think about it, Lin Yu's voice came again. Explode! With a low shout, the dandelions in the monster group exploded, killing a large number of monsters on the spot. Immediately afterwards, new dandelions began to bloom on the flesh and blood of the monster corpses, spreading rapidly in the breeze. Then, by sucking the blood of the monsters, 1 spread to 10, and 10 spread to 100. The spread was so fast that it covered the entire beast tide in a blink of an eye. Then, something strange happened. The monsters that were still madly hitting the vines turned around and started to attack each other, as if they were possessed. Even the Lord-level giant bear in the lead was possessed by the dandelions, and brutally tore the bodies of the monsters around him. The entire beast tide was instantly in chaos. The representatives of the major forces looked at each other, looking at this strange scene, and their steps to rush up to help also stopped. There were only the roars and screams of the monsters in their ears, filling the Gobi Desert. When the sound gradually subsided, where were the monsters that could stand on the field? Even the Lord Giant Bear was pierced through the head by a wooden thorn by Ling Shi in the end, and was killed on the spot. Well done, Lin Yu exclaimed, very satisfied with the effect of the soul-chasing skill. At least the monsters below the 9th level cannot resist the control of its killing illusion. And this beast tide actually increased his magic power by 10 million, which was really an unexpected gain. Seeing that all the monsters fell, he said to the representatives of the forces next to him, "It's a good thing that everyone is here. If you are interested, just go and take these corpses. It's a gift for you." "My lord, this is serious." The representatives of various forces were shocked, and some couldn't believe it. You know, there are many level 8 monsters in this beast tide, which is absolutely unimaginable for them, who are generally only level 7. How dare they think more? After looking at each other, they suddenly rushed out of the team and headed straight for the beast tide. As for the corpse of the Lord-level giant bear, Lin Yu asked Ling Shi to bring it back and put it in the origin space. That's it. It took more than half an hour. All the corpses were finally dealt with, and the game continued. However, everyone was careful this time, and sent some more people to the depths to be responsible for investigation, so as to avoid any trouble. The boys and girls below were stunned by the strength shown by Lin Yu just now, and it took a while for them to come back to their senses. At the same time, a yearning for high levels rose in their hearts, and they performed more hard, hoping that they could be selected by Huansha City. A huge competition continued in full swing, without being affected by the beast tide at all. Lin Yu, who was free again, also returned to his seat and sat down, watching from the side, watching them work together to deal with the monsters and their hard work. He was happy to be free. But this leisure was still a luxury for him after all. Just as the sun had just set, and the night was about to rise, a familiar and loud voice finally broke the peace of the entire empire and the 10 principalities. "Boys, get ready and gather in my imperial capital early tomorrow morning." It was the voice of Emperor Xingyao. Lin Yu was shocked and immediately opened the Empire channel, and saw a golden message at the top. The prefix was Emperor Xingyao. Is it finally coming? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The calm before the storm passed, and what followed was the surging wind and rain curtain. And it was a rainstorm that swept across the entire world. Chapter 442. The Realm War begins. It's Emperor Xingyao. Emperor Xingyao has appeared. Gather at the imperial capital early tomorrow morning? What happened? Is it related to the monster plane? Is it finally starting? The lords of the 10 principalities in the empire were talking about it, and the news of 1,000 magic energy per line kept passing through the Empire channel. Lin Yu, who had just returned to the territory, was also paying attention to the channel's movements. Since Emperor Xingyao personally came out to release the news, it means that the injury is no longer a big deal, which made him feel relieved. After all, Emperor Xingyao has saved him several times, and it is related to the fate of the entire continent. If something goes wrong, it will definitely cause chaos. This is what he doesn't want to see. Early tomorrow morning? Lin Yu murmured in a low voice, his expression becoming more and more solemn. Obviously, something big is expected to happen tomorrow, and he has to prepare quickly. After thinking about it, he quickly came to the World Tree and clicked on the recruitment interface. Thanks to the beast tide he encountered today, he still has 30 million mana surplus, which is enough to fill the remaining dozens of true positions. After thinking for a while, he directly recruited 30 disaster sword bamboos, and then used the Demon Emperor Dragon to mutate 30 black turtle wooden shields, all of which were equipped with ancient tree troops. Due to the attributes of the 8th level plant troops, the bonus to the 9th level troops is only half of the original. That is, the 20% penetration of the disaster sword bamboo is reduced to 10%, and the damage reduction of the wooden shield black turtle is reduced to 10%. But no matter what, it is not a small improvement, which is better than nothing. As for the remaining dozen troop positions, all of them will be recruited as planting troops to continue to produce seeds. so as not to fall behind in the development of the territory. This is also one of Lin Yu's advantages. Other plant lords generally do not waste resources to buy planting troops with little combat power. But he didn't have this worry, because he now has more than 20 types of soldiers. And the enhanced food produced is also one of the main sources of his Huasha city's economy. After doing this, Lin Yu thought for a while, and immediately called one of the Demon Emperor dragons. The research on the Demon Emperor dragon's advanced soldiers will be completed in a month. During this period, his flying mounts are only level 8, and if a battle occurs, it will be a big disadvantage. So after just a moment of hesitation, he took out the last remaining upgrade scroll. May I ask if you want to use the soldier upgrade scroll, rare, on the Demon Emperor dragon? Yes. As the voice fell, the scroll in Lin Yu's hand turned into a stream of light that wrapped the Demon Emperor dragon's huge body and began to grow rapidly. After a while, the size of the Demon Emperor dragon became larger and more majestic. The energy core on the chest was flowing with a trace of green light, and the branches and leaves on the wings were also stained with a layer of light gold. Name, Demon Ancestor Dragon, Rare Race, Plant. Level, 9th level, 0/10,000, Skills, Swift Shadow, Speed increased by 50%. Lasting 10 seconds. Super Regeneration, when damaged. Restore 5% of physical fitness per second. Dragon Might, Strength increased by 5%. And reduced all enemy attributes by 5%. Cannot be stacked. Introduction, an extremely powerful plant-based soldier, together with a demonic dragon. It was once a loyal guardian of the world tree. After reaching the 9th level, the Demon Emperor dragon changed to the Demon Ancestor Dragon. The attributes are basically the highest among all rare plant-based soldiers. As for the symbiotic moss on its body, Lin Yu let it copy the attributes of Qin Gang to improve strength and physical fitness. As for speed, the Swift Shadow skill is enough for the time being. And the Plant Dragon branch itself has the Wind Spirit Secret Treasure bonus, which increases 4% speed and 4-second skill duration, which is more than enough for escaping. After making these preparations, it was completely dark. Lin Yu watched the Empire channel for a while, and then went back to the treehouse to rest. The next morning, as soon as the sky got light, Lin Yu was awakened by a reminder. Dear Lord, Emperor Shangyao Empire, initiated a collective teleportation. Would you like to teleport? So fast? Lin Yu was shocked and woke up immediately. The Principality and Empire channels were also very lively. Collective teleportation. What a great method. Brothers, I go first. See you later. So excited? I don't know what will happen. Whatever it is, as long as there is something to do. I'm almost suffocating in the territory these days. Indeed, I'm so bored that grass grows on my head. Enough nonsense. Let's go! Because the monster plane and the border battlefield were blocked. The lords basically had nowhere to go during this period, and they were simply bored to death. Now that they heard that something big was going to happen, they couldn't sit still and teleported one after another. Lin Yu looked at the news for a while, and hurriedly got up and put on his clothes. After calling Shui Changgui and the others and giving them a brief explanation, they came to the Tree of Life and chose to teleport directly. Swish! The light shone, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. When he stepped on the ground again, he heard a noisy discussion and exchange. Just like coming to a market, Lin Yu opened his eyes and saw an endless plain and a constantly shining white light. Many lords, like him, were teleported from the territory, all looking around curiously. Not far away, a towering city wall soared into the sky, stretching for thousands of miles. It was bigger than any city they had ever seen. Needless to say, this should be the capital of the Shangyao Empire. And at this time, they were on the vast plain outside the capital. So many people. Have all the lords in the entire empire been teleported here? Other lords exclaimed from the side. Looking at the number, it's probably gathering so many people at once. It seems something big has really happened. So excited. I'm finally going to see the great Emperor Shangyao. Me too. I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen the great Emperor yet. Look up in the sky. Someone's coming. Suddenly, a cry of surprise interrupted everyone's discussion. The lords who had just teleported looked up at the sky. 11 figures appeared out of thin air and stood in the void under the teleportation array that covered the entire plain. Immediately, a vast and terrifying pressure spread out, instantly covering the entire plain. It was the great Emperor Xingyao and 10 duchy kings. Where had the lord seen such a grand ceremony? It immediately caused an uproar and exclamations. Some even blushed, not expecting that they could actually see the great emperor's true appearance with their own eyes. Even Lin Yu was seeing the kings of other duchies for the first time. Silence. In the sky, Emperor Xingyao slowly raised his hand with a smile on his face. You've been at home for so long. You must be bored. Right? As he spoke, he looked around the whole place, and the smile on his face became even bigger. There's only one thing I called you here today. And I guess you guessed it. That's right. It's to take you to attack other realms. And with other realms. Emperor Xingyao's voice was so loud that it spread across the plain in an instant. All the lords were stunned for a moment. And then their expressions suddenly changed. Attacking other realms? It was actually for this matter. Shocked. The originally quiet plain immediately became agitated, and even caused an uproar. But before they could think about it, one of the kings stood up at the signal of Emperor Xingyao and said loudly, You heard it right. We are going to attack other realms. Because some changes have happened during this period. Almost 1/3 of the realms have joined the Realm Alliance and attempted to destroy other realms. So we have united, blocked all plain channels, and opened up 10 realm battlefields, preparing to attack the Realm Alliance in one fell swoop. As for the specific details, you will know when you get to the battlefield. This king was obviously cold in temperament. After speaking coldly, he retreated behind Emperor Xingyao. But his words set off a storm among all the lords. 1/3 of the realms joined the Realm Alliance, attempting to destroy other realms? The lords were completely shocked. They didn't expect that so many things would happen in just a few days. No wonder all plain channels were blocked. It turned out to prevent the invasion of the Realm Alliance. But this made them even more confused. Why can the Realm Alliance develop to such a terrifying scale in such a short time? And it has reached the point where even other realms have to unite. They even open up 10 realm battlefields. This seems like a protracted war. Let alone them. Even Lin Yu, who knows some inside information, was shocked. The scale of this Realm Alliance is much larger than he imagined, occupying 1/3 of the entire 10,000 realms. It is obvious that it has been developing its power in secret, and even concealed the eyes and ears of other emperors. But what he cares most about is the accident mentioned by the king just now. There is only one possibility that can make the Realm Alliance reach a point where it can compete with other realms. That is, the seal in the Nightmare Forest has been broken. Only this possibility can explain why the emperors were seriously injured and even closed the entrance to the monster plane. I am afraid that opening up the realm battlefield is because the emperors cannot eliminate the terrifying existence in the seal. So they have to make a helpless move. That is to say, after the Realm Alliance has this powerful force joining, it finally has the capital to compete with all realms. How powerful does it have to be to do that? Lin Yu dare not imagine. Nor can he imagine. But the good news is that since the realm war has already occurred, it means that the balance between the two sides has not been completely broken. And there is still room for maneuver. And the emergence of war means that a large amount of resources will flow in. It is a great opportunity to make money from war and speed up the improvement of strength. Okay. Get ready. I will take you to the realm battlefield later. At this time, the voice of Emperor Xingyao sounded again. When you get there, someone will explain it to you in detail. By the way, bind the teleportation array that has just been set up over there, so that you can teleport back to the territory freely. Remember, you must not embarrass our original realm, let alone embarrass my Xingyao Empire. Chapter 443 Arrival. Advanced War Zone. The voice of the Holy Glory Emperor immediately brought everyone back to their senses. When they heard that they could teleport back to their territory freely after arriving at the boundary battlefield, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without worries and being able to kill enemies and get resources. What else is there to be afraid of? Just do it. Okay. Since there are no problems, then you can each take your own people over. After speaking, the Holy Glory Emperor looked back at the 10 kings behind him. Then, the 10 kings scattered around and stood in the air. People from Tianyan country, gather here. People from Yuehua country, come here. Dawang country. A loud shout rang out in the air, and the voices of the 10 kings, wrapped in the power of rules, instantly spread throughout the plain. Lin Yu and the crowd did not dare to hesitate, and quickly followed the other lords to gather at Ji Xinghe's location. In a blink of an eye, all the lords were divided into 11 large teams. led by their respective kings, to a huge magic circle rising into the sky in the center of the plain. This was the first time that Lin Yu had seen such a large array. The vast aura, coupled with extremely profound lines, rushed straight into the sky and vertically sank into the endless sky, as if to suck in everything around. This is a cross-border teleportation array. An experienced and knowledgeable old lord of the 9th level exclaimed and named the teleportation array. The other lords were all shocked when they heard it, and looked at the array with even more surprise. Let's go. Everyone follow me in. Don't fall behind. In front of the Great Wilderness Principality team, Ji Xinghe turned around and said loudly, and then led the team to the side of the array. After the Shangyao Empire and several other principalities entered the teleportation, he also took the lead in entering the array. Lin Yu and the team did not dare to hesitate, and immediately followed the other lords in the principality into the array. Boom! The sky-high light lit up, covering all the lords of the Great Wilderness Principality. Before Lin Yu could react, he had already fallen into a state of weightlessness. This weightlessness was more serious than any he had ever experienced before, and it even brought a strong tearing force that kept eroding his body. Fortunately, the power of the formation protected his body. Otherwise those lords of the 6th and 7th ranks would probably be torn into pieces by this power. It was so long that Lin Yu almost felt that there was something wrong with the transmission. He finally felt the ground under his feet, and his tense body relaxed. However, when he opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. At this time, they were standing on a huge square. The surrounding area was a city that seemed to have been built not long ago. People came and went on the street, and lords from other realms were everywhere. The ears were filled with shouts and hawking, which looked very lively, and the place where they were was next to a huge crack connecting the sky and the earth, protected by a semicircular light shield that stretched to the horizon. Lin Yu turned around and was shocked to find that the crack behind him was actually connected to other realms, just like the border battlefield between them and the Yuansha realm. However, this one was obviously much larger, and he could even see the vast void where the two realms connected, and the hideous and terrifying space cracks. As you can see, this is a transit area built by the emperors of various realms to receive the transmissions of the lords of various realms. Behind us is the plain where the Guiyuan realm is located. At this time, Ji Xinghe's voice suddenly sounded, explaining the origin of this realm to the lords. Guiyuan realm? This is actually the Guiyuan realm? Doesn't that mean that we are very close to the eternal realm? The lords whispered to each other, and many people knew the Guiyuan realm very well. Even Lin Yu had heard some news about this realm, because this realm is the intersection of the human realm and the alien realm. The races of the lords of the surrounding realms are many and complex, and basically all races can be seen. Even the Guiyuan realm itself is composed of lords of many races, unlike the primitive realm, which is mostly human. The most important point: this realm is very close to the eternal realm. In this case, is the opposite the sphere of influence of the Realm Alliance? Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but look outside the light shield. At the end of the line of sight, a space channel that is exactly the same as the Guiyuan realm stands between heaven and earth, and it is at least tens of thousands of miles away from this side. This is not Lin Yu's random guess. It is estimated by relying on the powerful perception after being promoted to the 9th level. As if to respond to his guess, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded again at this time. You all see that the place we are in now is a realm that has been deprived of luck and is on the verge of collapse. It is also one of the channels connecting us with the Realm Alliance. This battlefield is full of lords from various realms. Remember to be careful when you go out. If you can act together, act together. When the time is right, we will naturally launch a general attack and attack the Realm Alliance. Ji Xinghe's words contained a hint of admonition. After hearing this, the lords below were shocked. The place where they were was actually a realm deprived of luck. No wonder. Why did they feel so familiar here? It turned out to be a realm that was about to be destroyed. And because it was about to collapse, space cracks could be seen appearing out of thin air from time to time outside. Although they were not big, they gave them a chill. If they were accidentally caught in it, they would be in danger of death. However, without giving them a chance to react, Ji Xinghe immediately said, "Okay, that's all I have to tell you. I still have things to do. Next, you can get familiar with the surroundings first. Also, the boundary teleportation has been built here. If you want to go back to the territory, you can teleport directly from here." After saying that, he flashed and disappeared directly from the spot. as if he had something important to do. The lords looked at the direction where he disappeared and looked at each other. But soon, they couldn't help getting excited. After staying in the territory for so long, they finally came to a new place. How could they stay there? They immediately formed gangs and spread out to the surroundings, and began to get familiar with the environment here. Lin Yu did not act with the other lords, but he stood still and tried to contact the territory. As Jixing has said, he could actually contact the territory directly here and summon troops directly. Even if he wanted, he could teleport back to the territory at any time. It has only been a few days, and such a complete function has been built. The means of the emperors are really unimaginable. But what concerned him most was what Jixing had just said, that this was only a transit area for receiving teleports from lords from all walks of life. So didn't that mean they hadn't yet reached the real battlefield where the two armies were fighting? Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately looked around, and soon he was attracted by the three huge portals standing on the edge of the square, because he found that many of the lords who had just teleported here rushed to the three portals as soon as they appeared, without any hesitation, which made him a little tempted. After thinking for a while, he walked towards one of the portals. Then he took advantage of the situation to grab a 7th level lord who was passing by, intending to ask about the situation. The 7th level lord was originally preparing to rush to the portal, but was suddenly grabbed by someone, and immediately turned around in displeasure. However, when he saw the two big words 9th level on Lin Yu's basic information interface, he was immediately scared to death. Brother, let's talk nicely. Don't kill me. What's the point of killing? I just want to ask you something. Lin Yu's face was full of black lines. Does he look so fierce? Ask about something? The 7th level lord raised his head and looked at Lin Yu in astonishment. But he immediately shuddered and said quickly, Brother, feel free to ask me anything. As long as I know, I will tell you everything. You are quite sensible. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then I will ask you. Then, Lin Yu asked some questions about the three portals. The 7th level lord did not dare to hide anything and told Lin Yu everything he knew, so that Lin Yu finally understood the situation here. So, this boundary battlefield had been established a few days ago, and they were the last batch to come. And these three portals correspond to the low, medium and high levels of the war zone respectively. The low-level war zone is located at the edge of the battlefield, where the space is relatively unstable. It can only withstand the attack strength of the 6th and 7th level lords. If it exceeds the 7th level, it will easily cause the space to collapse. The intermediate war zone is the 7th and 8th level battlefield, which is slightly closer to the center. It is also the same. It cannot withstand the attack strength of the lords above the 8th level. The advanced war zone, also known as the main battlefield, is a battlefield that all lords below the 10th level can enter. Of course, as long as the low-level lords are not stupid, they will definitely not easily run to the advanced war zone to die. As for whether there are independent areas above the 10th level, Lin Yu did not find out. After all, the other party is only a 7th level lord, and it is very good to provide so much useful information. So Lin Yu did not embarrass him anymore and let him go directly. Then he stayed for a while, walked towards the portal representing the advanced war zone, and followed the other lords into it. Swish! The light came on, and he came to a huge war base built on the edge of the battlefield with people coming and going. Please note that you have come to the realm battlefield, advanced battle zone. The battlefield merit function is activated. You can get merit by killing enemies, and use it to exchange for various treasures. The amount of merit obtained depends on the enemy level, and is only valid in the realm battlefield. The reminder that suddenly sounded in his mind made Lin Yu stunned. Killing enemies to get merit. Isn't this the same rule he encountered in the 10,000 Realms battlefield before? I don't know what can be exchanged. If it can be exchanged for the Orb of Faith, it will be amazing. And it will definitely allow him to reach the 10th level at the fastest speed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. He quickly looked around, looking for the place to exchange merit. Chapter 444, The Army Approaches. There is a wall tens of meters high between the war zone where Lin Yu is and the battlefield, which completely separates the two places. And inside the wall is the base of the advanced war zone, which is also surrounded by a huge light shield. The light shield is full of people coming and going, and there are 9th level lords from all walks of life, and a small number of 8th level lords who are confident in their own strength. There are also many basic buildings surrounded by formations. It has various basic functions such as living and resting, replenishing supplies and healing, storing materials, transmitting, and posting notices. It can be built in such a short time, which is obviously the work of the emperors. And unlike the battlefield in Lin Yu's impression, this time there are actually many cultivators from the indigenous forces accompanying him, who are responsible for support and logistics. Some master craftsmen and pharmacists directly set up shops, such as blacksmith shops and pharmacies, on the front line to provide help to the lords. It can be seen that the emperors are going to take real action this time, when all the lords of all realms have gathered. It is probably time to launch a full-scale attack on the Realm Alliance. Before that, he had to get familiar with this place as soon as possible and gain a firm foothold on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Lin Yu quickened his pace and got familiar with the war zone. What surprised him was that, behind the war zone, there were garrisons set up by various realms, camps surrounded by wooden fences, which looked a bit like ancient military camps. Lords from various realms kept coming in and out of it, and it looked very lively. I heard that the Realm Alliance has made another move today, and it seems that a large number of people are being gathered. Gathering people? Do they want to attack us? It's better to attack, so that I can kill more people and earn some merits. If they want to attack our rear, they must first capture this war zone. Otherwise it will be in vain. The chatter of several lords on the side fell clearly into Lin Yu's ears, making him pause. As those lords said, each war zone has the function of replenishing and transporting lords. If you want to enter the other side's realm, you have to capture the war zone first and block the lord transportation. Otherwise you will be exhausted sooner or later. It seems that the Realm Alliance also regards them as a thorn in their eyes. Not daring to waste time, he immediately walked into the station of the primitive world. Lin Yu? As soon as he entered the station, Lin Yu was suddenly stopped by a voice. He stopped and looked at the source of the voice in confusion, and was stunned. In the open space in the distance, a beautiful figure in white stood across the people coming and going, looking at him from a distance, like moonlight sprinkled on silk. Gentle and elegant, quiet and beautiful. Is it you? Lin Yu stood there, his eyes full of surprise and emotion. Long time no see. Ji Yunchuan smiled. Yes, it's been a long time. Lin Yu's eyes were calm, without the surprise he imagined, and even less the violent reaction he imagined. Instead, he seemed to meet an old friend he hadn't seen for many years, revealing a hint of gentle smile. Ji Yunchuan at this moment has changed a lot since the last time they parted. She is more mature and more stable. She exudes a restrained aura, like a gemstone with smooth edges. Still bright but not dazzling. Perhaps because she is an angel, she has a holy and gentle aura. I didn't expect to meet you here. How are you doing recently? The two smiled at each other, walked together naturally, and walked side by side on the open space of the station. Fortunately, I have been here a few days ago. How about you? As for me, I am still the same. I eat and sleep as usual. Lin Yu shrugged, slightly surprised. No wonder he didn't see her when the lords gathered before. It turned out that she had come here in advance. And what surprised him was that Ji Yunchuan at this moment had reached the same 9th level as him. Obviously, she had experienced a lot during this period. So naturally, the two of them strolled around the station and talked about their recent experiences. The laughing and talking appearance immediately attracted the attention of other lords of the primitive world nearby. Who is that guy? He is so close to the Valkyrie. Valkyrie? The Ji Yunchuan who is in the top 100 of the enemy killing list? Yes, it's her. I heard that she forced back a 9th level team of the Realm Alliance yesterday and successfully killed 2 of them. In the end, she retreated because of too much consumption. Fuck. So fierce? Isn't it said that Valkyries never act with others? The lords whispered, and all of them were attracted by Lin Yu and Ji Yunchuan. And their conversation was also transmitted to Lin Yu's ears without missing a word. I can't see that you are so strong now, Lin Yu said in surprise. They are just exaggerating the facts, Ji Yunchuan said helplessly. At that time, there happened to be a 9th level lord monster nearby to help me attract firepower. I lost a lot of troops before I finally forced them back. This time, I came back to replenish troops and rest. I see. Let's work together again next time we have a chance. After nearly half a year, he still missed the days when they worked together. Okay. Ji Yunchuan smiled. Her eyes curved into crescents. After that, she talked to Lin Yu about some things about the battlefield. and then said goodbye and left. Looking at Ji Yunshuang's gradually receding figure, Lin Yu did not stay any longer, and walked towards a floating blue crystal in the center of the station. This huge crystal, which is 3 stories high, is the place for battlefield merit exchange in various realms. At this time, it is surrounded by a large number of lords. It has to be said, there are still many 9th level lords in the original realm, although they are relatively rare in the realm. When they all gather here, the number is still extremely exaggerated. There are thousands of them standing in front of him alone, and there are other 9th level lords rushing in. It was not easy for Lin Yu to squeeze into the crowd and click on the merit exchange interface to check. You won't know until you see it. You be shocked when you see it. Beads of faith and origin crystals. They can be exchanged. There are even various high-level treasures, rare items, rare troop tokens, and everything else. What puzzled him was that most of the things at this time, including the beads of faith, were gray, indicating that they could not be exchanged. After clicking on the interface description and reading it for a while, he finally understood that these things required a certain level of combat merit to be exchanged. Precious things like beads of faith require 3rd class combat merit to be exchanged, which means killing more than 10 enemies of the same level. As for origin crystals, you need to kill 100 enemies of the 2nd class combat merit to exchange. You know, the enemies here are all 9th level lords. How can they be killed just by saying it? This is probably set up to prevent someone from taking advantage of loopholes to buy and sell battlefield merits and hoard resources in large quantities. Want to exchange things? Yes. At least go into battle and kill the enemy first. There is no free lunch in this world. In general, this is a strategy to motivate lords from all walks of life to fight bravely. And it has really reached the point of being meticulous. Lin Yu glanced at his military merit level on the interface. New recruit. Well, it seems that he needs to continue to work hard. After closing the interface, he continued to wander around the garrison. Attention! A large number of Realm Alliance troops were found 50 kilometers ahead. Suddenly, an anxious shout sounded above the city wall in the distance. All the lords in the entire advanced war zone changed their faces and stopped. Is there an enemy attack? The people of the Realm Alliance are attacking? What a courage. We didn't do it, but they started it first? Quick! Hurry up and get on the city wall. We must not let them attack here. The lords shouted one after another, dropped what they were doing, and hurried towards the city wall. Lin Yu didn't stay, and immediately left the garrison and followed the crowd to the top of the city wall. As expected, on the horizon at the end of the sight, a large mass of dark shadows suddenly appeared, almost covering the entire sky and the ground, and approaching this side rapidly. Even from a long distance, one can feel the ground shaking. Leave the city and prepare to meet the enemy. At this time, a proud figure appeared above the city wall. The terrifying power immediately shocked everyone below. 11th level. It's the commander. In every war zone, no matter how high or low, there will be an 11th level strongman guarding, who is also the commander who commands the entire war zone. The purpose is to prevent the Realm Alliance from sending strongmen to kill low-level lords regardless of the consequences. And at the moment, the commander appeared. An old man also appeared above the Realm Alliance on the opposite side. The terrifying momentum of his body is not inferior to the commander of the 10,000 Realms camp. The two stood in the air, fearing each other. The majestic auras collided with each other in the air, causing the entire space to shake violently. However, they did not make a move, because they both knew that if they made a move, they would instantly destroy all the lords below, which would not be worth the loss. So after the sparks collided, they instantly disappeared and went to confront each other in the void. Seeing this, the people below were immediately shocked. Go! Go out of the city to meet the enemy. Kill all the bastards of the Realm Alliance. This dozens of meters high wall is not enough to stop the impact of the Realm Alliance army, and it will also affect the performance of land-based troops. Once a battle is triggered here, the war zone will inevitably be involved. The people of the Realm Alliance must not be allowed to get close. With orders, countless troops emerged and gathered on the battlefield outside the city, posing a posture to fight. Behind them, lords who received the news continued to rush from all directions. Kill! At this moment, the Realm Alliance team, which was surging like a black tide, finally rushed to a place less than 10 miles away, and a deafening shout of killing was heard. The number was so huge that there were at least 100,000. Charge! Kill them! The 10,000 Worlds camp was not to be outdone. With a roar, the entire huge team turned into a tide and launched a fierce attack on the Realm Alliance team. In a blink of an eye, the two teams surged and fiercely merged together. The flying troops in the sky collided violently. Lin Yu and the team also summoned all his troops at once. Chapter 445 Pure World. A loud rumble. The huge body of Qingting appeared on the battlefield, accompanied by the vines that swam wildly, spreading out in all directions, almost covering the surrounding area of hundreds of meters. The vines were covered with dark blue thorns, exuding a strange aura. This is a plant-based army. Does the plant-based army have such an army? Why have I never seen it before? Such a strong aura. The lords of the anti-alliance camp on the side exclaimed repeatedly, and were all frightened by the sudden appearance of this huge monster. Lin Yu's army is possessed by symbiotic moss, and its attributes are almost twice that of ordinary 9th level ones. Even if the arms of these 9th level lords are also blessed by the implanted arms, the effect is not so exaggerated. After all, Lin Yu's symbiotic moss inherited the trickery skill of the fraudulent willow, and can copy the attributes of the same level target at will. Adding the two together, he can surpass the ordinary 9th level lords just after advancing. As soon as the plant army appeared, the Realm Alliance troops that rushed forward were blocked by the ancient tree army, and the momentum of the charge also stopped. What a tough army. What's wrong with these ancient tree troops? Use armor-breaking skills. Add some fire-type troops. The Lord of the Realm Alliance soon discovered that Lin Yu's troops were difficult to deal with, and hurriedly called for troops to restrain the plant system. However, but at this time, dense vines and thorns suddenly emerged, forming a strange forest within a radius of 100 meters, covering all their melee troops. The troops that were originally attacking fiercely suddenly seemed to be possessed, running around in the vine forest. Do it. At Lin Yu's command, other plants in the forest suddenly rose up and attacked those soul-destroying troops. In a blink of an eye, the Realm Alliance troops in the entire area were defeated, and the troops were harvested crazily. Be careful. It's the deep blue dream of the plant system. This plant lord is a bit tricky. Come and support us. There are many knowledgeable people in the Realm Alliance team. They didn't recognize the green vine, but they recognized the deep blue dream attached to the green vine at a glance. A soldier known for its mental attack. Seeing their melee soldiers falling one after another, the faces of those lords turned livid. Damn. There is even a deep blue dream. I have only seen this soldier once, and it should be considered the strongest mental soldier in the plant system. Where did this pervert come from? In the midst of the curse, they did not dare to hesitate any longer, and led the team to retreat, replaced with the Fire Lord, who had a restraining effect on the plant system, and brought a lot of armor-breaking group attack skills. But they didn't notice. On the falling corpses just now, clusters of bright red dandelions had already quietly bloomed. Brother, do you want wind? At this time, an elemental lord nearby noticed the dandelions all over the ground ahead, and his eyes lit up. Although dandelion troops are rare, they are not too rare. There are few lords who can reach the 9th level who have not seen them. So when he saw Lin Yu actually made so many dandelions, the man knew what Lin Yu wanted to do. Lin Yu looked back at him and found a bunch of wind elemental troops around him, looking eager to try, and smiled knowingly. Yes, blow as far as you can. Okay, I promise to blow you all over the battlefield. The elemental lord didn't waste any words, and with a wave of his hand, the wind element around him suddenly blew up a gust of wind, blowing the large field of dandelions in front of him into the sky. In an instant, the sky was full of flowers. The whole sky was dyed red, and the other lords nearby were stunned and stopped moving. Oh my goodness! Are these plant-based dandelion troops so powerful? The elemental lord was talking nonsense, staring blankly at the dandelions that were floating above the Realm Alliance team. This was an extremely exaggerated number, and even a team of 500 dandelion troops might not be able to produce them. While he was stunned, the dandelion seeds in the sky had spread to the surrounding area under the sweeping wind. Damn! Where did so many dandelions come from? It's the plant-based troops again. I hate the plant-based troops the most. They only know how to disgust people. Go. Burn all these dandelions. As we all know, the attack of the dandelion troops is not strong, and it is a continuous bleeding attack. As long as you are careful not to inhale them into your body, and remove and burn them as soon as possible, there will be basically no big problem. So although the Lord of the Realm Alliance was surprised, He did not take the flying dandelions seriously. Instead, he handed them over to the fire-based troops and continued to command the troops to attack. The entire field was filled with shouts of killing, and everywhere was filled with soldiers fighting frantically and fallen bodies, with blood staining the ground red. Seeing that they did not react, a strange smile gradually appeared on the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Qin Gang. With a low shout, Qin Gang launched a savage roar, covering all the plants, including the Soul Chaser. The attributes suddenly increased by 30%, and the spirit finally broke through the 20,000 mark. When all the dandelions fell and attached to those soldiers, a sharp laugh suddenly came out of the twisted facial features of the Soul Chaser. Boom, boom, boom! A series of violent explosions exploded on the entire battlefield, instantly killing a large number of soldiers. Even the long-range soldiers in the rear were killed on the spot and fell in a pool of blood. What's going on? Why are these dandelions still exploding? Something's wrong. Look at those corpses. Dandelions. So many dandelions. The team of the Realm Alliance was in chaos, and finally found that these dandelions were not right. The lords of the anti-alliance side were extremely surprised, looking at the enemy team that suddenly became chaotic. However, what made them even more surprised were the corpses that were blown to death. Clusters of gorgeous dandelions began to bloom again, blooming all over the battlefield, sucking the blood on the ground crazily. The horrifying scene immediately frightened the lords of the Realm Alliance. How dare they hesitate? And immediately shouted to the soldiers around them. Quick! Burn those dandelions! Return to defense! Return to defense! Where are all the fire soldiers? Don't let those dandelions spread out. In a blink of an eye, the Realm Alliance shouted in shock, and the battle line quickly shrank and retreated. The chaotic scene made the Elemental Lord next to Lin Yu stare with eyes wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. Is this really the dandelion he blew out? He probably blew out missiles. In shock, even the way he looked at Lin Yu changed, becoming extremely horrified. The situation on the field changed again and again. Seeing the people of the Realm Alliance scattering dandelions like a plague, many lords with wind skills immediately seized the opportunity. Go! Blow away those dandelions! Haha! Trash of the Realm Alliance! You have come to this day? Put out all those fires! The lords of the anti-alliance side took advantage of the victory, and continued to put out the fire attacks of the Realm Alliance. Under their suppression, all the dandelions finally bloomed again, and spread out in a gust of wind. The scale of horror was several times more exaggerated than before, almost dyeing the entire battlefield red. What a perverted spreading ability! Let alone the Realm Alliance. Even the lords of the anti-alliance were shocked by the scene in front of them. Is this really the level that the 9th level troops can do? However, they didn't give them any chance to think about it. Boom! There was another series of loud noises, and all the dandelions exploded, regardless of whether it was in the sky or on the ground. All the parasitic soldiers were blown to death on the spot, and the bodies fell like rain. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 1.2 billion magic power, 10 battlefield merit points, and the essence of the 9th level territory X1. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 800 million magic power, 10 battlefield merit points, and the essence of the 9th level territory X1. Kill 2 9th level lords? Listening to the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu was overjoyed. Sure enough, in a chaotic place like the battlefield, even a strong 9th level lord will have a downturn. A full 2 billion magic power solved his current big problem of lack of money at once. And at the same time, there were 20 battlefield merit points, which was really worth the trip. I didn't expect that you actually hid such a method on your side. In the void, the two commanders who were confronting each other had been watching the battle situation below. When he saw that the Realm Alliance suffered heavy losses, the old man's face gradually became gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Yu and the team. With their strength, they could not hide everything from them. Old Gile, don't try to hit that little guy, or I be rude to you. The commander of the anti-alliance snorted coldly, interrupting the old man's thoughts. At the same time, he was secretly looking at Lin Yu, his eyes full of admiration. Hee. You don't really think that you can beat us back at this level, right? Unexpectedly, the old man on the opposite side suddenly laughed sinisterly, and a strange smile gradually appeared on his wrinkled face, as if to respond to his words. In the originally chaotic Realm Alliance team below, 10 Lord teams suddenly appeared, forming a strange formation in the center. What's even more strange is that the 10 teams are composed of lords from the 10 major factions. Then an angel lord in the center held up a white feather and continuously received the energy transmitted by the 10 teams. Not good. It's a war prop. Retreat quickly. In the anti-alliance team, those veteran 9th level lords recognized the strange formation at a glance, and their faces changed drastically. The troops that were still attacking frantically also stopped and retreated violently amid their shouts. War props are a general term for large-scale group battle props suitable for battlefields, such as the group resurrection props in Lin Yu's hand, the prayer of the gods and angels. This kind of prop may not have much impact on a single lord or team, but once it is placed on the battlefield, it will become a terrifying weapon. Some powerful effects may even reverse the entire battle situation in one fell swoop. Haha. It's too late to react now. Take this skill first. The people of the Realm Alliance laughed wildly, and the energy in the Holy Feather finally gathered. Quiet world. Accompanied by a loud shout, a dazzling holy light suddenly broke out and swept towards the entire battlefield. Chapter 446. Tian Tun's new ability. The holy light enveloped the entire battlefield. The lords of the anti-alliance side had no time to retreat before they were caught up by the holy light, and all the states on their bodies were instantly cleared. The dandelions that had just bloomed also melted rapidly in the light, and even the bloody frenzy of the green vines disappeared directly. It turned out to be a large-scale group purification skill. Lin Yu was shocked. I didn't expect that the opponent actually had such a powerful method hidden. Without the blessing of various states, the momentum of their troops instantly weakened. This is not over yet. After purifying all the states, a prompt sounded in his mind. Affected by the effect of Quiet World, all skills cannot be activated for 5 minutes. Even the skills were sealed. This time, all the lords of the anti-alliance were shocked, and their expressions instantly became gloomy. It's okay to clear the state. At worst, you can add it after it recovers. But if you can't use any skills within 5 minutes, then the problem is huge, and you can only passively defend. Even Lin Yu and the team was solemn. The Forest Sage's peace domain is preventing all creatures from launching attacks, and all attacks are invalid. It can block the effects of attacking items, but it is useless for this kind of non-damaging status effect. Otherwise, he would have used it as a dispel skill. Retreat. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately asked the plants to shrink the front line and retreat to the vine forest. The other lords also reacted quickly, retreating urgently amid shouts, and set up a defensive formation, intending to hold out for these 5 minutes. Haha. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now it's our turn. Attack with all your strength. Kill. With the suppression of war items, the lords of the Realm Alliance rose up again, and the Black Army turned into a tide, launching a fierce attack on the anti-alliance side. Without the support of skills and status, the anti-alliance team had no way to hold on. In a blink of an eye, they were defeated and forced to retreat. Damn the Realm Alliance. They actually used such a dirty trick. Everyone hold on. We must not let them enter the war zone. We can't stop them here. Come and support us. Shouts rang out in the team, which was exactly the same as the situation when they were suppressing the Realm Alliance just now. It's just that this time, it was the anti-alliance team that was suppressed. The situation changed so quickly that the two commanders in the sky exchanged expressions. How is it, Brother Yufeng? The gift I prepared for you is not bad, right? The old man called Jila had a wrinkled smile on his face. Yufeng was the commander of the anti-alliance and the king of Yufeng Kingdom. Seeing his own troops retreating continuously, Yufeng's face was as gloomy as water. I didn't expect you to prepare this kind of thing. I underestimated you. Unfortunately, it's too late to react now. Jile laughed sinisterly, with a look of confidence. While the two were talking, the situation below gradually changed. The anti-alliance team was finally forced back to the city wall, and the troops fell in groups. No, I can't stand it anymore. Hold on. You must hold on. The Lord shouted again and again, struggling to resist the attack of the Realm Alliance. Lin Yu followed the battle line and retreated, frowning. His plant troops could barely withstand the attack from the opposite side, with the strong defense added by the holy objects and secret treasures. But others couldn't. Once the battle line was breached, the Realm Alliance troops marched straight in, and it was only a matter of time before their battle zone was breached. He had just arrived here, and had no time to get familiar with the environment. Do we really have to retreat back to the plain entrance, and wait for the lords of all realms to reorganize the situation? Swish. Just thinking about it, A large area of light suddenly lit up beside me. In the originally empty vine forest, a bunch of immortal flowers emerged without warning and rushed towards the opposite side. Aren't all the skills sealed? How come there are still immortal flowers summoned? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look behind him. I found that Tian Tun was opening its sharp-teethed mouth evolved from the four-leaf clover, happily summoning immortal flowers, and occasionally shooting a corrosive spike from its mouth to eliminate those soldiers rushing up. It was just like nothing happened. Why are you not affected? Lin Yu looked at Tian Tun in astonishment. Tian paused in his attack and looked at him in confusion. It was as if he was saying, "What effect? I don't know." Then, it opened its mouth again and sucked on the other royal families next to it. Then something weird happened. The pure world state on those royal families actually turned directly into a stream of energy and flowed into Tian Tun's mouth. The seal that originally prevented him from activating skills was also broken, and he returned to normal in an instant. Lin Yu stared at the situation blankly, then reacted and suddenly fell into ecstasy. His Tian Tun can actually swallow the abnormal status effects on himself. Not only that, it can even swallow the abnormal status of other soldiers. He doesn't remember that the swallowing skill had this effect before. Is it a new ability that is activated after upgrading to the 9th level? Not only can it swallow the enemy's skills, but it can also swallow the abnormal status of allies. This is simply an enhanced version of Group Dispel. What can't you swallow? You guy? Lin Yu's eyebrows were raised, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. When he learned about Tian Tun's new ability, he didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately gathered the team and retreated to the Angel Rear troops responsible for assistance. That's right. The range of influence of Tian Tun's swallowing ability is very limited for the entire battlefield. But if it is only a part of the army, it is more than enough. Call all your soldiers with dispel skills, Lin Yu shouted loudly, attracting the attention of all the angel lords in the rear troops, looking at him in confusion. But immediately, they were shocked and understood Lin Yu's intention. Can you remove the skill seal? Quick! All the soldiers who can dispel the skill come here. Dispel the skill? I have it. I have it! The angel lord shouted and hurriedly dispatched troops to summon each soldier. It's not that they don't have the dispel skill, but because they are all sealed, they can't use it. Now when they heard that Lin Yu could remove the skill seal, they were shocked and excited. In just a breath, thousands of soldiers have been summoned and gathered in front of the team. Tunshin, leave it to you. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and called out to Tunshin beside him. Then, Tunshin opened his mouth wide, and under the surprised gaze of the angel lords, the seal effects on the angel soldiers turned into streams of energy and flowed into his mouth. Removed? The seal has been removed. Hiss. It really is. Quick! Quick! Go and dispel the state for everyone. These people are indeed 9th level lords. They reacted immediately after just a moment of daze. Based on the thousands of angel soldiers, they spread out to the surroundings and dispelled other soldiers in groups. The front row lords, who were still struggling to hold on, after pieces of holy light fell, the seal on their bodies was also removed. Strange. How can I use skills again? Fuck. The seal has been removed. It's the angel soldiers behind. They have recovered. Brothers, hold on. Our chance has come. The anti-alliance team was full of shouts of surprise as the angel soldiers spread to the entire field. The seal on them was finally completely removed, and skills suddenly burst out one by one. What's going on? How come they can suddenly use skills? Didn't even the dispel skill be sealed? How can someone still dispel? Looking at the skill lights that kept lighting up in front of them, the lords of the Realm Alliance screamed in surprise. The originally fierce momentum of advancement was also blocked by the recovery of the anti-alliance. Damn Realm Alliance. I'm going to knock you down. Brothers, charge. Kill them back. Kill! The anti-alliance lords, who had been holding their breath, would never miss this opportunity to beat the drowning dog. They suddenly jumped up one by one and threw out their skills desperately. As the saying goes, things will turn around when they reach the extreme. The team that was suppressed too hard suddenly broke out with a far more fierce offensive than before, and unexpectedly caught the Realm Alliance off guard and forced it back again. The originally neat team was also instantly broken up and quickly defeated. What's going on? In the sky, King Jilo looked gloomy, watching the change in the battle situation below. No longer arrogant and complacent. Haha. Old Jile. You didn't expect it, Did you? We broke your trick so quickly. The expression of King Yufeng was exactly the opposite of his. His tense expression relaxed, and he even did not forget to make a sarcastic remark. While the two were pulling, the team of the Realm Alliance finally collapsed across the board. The Anti-Alliance team tore a hole in it and marched straight in. The troops kept falling like wheat being cut. Humph. Seeing that the situation was over, King Zhao snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and he left directly with a wave of his sleeves. Retreat! The low roar full of unwillingness spread throughout the battlefield. The Realm Alliance team, which was fighting fiercely below, finally gave up resistance, fought and retreated rapidly in the direction they came from. The Anti-Alliance team chased them relentlessly, and finally stopped after chasing them for dozens of miles, and then suddenly burst into a fierce cheer. We won. They won this battle. And they won beautifully. Lin Yu and the team still regretted not being able to harvest a few more heads at the last moment. And a majestic voice sounded in the sky. Clear the battlefield. Withdraw the troops. It was the commander's voice. The lords were shocked and immediately recovered from their excitement. After a simple repair on the spot, the lords excitedly discussed the battle situation just now while rushing back to the war zone. The remaining lords spread out to collect the corpses of the soldiers on the field. Lin Yu was no exception, and immediately asked the piranha troops around him to devour the corpses on the ground to increase experience. This way their basic attributes will be higher. At the same time, Lin Yu also paid attention to the types of corpses. His piranha troops can copy a skill of the corpse by devouring the corpse. These newly recruited 9th level piranha have no copying skills yet, so they naturally cannot miss such a good opportunity, and they have to choose a few suitable skills. Chapter 447: The possibility of killing a 10th level monster. It must be said that the types of corpses on the battlefield are really rich. After just a round, Lin Yu copied the skills of 40 piranhas. He still copied the 3 skills of Undead Domain, Corrosive Acid Rain, and Devouring Black Hole, 1 Corpse Summoning, 1 Range Damage plus Defense Reduction, and 1 Monster Gathering plus Range Damage, all of which are very good skills. And they are all undead. Lin Yu found that the skills of the undead system are really compatible with the plant system, and it is easy to copy powerful skills. For example, the angel system is not so good. He tried to devour several corpses of the Holy Arbiter soldiers, but the result was that they all copied single target skills such as the Holy Spear and Countdown to the End, a skill that refreshes the cooldown. Can't be copied at all. Tunshin can specify the copy, but he is a little reluctant to replace the skill of Undead Summoning, and he has the Fragment of the Godhead, which is equivalent to being able to cast the skill twice, which is enough for the time being. Forget it. Let's go back first. Seeing that there were not many corpses left on the field, Lin Yu did not hesitate anymore and rode the demon dragon back to the war zone. On the way to fly, he looked at the experience of the piranha plant, which had basically risen to more than 2,000 points. If there were a few more such battles, I'm afraid it would be maxed out directly. It must be said that the advantage of the piranha plant in upgrading is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary soldiers. As long as it devours corpses, it can speed up the upgrade. This also gave Lin Yu a very bold idea. If he collected all these corpses and drained the blood of Qingting at once to trigger the bloody frenzy, would he be able to improve the attributes to the level comparable to that of a 10th level monster in a short period of time? As long as he could kill the 10th level monster within the duration of the bloody frenzy, then he could complete the Saints Road mission and get an extra piece of the Godhead fragment. At that time, he would definitely be able to narrow the gap with those 9th level old monsters. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Yu felt it was feasible. After all, the origin space can now store corpses. Moreover, he had studied that the blood of the corpses stored in the origin space would not be lost, just like the state of time stopping, and it could be preserved. In other words, as long as his origin space is large enough and he can get enough corpses. This assumption is completely valid. 10th level monster? Lin Yu sat on the back of the demon ancestor dragon, with a cold light in his eyes. He seemed to know what to do next. After thinking about it, his speed suddenly increased, and soon he passed the city wall and returned to the war zone. At this time, the 9th level lords had not yet dispersed, walking in groups in the war zone, and basically talking about the war that had just ended. Many lords who had just arrived were also constantly asking for relevant news and exclaiming, "You don't know how spectacular the scene was just now. The sky was full of dandelions. I don't know which plant master made them. That's right. This is the first time I've seen someone make so many dandelions at once. They almost killed the guys from the Realm Alliance. Hiss. Isn't this too amazing? Is it some old monster who made a move? It's possible. But I heard that lords of that level usually collect origin crystals in other places on the battlefield and rarely come to participate in such battles. Collecting origin crystals on the battlefield? Hearing the conversation on the side, Lin Yu paused slightly. As far as he knew, origin crystals were only something that appeared after killing lord monsters above level 9. So, there were lord monsters on this battlefield. This was unexpected good news. After all, this plane was on the verge of collapse. And the original things in the realm were almost completely corroded by the chaotic aura, leaving only a wasteland. He thought there should be no monsters. But he didn't expect to hear such good news. After getting familiar with this place, you can explore the battlefield. Look! The kill list has changed again. Just thinking about it. A shout from a distance interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yu raised his head in confusion, and found that a large group of people were gathered next to a suspended square stone tablet in the center of the war zone. Talking about it, he walked over and saw that it was a kill list of lords from all walks of life, with thousands of names listed. Battlefield kill list. Ranking. Name. Realm. Combat power. Kills. 1. Angus Yuanzuan Realm. 40,129. 2. Hidden Holy Light Realm. 35,142.60. 3. Long Cane Beast God Realm. 35,068.58. 4. Alexander Void Realm. 34,991.58. 40,000 combat power. Seeing the information ranked first, Lin Yu was shocked. This is nearly 3,000 more powerful than the 9th ranked lord in their primitive world. Even his kill count is more than twice that of the others below him. You know, the people who were killed here were all 9th ranked lords. And the realm battlefield has only been open for less than 10 days. Who is so powerful that he can achieve such an amazing record in such a short time? Lin Yu knew that Yuanzuan Realm was one of the 10 realms. And the lords were mainly from the elemental Holy Spirit clan. That is, a race derived from the spiritual intelligence of various elements, who are born with the ability to master the corresponding attributes, and are the most friendly race to the power of elements. Even with the dragon and phoenix clan of the beast god realm, they are not inferior. That's why the realm won the quota of one of the 10 realms in the 10,000 years of reproduction. In this way, it seems that the top 5 on the kill list are all lords of the 10 realms? Lin Yu glanced at the list. Not to mention the top 5. Even the top 10 are all people from the 10 realms. It was not until the 12th place that other realms began to appear. Then he continued to look down and finally saw a familiar name at the 100th place. 100. Ji Yunshuang Primitive Realm. 24,702.34. 24,000 combat power. Lin Yu was very surprised. He didn't expect Ji Yunshuang to be able to squeeze into the top 100 with such combat power. Although it was only at the end. It was also very powerful. After all, the other people in the top 100 basically have combat power above 30,000. And their strength should not be underestimated. No wonder she is called the Valkyrie. It seems that she must have had some adventure during this period, which made her strength so rapid. More importantly, she has a father who is a king. And she probably has no shortage of crystals of the source of faith power. With a good background and hard work, it is not too surprising that she can achieve what she is now. And it's only been a few days. After a long time, those old lords will come. And it is estimated that this list will have to be reshuffled. That's when personal strength will be truly reflected. Thinking of this, Lin Yu retracted his gaze, and continued to wander around other places in the war zone. The first day was still mainly to familiarize himself with the environment. It was not until it was almost dark that he finally teleported back to his territory through the cross-border teleportation array in the transit area. As soon as he stood still, the Principality channel exploded instantly. Haha. It's so cool. Today I killed several enemies in the low-level war zone and earned a lot of resources. Going to the battlefield so soon? I just figured out the rules. I just figured it out. Especially the exchange of merits, which can actually be exchanged for military tokens and building blueprints. I heard that even rare tokens can be exchanged in the high-level war zone. I went to the high-level war zone to take a look. It was really terrifying. They were all 9th level bosses. I have never seen so many before. Low-level lords going to the high-level war zone is simply looking for death. It's better to stay in the low and medium level war zones first. As the sky gradually darkened, the lords rushed back from the boundary battlefield, excitedly discussing the various things they encountered today. Obviously, they were all bored during this period of time. While Lin Yu was looking at the chat messages on the channel, he came to the World Tree to check the territory resource information. Today, when he was chasing the Realm Alliance army, he took advantage of the chaos to kill 2 more 9th level lords, and his magic power has increased to an exaggerated level of 2.8 billion. With this money, it should be enough to expand the urban area of Huangsha City several times, and even build a large-scale construction to build all the surrounding defensive walls. Thinking of this, he immediately sent troops out to call Xue Changgui. Not long after, Xue Changgui, who was patrolling in the city, hurried over with a few men. "Lord, you are looking for me? Well, I want to ask, how many construction craftsmen are there in the city now?" Lin Yu got straight to the point. "My lord, after we opened the air route with the capital, a large number of residents poured in. Now there are about 700,000 people, and about 1/5 of them can work in construction." 1/5? 140,000? Lin Yu was a little surprised when he heard this. He remembered that there were only 70,000 or 80,000 people before. The growth rate was much faster than he imagined. The opening of the air route with the capital really had a significant effect. If it continues like this, I'm afraid his Huangsha City will not be able to accommodate and digest so many people. Okay. Then change the focus next. Gather these people. Prepare to expand the city. Build city defense. And build a city of 1 million. All of them? Xue Changgui said in surprise. 140,000 people is not a small number. Yes. Lin Yu nodded heavily. I will mobilize 2.5 billion funds later. How long will it take to complete the expansion? 2.5 billion. Xue Changgui and his men behind him all widened their eyes. He swallowed his saliva and said excitedly, "If there is so much money, I can complete it in 3 months. Not 2 months. People in this world are generally much stronger than the world where Lin Yu came from because they can practice. As long as there is enough money, it is still possible to build a new urban area within 2 months." So after some discussions, Xue Changgui left excitedly with the task given by Lin Yu. Prepare to gather manpower, expand the urban area, and build Huangsha City into a city with a population of 1 million. As for Lin Yu, he took the remaining 300 million magic power and used the materials received during this period to make a magic airship, intending to fill the vehicle position of the 9th level flying dock and increase the flow rate of the population. In this way, the population of his territory will also increase faster. With a larger population, the increase in the power of faith will naturally increase. These are all necessary to improve strength. Chapter 448. The base was surrounded. The next morning, Lin Yu quickly used his cross-border teleportation ability to arrive at the anti-alliance base at the entrance of Guiyuan Realm. Although it was only morning, the base was already crowded with people. Many lords gathered here to open shops and conduct various transactions. Those lords who were going to explore the major war zones would also replenish supplies and rest here, waiting for teammates. Just when Lin Yu was teleported over, 2 figures who were talking on the edge of the square noticed him. "Lin Yu?" The voice full of surprise came into Lin Yu's ears, making him stop walking. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Yin Lion Situjian, who had not seen him for many days, walking towards him quickly. "It turned out to be you. I didn't expect to meet you here," Lin Yu said in surprise. "How dare you say that? You have been hiding in the territory all day, and it's hard to find you," Yin Lai complained dissatisfiedly. This guy just wants you to help him make equipment. Ignore him." Situjian followed up. "But you? I heard that you have reached the 9th level now." After saying that, he looked at Lin Yu with a surprised look on his face. It also attracted Yin Lai's attention. You know, when they upgraded to the 8th level, Lin Yu was only at the 7th level. As a result, Lin Yu was the first to reach the 9th level. When they heard the news, they were surprised for a long time. "Yes, I was lucky to get a lot of resources in the battlefield of all realms. Just enough to upgrade to the 9th level." Lin Yu didn't need to hide anything from Yin Lai and Situjian. When they upgraded to the 8th level, they didn't despise him for only being at the 7th level, and they teamed up with him to hunt monsters. Just this point alone was enough for him to identify these 2 friends. "You guys, You reached the 9th level without saying anything. Just wait. I will catch up with you soon after I kill a few more realm alliances in the intermediate battlefield in the next few days. Yanlai said indignantly. Me too. Situ Jian looked serious. As a lord of the same period, he naturally didn't want to fall behind too much. Haha. Okay. I wait for you to reach the 9th level. And then we will go into battle together to kill the enemy. Lin Yu had no doubts about the talents of these two people. In addition, they already had strength far beyond that of ordinary lords of the same level. And it was only a matter of time before they reached the 9th level. That's it. The three chatted for a long time on the edge of the square, and agreed to meet in the advanced battlefield in the future, and then said goodbye to each other and separated. Lin Yu passed through the teleportation portal on the edge of the square, and soon arrived in the advanced battlefield. After identifying the direction, he hurried to the direction of the original realm station. When he was strolling in the station yesterday, he found that there was a notice in each realm station for issuing battlefield tasks. For example, tasks such as scouting the enemy, clearing out the spies, removing the enemy's nests, raiding, and even killing designated threat units. These tasks are basically for the advancement of the front line. It is also the indicator assigned by the superiors to the garrisons of each realm. And it seems that additional merit rewards can be obtained after completion. It happened that he was going to explore outside, so he could go and see if there were any suitable battlefield tasks. After thinking about it, Lin Yu couldn't help but speed up his pace and rush to the garrison. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he arrived near the garrison of the primitive world, he suddenly heard a curse. Taishian realm, don't go too far. This is the upgrade garrison task we finally received. Why should we give it to you? Someone came to their primitive world garrison to make trouble. Lin Yu was shocked and immediately rushed in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, at this time, outside the primitive world garrison, there were already a lot of lords who came to watch the show, pointing and talking inside. There were even many alien races other than the human race who came to join in the fun. In the middle of the crowd, on the wide open space outside the primitive realm station, two lord teams were confronting each other, and the atmosphere was full of gunpowder. Battlefield missions are supposed to be for the capable. With the difficulty of this mission, you primitive realm can't complete it at all. It's better to hand it over to our Taishian realm. That's right. If the mission fails, delaying military operations will be a small matter. But slowing down our pace of advance will be a big matter. Can you primitive realm afford it? Bah! You said it so nicely, but you are just eyeing the reward for this mission. Do you really think that our primitive realm is easy to bully? Angry curses were constantly heard from the primitive realm team, but they were blocked by the Taishian realm people at the entrance of the station and couldn't leave. Lin Yu had only heard of the name of Taishian realm. It seems to be a realm with relatively advanced strength among all the realms. Compared with the primitive realm, which barely reached the middle level, it is much stronger, and the number of high-level lords is naturally incomparable. No wonder they were so arrogant, snatching tasks directly outside their base. And they were snatching base upgrade tasks. You know, the higher the base level, the larger the scale will be, and the better the tasks issue will be. This is the rule set on all battlefields, and it is also a way to assess the comprehensive strength of all realms. Snatching upgrade tasks is tantamount to cutting off the resources of their realm. This is no longer as simple as a simple realm conflict, as if to confirm Lin Yu's thoughts. At this time, the old man who led the original realm snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know that your Taishian realm has always been resentful because we once severely injured a great emperor. And you just want to find an opportunity to retaliate. The old man's momentum is so strong that he is definitely the strongest among all the 9th level lords of the original realm that Lin Yu has seen. He is obviously a prestigious figure in the realm. And the words he said also made Lin Yu look enlightened. It turns out that there has been a gap between Taishian realm and their original realm for a long time. No wonder. Sure enough, the long-accumulated conflicts between the various worlds are not so easy to resolve. However, since the other party has bullied him, as a person from the primitive world, he naturally cannot sit idly by and immediately squeeze out of the crowd and join the team of the primitive world. Yesterday on the battlefield, he collected thousands of soldiers' corpses and stored them in the origin space. And the bloody frenzy effect of Qingting is stronger than that of ordinary bloody banshee soldiers. These thousands of corpses swallowed at one time are definitely not inferior to any old lord. This is also his biggest explosive trump card at present. With this trump card, As long as he does not encounter those 9th level old monsters. He has enough confidence. At least self-protection should be no problem. And at this time, the opposite Taishian world finally became a little impatient. Since you are unwilling to hand in the task, don't blame us for teaching you a lesson. Go! With a loud shout, the lords of Taishian world suddenly spread out and surrounded the primitive world team. In the war zone, you can't kill people at will. Otherwise you will be severely punished. But the upper level rarely cares about general fights and provocations, as long as no one is killed. This is why Taishian realm is so arrogant. Do you really want to fight to the death with us? The old man standing in the front looked livid, looking at the other side's troops that were far more numerous than his own. The other lords also clenched their fists, veins bulging. They were bullied by others, and could only passively defend. How could they have suffered such humiliation? But if they started fighting, with their numerical disadvantage, they would not get any benefits at all. By then, I am afraid that even the garrison would be affected and destroyed. Fight to the death? With just your few people? You think too highly of yourself. The middle-aged man who led the Taishian realm sneered, his words full of disdain. Then, his face darkened, and he wanted to give the order to attack. Enough. Unexpectedly, a voice full of majesty suddenly sounded in the void. All the lords' faces changed, and they looked up and found that the commander appeared at some point, standing in the air. And there were several powerful figures around him. Looking closely, they were all 10th level lords. Hello, Commander. Greetings, Commander. The lords did not dare to neglect and bowed their hands in salute. Even the people of Taishian realm. They all looked pale, and did not expect the commander to come in person. And those 10th level lords, obviously, had just come from various realms to assist the commander in guarding the war zone. The commander stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Now is the time for all realms to unite against the enemy. We should put aside our contradictions and fight the enemy together. Do you want to cause civil strife?" After speaking, his sharp eyes pointed directly at the Taishian realm team. Yes, yes, the commander is right. The leader of the Taishian realm said yes again and again, not daring to disobey. This also made the lords of the primitive world on the opposite side secretly relieved, and their tense spirits gradually relaxed. With the appearance of the 11th level strongman, at least the Taishian realm would not dare to do anything wrong in the short term. Okay, let's disperse. Recently, the activities of the Realm Alliance have become more and more frequent. Be careful to prevent it. The commander did not say much. He threw down a sentence, and then his figure flashed, and he and the 10th level lords disappeared instantly. The terrifying pressure that originally enveloped the surroundings also dissipated, making all the lords feel relieved. How dare they stay any longer? They scattered and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The lords of the Taishian realm looked at the people of the primitive world with a gloomy face. You are lucky today. Let's go! After saying that, he turned around and left with the team. A conflict between realms ended hastily because of the appearance of the commander. I'm afraid that the Taishian realm will not give up so easily. Looking at their backs as they went away, a lord of the primitive world whispered. Indeed. The old man in the lead nodded. The overall strength of their realm is stronger than ours. Everyone, remember to be careful when you go out in the future, and don't get bumped by them. Also, have you noticed that the commander seems to be trying to help us? I have the same feeling now that you mentioned it. Could he be familiar with a big boss in our realm? It's possible. The lords talked a lot, and walked back to the garrison. But they didn't notice the strange expression on Lin Yu's face in the team. Because just now, Lin Yu clearly felt that the commander's eyes stayed on him for a while. Chapter 449 Battlefield Encounter. Is it because of yesterday's battle? Lin Yu was in doubt. With the perception of an 11th level strongman, he found that his performance in the battle yesterday was still easy. This is why he did not use the power of rules. Although Emperor Xingyao has helped him hide the breath of the fragment of the godhead, he dare not guarantee that he will not be exposed in front of the 11th level strongman. If he is sensed to have a complete 11th level godhead on him, he will be dead. But it seems that the other party should not have found anything, which makes him feel relieved. But on second thought, it seems wrong. He made a great contribution to turning the tide of the battle yesterday. But he just came over to take a look and didn't give him any substantial rewards? Isn't this commander pretending not to know that he is not from his own realm? Just thinking about it, a reminder suddenly sounded in the minds of all the lords of the original realm. Lords, please note that since the battle merits in your realm have reached the requirements, The battlefield station level has been upgraded to E level. The upper limit of battlefield tasks is unlocked. And battlefield notices will release more difficult tasks. Please go and check it yourself. The moment the voice fell, the entire primitive world station suddenly lit up with a light. What's going on? Why did it suddenly upgrade? Didn't you say that the total war merit is still a long way to go? We haven't done the task yet. The sudden reminder made all the lords stunned. Even Lin Yu himself had a strange look on his face. He didn't expect his complaints to come true so quickly. The level of the station is calculated according to the accumulated war merits of everyone in the entire realm. The higher the level of the station, the higher the war merit, which means the stronger the overall level of the realm. In this way, the higher the difficulty and more generous battlefield tasks will be sent down. This is also the reward and punishment mechanism thought of by the emperors of all realms, in order to create a good competitive environment. To put it bluntly, the lords of all realms are greedy adventurers. Who will help you without some rewards? Who will work for you? This world is so realistic. Surprised, the lords didn't care about so much, and all surrounded the notice board in the station that posted battlefield tasks. The battlefield tasks posted above are common in stations of the same level, except for tasks that require a lot of manpower. They will basically disappear directly after being accepted by someone. So you have to act quickly. Lin Yu mixed in the crowd, looking at the task information that kept flashing on the notice, and was surprised. Battlefield task, scouting the enemy situation, repeated, task difficulty, E level. Task requirements, scouting the deployment of the Realm Alliance's forces. Deadline, 3 days. Task reward, 1 million magic power. 10 merits. 1 war merit. Battlefield task, eliminate threats team, task difficulty, D level. Task requirements, clear the Realm Alliance's hideouts near the war zone. Deadline, 6 hours. Task reward, 2 million magic power. 20 merits. 2 war merits. Battlefield task, decapitation operation, special, task difficulty, none. Task requirements, kill the Realm Alliance's 10th level generals. Mission reward, 5 billion mana. 5,000 merits. 500 war merits. Kill a rank 10 general? Is this a mission that anyone can come up with? If he has the strength to kill a rank 10 general, why does he need to hang around on this battlefield? Looking at the missions that are more outrageous than one another, Lin Yu doesn't know how to complain. But it must be said that the reward for this mission is really tempting. A full 5,000 merits are enough for him to exchange for 500 high-level faith orbs, which is 500,000 faith power, which can meet the requirements of upgrading to rank 10 at once. Although these missions are very outrageous, there are also humane aspects. That is the war merit reward later. Because many things in the merit exchange require war merits to reach a certain level before they can be exchanged. That is, to kill enough enemies. And this mission reward is precisely a way for those lords, who are weaker and can't kill enemies, to obtain war merits. As long as the war merit accumulates to 10 points, it can be upgraded to the 3rd class war merit, which can be directly exchanged for faith beads and some relatively low-level treasure props. When it accumulates to 100 points, it can be upgraded to the 2nd class war merit, which can be exchanged for origin crystals and higher-level treasure props. These 2 things alone are enough to attract most 9th level lords. And the highest 1st class war merit can be directly exchanged for origin crystal cores. That's right. It was the final task reward he got in the battlefield of all realms before. And the effect was 10 times that of the origin crystal. But this is still a bit far for Lin Yu now. So after reading the task notice for a while, and accepting a personal task of killing 10 enemies, he left the base directly and began to prepare for the next plan. The most important thing for him now is to upgrade the range of the origin space as soon as possible. Now, within a range of more than 2,000 meters, excluding the positions for placing troops, there is only room for a few thousand monster corpses. As long as the range is upgraded to the maximum value of 20,000 meters, his space capacity will be greatly increased. Then, if the experience value of the troops is fully upgraded, he can try to challenge the lowest level 10th level monsters. After all, 10th level lords are not easy to kill. So before upgrading to 10th level, he must get as many fragments of the Godhead as possible. Let's go. Let's take a look outside first. Summon the demon ancestor dragon and fly high into the sky. Then, in a whistling wind, it swept over the city wall and flew to the depths of the boundary battlefield. Along the way, You can see many lords and teams who are leaving the war zone like him, rushing in various directions. But not long after, those lords disappeared. Lin Yu didn't care and continued to move forward on the demon ancestor dragon. The sky of the entire boundary battlefield was gray. Only a few lights shone through the gap, falling on the barren land below, reflecting mottled bloodstains. Lin Yu walked forward, passing through one piece of land after another after the war. It was not until nearly half an hour later that he finally came to a wasteland filled with yellow soil. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Yu uttered a light exclamation and looked at the sky above a wasteland in the distance. There were actually strange space cracks that continued to spread out in all directions. Crack! At this moment, a crisp sound came. Less than 100 meters in front of the demon ancestor dragon, a space crack appeared out of thin air, tearing everything around it crazily. Get out of the way! Lin Yu was shocked and hurriedly drove the demon ancestor dragon to spin in the air, narrowly avoiding the crack. However, when he turned around, the crack had disappeared. Instead, new cracks suddenly appeared on the left front of him, and 2 of them appeared at once. What on earth was going on? Lin Yu didn't dare to think too much, and immediately asked the demon dragon to turn around, fly to the ground, and hurriedly retreat half a kilometer away, finally avoiding the cracks that kept appearing and disappearing. Then he looked at the space in the middle that was on the verge of collapse from a distance. What surprised him was that, in just a few minutes, the space crack spread to nearly 100 meters. The chaotic aura visible to the naked eye emerged, and finally, after accumulating to a certain extent, it turned into a black light column that soared into the sky and sank straight into the endless void. Lord Monster. Another Lord Monster appeared. Quick! It's over there. The spectacular scene can be seen clearly even from hundreds of kilometers away. It also caused the lords, who were exploring nearby, to scream in surprise and rush over here. Lin Yu, who was near the crack, finally understood why the lord said there were monsters on the battlefield. The moment the black light column appeared, 3 figures of different shapes suddenly appeared and slowly emerged from the space crack. The huge size of the figure immediately changed his face. Lord Monster. That's right. It was the 9th level Lord Monster. And they were all SSS level. Before he could think about it, a team of lords on flying mounts had already rushed over from a distance. After taking a look at him, they landed on the open space next to them. Then, several figures with completely different auras from them also rushed over from the other side and landed on the opposite side. Boundary Alliance? TSK. I didn't expect these guys to arrive so quickly. It's probably going to be another melee later. Listening to the discussions of the people next to him, Lin Yu frowned slightly. Judging from the reactions of these people, it was obvious that they were no longer surprised to see Lord Monsters on the battlefield. What he didn't expect was that even the people from the Boundary Alliance were attracted here. From them, one can clearly feel a different aura from the anti-alliance camp, which is exactly the same as the evil spirit he encountered in the monster plane. Could it be that the realms in the Realm Alliance have been eroded by that power? Lin Yu was in doubt. This was not good news. After the 2 teams arrived, they confronted each other across the space crack, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Lin Yu observed that, in addition to him, there were a total of 4 people on their side and 5 people on the opposite Realm Alliance. And they were all from the same team. They were able to arrive so quickly, and they were obviously exploring nearby. Brother. At this time, the man leading the 4-man team next to him looked at him. How about not interfering with each other and fighting the enemy together? Okay. Lin Yu nodded silently. He was not stupid. And of course, he would not choose to be enemies with the teams on both sides at this time. At least on the surface. They all had the common enemy of the Realm Alliance. Okay. Let's deal with those people together first, the man said in a deep voice. The reason for inviting Lin Yu was not because they felt Lin Yu's strength, but simply to fill the gap in numbers. Otherwise, it would be too disadvantageous to fight 4 against 5 to snatch the Lord Monster. And just as they were talking, the 3 Lord Monsters finally got out of the crack completely, roared loudly, and rushed towards them. Go! Without hesitation, the teams on both sides waved their hands, and thousands of 9th level soldiers appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the Lord Monster. However, what the 4-man team did not expect was, as soon as the battle started, the opposite Realm Alliance immediately separated 3 people, bypassed the crack and surrounded Lin Yu, completely separating him from the 4-man team. They actually wanted to get rid of him first. Chapter 450 Thunderous. Go! Get rid of him. A sharp shout came from the mouths of the three Realm Alliance lords. Without giving others a chance to react, more than 2,000 soldiers formed a circle and surrounded Lin Yu from three directions. Especially the beast soldiers who rushed to the front, turned into afterimages and swept out, blocking all of Lin Yu's retreat routes. The four-man team wanted to rescue, but was also dragged by the remaining two Realm Alliance lords and monsters, and could not get away. Successful. The beast system raised the corner of his mouth, showing a cruel smile, as if he had seen the scene of Lin Yu's blood splattering on the spot. However, the next second, the smile froze on his face. Even the two companions beside him changed their expressions, and looked ahead in fear. Whoosh! Countless vines suddenly spread out with Lin Yu as the center. Those beast soldiers who rushed to the front were instantly pierced through the body, and each one was hanging on the vines like rags. Then, large tracts of plants emerged crazily, and the number was so huge that it was not inferior to the sum of the three of them. Come back! The three shouted in shock, and hurriedly retreated with their troops. However, what greeted them was a large area of giant vines rushing out from the ground, blocking their way. Then, with a loud bang and flying sand and rocks, one vine after another rose up, forming a giant cage around the entire vine forest, trapping them all inside. Damn! I'm tricked! Break through these vines! After a few shouts, all the troops immediately turned around, bursting with skills, and attacked the vines behind them. Want to leave? There's no chance anymore. Lin Yu stood on the main body of the green vine, his eyes indifferent. The moment the voice fell, the desperate secret treasure of the symbiotic moss was activated, and all attributes were converted into physical fitness. Bang! The troops of the three lords hit the vines hard, and were all repelled by the powerful force. The place they attacked only broke a layer of skin, and almost didn't even break the defense. How could it be? The three lords were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. Just as they were shocked, the Ancient Tree Legion, led by Qin Gang, had already launched a brutal charge with swords and shields in hand. On the ground, there were dense vines swimming quickly, surrounding them from all directions. Quick! Stop them! Defend! Defend! Ah! The whole vine forest was in chaos. With screams, a large number of thorns and poisonous fog emerged crazily, accompanied by bursts of violent explosions and flying dandelions. The few people outside watched the three people being drowned by plants, and after a few screams, they gradually died. Dead? Dead? The four-member team that had said they had cooperated with Lin Yu before couldn't help swallowing, their eyes full of horror. 3 ninth-level lords. In less than 5 minutes. All killed. How strong must one be to do this? Not to mention the 2 remaining members of the Realm Alliance, who retreated while looking at the vine forest in the distance in horror. Finally, they looked at each other and turned to flee, without any hesitation. Until then, the vine forest finally slowly dispersed, and Lin Yu watched their backs calmly as they went away. The strength of these lords was not too strong, and they were only the most ordinary level among the 9th level lords, and they were not much of a threat to him at all. And the resources on the 3 people just now were also pitifully few, adding up to only 700 million magic energy. It is estimated that they have been used to develop the territory. However, he has been given a lot of merits. With the previous gains, he now has 70 merits and 7 points of war merits. He only needs to kill 3 more enemy lords, or complete 3 battlefield tasks to exchange for the Faith Orb. And every 10 points of merit is exchanged for 1,000 points of faith. He couldn't help but sigh that the speed of the 9th level gathering faith power was indeed not comparable to that of the 8th level lord. Cry. Just as he was thinking, the Lord-level Thunder Eagle that was originally besieged by the Realm Alliance suddenly turned around and flew towards him. Name, Thunder Eagle King, Lord, Race, Beast. Level, 9th level, SSS level, Skills, Thunder. Thunder Flash. Thunder. Chaos, all attributes increased by 100%. Introduction, the King of Thunder Eagles. Controls extremely powerful thunder power, and is extremely fast. Fortunately, although it is SSS level, but it is a thunder attack that is not very effective against plants. Qin Gang. Without hesitation, Lin Yu directly let Qin Gang launch a savage roar. A large area of red light spread, and the attributes of all arms were close to 18,000. And ordinary arms reached more than 20,000. As soon as the Thunder Eagle King launched the Thunder Flash and turned into lightning to attack, he was immediately entangled by the vines of the green vine that soared into the sky. Cry! The Thunder Eagle King struggled desperately, and a large amount of terrifying electric light burst out, which electrified the vines and burned them black, breaking free from the restraints. However, this brief pause has already won the opportunity for other royal families to take action. Bang! With a sound, sparks flew from the mouth of the cannon, and a destructive dragon flame cut through the sky and shot out at the Thunder Eagle King. At the same time, Ling Shi raised the staff high, and the thorns were entangled. The Thunder Eagle King, who had wanted to rise to the sky and escape, was instantly bound by the thorns that suddenly appeared. The cannon penetrated and exploded on its chest, bursting out a cloud of blood mist. Not dead? The killing prompt did not sound, and Lin Yu could not help but be stunned. It was unexpectedly able to survive a cannon in the state of barbaric roar. The life of this 9th level Lord Monster is indeed tenacious enough. Mushroom Monster King. Without holding back, the Mushroom Monster King, who had been waiting in the air on the demon ancestral dragon, flew high into the sky with a command, leading a team of mushroom troops to throw a large number of mushrooms at the Thunder Eagle King. Boom! The whole sky shook violently. The terrifying explosion completely submerged the dying Thunder Eagle King. A long-lost reminder finally sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Kill the 9th level Lord Monster and gain 1 million magic energy. The moment the reminder sounded, the Thunder Eagle King's body, which was blown to pieces, also fell to the ground with a bang, and the energy on his body quickly gathered, turning into a piece of territory essence and 3 treasures wrapped in golden light. Lin Yu came to the side of the corpse inside. I didn't expect that when I met the SSS level Lord Monster that I had to avoid. I could kill it so easily now, without even a single soldier. It's really sad. He glanced at the other 2 Lord Monsters that had been beaten to death by the 4 men, and gave up the idea of robbing them. He squatted down and picked up all the things. He took a quick look. A Thunder Eagle Troop token, a Universal Troop secret treasure, and an Origin crystal shining with a faint blue light. I didn't expect to be so lucky that the Origin crystal exploded at once. Lin Yu happily put it away, and then looked at the Troop secret treasure. Troop secret treasure, Thunderous. Treasure type, Universal. Treasure level, SSS level. Treasure effect, attack has a 40% chance of paralyzing the enemy, and can forcibly interrupt the enemy's skill casting. Introduction, a secret treasure used to strengthen the troop, which can be used in the troop base and only strengthens a single type of troop. Not bad. It is a secret treasure with a relatively high versatility, and it is suitable for troop types with a high attack frequency, considering that the paralysis effect may break the dandelion illusion of the Soul Chaser. This secret treasure can be given to the Disaster Sword Bamboo. The attack frequency surrounded by sword energy can almost trigger the effect 100%, and the interference effect is still very powerful. As for the remaining arms tokens, for Lin Yu now, they are not too precious things. At most, they can be exchanged for money. After putting all the things away, he stood up and looked at the 4 people in the distance. He found that they had successfully killed the remaining 2 Lord Monsters, and were looking at him carefully. Happy cooperation. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and did not stay for long. He rode on the Demon Dragon and left directly, continuing to look for space cracks in other places, until he walked away. The 4 lords finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves gradually relaxed. Have you heard of this person? The leading man asked in a low voice, his eyes full of solemnity. No. The plant lord in the team shook his head and said, I basically have an impression of the 9th level plant system with good strength in all walks of life. But I have never seen this one. It's mainly his arms. Don't you think it's weird? Another person followed closely. It's really weird. This is the first time I've seen such a type of soldier. It's much stronger than the rare type of soldiers. I have a feeling that this person will be famous in the entire realm battlefield in the near future. I have this feeling too. While discussing, several people stared at the direction where Lin Yu disappeared and stood there for a long time, until they noticed that other lords were coming. They hurriedly packed up and left. At this time, Lin Yu, riding on the demon ancestor dragon, had already flown out of the wasteland and continued to explore other parts of the battlefield. During the flight, he opened the Origin interface and took a look. After killing the 9th level Lord Monster, his Origin space range increased by another 100 meters, which was much faster than killing the 8th level. At this speed, it shouldn't take long to reach the 9th level maximum value. At that time, they can proceed with the next plan and collect corpses. Afterwards, he looked at the realm battle power list again and found that his ranking had improved again. Number 4995, Linyu Great Wilderness Principality. 26,600. Compared to the 9th level, the combat power has increased by about 500. The ranking has finally been successfully squeezed into the top 5,000. This is probably because the experience of the troops has been improved. The positions of the troops have been fully recruited, and the source space has been improved. When all the experience of the troops reaches the maximum value, the source space is full. With the blessing of the 3 pieces of divine fragments, the combat power is estimated to be close to 30,000, or even more, which can be regarded as entering the ranks of old lords. As for those old monsters who have lived for dozens or hundreds of years, they are only a minority after all, and you can't meet them whenever you want. Chapter 451, The Peak Combat Power. Have you heard? These days, many 10th and 11th level realms have begun to rush to various battlefields. Are they all here? Are they finally going to launch a general attack? Isn't this a bit too hasty? It's better to be hasty, so that we can catch the Realm Alliance off guard. I can't wait to attack the opposite realm. In the high-level war zone where people come and go, the lords gathered in groups of 3 or 2 and whispered. In just a few days, the cross-border transmission in each realm has been basically completed, and a large number of lords rushed to the 10 major battlefields from various realms, making the battlefield more and more lively. Linyu, who had just been teleported from the territory, was walking on the road in the high-level war zone, and was surprised. During this period, he has been exploring the battlefield, killing monsters and lords of the Realm Alliance. Not only did he harvest a large number of treasures and magic energy, but the origin space also expanded to 5 kilometers. I had wanted to upgrade to 10,000 meters in one go, but I didn't expect to launch an attack so soon. He opened the resource interface and took a look. Excluding the resources used to expand Huangsha City and build city defenses, he still had 2 billion magic energy left, and his merits had accumulated to 260 points. 80 points were given for completing tasks, and the remaining 180 points were obtained by killing the lords of the Realm Alliance. Together with the kills before, there were a total of 25 heads, and he finally successfully upgraded to the 3rd class war merit, which could be exchanged for the Orb of Faith. This was what he had gained in the past few days. The number of kills increased so slowly mainly because there was no major war, so there was no way to sneak attack. Now that the war is coming, it is good news for him. After listening to the discussions of other lords for a while, Linyu rode on the demon ancestor dragon and flew out of the war zone. According to those lords, the attack may take another 2 days to come, so it is just right to collect more resources during these 2 days. After thinking about it, the demon ancestor dragon under him suddenly accelerated, swept over the city wall in a gust of wind, and flew to the depths of the battlefield. It was not until more than an hour later that they finally arrived at the central area of the battlefield, inside an endless stone forest. This area is very close to the headquarters of the Realm Alliance, and there are small frictions every day, so you have to be careful. After entering the stone forest, the demon ancestor dragon gradually slowed down and began to patrol everywhere, looking for traces of space cracks. Crack. Just then, a crisp sound came. In the distance, on an open space surrounded by huge rocks, the space suddenly collapsed, and cracks spread rapidly around. Here it comes! Linyu was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter cracks so soon. Let's go down first. He immediately turned around and rushed to the direction where the crack appeared. As long as he could get rid of the Lord Monster before other lords arrived, he could take all the resources alone. Naturally, there was not much hesitation, and he turned around and landed in the stone forest. For a moment, sand and rocks flew everywhere. The sand and rocks on the ground were blown up by the strong wind around the demon dragon, hitting the evenly distributed stone pillars and scattering. No! Suddenly, Linyu's face was turned, and he noticed something unusual. He found that the broken stones that were blown away did not hit the stone pillars, but were bounced away by an invisible force on the stone pillars. It was as if there was a transparent film blocking them. This discovery immediately made Linyu alert, and he immediately let the demon dragon fly off the ground. Boom! At this moment, the ground shook violently, and stone pillars suddenly rose up, blocking the demon dragon's way. In the sky, a large number of wind element soldiers appeared out of thin air, blowing a terrifying wind. Who? Lin Yu shouted loudly, and was forced to fall back to the ground by the strong wind, summoning soldiers to be alert to the surroundings. Then, the stone forest around the crack suddenly moved. In a loud rumbling sound, the rubble fell off, and the stone pillars turned into earth elemental soldiers made of rocks, gathering here quickly. The entire stone forest. It was actually all disguised by these earth elements. Lin Yu was shocked. It was the first time he saw someone using such a powerful method. The number of elemental soldiers was huge. Nearly tens of thousands. Together with the wind element in the sky. All his retreat routes were blocked in an instant. Not bad. You reacted so quickly. At this time, a humanoid elemental creature surrounded by golden armor appeared and slowly fell from the air to the top of a stone pillar. The lord of the elemental clan. Lin Yu's face sank. From the other party, he could feel an extremely strong aura. Stronger than any 9th level he had seen. How could such a terrifying existence lurk in such a place? What shocked him even more was, the other party was obviously only one person. But he had tens of thousands of soldiers. This is far beyond the scope of the 9th level. Even the undead and insects, which are famous for their numbers, cannot reach such an exaggerated level. Who are you? Lin Yu stood in the center of the plant army and asked in a deep voice. He did not feel the familiar evil aura from the other party. In other words, the other party is the lord of the anti-alliance camp. And it is very likely that he is an old monster who has lived for a long time. I really miss you. The elemental lord did not answer Lin Yu's question, but sighed. Then, he suddenly said something that shocked Lin Yu. So many years have passed, and there are still people who don't know me. Angus. Angus. The monster who ranks first on the kill list and has a combat power of 40,000. Lin Yu's eyes widened, and a storm of waves rose in his heart. He never expected that he would meet such a person in this way. He heard about Angus's name from other lords. He is absolutely worthy of the 9th level of the 10,000 worlds and has lived for nearly 200 years. He is also the one with the closest strength to the 10th level among the known lords. This is trouble. Lin Yu looked solemn, staring at Angus standing on the stone pillar and the elemental soldiers surrounding him from all directions. He didn't think that the other party would take into account the feelings of the camp and was just teasing him. But the problem is that killing people in the same camp cannot gain merit points from the other party. And people of this level should not lack magic power. In other words, the other party has other intentions. Fortunately, the other party did not have any means similar to restricting teleportation, which finally made him feel a little relieved. What do you want? Lin Yu shouted directly, ready to teleport away at any time. Not much. Just want to borrow your territory core and become a part of my followers, Angus said lightly, with a strange light flashing on his face that could not see his expression. Lin Yu was shocked when he heard this, and looked at the surrounding earth elemental soldiers, and found that the energy cores on their chests had been hollowed out. Instead, there were territory cores wrapped in light. In this scene, Lin Yu was suddenly stunned. He couldn't help but recall the elemental soldiers he saw when he discovered the secret of the boundary blockade in the mine in the novice village. It was the same method. The core was hollowed out, but it was still able to move vigorously. At that time, he couldn't figure out why the soldiers could still survive after the lord died. Now seeing these soldiers of the other side, he was even more shocked. You could only get so many soldiers by replacing the core of the soldiers with the essence of the territory? Lin Yu looked at Angus with an extremely solemn expression. He seemed to have understood why the other side had so many soldiers. Oh, you actually know this method too? Angus didn't expect Lin Yu to see through his tricks at once, and seemed a little surprised. But the next second, his voice gradually became cold. In that case, then you can die. Do it. With an order, all the elemental soldiers suddenly jumped up and attacked Lin Yu. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of 9th level elemental soldiers lit up with large elemental lights and rushed towards him with heavy footsteps. Defense? Lin Yu did not dare to be careless. With a loud shout, Qin Gang directly launched a savage roar and led the ancient tree army to meet the earth elements. Bang! The two armies collided fiercely. The ancient tree army, blessed by the savage roar, was directly blasted back by the earth element army, and the defense formation just set up collapsed instantly. Several ancient trees were unable to react in time, and were directly pierced through the body by the ground spikes that suddenly rushed out of the ground, suffering heavy damage. It was not an enemy at all. So strong. Is this the combat power of the 9th level first person? Lin Yu was extremely shocked, and finally deeply realized the terrifying strength of these old monsters. But he did not teleport away immediately, because he wanted to try and see how big the gap was between him and the lord of this level. Only in this way can he be mentally prepared when facing the 10th level monster next time. Green Vine. Gritting his teeth, he threw the 5,000 corpses accumulated in the origin space into the air. Swoosh. 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 A series of air-breaking sounds rang out. The vines around the green vine suddenly rushed out, piercing through the falling corpses, madly absorbing the flesh and blood on the corpses. Angus on the top of the stone pillar noticed the changes in the green vine and uttered a light exclamation. In just a blink of an eye, a strange red light spread over the green vine, and its aura rose all the way to an extremely terrifying level. Lin Yu clicked on its interface and took a look. The average attribute actually doubled directly to more than 40,000. Good. This bloody and frenzied effect is indeed powerful. 5,000 corpses can double the attributes. Doesn't that mean that as long as he can collect enough 10,000 corpses, he can touch the threshold of the 10th level monster? At this moment, Lin Yu finally had a clear understanding of his peak strength. Without further hesitation, at a command, the giant vines turned into tentacles, heading straight for the earth elements in all directions, and the wind elements in the air. Explosions and air-breaking sounds continued to ring out, with the assistance of other arms and several royal families. They barely blocked the opponent's attack and fought madly in the stone forest. Of course, Lin Yu also knew that this was only temporary. Elemental life had no flesh and blood, so many of his plant skills could not be used, while the effects of the wild roar and bloody frenzy had not yet disappeared. His face darkened, and he secretly operated the power of rules. Chapter 452 Hunter and Prey. Boom! The stone pillar where Angus stood suddenly exploded. One by one, ice-covered vines rushed out and surrounded him. Angus's face changed, and he jumped off the stone pillar. Explode! Lin Yu shouted, and the vines surrounding him suddenly exploded, shooting out large spikes. The power of rules and the 10th level equipment are powers that can only be controlled by 10th level strongmen. Even the powerful Angus was caught off guard by this sudden change, and was frozen into an ice sculpture by the icy breath attached to the spikes. At this moment, sparks exploded. The cannon that had been waiting for a long time finally took action, and suddenly fired a bullet surrounded by dragon flames. Ling Shi next to him raised his staff, and the leaves in the sky turned into sharp arrows and shot out, sweeping into the air. Puff! Several attacks penetrated the ice layer, passed through Angus' body, and exploded a piece of elemental light. Success? Lin Yu fixed his eyes and looked at the figure that was blown away. But the next second, his expression changed. Angus, who was pierced through the body, only flew backwards for a few meters, broke through the ice, and stabilized his body in a hurricane. On his chest, there was a fist-sized dent and a pea bullet with the flame extinguished. The fatal sniper of the cannon was actually blocked, and it was resisted from the front. At this moment, Lin Yu was completely shocked. The opponent's strength was much stronger than he imagined. Is this the strength of the 9th level number 1? You are very good. It has been a long time since anyone has been able to hurt me like this. Angus stood in the air, quietly watching Lin Yu below. It was just a very calm word, but Lin Yu could feel a murderous intent that seemed to be real. Not good. His face changed, and he retreated violently without thinking. Whoosh! A sharp wind blade suddenly appeared, passing by his body, and with a tearing sound, it actually cut open the space in front of him, forming a small destructive void. A few proliferating soldiers on the side just wanted to dodge, but were swallowed by the crack and rolled into the void. Then the crack closed instantly, as if it had never appeared. What a strong attack! Lin Yu was shocked. The opponent's attack was so strong that it could actually shatter the void, although it was only a brief moment. It shocked him. Looking at the space crack on the open ground before, it had disappeared long ago. I'm afraid it was also the work of the opponent. No wonder it happened so coincidentally to appear in this place. It turned out that this guy made it to lure other lords. Anyway, the goal has been achieved, and there is no need for him to fight anymore. Come back. Seeing the wind element next to the opponent attack again, a series of terrifying wind blades cut through the air and shot out. Lin Yu did not hesitate anymore and immediately recalled the soldiers to launch random teleportation. Swish! The light came on, and he disappeared instantly. The wind blades missed and sank straight into the ground, exploding a large piece of rubble. Teleportation ability? Angus landed slowly and looked at the place where Lin Yu disappeared in surprise. Other than that, he did not show any emotion. Hundreds of years of experience have already made him a calm heart. Just sensing Lin Yu's trace for a while, a whisper came out. Interesting. It seems that the days to come will be more exciting. After saying that, he turned over and jumped onto the wind element, flying back towards the direction of the war zone. A short fight finally came to an end. And at this time, at the other end of the battlefield, Lin Yu, who was randomly teleported away by the ability, finally passed through the space and appeared in an area with people coming and going. Huh? So lucky? Looking at the lively scene around him, Lin Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect that I was so lucky that I could be teleported back to the war zone directly. God really favors him. But why does the aura of these people seem to be a little different from what he saw this morning? Suddenly, Lin Yu was stunned. He stared blankly at the lords coming and going beside him. And those lords also noticed him, stopped and looked at him. The two sides looked at each other, and then their faces suddenly changed. There is a spy. This person is a spy. Kill him. A cry of surprise suddenly sounded in the war zone. Lin Yu, who reacted, finally knew where he was teleported to. It was not their anti-alliance camp, but the headquarters of the Realm Alliance. Fuck. After a swear, Lin Yu turned and fled. And those lords of the Realm Alliance summoned their troops and surrounded him quickly. Where is he? Where is the spy? How dare you sneak in here? Chase him. In the blink of an eye, the entire Realm Alliance headquarters was in chaos, with shouts coming one after another. A large number of 9th level lords came from all directions and summoned soldiers to surround Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't dare to think too much, and directly activated the Mirage skill, creating 2 phantoms like himself, fleeing in 3 directions to disperse the opponent's firepower. Fortunately, the city gate was very close to the location where he teleported. Seeing that a large number of soldiers were rushing in and were about to block his way, he didn't care so much and immediately activated the Void skill and disappeared in an instant. Not good. He has stealth ability. What a cunning spy. Quick. Range attack. Hit him out. The lords of the Realm Alliance shouted continuously, and the range attack was lit up one by one, carpet bombing Lin Yu's forward direction and the exit. Lin Yu, who had just arrived at the exit, was hit in an instant, breaking the stealth state in advance, and gradually appeared from the void. He's there. Chase. The soldiers behind him chased him relentlessly, launching acceleration skills one by one, and quickly surrounded him. Even outside the exit, a large number of lords followed closely, blocking Lin Yu's way. In an instant, countless attacks rose up, roaring like a tide. If you are hit, you will be either dead or disabled. Lin Yu's eyes were like torches, and the forest sage appeared beside him, and the peace domain was directly activated. Buzz. A circle of twisted waves spread out, instantly clearing the attacks that were about to fall. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Yu took back the forest sage, activated the shadow skill, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow to rush out of the encirclement and swept outside the city wall. Damn. Let him run away. Chase him. The lords of the Realm Alliance reacted and shouted angrily to chase him out. There were countless flying soldiers in the sky, cutting off the possibility of Lin Yu escaping on a flying mount. Still chasing? Lin Yu, who was running, looked back at the dark army behind him, and his brows gradually frowned. If this goes on, he will be caught up sooner or later when his rule power is exhausted. At that time, facing so many lords besieging, it would be difficult to escape. No! We have to think of a way. Anxious, Lin Yu looked around. Soon, he found an area covered by wind and sand 2 kilometers away, and his eyes lit up. Ling Shi! With a loud shout, Ling Shi was summoned to his side. There was no need to say more. As soon as she appeared, she immediately burst out with natural power and pointed the flower staff in her hand forward. A violet garden suddenly bloomed on the empty ground, blocking the way of the Realm Alliance team. The effect of the 9th level violet flower staff is no longer the same as before. As soon as those soldiers rushed into the garden, plants with exactly the same attributes as themselves appeared one by one and launched a fierce attack on them. Seeing this, The lord in the back had to order the soldiers to bypass the garden, giving Lin Yu a chance to escape. In this way, in the pursuit and escape, Lin Yu soon came to the windy and sandy area. Looking at the thick sandstorm that almost blocked his vision, he plunged into it and disappeared in a blink of an eye. What should we do? He ran inside. Chase him. It's just ordinary sandstorm. It will soon disperse. And I don't think he can get far. That's right. We must not let the spy from the opposite side escape. The chasing lords of the Realm Alliance hesitated for a moment, and many of them rushed into the sandstorm and continued to chase. And at this moment, a few figures appeared out of thin air above the city wall in the distance. Watching the commotion below, it seems that the spy from the opposite side sneaked in and was discovered. One of the 10th level lords whispered, "It seems that they chose to act when we are not around." Another person followed closely. "Do you want to get rid of him?" Several people couldn't help but look at the King of Bliss in the middle. "No need." King Jila shook his head with an interested expression. "He is just a 9th level. We just need to change our plan. Let the people below make trouble. It will be beneficial for us to spread the news to the other side." Lin Yu didn't know. His unintentional mistake made the other side mistakenly think that he was a spy who came to get information. And he escaped because of it. At this time, he had already penetrated deep into the windy and sandy area. The wind was blowing hard all around, blowing up the sky with wind and sand. And only 10 meters away could be seen, indistinctly, the voices of the Realm Alliance were approaching and chasing him relentlessly. Originally, Lin Yu planned to take this opportunity to hide and escape after the random transmission ability was restored. But after seeing the wind and sand blowing all around, a bold idea suddenly arose in his mind. After thinking about it, he summoned the Soul Chaser and all the dandelions. "It depends on your performance next," Lin Yu said to the Soul Chaser, and then glanced at the flashing figure behind him. And a sneer gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It's time for the hunter and the prey to switch places." At this time, some of the chasing lords of the Boundary Alliance have also penetrated into the wind and sand area, spreading to various directions, looking for Lin Yu's traces. Strange. Why are there so many dandelions here? Suddenly, one of the lords looked around. And since when? The wind and sand began to carry a large number of dandelion seeds. After walking for a while, they and the soldiers were already attached to a large number of seeds. It was like taking root, and they couldn't get rid of it even if they shook it. Ahem. What the hell is this place? Ahem. Several lords accidentally inhaled the wind and sand and dandelions into their bodies, coughing violently and cursing. Chapter 453: A Place of Right and Wrong. The appearance of dandelions immediately caused chaos among the lords of the Realm Alliance in the entire sandstorm area. And those dandelions, with the help of the wind, flew all over the sky, so fast that there was no time to dodge. Soon, someone reacted and his face suddenly changed. Not good. It's a planned attack. Everyone be careful. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Ah. In the blink of an eye, screams were heard everywhere. The lords who accidentally inhaled dandelions had just retreated a few steps, and their throats, chests, and abdomens swelled rapidly, bursting into a blood mist like an alien breaking out of the body, and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Following, clusters of dandelions sucked their blood, bloomed again, and flew into the air along the sandstorm. The originally dim yellow sandstorm was finally dyed red, as if red clouds were falling. All the lords looked at the horrifying scene in horror. Before they could react, more and more dandelions had already attached to them and their soldiers. Damn it. Who has fire soldiers? Burn these dandelions. No. The wind is too strong. They can't burn at all. Retreat. Retreat first. The entire sandstorm area was in chaos, and everyone hurriedly retreated with their soldiers. Especially those lords who saw their companions exploded and died, covered their mouths and noses in fear, and hurriedly fled from here while throwing away the dandelions on their bodies. Explode? But at this moment, a low roar that seemed to come from the netherworld suddenly sounded. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Boom! Ah! All the dandelions within the sandstorm range exploded, accompanied by a series of shrill screams. Those lords and soldiers who had no time to defend were instantly killed on the spot and fell to the ground. Even those who activated the life-saving and injury-reducing skills were seriously injured and dying because of the too many dandelions attached to their bodies. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 200 million magic energy, 10 battlefield merit points, and the 9th level territory essence X1. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 600 million magic energy, 10 battlefield merit points, and the 9th level territory essence X1. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 400 million magic energy, 10 battlefield merit points, and the 9th level territory essence X1. Listening to the prompts that kept ringing in his mind, Linyu smiled crookedly. The diffusion ability of this wind and sand area is a perfect match with the attachment ability of the dandelion soldiers. This is definitely the biggest harvest he has ever made on the battlefield. And it is unimaginable. However, before he could be happy for long, he found that the wind and sand around him gradually slowed down, and there were signs that they were about to dissipate. The wind direction was disturbed by the explosion just now, and at this moment, a palpitating feeling suddenly swept over him, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. It was the commander of the Realm Alliance. Linyu was horrified and wanted to teleport away. Unexpectedly, the space around him suddenly tore open, and an invisible hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed his shoulder. "Boy, go!" Before he could react, the whole person was pulled into the void and disappeared in an instant. The wind and sand that were originally all over the sky finally lost their support and gradually dissipated. Only the corpses on the ground and the red earth were left. Then, King Ji-Le and several other 10th level appeared out of thin air, with a solemn face. "That breath just now should be Yufeng. I didn't expect him to help people. What should we do with these corpses?" someone asked. "Just deal with it casually. This level is harmless." King Ji-Le looked deep, silently staring at the place where Linyu just stood for a while. Then his figure flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. A 9th rank lord may be very valuable to a realm, but once this range spreads to the entire 10,000 realms, it is just a drop in the bucket, and people at their level will not take it seriously at all. If a few die, they can just spend some resources to cultivate them. Only by condensing the godhood and reaching the 10th rank or above can they be considered to be out of the category of cannon fodder and truly control their own destiny. This world of raising insects is so cruel. Anti-Alliance camp. Around the kill list in the center of the war zone, lords from all walks of life still gathered around the list as usual, happily talking about the names on the list. And at this moment, the top 100 names on the list suddenly jumped, and the original 49th place was directly pushed down by a new name. Number 49, Hidden Primitive Realm. 28,670. This change immediately stunned the lords who were discussing, and then immediately set off an uproar. What happened? Why was the 49th place suddenly pushed down? Not only the 49th place, but everyone behind it has dropped one place in the rankings. Fuck. Who is so powerful? He rushed into the top 50 directly from outside the 1000th place? With a combat power of 28,000. He killed 70 people? Is there such a person in the primitive world? So strong. The lords kept shouting in surprise. All of them were attracted by the sudden change in the ranking, and they were all shocked. You know, after the changes in the past few days, the ranking on the list has basically stabilized. The top 100, and even the top 500, are all more than 30,000 combat power. Even between the 500th and the 1000th, there are few combat power below 30,000. Now someone suddenly appeared and soared into the top 50. How can they not be shocked? After all, the number of kills on this list is not some random cats and dogs, but represents the 9th level lords like them. The most important thing is, in the myriad worlds, the comprehensive strength of the primitive world is not ranked at all. Some lords even heard of this realm for the first time. Immediately, there are lords who are friendly with the primitive world and ran to the primitive world station to inquire about the situation. What did you say? The people in our realm have made it to the top 50 of the kill list. The lord of the primitive realm, who was busy in the station, was also shocked by the news. He quickly opened the 9th level list of the realm and searched carefully according to the information those people said. Then he found out that it was actually from a small and unknown principality. And the name was hidden. With the resources of a small principality, it reached the top level of the 10,000 realms, which they absolutely dared not imagine. Even the 9th level lords in other primitive realms were shocked by the news. They talked about it in the station and asked for information everywhere. In the crowd, two figures looked at each other with suspicion. Situ, do you think this person is Linyu? I think it is very likely, because he is also from the Great Wilderness Principality. These two people are Yin Lai and Situ Jian, who have just been promoted to the 9th level and teleported to the advanced battlefield. Unexpectedly, they heard the news about Lin Yu as soon as they arrived here, which shocked them all. That guy has been here for less than half a month, and he's already made such a big move. Could he have poked the nest of the Realm Alliance? Yinlai looked as if he had seen a ghost. Don't tell me. It's really possible. Situ Jian smiled bitterly. Don't think he's usually very cautious. Sometimes when he gets crazy, he's even more daring than you. Then we have to work harder, so as not to be thrown off by that guy. I think so too. After that, the two of them left the base and rushed out of the battlefield without stopping. Lin Yu didn't know what happened in the advanced war zone. At this time, he had come to the back of the war zone, inside a huge camp. As soon as he stood still, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. It was the commander of the war zone, King Yufeng. Thank you for saving my life, Commander. After reacting, Lin Yu didn't know that it was King Yufeng who saved him, and he quickly bowed his hands to thank him. No need to be polite. King Yufeng waved his hand. You are quite courageous. You dared to go to the Realm Alliance alone. Don't you want to live? Although he said so, he looked at Lin Yu with admiration. Well, it was just an accident, Lin Yu said awkwardly. At the same time, he raised his head and looked around curiously, and found that he was outside a huge tent for meetings. The entire tent was very luxuriously decorated, all made of some unknown precious materials, and wrapped in a semicircular light cover that looked like a soundproof magic circle. Through the gap, you can vaguely see a long square table and steaming tea on the table. He couldn't help but wonder, is this preparing to welcome someone? Several emperors, who are responsible for supervising this war zone, will come over later. Since you are here, wait with me. Seeming to see his doubts, King Yufeng said softly. How many emperors are coming? Lin Yu was shocked. If the emperors from other realms saw him, they would definitely be able to sense the aura of the fragments of his divine nature. He would be in danger then, even if the emperors did not care about his divine nature. Once they told the people below, many 10th level masters would definitely target him. He dared not think too much and wanted to find a reason to leave this place of trouble. But at this moment, hundreds of 10th level kings appeared with teams of 9th level lords, rushing in from outside the camp and interrupted his words. Lin Yu? Coincidentally, a surprised cry rang out. Among those kings, Ji Xinghe was also among them, with a look of surprise on his face. Why? Do you know him? King Yufeng looked at Ji Xinghe who came. Yes, Lin Yu is from my principality, Ji Xinghe answered quickly. King Yufeng was surprised when he heard this and looked at Lin Yu deeply. Since they are from your principality, then stay and wait together. The emperor should be here soon. As if in response to his words, the space suddenly twisted above the wide open space of the camp. Several tall figures appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a vast and boundless aura that suddenly spread out. The emperor. Everyone's heart trembled, and they hurriedly followed King Yufeng to meet him. Lin Yu had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow, quietly hiding in the crowd, secretly praying that the emperor would not notice him. A small figure. Chapter 454 Battlefield Assembly. The current situation. Of the entire 10,000 worlds, 30% have joined the Realm Alliance, and 60% have formed the anti-alliance camp. Of the remaining 10%, half are realms that have been destroyed, and the other half remain neutral, not helping either side. In the anti-alliance camp, the 10 major realms and several top realms are scattered in 10 realm battlefields. The primitive realm is one of the hundreds of realms responsible for one of the battlefields. This is the current overall situation. It is said that the lords above the 10th level have already penetrated into the Realm Alliance and pinned down most of their high-level leaders. Each battlefield is guarded by representatives sent by each realm to avoid accidents. But Lin Yu did not expect that even the existence of the Great Emperor level would appear. In a blink of an eye, several Great Emperors appeared on the open space of the camp. There were also more than 20 11th level lords around them, all from various realms, who should be the representatives arranged by the above to coordinate the battlefield. Welcome, Great Emperors. King Yufeng took the lead and shouted loudly, and quickly went to greet them. The people behind him reacted, and also greeted them loudly. Lin Yu hid in the crowd behind Ji Xinghe, lowered his body to the lowest level, and tried to restrain his breath, fearing that he would be suddenly noticed by some great emperor. Luckily, probably because there were too many 10th level people present, those great emperors just glanced at them casually, and didn't pay too much attention to them. The 9th level ants. Let's go. Let's talk first. As he said, he walked directly into the meeting tent. King Yufeng and those 11th level representatives followed closely and walked into the tent. Lin Yu, I'm going in too. You should be careful. I received news that it may not be long before the 10 major realm battlefields will launch a general attack. You'd better make more preparations. Before leaving, Jixing had turned back and told Lin Yu. Lin Yu was shocked when he heard this, and quickly said, okay. I will. Thank you for reminding me. King. Well, work hard. This is also a good opportunity for you. With your talent, you should be able to reach my level soon. Jixing patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and looked at him meaningfully. Then he retracted his gaze, turned around and followed the other kings into the tent. In a blink of an eye, only the 9th level lords of various realms were left outside the tent. With their level, they were not qualified to sit at the same table with the emperors, so they could only wait outside. Lin Yu, who was relieved, naturally did not dare to stay any longer, and secretly left the camp and rushed outside. The 10 major battlefields are about to launch a general attack. This is incredible news, since all the representatives from all walks of life have arrived. It must be in these 2 days, and he must improve his strength as much as possible. After thinking about it, he clicked on the resource interface. All kinds of emergencies had been happening just now, so he didn't have time to see how many enemies he had killed in the Realm Alliance before. Now that he had escaped successfully, he could finally check. As a result, he was shocked as soon as he took a look, and his eyes suddenly widened. 9.8 billion. 9.8 billion mana. Excluding the 2 billion he had left before. That is, he obtained nearly 8 billion mana this time. Surprised, he quickly slid down and found the battlefield merit, which unexpectedly soared to 710 points. Which means that he killed 46 lords of the Realm Alliance. I didn't expect that the dandelion explosion before was so fierce, and it killed so many people at once. Sure enough, the battlefield is the best place to make money. If it were peacetime, he wouldn't dare to think about so many resources. But he also knew that he had achieved such an exaggerated level this time by relying on environmental factors and some luck. It is unlikely to encounter it again. Another pity is that the realm alliances he saw generally have little mana. It seems that they know the danger of the battlefield and have deposited their funds in the affiliated territories. It seems that when he returns this time, he has to deposit all the money in Huansha City. If he has an accident someday, it won't be a waste of money for the enemy, and it can also leave a way out for Huansha City. Thinking of this, Lin Yu speeded up and soon arrived at the original world station. It was just past noon. Many lords had already gone out to the battlefield to participate in the battle, so he easily came to the station crystal and clicked on the exchange interface. Lin Yu's goal this time was very clear. It was to exchange for the Faith Orb, because he only needed the power of faith to upgrade to the 10th level now. And he also needed faith to condense the Godhead. So without hesitation, he immediately clicked on the prop interface and exchanged all the merits for Faith Orbs. The price of a high-level Faith Orb is 10 million magic power and 10 merits. All his merits were just enough to exchange for 71 orbs, which was a full 70,000 faiths, which should be enough to improve a lot of combat power. After consuming 700 million mana to exchange the items, Lin Yu turned around and left, taking the cross-border teleportation array back to the territory. However, he didn't know, not long after he left, Angus, riding the wind element, appeared in the air, flew over the city wall, and flew back to the war zone. Look! It's Angus from the Yuanzuan realm. The appearance of Angus can be said to have caused 1,000 waves. As the first person in the 9th level of the 10,000 realms, and the first in the battlefield kill list, naturally few people didn't know him. As soon as he landed, he caused a lot of exclamations, and they stopped and watched from afar. But immediately, some lords noticed the dent on Angus's chest and the damage to the golden armor, and their faces changed. What happened? He seems injured? Really injured. Who is so strong that he can hurt him? In the entire world, there should be no 9th level who can be his opponent. Right? Could it be the 10th level? Impossible. It would not be so easy to meet a 10th level monster. The lords talked about it, their faces full of shock. You know, Angus is known as the person closest to the 10th level. There are even many people who speculate that his strength has reached the point where he can kill 10th level monsters. But he just deliberately did not reach the 10th level. With such strength, he still suffered such obvious injuries. And it may be done by a 9th level lord. You can imagine how shocked they are. But due to Angus's power, no one dared to speak loudly. They just whispered in private. Until Angus walked away. They finally dared to let go of their voices. This news was like a hurricane, sweeping the entire high-level battlefield in an instant, causing an uproar. On the other side, Lin Yu returned to the territory and soon came to the World Tree and took out the Orb of Faith he had just obtained. Do you want to use? Orb of Faith advanced? Use all. After the voice fell, the orbs turned into streams of light and merged into the World Tree. Then, a powerful force poured into Lin Yu's body, constantly strengthening his limbs and bones. And it felt like his strength had increased by nearly 20%. He clicked on the realm ranking and took a look. Number 3890, Lin Yu Great Wilderness Principality. 28,447. Not bad. The ranking has risen a lot again. It has only been a few days since he was promoted to the 9th level. At this rate, it is just a matter of time before he can break into the top 1,000. And he now has the killer weapon of Qingtang. As long as there are enough corpses, the strength he can exert is definitely much higher than this combat power. Coupled with the power of rules and the hidden means of 2 10th level equipment, it is still possible to fight with the old lord. So combat power and ranking can only be regarded as a criterion for judgment, and cannot represent everything. It seems that we need to collect more corpses. After depositing 5 billion mana into the fixed funds of Huangsha City, and taking another look at the scene of the new city being built outside, Lin Yu teleported out of the territory again and came to the battlefield of the boundary. Although he now has a lot of mana, it also consumes a lot, because once facing the 10th level monster, his troops will definitely suffer a lot of losses. With the current price of troop mutations, he needs at least 30 million to create a symbiotic moss with a trick skill. More than 9 billion mana seems a lot, but only more than 300 can be created. And condensing the Godhead also requires 5 billion mana. In addition to the investment in the development of the territory, the funding gap is not ordinary. Therefore, this boundary war is very important to him. And it is a great opportunity to accumulate a lot of resources. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but speed up, riding on the demon ancestor dragon and flying directly to the battlefield, gradually disappearing from sight. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. After 2 days of preparation, all the lords of the anti-alliance camp who were fighting on the battlefield finally received a reminder. Attention, lords! The battlefield commander issued an assembly order. Please go to your respective battle zones immediately and wait for the next order. Attention, lords! The loud reminder rang in the minds of the lords 3 times in a row. Whether they were hunting monsters or doing tasks, they all stopped and looked towards the direction of the battle zone. Is the full-scale attack finally about to begin? Haha. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's go. Don't do the task. Go back first. Today we must make a concerted effort to kill into the Domain Alliance's nest. In a blink of an eye, the lords in every corner of the battlefield rode on their mounts and rushed back to the battle zone from all directions. The whole sky and the ground were full of people rushing on the road. And the scene was spectacular. Lin Yu, who was looking for the Lord monster nearby, also quickly returned to the outside of the war zone. At a glance, he saw several emperors standing in the void and a group of representatives from the realms, as well as a huge team that was constantly gathering below. After a quick look, he finally found the team of the primitive realm in one of the corners and let the demon ancestor dragon land directly. Lin Yu, you are here too. As soon as he landed, Yin Lion Sidujian, who had arrived in the team a long time ago, came to greet him. Lin Yu was a little surprised when he saw the two of them. You have also reached the 9th level? Of course. In order to catch up with you, we have been hunting the 8th level lords on the opposite side in the intermediate battlefield during this period, and then exchanged a lot of faith power with our merits. Yin Lai raised his head and said, Chapter 455. The battle begins. So that's it. Hearing Yin Lai's words, Lin Yu suddenly realized. Indeed, Yin Lai and Situ Jian's strength is definitely among the top in the 8th level. If the two work together, they can easily hunt down other lone 8th level lords. Originally, according to the original speed, they should not be able to rise to the 9th level so quickly. But the emergence of the boundary battlefield gave them the opportunity to quickly accumulate resources. It can only be said that the battlefield made them perfect. And also made those lords, who are stronger than the same level, perfect. I received news that the emperors of various realms have brought the 11th and 10th level lords to hold back the high level of the opposite side. Now is the best time to attack, Situ Jian said in a low voice. It's better to be careful. Lin Yu looked solemn. The number of emperors on our side is almost twice that of the opposite side. But they are still held back. The opposite side must not be simple. You are right. There is indeed a very difficult opponent in the Boundary Alliance. At this time, a voice sounded on the side. Ji Yunchuang, wearing holy white clothes and holding a golden scepter, appeared and walked slowly towards them. You are here too. Lin Yu looked at her and was not surprised by her arrival. After all, this was a battle that gathered almost all the lords. And there was no reason for Ji Yunchuang not to come. Instead, Yin Lai and Situ Jian beside him looked confused. Who is this? She is the daughter of the king of our great wilderness principality. Ji Yunchuang, Lin Yu introduced. So she is the princess of the great wilderness. I have heard of her for a long time. Situ Jian seemed to have heard of Ji Yunchuang's name and greeted her politely. Princess of the great wilderness? Why haven't I heard of her? Yin Lai scratched his head. You only know how to find someone to fight all day long. How can you pay attention to these things? Situ Jian couldn't help but complain. Yin Lai heard this and immediately smiled awkwardly. It's my fault. Sister, don't take it too seriously. It's okay. Ji Yunchuang chuckled. Then the few people briefly introduced each other and got straight to the point. You just said that the Realm Alliance has a tough opponent. What does that mean? Lin Yu asked. Yin Lai and the other two looked at her after hearing that. You should have heard about the seals in the monster plane. Right? Ji Yunchuang asked back. Yes. I've heard about some of them. Of course I know. Lin Yu and the other two nodded in response. They had all experienced some things related to seals before, so they knew something about it. Especially Lin Yu, who could guess it almost exactly. Sure enough, after hearing their answers, Ji Yunchuang said seriously, as far as I know, the seal in the Nightmare Forest has been broken by the Realm Alliance. Not only that, the monster plane has also collapsed on a large scale due to the disappearance of the seal. And it seems to be collapsing. Collapse? Lin Yu and the other two were all shocked. They had guessed that it was because the seal was broken and the suppressed terrifying existence escaped that the Realm Alliance had the capital to compete with them. But they never expected that even the monster plane would be affected and on the verge of collapse. Could it be that this was the real reason why the entrance to the monster plane was closed? If that was the case, it would be terrible. Although they didn't know what the consequences would be if the monster plane disappeared. They knew that the 10,000 races realm connected to the monster plane would definitely be affected. And it was unprecedented. No wonder they were so eager to launch a general attack. It seems that they wanted to completely wipe out the Realm Alliance. The source of the disaster. Situ Jian's face was full of solemnity. We have to be more careful later, so as not to be harmed by the crazy people in the Realm Alliance. Yin Lai frowned and said, in this case, let's act together, so that we can take care of each other. Lin Yu followed up with a suggestion. The four of them. Yin Lai was the main attacker. He was the main defender. Situ Jian and Ji Yunchuang assisted in the attack and provided support. Just enough to form a team with strong complementarity. So after considering it, several people had no objection and began to gather together to discuss the next tactics. It was not until an hour later that most of the lords gathered. Emperor Zhuguang, who was at the front of the team, stood up. Everyone, the time to attack the Realm Alliance has finally come. For the order of the 10,000 realms, and the survival of our realm. This time we must capture the entrance of the Realm Alliance and stop their ambition to destroy the 10,000 realms. Are you all ready? The voice of this emperor was very loud and penetrating. And it spread throughout the field in an instant. And also shocked all the lords. Kill! Roar. The deafening shouting and killing made the entire realm battlefield shake violently. All the lords raised their weapons in their hands and responded to the words of the emperor. Very good. Since you are all ready, follow me to the Realm Alliance. Let's go! With an order, the team finally moved. A huge army composed of hundreds of thousands of 9th level lords, led by representatives from all walks of life, rode on their mounts and headed towards the Realm Alliance. Everywhere you look, it's all black, almost covering the sky and the ground. And there is no end in sight. Lin Yu and the other four also rode on their mounts, followed the team's pace, and sped forward on the battlefield. After a while, the war zone was left far behind them until it disappeared. Speed up. At this moment, one of the emperors suddenly waved his hand, and a breeze blew up, sweeping the entire army in an instant, getting the wind status blessing. The speed increased by 500%, lasting for 30 minutes, and the battle was automatically lifted. What a perverted effect! Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu was shocked. Just a casual wave of his hand directly increased the speed of the entire army by 5 times. Is this the method of the great emperor? Without waiting for him to think, the speed of the entire army suddenly increased, turning into a torrent and rushing on the battlefield. The Realm Alliance headquarters, which originally took several hours to reach, appeared in front of them in less than 2 hours. Looking from afar, the Realm Alliance lords were everywhere inside and outside the city wall. All of them were ready for battle, and the air was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Obviously, they had received the news of their attack and had gathered people to wait in the war zone early. On the top of the city wall, there were also several great emperors and many 10th and 11th level lords standing. The lord army that was originally on the road also gradually stopped and confronted each other across the plain outside the war zone. Nan Yu, I didn't expect that you would lead the army. The anti-alliance side, led by the great Emperor Zhuguang, spoke first, and his voice spread inside and outside the battlefield. So what if it's me? You won't be able to step into this place today as long as I'm here. Emperor Nan Yu snorted coldly, and the murderous aura around him surged, making his whole momentum much higher. Emperor Zhuguang and several other emperors stared at each other. You really absorbed that power. It seems that you can't stay here today. Can't stay with me? That depends on whether you have the ability. Now that my strength has skyrocketed, it's time to settle the grudges of the past. Just what I want. Emperor Zhuguang looked grim, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot with the other emperors. The emperors on the opposite side also disappeared and confronted them in the void. Until then, King Yufeng, the commander of the war zone, finally stood up, slowly raised the flag in his hand, and pointed directly at the army of the Realm Alliance. All troops, listen to the order. Attack! Kill! Charge! Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of 9th-rank lords summoned their troops, spreading out like a tide, and launched an attack on the wall of the Realm Alliance. The Realm Alliance was not to be outdone, and the armies of both sides suddenly collided with each other and madly bombarded each other across the wall. The entire battlefield was filled with shouts and killings. Dense attacks emerged and whizzed past the confrontation between the two armies. The troops met. Screams were heard everywhere. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Large groups of troops fell, and other troops quickly filled in, roaring and fighting with the other side. The splashing blood was constantly thrown in the air. The scene was extremely chaotic, and the battle between the two sides was about to break out. Lin Yu and his 4 men were mixed in the team of the primitive world, advancing with their troops, and were soon spotted by a team of lords from the other side, who turned around and surrounded them. Holy Light Guardian, Qi Yunchuan shouted loudly, and the angel priest beside her raised her staff, bursting out the power of holy light, and covered all the soldiers in the team with a layer of white shield. Haha. Cool. You bastards of the Realm Alliance. Come here and die. With a shield blessing, Yin Lai was full of confidence, laughing and leading the orc army to meet, blocking the opponent's soldiers. Lin Yu's ancient tree army followed closely behind, and the huge body stood there, forming a copper wall and iron wall to block a large number of attacks. Then a burst of air breaking sounded, and countless vines passed through the gap and entangled the melee soldiers who rushed up. For a while, the attacks of several people broke out one after another. Mushroom spikes, holy light spears, and Situ swords swept towards the other side like a dark cloud-covered insect army. Ice for thousands of miles. Unexpectedly, at this time, a loud shout suddenly came from the opposite team, next to one of the elemental lords, with extraordinary momentum. The ice elemental troops suddenly burst out with an extremely cold breath, sweeping around. Yin Lai's orc army and Lin Yu's ancient tree troops just took a few steps back, and were immediately frozen into ice sculptures, unable to move. Be careful. He has the ice explosion skill, Situ Jian reminded loudly, as if he knew something about this type of ice element. The ice explosion skill is the signature of the ice element, which can detonate the frozen state of the target and cause terrifying large amounts of damage. Lin Yu did not dare to be careless, and was ready to activate the protective barrier to resist the damage. But he did not expect. At this time, Ji Yunshuang beside him had taken the lead. The scale of punishment. With a loud shout, a team of holy angels holding scales around her rose to the sky, and the lingering hymn surrounded them. In front of them, a huge white scale was condensed and fell from the sky. Just at this time, the ice element on the opposite side activated the ice explosion skill, and an extremely cold air burst out. Wherever he went, the frozen state of the soldiers exploded instantly and shattered into countless pieces. However, the strange thing was, Lin Yu and his soldiers did not suffer any damage. But those ice element soldiers covered by the scales were blown away one by one, and their bodies were broken into ice slag. Damage transfer. Lin Yu and Yin Lai were shocked. They did not expect Ji Yunshuang to have such a powerful method. They had never heard of those angels holding the scales. It was obviously an extremely rare type of soldier. Seeing this, Lin Yu naturally no longer held back, and patches of dandelions flew up and spread out in all directions. Chapter 456 Resource Surge. There are nearly 70 dandelion soldiers, led by the Soul Chaser. As soon as the seeds flew up, they spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Especially at this time, the battlefield was full of corpses and blood, which further promoted the growth of dandelions. In a blink of an eye, bright red clusters bloomed on the ground around them, spreading and attaching to the soldiers. For a moment, those soldiers turned around and roared to kill each other on the spot. What's going on? Why are all the soldiers going crazy? It's a group control skill. Quickly disperse. The Lords of the Realm Alliance shouted continuously, and hurriedly summoned a large number of angel soldiers to dispel the illusion state of other soldiers. But unexpectedly, just as the illusion was dispelled, the dandelions attached to their soldiers exploded, instantly killing a group of soldiers on the spot. This is not over yet. After the soldiers died, clusters of dandelions bloomed on their bodies, drifting into the air with the wind and spreading to other parts of the battlefield again. At this point, Lin Yu finally completed the initial layout, waiting for the dandelions to slowly ferment and spread throughout the battlefield like a virus. Although it will not affect the entire battle situation, it is completely possible to pick up leaks. As long as any lord accidentally inhales his dandelions and his own life-saving and protective abilities have been used up, he can only pray for good luck. So he did not rush to detonate, but let it continue to spread. Then he and Yin Lai continued to attack the team of the Realm Alliance. Remember to treat me. At this time, Yin Lai, who was at the front, suddenly shouted, and his body and the orc army around him began to expand rapidly, directly transforming into a half-orc form. The momentum on his body also increased to an extremely terrifying level. The group is beasting. Everyone be careful. Quick! Stop him. Don't let him rush in. The lords on the opposite side obviously also knew the horror of the beast ability, and they retreated in shock. A large number of troops appeared immediately, and all the firepower was transferred to Yin Lai's orc army, trying to destroy him by focusing fire. Lin Yu certainly wouldn't let them do what they wanted. At the moment when the dense attacks were about to fall, the Guardian Barrier and the Life Curtain were activated, and two huge emerald green light curtains directly covered the entire orc army. After a fierce collision, the orc army was only slightly injured. Not only did it not affect them, but it activated the racial talent of the humanoid system, and all attributes were improved when injured. Roar! With a roar, the entire orc army rushed to the opposite side under the leadership of Yin Lai, just like a sharp knife, fiercely tearing open the defense line of the Boundary Alliance team. Wherever they went, all the troops were split in half by the battle axe, and blood was spilled all over the ground. It was extremely fierce. No one could even stand up to them. You know, Yin Lai had just been promoted to the 9th level for a few days, and his strength had reached such a level. Even Lin Yu couldn't help but be moved. However, the Realm Alliance also reacted quickly. A team of demon lords worked together to build a magic circle, sacrificed thousands of soldiers, and summoned several huge fire demons with momentum far exceeding the 9th level. Heavenly fire! With a loud shout from one of the lords, the fire demons ignited with raging flames, and the huge flame energy gathered rapidly in the air, suddenly raining down meteors and fire on the orc army. Wherever they went, the space was distorted, as if it was about to evaporate. If they were hit, Yin Lai's orc army would be either dead or disabled. Buzz buzz buzz. But at this moment, a dense sound of flapping wings sounded. Sidu Jian, who had been at the back of the team, finally took action. A large number of sickle mantises rushed out like a black tide, swinging a pair of sharp sickles. In an instant, countless air blades swept out, forming a terrifying net in the air. As soon as the fire rain fell, it was cut by the air blades, turned into starlight, and dissipated in the air, making it impossible to get close to the orc army. "Thank you," Yinlai shouted without looking back, and rushed into the enemy team frantically. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Ji Yunshuang were relieved immediately. While commanding the troops to heal and support, they launched an attack and followed the anti-alliance camp to slowly advance forward. There were constant shouts and kills in the ears. Melee troops collided with each other, and long-range troops bombarded each other frantically. There were countless flying troops in the sky fighting fiercely, and blood and corpses kept falling. At this time, tens of thousands of meters above the sky, a group of 10th level and 11th level lords had already faced each other. Countless powerful troops fought frantically, and there was a rumbling sound, which merged with the shouts and kills below, causing the entire battlefield to shake violently. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Obtain 300 million magic power, 10 battlefield merit points, and 9th level territory essence X1. Less than 10 minutes later, a reminder suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind, causing him to pause in his command, and his eyes lit up. If he guessed correctly, the dandelions he spread out should have started to work. As expected, after a while, 2 prompts sounded in his mind. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 500 million magic energy, 10 battlefield merit points, and the essence of the 9th level territory X1. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 70 million magic energy, 10 battlefield merit points, and the essence of the 9th level territory X1. Needless to say, these lords who were killed must have accidentally inhaled his dandelions, and died instantly before they could react. If it were in normal times, it might not be so easy to succeed. But it was different on the battlefield. The chaotic scene, coupled with a huge number of lords, was definitely the best opportunity to accumulate a large amount of resources. Soul Chaser. Without hesitation, he immediately shouted to the Soul Chaser who was spreading dandelion seeds around him. After receiving the order, the thorn-wrapped body of the Soul Chaser swayed gently, and an invisible wave centered on it, surging towards the direction of the Realm Alliance. In a blink of an eye, a series of explosions sounded, causing a large commotion in the Realm Alliance team. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane, and get 100 million magic energy, 10 battlefield merit points, and the 9th level territory essence X1. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane, and get 400 million magic energy, 10 battlefield merit points, and the 9th level territory essence X1. 2 more reminders sounded. The 2 unlucky Realm Alliance lords were directly killed on the spot by the soul-chasing detonation skill, and on the bodies of the soldiers who were killed, dandelions bloomed again and continued to spread out in all directions. Lin Yu gradually narrowed his eyes. He found that the efficiency of killing the enemy lords with this method was much easier and faster than a frontal attack. If the battle continued, he might be able to accumulate enough faith power in a short period of time to condense the godhood and even rise to the 10th level. That's right. This is his chance. It is also his chance to accumulate a lot of resources and narrow the gap with those old lords. However, this method also has a flaw. That is, the explosion range of the Soul Chaser is not infinite, but is affected by the range of his origin space, and can only detonate seeds about 5 kilometers away. If it is farther, it cannot be detonated. It can only rely on those seeds to be absorbed into the body, and whether it can kill the enemy depends on luck. But even so, his chance is still very large. After all, there are so many people on the battlefield. There are always a few unlucky guys who will get stuck in their teeth when drinking water, and some who have just upgraded and are relatively weak. These lords are his main targets. Very good. Continue to spread seeds. After saying this to the Soul Chaser, Lin Yu once again commanded other arms to fight, waiting for the next detonation opportunity. Just as the army continued to advance, the sound of killing prompts kept ringing in Lin Yu's mind. In just 1 hour, he had accumulated hundreds of heads in total, and the magic power reached an exaggerated 20 billion. Such a huge resource. Even those old-fashioned 9th level lords dare not imagine, let alone take it out. However, what makes Lin Yu most happy is the battlefield merit. Thousands of merit points are equivalent to 100,000 faith power, which can make him very excited. And at this moment, A reminder also sounded in his mind. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully entered the top 10 of the Realm Battlefield kill list. Current ranking, 10. In the top 10? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. The kill list can only be viewed in the war zone. But he is still relatively clear about his kill count, which is about 200. Even if he is only ranked 10th. It seems that others have also gained a lot on this battlefield. Especially Angus from the Yuanzuan realm. I am afraid that he has already slaughtered in a corner of the battlefield and collected the essence of the territory. After this war, there will definitely be more soldiers around the opponent. So you have to be more careful in the future. At least before the fourth godhead is condensed. Don't run into that guy. Thinking of this, Lin Yu continued to command the battle while quietly collecting the bodies of the soldiers on the battlefield. At this time, in addition to the space for placing soldiers, his origin space was basically filled with sealed bodies, with a number of tens of thousands. This is also the limit of what his space can currently store. If it were normal times, it would not be easy for him to collect so many 9th level bodies. So naturally, he would not miss such a good opportunity. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. After more than an hour of fighting, the 10th level and 11th level teams finally decided the winner. Under the attack of King Yufeng, the commander of the Realm Alliance was blown away by a powerful force that destroyed the world. And the sky was stained with blood. The lords below couldn't help but look up. This strength is estimated to be catching up with the Holy Emperor before he became an emperor. Ji Yunchuan's eyes were solemn. Indeed? Lin Yu nodded seriously. He had seen the strength of Emperor Xingyao before he became an emperor. The power of the 9 pieces of divine fragments could definitely be called the closest to the emperor level. He didn't expect it. The strength of this Yufeng king was so terrifying. He was only one step away from reaching the throne. No wonder he became the commander of the entire war zone. The defeat of the commander of the Realm Alliance also represented the defeat of the Realm Alliance. Kill! Charge! The shouts and roars merged into one in an instant. The number of lords in the anti-alliance camp was originally more than that of the Realm Alliance. Now that Yufeng King severely damaged the other commander, their morale was greatly boosted. They launched a general attack with a loud shout, and used their burst skills one by one as if they were free. Finally, it became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Realm Alliance, and completely broke through their defense line. Chapter 457, Marching. Realm Alliance. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The defense line was breached, and the Realm Alliance team was in chaos in an instant. They hurriedly ordered the troops to shrink the battle circle and retreat to the protective shield in the war zone. The anti-alliance army rushed forward, destroyed the city wall blocking in front of them, and began to launch a fierce attack on the giant protective shield, which made the Realm Alliance breathless. At this time, the influence of an individual on the entire battle situation is too small. Even if there are some powerful 9th level lords, they are pressed back by the surging army like mountains and seas, and can only shrink in the protective shield to resist with difficulty. Thousands of miles high in the sky, the top leaders of the Realm Alliance are also retreating step by step, and have no time to care about the battle situation below. Boom boom boom. The violent vibration, accompanied by explosions, spread around the Realm Alliance war zone. Countless attacks fell on the protective shield, creating visible ripples. The originally bright light was rapidly fading, as if it would collapse at any time. Crack! Finally, the intensive attacks exceeded the range that the boundary battlefield could withstand, and space cracks appeared one after another. There were more and more cracks, which gradually spread to every corner, further increasing the decay rate of the protective shield. Seeing that the defeat was inevitable, some of the Boundary Alliance lords, who were afraid of death, immediately gave up defense and fled backwards, taking the teleportation array to escape from here. Come back! Come back! The old lords roared angrily, but there was no way to stop them from retreating, especially after someone started. It aroused the desire of more and more lords to survive, and they turned around and fled with their troops. In a blink of an eye, the Boundary Alliance was defeated. The battle zone protective shield was also broken under the fierce attack of the anti-alliance army, and exploded into countless fragments. Charge! Kill them all! The lords of both sides had deep grudges, so how could they miss this opportunity to beat the fallen dog? They rushed into the war zone frantically, and chased the fleeing Domain Alliance lord. Lin Yu naturally would not miss this last opportunity, and the savage roar was directly launched, causing all the soldiers in their team to suddenly increase their attributes and join the pursuit. Then, He thought about it. And the dandelion seeds that had been spread out before finally closed the net. At the last moment, when those lords fled to the teleportation array in panic, they exploded with a bang, causing a series of loud noises. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 700 million magic power, 10 points of battlefield merit, and 1 9th level territory essence. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 200 million magic power, 10 points of battlefield merit, and 1 9th level territory essence. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 80 million magic power, 10 points of battlefield merit, and 1 9th level territory essence. A dozen reminders sounded in his mind. Lin Yu was very excited. He didn't expect that he could reap such a big harvest at the last moment. Even Yin Lai and Ji Yinshuang also jumped up and killed several lords, who were fleeing in panic under the blessing of wild roars. And his royal soldiers were scattered everywhere, leading other plants to pursue the victory. Especially the green vines that absorbed a lot of flesh and blood fell into a frenzy. The giant vines were like pythons, shuttling between various gaps and approaching the team of the Realm Alliance. What kind of plant is this? Retreat quickly. Don't fight. Be careful. Several lords of the Realm Alliance shouted in shock, resisted the attack and retreated, without any intention of fighting. However, what they didn't expect was, as they ran, the battlefield around them gradually disappeared. And in a trance, it turned into a dark blue rose garden. And even the deafening shouts of killing around them disappeared. It was as if they suddenly traveled to another space. Damn it. It's an illusion. We're under an illusion. Quick! Purify it. Several lords' faces changed drastically, and they immediately summoned all the soldiers to protect themselves. One of the angel lords even gave an order to let the soldiers activate the concentration skill to give them mental protection. However, at this moment, an invisible wave broke out and slammed into their minds, interrupting all their actions. Affected by the skill. Mental interference. The mental attribute is reduced by 50% for 10 seconds. The cold reminder, like a death sentence, sounded in their minds. One of the lords looked horrified and staggered back. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die here, he shouted in panic, and finally couldn't bear the fear of death anymore. So he turned around and fled, fleeing out of the garden. It was the additional effect of the green ivy forest of fear, which reduced the enemy's spirit by 10% and amplified the fear in the enemy's heart. Come back. Don't run around, the other lord shouted anxiously, trying to pull the lord back. But the next second, puff, with a sound, a battle axe appeared out of thin air and fiercely split the lord's chest. Killed with one blow. Strange. How did this guy come to my door? Yin Lai put away the battle axe and scratched his head with a puzzled look. In his perspective, the lord just stood there and screamed, and then ran towards him like crazy, as if he didn't want to live. Is there such a good thing in the world? And Situ Jian on the side had a serious face, looking at Lin Yu not far away and Shilan Miming beside him. It should be a fantasy skill. I didn't expect him to get such a powerful soldier. As soon as the voice fell, a strong mental wave suddenly broke out and rolled towards the remaining lords. The few people who were still carefully guarding the surroundings were suddenly hit hard. Their eyes rolled up, and they fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. Immediately afterwards, countless vines broke out of the ground and instantly penetrated their bodies. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 200 million magic energy, 10 battlefield merit points, and the 9th level territory essence X1. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Get 300 million magic energy, 10 battlefield merit points, and the 9th level territory essence X1. In the blink of an eye, several more lords were killed. The strange scene immediately frightened the other lords nearby and fled in all directions, not daring to get close to the side. After a round of crazy pursuit, the lords of the Realm Alliance finally escaped through the teleportation array. Even the high-level members of the Realm Alliance in the sky were defeated and fled, leaving the entire battlefield suddenly empty. The anti-Alliance army was silent for a moment, and then immediately burst into a deafening cheer. But they also knew that it was not the time to relax, because the war zone was breached. It was an opportunity to attack the entrance of the Realm Alliance in one go, and the Realm Alliance must not be given time to breathe. Very good. At this time, King Yufeng led representatives from all walks of life to the sky above the team. Rest and heal here, and prepare to follow me to attack the entrance of the Realm Alliance. Roar. The lords below responded excitedly, and their fighting spirit soared to the sky. And Lin Yu and the others in the team quickly joined together. Lin Yu, come on. Give me a sip of healing. Yin Lai was covered in blood and ran to Lin Yu to seek treatment. There was a huge cut on his shoulder and back, and blood was constantly flowing out, which looked extremely creepy. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died of excessive blood loss. I really don't know what this guy's body is made of. Maybe he inherited the orc gene. Lin Yu has long been accustomed to this. Without saying much, the flower spirits flew one by one, and a strong breath of life fell down. I help too. Ji Yunshuang Angel Priest also has healing skills, and a large area of holy light lit up, shining on the four people. The injuries on Yin Lai's body were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The healing skills of the angel system and the plant system have different effects. The angel system focuses on healing, which has a greater advantage in the amount of healing, and it is an instant burst of healing, which can heal the wound in a short time. The plant system focuses on recovery, which is mainly continuous healing, and the healing is accompanied by the breath of life. While healing, it will nourish all aspects of the human body and restore it to its peak state. It can only be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages, and has performed well in various types of battles. Seeing that Yin Lai was out of danger, Lin Yu sent out the lantern grass troops, one by one, flying into the air, emitting large areas of fluorescence, to help heal the injuries of other lords around. Thanks, brother. The lords who received treatment cast grateful eyes, and some smiled at Lin Yu to show their friendliness. Lin Yu nodded at them, then sat down to one side and began to count the harvest this time. It can be said that this camp battle is definitely the biggest harvest he has ever had. From the beginning of the battle to now, in just 3 hours, he has harvested 152 kills, and his magic power has soared to 30 billion, not counting the 5 billion stored in Huansha City. These are not the main points. After all, he is not short of magic power now. The most important thing is the battlefield merit. A full 15-20 points of merit is equivalent to 150,000 faiths. If it was put in the past, he would definitely not dare to imagine it. But now he has done it. It is just as Ji Xing has said. This realm war is the opportunity for his rise. After careful calculation, he now has more than 230,000 faith power, only 20,000 short, and he can upgrade to the 10th level, reaching the level that countless lords yearn for. Just thinking about it makes his heart pounding and his breathing becomes rapid. Of course, Lin Yu does not plan to upgrade so quickly. Instead, he must first use these 250,000 faiths to condense the godhood and complete the path of the saint. In this way, after he upgrades to level 10, he will have 3 more divine powers than the ordinary level 10. Only by establishing an advantage from the beginning can he quickly gain a foothold in the level 10. After all, he has heard that, after reaching level 10, the strength system will undergo a huge change, so you have to prepare in advance. Just thinking about it, the commander who had rested well slowly rose into the air and came to the front of the team. Okay, let's go! With an order, the entire huge army of lords started moving again, riding on their mounts, and following the representatives of all walks of life. They marched rapidly towards the entrance of the Realm Alliance. In a blink of an eye, the war zone that had turned into ruins was left far behind. Chapter 458 News about the 10th level monster. The entrance to the Realm Alliance was not ambushed as imagined. When Lin Yu followed the anti-alliance army to the intersection of the two realms, all that was left was a mess. Without a single person. Through the plain entrance, one can vaguely see the scene in the opposite realm, just like a reflection in the water, which seems a bit illusory. It seems that they knew they couldn't defend it, so they gave up this entrance directly. Situjian said in a low voice. Through this entrance, it is the plane of the demon-subduing realm, which is considered the outermost realm in the Realm Alliance. Ji Yunshuang followed up. The demon-subduing realm? Lin Yu whispered softly. During this period of time, he has had a general understanding of the distribution of forces in the Realm Alliance. In general, the Realm Alliance is divided into 2 forces. They are centered on the Eternal Realm and the Demon Realm, and spread out to the surrounding areas. Basically all planes adjacent to these 2 realms have joined the Realm Alliance. And there are few resistances. I don't know what means the Realm Alliance used to make so many realms willingly join them. Now the Realm Alliance is tightly bound together. It's not easy to attack their headquarters, and you have to be prepared for a long-term crusade. And not long after they arrived at the entrance of the demon-subduing realm, the teams of the low-level and intermediate war zones also came from the other two directions and joined them. They obviously won. Let's go. Follow me in. The emperors disappeared. And King Yufeng, as the supreme commander, naturally became the commander of the entire battlefield. With an order, he took the lead in leading the team through the barrier of the plain entrance and entered the demon-subduing realm. Seeing this, the other lords naturally followed. In a blink of an eye, the huge team turned into a torrent and quickly merged into it. Follow closely. Ji Xinghe, who was in front of the original world team, shouted and led the team to keep up with the pace. After a while, Lin Yu and his companions followed the Lord army through the plain barrier and entered the plane of the demon-subduing realm. They were also shocked by the scene in front of them. The sky of the entire demon-subduing realm was shrouded by a black evil spirit. The sky was surging with dark clouds. At first glance, they thought they had accidentally walked into hell. Where they were, there was an endless black land, as if it was burnt. But what shocked Lin Yu the most was the sky. There were hundreds of tall figures standing there, and a breath that made people want to surrender could be felt from afar. Emperor. All of them are emperors. Yan Lai's eyes widened. The same was true for the others. All of them were shocked, because it was the first time they saw so many emperors appear at once. There were more than 600 in total, which means that all the realms responsible for this battlefield sent an emperor to guard it. In this case, the other 9 battlefields should also have similar scenes. No wonder the Realm Alliance retreated so quickly. It turned out that the emperors had already entered this realm before them. I can feel that there is also a very strong breath on the opposite side, Situ Jian said solemnly. Lin Yu and others heard the words and couldn't help but look at the vast void on the opposite side. As expected, they could feel a heart-pounding breath. Needless to say, it must be the Emperor of the Realm Alliance who is confronting them. Even standing below, you can feel a strong murderous aura. You are here. At this time, the space in front of the primitive realm team was distorted. And Emperor Xingyao appeared in front of them out of thin air, accompanied by a group of 10th level and 11th level kings. All of them are lords of the primitive realm. And basically all of them have arrived. Meet the Emperor. Meet the seniors. Ji Xinghe hurriedly bowed to them. Although he is the king of the principality, he is still inferior to these big guys. But fortunately, the one sent by the primitive realm to guard the place this time was Emperor Xingyao, which finally put Lin Yu and the team at ease. No need to be polite. Emperor Xingyao was not as rigid as other emperors. He waved his hand and landed on the ground, coming to the front of their team. Everyone has worked hard along the way. He glanced at the team behind him, and then looked at the kings behind him. You should all take the people from your respective countries to make arrangements first. After that, he brought Yuehua, Tian'an, Liuhua, and other 9 principality kings to the front of the Xingyao Empire's team. Those kings spread out and gathered the lords of their own countries to make arrangements. In a blink of an eye, the lords of the 10 principalities under the Xingyao Empire all gathered. It was not until then that Emperor Xingyao said loudly, "You should have seen it too. Now the 10 major battlefields have successfully entered the Realm Alliance. At that time, we will directly build a cross-border teleportation array here as the base of the anti-alliance camp. During this period, you can wait here first, or move freely around. But remember not to run too far, because the army of the Realm Alliance is just opposite." As soon as the voice fell, it immediately caused a commotion in the team. From the 9th level lords to the 6th level lords, all looked into the distance. The land they are standing on now is the territory of the Realm Alliance, and they may encounter the lords of the Realm Alliance at any time. If you accidentally encounter a lord higher than yourself, you may die without knowing how to die. One more thing. At this time, the voice of Emperor Xingyao sounded again. Due to some special reasons, the monsters in the Realm Alliance are now infected to varying degrees and have evolved. In some places, there will even be monsters above the 10th level. Don't run around when you go out. Otherwise no one can save you. 10th level monster? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This level of monster is rare, even in the entire kingdom of the principality. It rarely appears. And once it appears, it will basically be dealt with by the king or other powerful people above level 10. So they rarely encounter it. However, compared to the fear of everyone, Lin Yu's eyes lit up instead. His faith power has basically reached the requirements for condensing the Godhead, and he has collected tens of thousands of corpses. As long as he makes some more preparations, He can try to meet the lowest level 10th level monster and get the last material for condensing the godhead, the rule fragment. So what he lacks now is just a suitable 10th level monster. It is best to have a monster of the lowest F level, so that he will have a greater chance. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. And this expectation just happened to fall into the eyes of Emperor Xingyao, and his brows suddenly frowned. Lin Yu boy, are you up to something again? For Lin Yu's ability to make a lot of big things, Emperor Xingyao has long been accustomed to it. So when he saw Lin Yu showing such an expression, he knew that he was planning something daring again. Lin Yu didn't expect that Emperor Xingyao would suddenly call his name. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes gathered around him, full of surprise. After all, being personally called by the Emperor is not an honor that everyone can have. Facing their gazes, Lin Yu could only smile awkwardly. No, nothing. I'm afraid of death. What bad ideas can I have? As soon as these words came out, Yin Lai and Situ Jian beside him were speechless. If you were afraid of death, would you do something like besieging and killing the 9th level lord not long after you were promoted to the 8th level? If they hadn't known Lin Yu's character for a long time, they would have almost been fooled by his innocent expression. Even Ji Yunchuan on the other side rolled her eyes at him, and almost laughed at his words. Stop pretending. Emperor Xingyao glared at Lin Yu fiercely. Don't I know what kind of person you are? I asked you to be my heir, but you ran away to mess around. I won't have time to save you next time. Heir? This time, everyone was shocked, and they all looked at Lin Yu and Emperor Xingyao in shock. Even the 10 kings of the principalities beside them couldn't help but change their faces. Emperor Xingyao actually wanted Lin Yu to be his heir? And he was rejected? That's the heir of the emperor. There is a chance to become an emperor in the future. He actually refused? You know, the position of the heir of Emperor Xingyao is something they all desire, and even dream of getting. Now they suddenly heard that Lin Yu refused, and they almost thought they had heard it wrong. But the tone of Emperor Xingyao's reproach with a hint of dissatisfaction made them believe that this was true. And even the way they looked at Lin Yu changed, because they knew the character of Emperor Xingyao very well. He would never talk about such things. In other words, he really thought highly of Lin Yu. I just want to try it with my own strength. Lin Yu felt bitter in his heart. Could he say this in front of everyone? He even refused the position of the heir to the emperor. These people might think he was a fool or think he was ignorant. Fortunately, Emperor Xingyao seemed to be inspired by something and waved his hand and said, Forget it. Do whatever you want. Just don't embarrass the empire. I have something to deal with first. You can move freely first. After that, he disappeared from the spot and joined other emperors in the air. Yin Lai and others in the team looked at Lin Yu with suspicion, as if they had just met him for the first time. Lin Yu, did you really refuse the position of the heir to the emperor? Yin Lai was straightforward and asked directly. It's about the same. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. Yin Lai, Situ Jian and Ji Yunchuan opened their mouths and couldn't say a word when they heard this. In the end, Yin Lai gave him a thumbs up. You are awesome. That's it. The episode ended here temporarily. However, it was precisely because of this incident that Lin Yu became a celebrity in the Xingyao Empire. Many people even came to greet him and build relationships with him. After all, he was a person that the emperor valued. Although he is only a 9th level lord now, his future achievements will definitely not be low. They are still very clear about this. Chapter 459 List changes. After a commotion among the lords of all realms, the emperors finally took action. Under the gaze of all the lords, they slowly descended from the air and formed a circle on the plain at the entrance of the plain. Let's get started, one of the emperors whispered. And then all the emperors stretched out their hands, and a vast force suddenly erupted. Then in a loud rumble, the ground shook, and a huge gap opened in the space, gradually revealing a building wrapped in a defensive light shield. This is the cross-boundary transmission area on the Guiyuan realm. Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that the preparations the emperor said were actually to move an entire cross-boundary transmission area directly here. Even the garrisons of their various realms, and the buildings in the war zone appeared together, appearing out of thin air in every corner of the plain. In a blink of an eye, a huge war camp was formed on this vast plain, which could accommodate almost all the lords of the realms. The means of the emperor level are really powerful. It made Lin Yu yearn for it. Just when everyone was shocked, a dazzling light rose up to the sky with a cross-boundary teleportation array as the center, and a grand defense array was built above, covering the entire war camp. Let's go to the garrison. We have accumulated a lot of merits today, and we can finally exchange things. When the dust settled, the lords of each realm immediately moved and gathered towards the garrisons of their respective realms. Then Linyu was surprised to find that the scope of the realm garrison had been expanded a lot. And even the exchange crystals became 3. Located on 3 open spaces in the garrison. It seems that even the exchange crystals of low level and intermediate war zones were moved here and unified. Soon, they followed the crowd to the crystal marked with high-level exchange and clicked on the exchange interface. Like before, the things inside remained unchanged. Linyu took a deep breath and directly consumed 1.5 billion magic energy and all merits to exchange 150 high-level faith orbs and 2 plant-based military secret treasures. Originally, with his current status of second-class military merit, he could exchange for the origin crystal. But at this stage, the power of faith is obviously more important to him than the origin. Moreover, the exchange price of the origin crystal is 5 times that of the faith orb, and it takes 50 points of merit to exchange, which is a bit too expensive. We can only wait until we have enough faith in the future. I have exchanged my things, and I have to go back to the territory. What are your plans next? After a while, Situ Jian also exchanged his things and asked, I have to go back too. Ji Yunchuan said softly. Same. Yin Lai followed up. Each of them had an unconcealable joy on their faces. It seems that this time, they have gained a lot, and need some time to digest. Linyu smiled slightly and said, in this case, let's stop here today, and act together in the next war, or when something happens. Okay. Then I go first. See you later. That's it. After saying goodbye to each other, several people left in a hurry, all rushing to the cross-border teleportation array in the center of the camp. Linyu walked around the new war camp, familiarized himself with the environment, and also teleported back across the border. Swish. The light came on, and he appeared in his own territory. After recovering from the weightlessness, he immediately came to the world tree and took out the faith orb he had just exchanged. May I ask if you would like to use the faith orb advanced? Use all? Linyu responded in a deep voice. The next second, all the orbs in his hand turned into a stream of light and merged into the world tree. At the same time, a huge amount of energy poured into his body, rapidly enhancing his body functions. So strong, Linyu gradually clenched his fists, feeling that his strength had nearly doubled compared to when he first advanced, almost reaching the level of the same level of Lord Monsters. Even the reaction ability and perception have been greatly enhanced. Clicked on the Path of the Saint task and took a look. The Path of the Saint territory mission: break through the shackles to become a saint. Collect the following items to condense the fragments of the Godhead. Magic power, 28.5 billion/5 billion, power of faith, 230,000/250,000, 9th level territory essence, 24080, origin space, 1:1, rule fragment, 0:1. After this period of hard work, he is now only 20,000 faith and rule fragments away from condensing the fragments of the Godhead. The power of faith is not a difficult task for him. The only problem is this rule fragment. He has already inquired about it. The rule fragment can only be obtained by relying on one's own strength, independently killing the 10th level leader monster, and obtaining the recognition of the rules. That's right. It's the leader level. For the lowest F level 10th level leader monster, its average attribute is 60,000. Even if the green vine devours the flesh and blood of 10,000 corpses and triggers the bloody frenzy effect, the attribute can only barely reach more than 50,000. And the effect is not permanent. Linyu estimated that it would only take about 3 minutes. Then it will slowly fade away until it returns to its original attribute. If he cannot kill the 10th level monster within these 3 minutes, then the only thing he can do is to escape, which means that all his preparations during this period will fail. So there are 3 things he needs to do now. The first is to collect the power of the origin and expand the range of the origin space to the full value of the 9th level, so that the capacity will become much larger. The second is to continue to collect corpses and increase the burst limit of the green vine. The third is to improve the experience of the troops and increase their basic attributes as much as possible. As long as these 3 things are done, he can go find the 10th level monster and start to really implement the plan. Thinking of this, Linyu closed the interface and took out the 2 plant-type troops' secret treasure blind boxes that he had just exchanged. He had killed many lord monsters in the realm battlefield before, But none of them produced a secret treasure suitable for the Dandelion army. So he could only spend 20 points of merit to exchange for these 2 random secret treasures of the plant system, hoping that he would be lucky enough to produce a useful one. Would you like to use Army Secret Treasure, Plant System? Yes. As the voice fell, the light ball in his hand burst into a dazzling light and began to change rapidly. After a while, 2 freshly baked Army Secret Treasures came into his eyes. Army Secret Treasure, go all in. Secret Treasure Type, Skill. Secret Treasure Level, SSS Level. Secret Treasure Effect, enables the army to obtain skills. Go all in. After casting, all attributes are converted into physical strength, which lasts for 10 seconds. During the duration, it is impossible to move or attack, and all natural forces are consumed. It can be used by plant-based soldiers. Soldier Secret Treasure, Double Growth. Secret Treasure Type, Special. Secret Treasure Level, SSS Level. Secret Treasure Effect, when using a skill, there is a 40% chance of repeating it. The bonus effect cannot be superimposed, and it is available for the plant system. Huh? Looking at the 2 soldier secret treasures in front of him, Lin Yu paused for a moment. He didn't expect to get the secret treasure he already had. But what surprised him the most was the second secret treasure, Double Growth. If the skill is repeated, can the Dandelion be cast twice in a row? If so, then the diffusion ability of his Dandelion army will definitely be greatly improved. And it only says that the skill bonus effect will not be superimposed. But it does not say that the number will not be superimposed. In anticipation, Lin Yu immediately took the secret treasure into the troop base and put it on the stage representing the Dandelion troop. Then he asked the Soul Chaser to try it a few times. And it really could release 2 groups of dandelions at a time, doubling the number directly. Good stuff. Looking at the sky full of dandelions, Lin Yu was very surprised and immediately asked the Soul Chaser to destroy the dandelions. At this point, his main force has been blessed with the right secret treasures. Only a few arms are missing. This trip has really improved a lot. Arms. Soul-devouring flower Tuncheon. The experience has reached the maximum value. Do you want to upgrade? Suddenly, a prompt interrupted his thoughts. Experience full? Lin Yu paused, with a look of surprise on his face. He quickly opened the attribute interface of Tuncheon to check. Name, Soul-devouring flower Tuncheon, Royal Family. Sure enough, the experience has accumulated to 10,000. It seems that it is because of the frequent wars recently and swallowing many corpses that it has reached the maximum experience value so quickly. After the experience is full, the attributes of Tuncheon have also been greatly improved. Upgrade. Lin Yu did not hesitate and tried to choose to upgrade. Upgrade failed. Lack of items required for upgrade. 9th level territory essence x 1000. Rule fragment x1. Rule fragment? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu was puzzled. He knew that it took 1000 territory essences to upgrade from level 9 to level 10. But he didn't expect that it would also require rule fragments. No wonder even those old monster level lords didn't have level 10 troops. The difficulty of this upgrade is simply outrageous. Is there any difference between the troops after level 10? A lot of questions emerged in Lin Yu's mind. It seems that I have to find a chance to ask. After thinking about it, I didn't waste any more time. The light lit up, and then disappeared from the spot, and took the cross-border transmission to the war camp. Before setting off to explore the surroundings, he also took a special look at the kill list that had just been moved. At this time, a large number of lords from all walks of life had gathered beside the list stone tablet, checking the lists of various levels, and exclaimed from time to time. Lin Yu quickly saw the level 9 list through the crowd. Battlefield kill list. Ranking name realm combat power kill. 1. Angus Yuanzuan realm. 40,024,359. 2. Hidden Beast God realm. 37,748,244. 3. Adam Holy Light realm. 37,712,237. 4. Gongsun Ru Void realm. 37,699,235. 8. Lin Yu Primitive realm. 29,001,222. So many kills only ranked 8th? Lin Yu looked at the list with great surprise. He found that after the changes during this period of time, the old lords of various realms began to exert their strength. Except for Angus, several people on the original list were squeezed off and replaced by a new batch. and their combat power all reached more than 37,000. Chapter 460 Resource Gap. The combat power of the 8th place is only 29,000. More than 200 kills. How did he do it? This is too abnormal. I have only killed more than 20 so far. Original realm? It doesn't seem to be very famous. I have heard of this realm. I can only say that its strength is medium. I didn't expect that there would be such a pervert. Beside the list stone tablet, the lords talked a lot, and their words were full of shock. There is no way. Lin Yu's information is too conspicuous on the list. Not only is he the only one in the top 10 who is not from the top 10 realms, but he also has less than 30,000 combat power. This is simply unbelievable. That's more than 200 9th level lords. Although there are also differences in strength among the 9th level. More than 200 kills are not something that everyone can do. What's more, it was in such a short time. So they had no doubt about Lin Yu's strength, and began to ask around for news about the primitive world. Fortunately, Lin Yu had anticipated this, and hid his name in advance. Except for himself, others could only see the domain information and combat power ranking, which saved him a lot of trouble. After looking at the list for a while, he did not stop and rode the demon dragon straight to the outside of the war camp. According to Emperor Shangyao, for some reason, the monsters in the territory of the Realm Alliance have undergone a large-scale advancement. If he guessed correctly, it should be similar to the monster mutation in their realm. In other words, the number of Lord monsters will become more. He can take advantage of this period of war to explore outside and find traces of 10th level monsters. Let's go. Let's go over there first. Lin Yu pointed to a vast grassland outside the battlefield camp. The reason for choosing that place is that the grassland has a wide field of vision, and it is not easy to set an ambush. In this way, when he encounters a strong man, he at least has a chance to react. And the moment his voice fell, the demon dragon under him directly activated the shadow skill, turning into a residual shadow and swooping into the depths of the grassland. Far away, many level 6 and 7 lords could be seen fighting with monsters below, and loud shouts could be heard. He did not stop and continued to fly deeper. It was not until level 9 monsters began to appear in sight, and there were no traces of other lords, that the demon ancestor dragon slowly landed on the ground and walked forward instead. The terrain deep in the grassland was worse than the periphery. The knee-high weeds were already mostly withered and yellow, and there were also skinny short trees with almost no leaves. It looked like a tropical savanna, and it was obvious that there would be many beasts and monsters. Sure enough, just a few minutes after moving forward, there was a rustling sound under the weeds around. The weeds were crushed in patches, revealing the gray-white giant python swimming rapidly. The number was so large that they surrounded him in an instant. Name: Rock Armor Horn Python, Normal, Race, Beast. Level: 9th level, S level, Petrified Gaze. Lin Yu looked surprised. He didn't expect that this Rock Armor Horn Python actually had Medusa's signature skill. If it was hit, it would be a lot of pain, especially since there were so many of them. It was estimated that there were at least 500 or 600 of them. It's just right for Qingting to level up. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the army of plants. As soon as Qingting's huge body appeared, a large number of vines rushed out and headed straight for the rock armor horn pythons. The ancient tree army led by Qin Gang was not slow either. They launched a brutal charge and rushed straight towards the horn pythons. Hiss. But at this moment, the rock armor horn pythons in the front suddenly stood up, and a gray halo burst out of their eyes. All the vines and ancient trees illuminated by the halo were instantly covered with a layer of rocks, and the momentum of the rush also stopped. Then, the rock-armored horn python in the back opened its mouth and roared, and a large number of rock spikes quickly gathered in the sky and whizzed towards them. They can actually cooperate? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. This snake is really smart. With a slight thought, the nut barrier troops in the team immediately appeared, came to the front of the team, and directly launched the attack absorption skill. In an instant, an invisible wave enveloped the surroundings. The rock spikes that were about to fall on the ancient tree troops immediately turned around, and all flew towards the nut barrier. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of violent collisions, the nut barrier was unscathed, and the rocks were scattered all over the ground. Well done, Lin Yu praised. Although the nut barrier's attack absorption is only 5 seconds, it can absorb all attacks within the range and reduce the damage received by 50%. In addition, its own hardening skill increases physical fitness by 30%. which is definitely one of his troops with the highest defense burst. So the second desperate secret treasure he got today was for this type of soldier. The main body and the symbiotic moss activated the secret treasure effect at the same time, converting all attributes into physical fitness. The defense at that moment was absolutely terrifying. Lin Yu even felt that he could withstand a blow from the 10th level without any problem, including the proliferating body. He now has a total of 20 nut barriers. If he uses skills in turn, he might be able to hold back the 10th level monster for a long time, giving him a chance to attack. In other words, in addition to the Green Vine and other royal families, the Nut Soldier is also his main leveling target at present. Moreover, the leveling method of the pure defense soldier, the Nut, is different from that of the combat soldier. As long as you get hit, you can gain experience. It's just right to use these 9th level monsters to accumulate more experience for them. Thinking of this, Lin Yu no longer held back, and directly let the ancient trees use brute force to blast away the petrified state on their bodies, and crash into those rock-armored horned pythons. And the vines of the Green Vine also easily shattered the rocks, spreading out rapidly, and entangled all the lone horned pythons. More than 400 9th level monsters were killed in less than 10 minutes. And the killing was basically left to the royal family. Other plants didn't even have much chance to attack. Let's go. Keep moving forward. After collecting all the corpses into the origin space, Lin Yu led the team to continue to go deeper and explore around the grassland. Gradually, he found that the number of monsters here was simply too much. Basically, every 10 or 20 minutes, he would encounter a large group of monsters, and there were even many leader lord level monsters. Until the evening, he killed no less than 100 leader monsters, and even encountered 4 lord monsters, which made his origin space explode a lot. Name, World Tree, Origin, Category, Plant System. Range, 7,000 meters. Holy Artifact Effect, all attributes plus 41% / shield plus 21%. Talent Effect, Constitution plus 14%. Recovery Speed plus 14%. Abilities, Soul Domain. Race Talent, Aura. Summoning Space. Storage. Introduction, Condensed by Souls. It can evolve into a world when it grows to a certain extent, and needs the power of Origin to irrigate. Note, click here to expand the talents of each system. With only 7 kilometers of origin space, the attribute enhancement effect of the Holy Artifact has increased by 11% compared to the initial 30%. And the race talent has also been greatly improved. You can imagine, those old monsters have been around for so many years. What kind of exaggerated degree will this effect reach? No wonder their combat power is so high. I am afraid that the origin space has reached more than 50,000 meters, or even higher, and his upper limit of more than 20,000 meters is because of the gift of the Mother Goddess of Nature, which is so much after doubling. In addition, the origin crystals obtained by killing Lord monsters on the battlefield during this period of time have increased to nearly 23,000. Otherwise, the newly upgraded 9th level lords usually have a limit of 10,000 meters. At this rate, it should be full in a few days. Lin Yu thought silently. He had never expected that there were so many high-level monsters in this demon-suppressing world. If he guessed correctly, it should be related to the terrifying existence that escaped from the seal. Because of the appearance of that existence, the monsters of the entire Realm Alliance have undergone a large-scale mutation, which is several times more exaggerated than the realm of their anti-alliance camp. In the long run, the Realm Alliance will definitely surpass them in resources and cultivate more high-level lords. This is not a good sign. It is estimated that the emperors also felt this, so they were so eager to launch an attack and wanted to strangle them in the cradle. I just hope there will be no accidents. Looking up at the darkening sky, Lin Yu did not go deeper. Recalling the troops riding on the demon dragon, he rushed back to the war camp. Come! Come! Take a look. There are all kinds of fresh treasures. Does anyone need to exchange merits? Come if you need it. Competition. 100,000 magic power per plate. Below level 8. Place your bets. Place your bets. A one-on-one duel of troops. Buy whichever you like. As soon as he crossed the grassland and landed in the camp, he heard a burst of shouting. What surprised Lin Yu was that, at this time, the war camp was brightly lit, and a large number of lords and practitioners from all walks of life gathered. Some set up stalls, some competed, and some even fenced off an open space to compete with troops. A large group of people surrounded them and shouted loudly. cheering for the troops, who were fighting fiercely inside. Looking around, the whole camp was a scene of great enthusiasm, even more lively than the new year. Unexpectedly, because of this war, the lords of all walks of life actually lived in peace for once. Lin Yu wandered around the places with great interest, and was finally attracted by a stall in the corner that was marked Merits for Sale. Chapter 461 Gathering at Gravel Lake. Lin Yu was very confused. He remembered that battlefield merits should not be tradable. So why were there stalls selling merits? And there were more than one. Out of curiosity, he walked over to take a look, and found out that he could specify the things he wanted to exchange with the stall owners, and then exchange them for other things. Isn't this a way to cash in? Lin Yu suddenly realized. The only pity is that the people who sell merits are basically lords below level 8. Even if they can be exchanged for faith orbs, they can only be exchanged for low-level and medium-level ones. And the faith added is pitifully small, considering that he has a lot of treasures obtained by killing lords and monsters. Lin Yu finally came to one of the stalls. Brother, what do you need? The stall was opened by 3 level 7 lords. When they saw Lin Yu appear, they were shocked and hurried over to greet him. Can I exchange for faith orbs? Lin Yu asked simply. Yes. Of course. The eyes of the 3 people lit up instantly. The resources and treasures of the 9th level lords were absolutely beyond their imagination. When he heard that Lin Yu wanted to exchange for the faith orbs, he was a little excited and asked, Brother, how many do you want to exchange? We can exchange for 50 low-level orbs in total. 50? Lin Yu looked surprised. 50 low-level orbs are equivalent to 5,000 points of faith, which is already a large number for the 7th level lords. After all, it only takes so much faith to upgrade from the 7th to the 8th level. It seems that these 3 people are not weak among the 7th level lords. He was too lazy to ask why the other party didn't stay to upgrade himself, but asked directly, what do you want to exchange? Sacred objects, secret treasures, props, and military tokens are all fine, as long as we can use them. One of the beast lords said hurriedly. Lin Yu glanced at them. The 3 people were beast, mechanical, and plant lords, which were relatively common. Okay, wait a minute. As he said that, Lin Yu opened his personal space and started searching inside. Because he had killed many lord monsters recently, his personal space was already filled with all kinds of treasures. Basically all levels. After a while, treasures appeared in his hands one after another, and there were 3 series, which shocked the 3 people and made them excited. Okay, that's it. Finally, Lin Yu took out a total of 14 things and listed them in front of him, including holy objects, secret treasures and props. As for the military tokens, they were all 9th level, and they couldn't use them, so they didn't take them out. Brother, are you really going to exchange all of these? Well, according to the market price, one item can be exchanged for 1,000 faiths. So you can pick 5 items. 5 items. The 3 people were shocked and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The attributes of these treasures are almost all top level. Even the lowest level ones are S level. Where have they seen so many treasures? Immediately excited to choose. After a while, he finally selected 5 of them, and then said something to Lin Yu, packed up the stall and hurried back to the boundary station. About 10 minutes later, he returned with the 50 low-level faith orbs that he had just exchanged, and traded with Lin Yu. Okay. Happy cooperation. After some operations, Lin Yu got the orbs and smiled slightly. The 3 were also very happy, and they all got what they wanted. Although they can use these merits to exchange treasures directly, they are all random, and if they are unlucky, they can easily draw things that do not improve themselves much. So in comparison, it is more cost-effective to exchange directly for such things that can see specific attributes. Lin Yu didn't say much, nodded, and continued to wander around other stalls. But unfortunately, after a round of walking, he didn't encounter any stalls that could exchange faith orbs in large quantities. Basically, he could only exchange 1 or 2, which was not very helpful to him. Seeing that it was getting dark, he did not stay in the camp and teleported back to the territory through the cross-border teleportation array in the center of the camp. In the next few days, Lin Yu went out to hunt monsters. Thanks to the monster mutation in the demon realm, he finally expanded the origin space to 15,000 kilometers on the 6th day, and his bonus attributes have also been greatly improved. Name, World Tree, Origin, Category, Plant System. Level, 9th level, 15,000/22600. Range, 15,000 meters. Holy Relic effect, all attributes plus 44%/shield plus 22%. Talent effect, Constitution plus 20%. Recovery speed plus 20%. Abilities, Soul Realm. Race talent, Aura. Summoning space. Storage. Introduction, condensed by souls. When grown to a certain extent, it can evolve into a realm and needs to be irrigated by the power of the origin. Note, click here to expand the talents of each system. In 7 days, the range increased by 8 kilometers. This speed is absolutely terrifying for ordinary lords. But for Lin Yu, it is still too slow. In order to maximize the chance of killing the 10th level monster, he must expand the source space to the maximum value as much as possible. After all, the strength of the 10th level monster is very terrifying. And if you are not careful, you may die on the spot. He dare not act easily without sufficient preparation. He does not want to waste such a long preparation. It seems that we have to think of another way. The actions of both camps have become more and more frequent in the past few days, and the Lords of the Boundary Alliance often come to harass them. Even from time to time, there will be large-scale battles in the wild. It feels that it will not be long before another war breaks out. If it drags on like this, he is afraid that he will not have so much time to collect the source power. What if he happens to encounter a suitable 10th level monster? Wouldn't he miss the opportunity in vain? Just thinking about it, a private chat message suddenly popped up, and Yunlai sent him a message. Lin Yu, come to the gravel lake in the central area quickly. A lot of leader level and lord level monsters suddenly appeared here. And people from the Realm Alliance are here too. A group of leader monsters appeared? Lin Yu was shocked. Judging from the anxious tone, the number was probably not small. If the number was large enough, he might be able to upgrade his origin space to full in a short time. He had heard of Gravel Lake before. It was located next to a shrubbery where the two armies met. It was at least several kilometers wide, surrounded by a piece of broken rocks, and inhabited by many underwater monsters. It was also one of the areas where the two sides fought frequently in the past few days. I didn't expect that there would be a large number of leader-level lord monsters there. Isn't this a pillow for a sleepy person? There was no need to talk nonsense. He immediately rode on the demon ancestor dragon and flew into the air, rushing towards the central area. Along the way, he met many lords who were rushing there like him. Obviously, they also received the news and were ready to go there to grab some resources, which made Lin Yu increase his speed to the extreme. Half an hour later, a vast blue lake finally came into his sight. A large number of lords gathered around the lake, fighting fiercely with the group of monsters emerging from the lake, with shouts and roars. At the other end of the lake, many lords of the Realm Alliance also gathered. The two teams faced each other across the lake and fought each other. Quick! Another group of leader monsters rushed out over there. Don't let the people of the Realm Alliance snatch them. Lord monsters. There is a lord monster over here. Damn Realm Alliance. They dared to snatch our territory. Kill them! We can't hold on here. Come and support us. The lords kept exclaiming, almost all around the lake, especially at the intersection of the two camps. There was a fierce collision, all fighting for the only territory. Lin Yu looked around and finally found Yunlai and Situ Jian, who were resisting the monster attack in a corner with their backs against the woods. I'm here. With a loud shout, he let the demon ancestor dragon land directly and came behind the two in a blink of an eye. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yunlai looked back at him and continued to fight with the monsters. In front of him, a large number of aquatic monsters such as crocodiles, water snakes, and poisonous frogs rushed out of the lake and launched a fierce attack on him. Lin Yu looked closely and found that many of those monsters were indeed leader level, and even lord monsters would appear from time to time. As soon as they appeared, they were immediately attacked by a large number of lords on the side, and only a small number flowed to their side. There are too many people. We can only occupy this small corner, Situ Jian whispered on the side. It's okay. The place is small. We can make it bigger. After accumulating resources in the past few days, Lin Yu's strength has improved a lot. And naturally, he will not be satisfied with such a small place. With a wave of his hand, the entire huge army of plants was summoned by him. Then, under the leadership of Qin Gang, it turned into a torrent and spread rapidly around, forcing the troops of other lords on the side back. What's going on? How come so many plant soldiers suddenly appeared? Want to take our territory? No way. Stop them. The lords who were commanding the battle nearby noticed the changes on the field and ordered their soldiers to stop Lin Yu's plant army. But the next second, Qin Gang, who was in the front, rushed back with a brutal collision. Gravity field, Lin Yu shouted, and Qin Gang directly activated the gravity field skill. The entire 100-meter range was covered by gravity. The soldiers who were originally coming with great momentum suddenly became unable to move and were all blocked. What a strong soldier! Is this really a 9th-level soldier? The lords were shocked, staring at Qin Gang surrounded by gravity with wide eyes, and the body that was much larger than the ordinary ancient tree soldiers. However, how could they know? At this time, Qin Gang's basic strength and physique had already reached the maximum value of the 9th level, 5,000 points. Adding the replication attribute of the symbiotic moss, it doubled to 10,000, the same as the SSS level Lord Monster, and their soldiers, with the blessing of various equipment and mounted soldiers. The basic attributes are only 7,000 or 8,000 at most, which is very different from the royal family. In just a blink of an eye, the soldiers in the entire 100-meter range were repelled by the ancient tree army, leaving a position for other plants to enter. Then Lin Yu's mind moved, and the vines of the green vine and the thorns of the deep blue dream spread out, forming a terrifying forest in the middle, and finally completely occupied this area, making the lords even more shocked and retreating, with horror in their eyes. Chapter 462 Elemental Incarnation. Awesome. Yinlai couldn't help but admire Lin Yu's methods. Plant System's ability to change terrain is really strong. Situ Jian was also amazed. Although it was not the first time they had seen Lin use royal plants, they still couldn't help but be a little shocked. Especially the strange forest constructed by Qingting and Deep Blue Dream, which made them extremely ashamed. With only 2 arms, they completely changed the surrounding environment. What kind of arms can do it? Let alone them. Even the other lords, who were fighting nearby, were attracted by this sudden change. What a powerful arm. It actually created a forest in an instant. With this size, I'm afraid even a 10th level monster can't compare to it. That guy is not easy to mess with. I think we'd better stay away from him. Look! Someone is going over there. It seems to be someone from Taishian realm. Suddenly, exclamations broke out in the crowd. On the gravel shore not far away, a team of lords appeared, bringing their troops to approach the location of Lin Yu and his team. Not afraid of the terrifying forest at all. Taishian realm? Hearing the exclamations around him, Lin Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. Last time in the battlefield of the boundary, it was Taishian realm that bullied them because they were few in number and wanted to snatch the battlefield mission they had just received. Now they suddenly appeared again, and it was obvious that they were not good people. Be careful. These people probably come with bad intentions, Situ Jian said solemnly. It's the Taishian realm guys again. A few days ago, they seriously injured several people in our boundary because of grabbing resources. Yinlai quickly retreated and joined the 2 of them, his face full of dissatisfaction. It is obvious that Taishian realm probably holds a grudge against their original realm because of the last incident, and is making trouble for them everywhere. If that's the case, then they have nothing to say. Boy, we have our eyes on this place. Get out of here quickly. Just thinking. A team of 5 people from Taishian realm had already arrived in front of them. Speaking arrogantly, they were relying on their numbers to ignore them. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the middle-aged man of the elemental system standing in the front. He could feel an extremely strong aura from this man, which was no weaker than those old lords he had met before. This man was not simple. Lin Yu immediately came to a conclusion in his heart. Taishian realm, don't go too far, Situ Jian said in a deep voice. You are the ones who should get out. Yinlai also did not retreat at all. After all, it was about the dignity of the realm. How could they retreat just like that? And the attitude of Taishian realm was too arrogant, simply not taking them seriously, which was absolutely intolerable. Immediately, they summoned the troops to their side and confronted several people from Taishian realm, leaving only a part of the troops outside to resist the monsters. Too much? The leading elemental lord sneered disdainfully. This world is originally a world of the jungle. I advise you to give up your position immediately, so that we don't have to do it ourselves. What a jungle. What if we don't give up? A cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Don't give up? Then we will have to send you away ourselves. Do it, without saying any more nonsense. The 5-member army of Taishian Realm attacked directly, roaring at Lin Yu and the others to surround them. At the same time, a large number of flame attacks appeared, whizzing through the air and falling straight into the vine forest. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions caused the entire ground to shake violently. When the sparks dissipated, a green light shield gradually appeared, protecting most of the troops in the vine forest. It was the guardian barrier skill of Tunshin. Do it! Situ Jian shouted in a low voice. Without any hesitation, the insect army around him turned into a black tide and surged out of the forest, rushing towards the opposite army. You trash from Taishian Realm. Take my axe? Yanlai followed closely behind, leading the orc army out of the forest and heading straight for the enemy's melee troops. And the two collided with each other. Lin Yu is of course not to be mentioned. As soon as the battle began, an invisible wave and poisonous gas spread, covering the 5 people from Taishian Realm. In a blink of an eye, the scene in front of the 5 people turned into a dark blue garden, and even the sounds around them disappeared. A trifle. The Elemental Lord snorted coldly, and a raging flame suddenly erupted from the several fire elemental troops next to him, sweeping out in all directions. The originally weird and twisted dark blue garden also completely dissipated under the scorching heat, and it got rid of the illusion in an instant. It's really not easy to deal with. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. The opponent's strength was much stronger than he imagined, and they were not at all superior in terms of numbers. But it was too naive to want to defeat them with just this level. It's about to explode. Without hesitation, he shouted directly to Yanlai and the other two. Haha. I've been waiting for you to say that. Yanlai, who received the signal, laughed loudly. His whole body shook, and suddenly began to expand rapidly. The orc army around him also roared together, and entered the beast state. Following, Qing Gang's savage roar was launched, and a large area of red light spread, which suddenly raised the momentum of their troops. What's going on? How did their troops suddenly become so much stronger? Several people from Taishian Realm exclaimed, and hurriedly let the troops block in front of them. However, what greeted them was the beast-transformed orc army, and the ancient tree army holding swords and shields, with the blessing of the 30% attribute of the savage roar. Their defense line was torn apart fiercely, and the troops fell like wheat being cut. It's an explosive skill. The effect should not be too long. Hold on. The Elemental Lord shouted in a deep voice, and the elemental power of the troops around him exploded, lighting up with various colors of light. Fire attack, earth defense, wind speed, with the blessing of various attributes. Their troops immediately blocked the attack of Lin Yu and his team. For a moment, vines flew and flames exploded. The troops of both sides madly bombarded each other across the front row. In the back of the team, the life breath of the plant system and the hydrotherapy of the water element continued to emerge, treating the injured troops. The fierce battle scene shocked the other lords on the side, and they dared not approach. And the troops of the Taishian Realm had higher basic attributes than Lin Yu and his 3 men, who had just advanced not long ago because of their higher experience. Let them gradually stabilize the formation. But, as the battle progressed, they began to find something wrong. Because among those plants, there were several troops with very strong momentum. Basically, every time they attacked, there would be groups of troops falling under their attack. Especially one of the half-human high mushrooms. The explosive power of that mushroom was simply terrifying. One explosion would cover a large area, and it would also cause chain explosions. Except for the earth element, which has a relatively high defense. They can barely resist, and almost die at the first touch. Those soldiers are a little bit wrong. The people of Taishian Realm finally panicked, and looked at the royal soldiers in the plant team in fear. Don't be afraid. Their burst skills are about to pass, the Elemental Lord said in a deep voice. Just at this time, Lin Yu and his savage roar state disappeared, and their momentum weakened. However, what he never expected was, when the savage roar state of Lin Yu and his savage roar disappeared, a large piece of red light suddenly appeared in the entire army. And this time, the burst was even stronger than before. Under the blessing of Lin Yu's divine fragments, the skill effect was directly increased by 30%. And the attributes of the soldiers finally overwhelmed the people of Taishian Realm, and their team was completely destroyed. Especially Lin Yu's plant soldiers, each of whose attributes is comparable to the Lord Monster, killing all sides in the team. Even those elemental soldiers are not the enemy of one round. How is it possible? The Elemental Lord was shocked and retreated in fear. But the next second, 3 cold lights flashed and went straight to his back. "Be careful," his companion shouted in alarm. The Elemental Lord's face changed drastically, and he activated the protective ability of his equipment without thinking. And a layer of golden light was attached to his body. Clang! With a loud bang, the shadowless dagger was blocked by the golden light and bounced to the side. And the layer of golden light also broke and dissipated in the air. It seems to be a one-time effect of resisting damage. Lin Yu had expected this. With a thought, the long-awaited cannon sparks exploded, and a dragon flame bullet infused with the breath of destruction suddenly swept out. At the same time, Ling Shi made a move, and the staff pointed out of thin air. Before the Elemental Lord could react, he was entangled by the thorns that suddenly rushed out from his feet, and was trapped in place. What? The Elemental Lord's eyes were bloodshot. Feeling the death coming, he didn't care too much, and finally used the bottom-line method. His figure flashed, and an elemental dummy appeared, replacing his original position. Bang! Sparks exploded, and the dummy's body was penetrated. The Elemental Lord also teleported 100 meters away, escaping the siege of the royal soldiers. You fell into the trap. But at this moment, a cold laugh came. Before the Elemental Lord stood still, a boom sounded under his feet, and a large number of giant vines rushed out and surrounded him. It was the long-lurking Qingtang. His teammates obviously did not expect Lin Yu to have such a method, so they wanted to turn back to rescue. However, before they took a few steps, they were immediately stopped by Yan Lai and Situ Jian with their soldiers, not giving them a chance to rescue. "Want to kill me? It's not that easy," the Elemental Lord surrounded by vines shouted. Suddenly bent over and clenched his fists, and a raging flame broke out of his body. In a blink of an eye, the whole person turned into flames, completely transformed into a flame form. Elemental incarnation. Lin Yu's eyes were stern, and he didn't expect the other party to have such a rare ability. This is a unique ability of the elemental system, which can temporarily transform into an elemental form, and thus control the power of the element. The old lords of the 9th level are indeed not to be underestimated. Their methods are so many that they are not comparable to those of the new lords, who have just advanced. If ordinary people encounter them, they will probably just run for their lives. But it's a pity. He met himself today. "Tunshin!" At the command, Tunshin beside him opened his mouth and sucked suddenly. The Elemental Lord, who was still laughing wildly, his incarnation state disappeared instantly, and turned into energy and flowed into Tunshin's mouth. Then, without giving him a chance to react, the plant army broke through the defense of the soldiers, and a large number of mushrooms turned into parabolas and fell into the encirclement. Then, in the horrified eyes of the Elemental Lords, the vine suddenly shrank. Boom. Chapter 463 Killing. The violent explosion spread across the entire field in an instant. The Elemental Lord flew backwards like a rag, fell heavily to the ground, and was covered in blood. The miserable appearance immediately made the other lords around him gasp. "If we kill him here, it may not have a good impact," Situ Jian whispered beside Lin Yu. Although they came from different realms, they are now in the same offensive camp and are nominally allies. If we kill these people from Taishian realm in public, it will probably cause a lot of trouble and even be targeted by other realms. "Don't worry. I know my limits." Lin Yu nodded. He is not stupid, and naturally, he will not get into trouble for such a trivial matter. So when he threw the mushrooms just now, he deliberately controlled the number and did not kill them. After a while, the seriously injured Elemental Lord climbed up with the help of his companions, his face full of resentment and unwillingness. After staring at Lin Yu for a while, he finally stretched out his hand. "Let's go!" After saying that, he hurriedly left with his troops. The remaining 4 did not dare to stay for long. They retreated while resisting the attack, and finally left here in a panic with the seriously injured Elemental Lord. But they did not notice that one of them had a bunch of inconspicuous dandelion seeds hanging on his body, tracking them all the time. "I'm going out for a while. Remember to help me cover." When the few people walked away, Lin Yu whispered to Situ Jian and Yan Lai beside him. "Do you need help?" Situ Jian asked. He had guessed what Lin Yu was going to do. "No." Lin Yu shook his head. "If we all go, the target will be too obvious." "Okay. You be careful. We will try not to let people know you are not there." Situ Jian nodded in response. "Then I go first." Lin Yu had no doubt about the ability of the two to do things. After saying this, He left the green vine and some plants outside to pretend. Then recalled most of the troops. Disappeared instantly. And chased after the people from Taishan realm. Is this stealth ability? Yin Lai was surprised. It should be. I didn't expect him to have such a method. Situ Jian was also very surprised. And thinking of Lin Yu's words just now, he immediately said, "Let's go. We should also cover him. Don't let people notice that he left." After that, the two of them spread out with the troops, surrounded the vine forest, and prevented other lords from seeing the scene inside. On the other side, the 5 people from Taishan realm who escaped with serious injuries quickly left the gravel lake far behind and hid in a nearby forest. I didn't expect the guy to be so strong. We were careless this time. The elemental lord came to a big tree and sat down with the help of 2 companions. Now that he was seriously injured, he couldn't ride away at all. He could only recover in here temporarily and leave after his injuries improved. The troops around them were also few in number because of the battle just now, so naturally they could not continue to stay on the gravel lake. When he thought of the fact that he had lost a lot of resources in vain, the elemental lord's face gradually darkened, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "What should we do next?" another person asked. "What else can we do? We can't just let this account go." "That's right. When have we ever suffered such a loss?" "I agree," the remaining few people said unwillingly, not thinking that they were the first to provoke this conflict. The elemental lord was calmer, but his eyes were cold. "We can't just let this account go. But before that, we have to go back and heal our wounds first. And check their background by the way." "That's right. When the time comes, find a few more people to help. And we must kill them all." Several people next to him immediately responded. But he didn't notice it. Just as they were discussing how to deal with Lin Yu and his men, a breeze blew by. And suddenly a large patch of dandelions floated strangely in the entire forest, spreading towards them. "Something's happening." The elemental lord, who was healing his wounds, fixed his eyes and noticed it. But before he could react, 3 sharp cold lights flashed by and slashed at the throats of 3 of them. Puff! The sound of flesh being cut rang out. A beast lord with a quick reaction avoided the vitals and swept to the side. But the remaining 2 people widened their eyes, stretched out their hands to cover their necks, and blood spurted out through their fingers. In the end, their eyes went black and they fell heavily to the ground. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Obtain 400 million magic energy. 9th level territory essence X1. Kill the 9th level lord of the other plane. Obtain 80 million magic energy. 9th level territory essence X1. The killing prompt sounded, and the stealth wooing also revealed his figure, turning into a residual shadow and evacuating quickly. "Not good. That guy is chasing us. Quick! Defend! Get out!" The elemental lord and the remaining 2 shouted in shock, and quickly summoned soldiers to surround them, covering their mouths and noses and looking around with vigilance. However, what greeted them was the crazy surging vines and poisonous gas, which spread towards them from all directions. Even the plants on the side were constantly twisted, turning into huge and terrifying tree demons. This is not over yet. In the sky of the entire forest, dense leaves rose up, sweeping towards them like a surging tide. "Playing tricks. Break it for me," the elemental lord snorted coldly, and the fire element beside him suddenly burst into flames, burning all the poisonous fog and leaves into ashes. The beast and mechanical lords on the side gave orders to let the soldiers rush up to resist the attack of the tree demons and vines. Vacuum. At this moment, a cold and emotionless voice sounded. In all directions of the forest, lantern grasses suddenly rose into the air, emitting a large area of bright green light, rapidly drawing away the air in the encirclement. The faces of several people in Taishan realm changed, and breathing became difficult. Even the burning flames were extinguished quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A huge wooden thorn swept out and instantly pierced through the body of one of the soldiers. Before several people could react, a violet garden suddenly bloomed on the fallen corpse, covering them in an instant. "Damn it! It's the violet soldier of the plant system. Get out of here!" When the vacuum dissipated, the elemental lord shouted in shock and hurriedly fled the garden with his soldiers. The other 2 also came back to their senses and followed him to evacuate in panic. However, they were still a step late. As soon as they ran to the edge, plant replicas that looked very similar to them had grown in the violet garden, twisting their bodies to block their way. At the same time, a large number of plant soldiers emerged from the surrounding woods and launched a fierce attack on them. The three of them resisted with difficulty, but the soldiers still fell in groups. Finally, when they were not paying attention, several vines broke through the defense, tied up the feet of the Beast Lord, and pulled him out suddenly. No! The Beast Lord howled miserably, and his 10 fingers drew several shocking blood marks on the ground. But he was eventually submerged by a large area of piranha plants and swallowed up without leaving any residue. Kill the 9th level Lord of the other plane. Obtain 300 million magic power and the essence of the 9th level territory X1. The Elemental Lord and the Mechanical Lord were shocked, and a fierce look flashed in their eyes. You killed us. Aren't you afraid of revenge from our Taishian realm? Revenge? They need evidence. Lin Yu, who was hiding behind the big tree, finally appeared slowly and looked at them indifferently. It's you? The Elemental Lord face darkened, his eyes fixed on Lin Yu, and he secretly thought about how to get out. But he didn't notice. Unconsciously, dandelions had covered his feet and the bodies of the soldiers next to him. Almost everywhere. No. There's something wrong with this dandelion. Finally, the Mechanical Lord discovered something unusual and screamed. The Elemental Lord face changed, and he found that the dandelions under his feet were rapidly expanding, and a powerful energy was constantly gathering. Not good. Retreat quickly. Boom. All the dandelions exploded, and the blast wave directly blew them away. Just as the Elemental Lord was about to take out the props for defense, he felt a pain in his chest, and a sharp dagger passed through his chest, causing his flying body to stop suddenly. His eyes widened, looking at the bright red in front of him. He couldn't believe it. Then he opened his mouth to make a sound, but his neck finally tilted, and he fell to the ground with a bang, revealing Wu Ying holding a dagger behind him. Needless to say, the remaining Mechanical Lords. He had just taken 2 steps back when he was pierced into a hornet's nest by the vines that rushed out from under his feet, hanging in the air like a piece of rag. Kill the 9th level Lord of the other plane. Obtain 2.4 billion magic energy. 9th level territory essence X1. Kill the 9th level Lord of the other plane. Obtain 100 million magic energy. 9th level territory essence X1. Since then, all 5 people in Taishian realm have been killed, leaving no one alive. All the magic energy added up to a total of 3.3 billion, which is simply rich. But now Lin Yu is probably the least lacking of magic energy, so there is not much emotional change. After carefully handling the scene and confirming that there is no trace of him left, he put away the troops and hurriedly left the woods and rushed back to the gravel lake. How is it? Is everything solved? Seeing Lin Yu appearing in stealth, Yan Lai and Situ Jian immediately came forward. Well, everything is solved. Done very cleanly. What about the situation here? Lin Yu looked around. Yan Lai, don't worry. No one knows you left. That's good. Lin Yu nodded silently, and immediately summoned the troops again, creating the appearance of him commanding the battle. Then he traded 800 million magic energy to each of them. So much? Situ Jian was surprised. A total of 3.3 billion. I take the lion's share. This is for your hard work. Lin Yu whispered. Haha. Then I won't be polite to you. Thank you. Yan Lai and Situ Jian showed joy on their faces and put away the magic energy. 800 million magic energy is not a small amount for them who have just advanced. Enough for them to develop their territory. It's not a loss for the troops they just lost. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yu also checked his troops and found that in addition to the proliferation body, he only lost 6 main bodies and 6 mosses. For a battle of this magnitude, it was already a very small loss. After all, the cost of symbiotic mosses was only 30 or 40 million, and he could still afford this loss. So soon, he reorganized his formation, joined in the killing of the leader monster, and began to plunder the power of the origin and increase the range of the origin space. Chapter 464, Purple Poison King Jiao. Yan Lai. It's coming towards you. Quick! Help me hold back those venomous snakes. Be careful. Another monster is coming out. Calls rang out on the shore of Gravel Lake. After half a morning of fighting, the area where Lin Yu and his team were was filled with corpses of various monsters. The shore of the entire Gravel Lake was the same, with figures fighting fiercely with monsters everywhere, and shouts and roars were heard. At the junction of the 2 camps, the war continued, spreading to all directions. During this period, Lin Yu and his team were even attacked by several waves of Realm Alliance lords, and fought several battles by the lake. Fortunately, the opponent's strength was not too strong, and the number was not too large. So they kept their position, and were not robbed. It's a bit strange. It seems that these monsters can never be killed. After killing another group of monsters that rushed up, Yan Lai, who was injured all over his body, hurriedly retreated into the vine forest. It's really strange. Logically speaking, this lake shouldn't be able to accommodate so many monsters, and they are all above the leader level. Lin Yu casually asked the flower spirit beside him to treat Yan Lai, and said thoughtfully, in fact, he had already discovered this problem an hour or two ago. It's just that he didn't pay attention to it because he needed to collect a lot of origin power. Now listening to Yan Lai's mention, he couldn't help but feel a little solemn. Is there a crack or a nest at the bottom of the lake? Situ Jian said while commanding the insect army. It's very likely. Lin Yu nodded silently. In any case, it's better for us to be careful to avoid any accidents. After experiencing so many things, Lin Yu is still very vigilant about the Realm Alliance, especially like this inexplicable wave of monsters. It made him secretly keep an eye on it, and keep an eye on the movements of the opposite Realm Alliance, in case they come up with any big conspiracy again. But after observing for a long time, he didn't find anything abnormal. On the contrary, his origin space continued to soar. Finally, at noon, a reminder sounded in my mind. Please note that your origin power has reached the maximum value, and can no longer be obtained. Finally reached the maximum value. Lin Yu was overjoyed, and quickly opened the origin space to check. Name, World Tree, Origin, Category, Plant System. Level, 9th level, 24,000/24,000, Range, 24,000 meters. Holy Relic Effect, all attributes plus 46%/shield plus 23%. Talent Effect, Constitution plus 27%. Recovery Speed plus 27%. Ability, Soul Domain. Race Talent, Aura. Summoning Space. Storage. Introduction, Condensed by Souls. When grown to a certain extent, it can evolve into a world, and needs the power of origin to irrigate. Note, click here to expand the talents of each system. The reason why there is a limit of 24,000. Because he saw that there were so many boss monsters here. He directly used the one he got in the battlefield of all realms before. Plus the origin crystal core with a range of 1,000 meters. The remaining several hundred meters were added by the origin crystal obtained from killing the Lord monster just now, which just reached 24,000. And his strength was greatly improved because of the surge in the origin space. Especially in terms of attribute blessing. Origin space 46%. Godhead fragment 30%. Spirit tide 10%. That is, his troops will directly increase all attributes by 86%. And this blessing effect will also act on the Lord. In addition to the 27% constitution added by the plant race talent, the constitution attribute of all his troops finally soared to more than 20,000. With the skill effect, his nut barrier troops should be able to barely withstand the 10th level attack. Thinking of this, Lin Yu casually opened the realm list and took a look. Number 899, Lin Yu Great Wilderness Principality. 31,030. 31 combat power. Ranked within 1,000. Unexpectedly, the combat power and ranking increased so much. Much higher than he expected. It seems that because he killed a large number of leader monsters, his military experience increased. So there was such a big improvement. Very good. Lin Yu secretly clenched his fists. After spending so much time and making so many preparations, he can finally proceed to the next plan. Just wait until he goes back this time to complete the military. And then he can go to find the whereabouts of the 10th level monster. Just thinking. A commotion suddenly came from the crowd in the distance, interrupting his thoughts. What's going on? Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the source of the sound with Yan Lai Situ Jian. On the shore not far from the gravel lake, the blood that had accumulated for a long time suddenly gathered into the lake, as if being pulled by something. In just a blink of an eye, the originally blue lake water was dyed red and spread rapidly towards the center of the lake. This weird scene immediately made the lords of all walks of life stop and look at the lake vigilantly. There is indeed something wrong in this lake, Situ Jian said in a deep voice, and immediately called back the insect army. Yan Lai, who was about to rush forward, also hurriedly called back the orc army and set up a defensive formation. No! The people of the Realm Alliance ran away. Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed the movement of the Realm Alliance on the opposite side, and they had already retreated rapidly without knowing it, escaping from the gravel lake. It's really their doing. Let's go! As he said that, Situ Jian rode on the Mantis army and wanted to fly away from here. However, the next second, several earth-shaking roars suddenly came from the lake. The originally calm lake surface also began to boil violently, and a large area of horrible waves surged. Then, in the terrified eyes of all the lords, 5 huge monsters slowly emerged from the water, and a suffocating momentum suddenly burst out. 10th level. 10 level monsters. 5 10-level monsters. Run! At this moment, all the lords present were shocked, because the 5 monsters that appeared in the lake were all level 10. The team that had originally formed a circle by the lake was instantly in chaos, and all of them rode on their mounts and fled out desperately. Roar! Unexpectedly, a roar was heard at this time. One of the dragons with wings on its back suddenly rose into the air, and rushed towards the fleeing lords at an unimaginable speed, spewing a ball of purple venom from its mouth. Quick! Run! Ah! The shrill screams echoed in everyone's ears. The lords didn't even have time to react before they were hit by the venom, and they and their soldiers turned into thick water and fell from the air. Just one hit. More than a dozen level 9 lords were killed in seconds. Lin Yu, who was about to flee with Yen Lai and the others, narrowed his eyes, and an attribute interface popped up in front of him. Name, Purple Poison King, Leader, Race, Beast. Level, 10th level, F level. Skills, Venom Spray, Poison Explosion, Dragon Blood, Toxic Body, Chaos. All attributes increased by 20%. Introduction. The poisonous dragon that successfully activated the dragon bloodline can control all the poisons in the world and has a body that is immune to all poisons. This is F level 10th level leader. Seeing the attributes on the interface, Lin Yu's eyes burst into a gleam of light. Isn't this the target he is looking for? If he can kill it, then he can complete the path of the saint and condense the 4th fragment of the Godhead. He couldn't help but be a little tempted. But immediately, he calmed down. Not to mention that there are other 10th level monsters on the side. The attributes of this Purple Poison King alone are enough to make him drink a pot. With a full 60,000 agility, and a body that is immune to all poisons. It is simply the natural nemesis of his plant system. No matter how arrogant he is, he will not be so arrogant as to choose such a 10th level monster as a target. Seeing the remaining 4 10th level monsters spreading out and starting to chase the Lord on the shore, he did not hesitate any more and rode on the demon ancestral dragon to escape from here with Yen Lai and the others. Be careful. Those monsters are chasing us. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Ah! Screams, accompanied by a large number of exclamations, kept echoing in his ears. What Lin Yu did not expect was that just after escaping not far, a terrifying aura behind him was approaching them rapidly. Before they could react, the sky above them suddenly became dark, and the 10th level giant toad actually jumped directly on their heads. Get out of the way! Situ Jian shouted in shock, and the phantom mantis carrying Yen Lai under him turned into a residual image, teleporting dozens of meters away like a space jump. Lin Yu asked the demon ancestral dragon to activate the shadow skill, and glided sideways and passed by the giant toad. The terrifying aura that was so close that he almost couldn't breathe. After a closer look, it turned out to be a sea-level 10th order leader. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant toad's body fell to the ground, causing the entire earth to shake violently. The terrifying impact turned into a wave of air, sweeping out in all directions, forcing them to almost fall from the air. Run! Lin Yu shouted, and flew away without looking back, joining Situ Jian and the others. However, the giant toad seemed to have set its sights on them. With a croak, its bloody mouth suddenly opened and sprayed out a huge column of water. The power of the water column was so strong that it actually produced a violent sonic boom, and the space was shattered wherever it went. If it was hit head-on, it would definitely be dead. How could Lin Yu dare to hold back? He directly summoned the Forest Sage, activated the Peace Domain, and enveloped the 3 of them. The next second, the water column filled with absolute power blasted into the Peace Domain and instantly dissipated in the air, shocking Yen Lai and Situ Jian next to him. Taking this opportunity, they finally succeeded in shaking off the toad. The Forest Sage was taken back into the origin space by Lin Yu just before he landed. That monster didn't chase us? Yen Lai turned his head in shock. and saw a dozen majestic figures suddenly appear in the chaotic sky above the gravel lake. Evil beast! With a loud shout, the 10th level monsters that were chasing the lords of various realms were stopped at once. 10th level lord. There are 10th level lords coming. Yin Lai was very excited, and his tense nerves finally relaxed completely. Don't look. It's too dangerous here. Let's go back first, Situ Jian said in a deep voice. The few people did not stop, and took advantage of the 10th level battle to escape on their mounts, and rushed back to the war camp. Before leaving, Lin Yu also looked back at the 5 10th level monsters. Chapter 465, A Visitor from Taishian Realm. It was already afternoon when Lin Yu and his team returned to the war camp. They didn't know the final battle between the 10th level lords and the 10th level monsters. But with so many 10th level lords dispatched at once, the result should not be too bad. It was just a pity for those 10th level monsters. If he could kill them, it would be the 4th fragment of the Godhead, which would definitely greatly increase his combat power. It seems that he can only find another way. I got a lot of resources today. I have to go back to develop the territory first. Let's act together again when we have a chance. Coming to the cross-border teleportation array where people were coming and going, Situ Jian turned around and said. This sentence was mainly said to Lin Yu, because he and Yin Lai now belong to the same kingdom. So it is very convenient to contact each other. Well, remember to call me next time there is such a good thing. Lin Yu nodded in response. Although it was the Realm Alliance that was secretly playing tricks this time, causing them to lose a lot of lords. But it must be said that the resources they harvested were also very huge, which was a mixed blessing. After saying goodbye to the two, Lin Yu stepped into the cross-border teleportation array and teleported directly back to the territory. As soon as he stood still, he immediately took the 5 high-level faith beads he had just exchanged and came to the world tree and used them all. Then, he clicked on the territory interface to take a look. He only needed 10,000 faith points to upgrade to the 10th level. Whenever he saw this, Lin Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, and had an urge to upgrade to the 10th level immediately. But he knew that it was not the right time yet, because if the task of the Saints' Road was not completed, it would automatically disappear after reaching the 10th level. And then, he would be equivalent to missing a piece of the Godhead fragment in vain. It was naturally not his style to lose a great opportunity to improve his strength for a momentary impulse. Moreover, after this period of development and route expansion, the population of Huansha City has soared to more than 900,000, and the faith gained every day is about 200 points. Even if he doesn't go to the battlefield, he can get the last 10,000 faith within 1 or 2 months. So he is not worried about the upgrade issue. After closing the interface, Lin Yu opened the recruitment interface and began to recruit soldiers for mutation, replacing the lost 6 soldiers and symbiotic moss. This morning, he had received news that the plant dragon and sword bamboo soldiers had been successfully researched. After the combat soldiers and mosses were mutated, all the 8th level turtle shield equipment were repatriated, and the demon ancestor dragon was recruited for mutation. It takes 250,000 magic energy to mutate the 9th level soldiers. Do you want to continue? Continue. Please choose to keep the skills and attributes. Keep the super regeneration and strength attributes. The strength attribute of the demon ancestor dragon is definitely the top among the rare soldiers. Keeping this power for the turtle shield equipment can greatly improve its general attack strength. When the ancient tree soldiers are equipped, the power of the shield attack will also be greatly improved. As for the super regeneration skill, there is no need to say more. This is a guarantee for the survivability of the turtle shield equipment. After all, it is to be equipped to the frontline melee soldiers, and the risk factor is very high. Mutation successful. Current unit, Thorn Shield Turtle. Just as he was thinking, the prompt of successful mutation sounded, which made Lin Yu come back to his senses. However, the next prompt suddenly made him stunned. The skill mutation was triggered, and the skill, Super Regeneration, changed to Super Resurrection. Super Resurrection? It actually triggered a mutation? Surprised, Lin Yu immediately clicked on the unit interface in front of him. Name, Thorn Shield Turtle, Normal Skills, Super Resurrection, recover 5% of physical strength per second. When it is hit by a critical hit, it will enter a dormant state. All effects other than this skill will be invalid. It will be revived after absorbing a treatment amount equivalent to the overflow damage, and its status will be restored to full value. Turtle Shield Mirror Wall. Use the power of nature to condense a defensive mirror wall at a designated location. which can resist 150% of physical damage. Earth escape underground and increase speed by 30%. Shield form, transform into an equipable shield. Provide an additional 20% damage reduction for the wearer. And have the same physical strength as the wearer. Introduction, one of the mounted soldiers. It can switch forms freely, and become the most solid shield for the friendly side. It turned out to be an undead skill. After seeing the skills after the mutation, Lin Yu was surprised. Although it cannot activate skills after falling into dormancy, it guarantees the survival ability of the shield turtle itself, at least before encountering a devastating attack. Few people can really kill it. It can be used as a permanent plant for Qin Gang. This way, he doesn't have to worry about his shield being broken and not being replenished during the battle, which would greatly reduce his strength. After all, what his plant system lacks the most is healing. Moreover, the shield turtle's self-regeneration ability is also very good, and it can recover quickly even if it is left alone. Good skills. Lin Yu was very happy. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain before the war. His luck was pretty good. After letting Qin Gang equip it, he continued to mutate the remaining demon ancestor dragons. It was not until half an hour later that all the arms were finally mutated. He also specially kept 10 demon ancestor dragons and 10 demon benevolent dragons as Air Force troops. Then, he sent back the 8th level disaster sword bamboo and replaced them all with 9th level ones. Because Lin Yu found that the 9th level sword bamboo not only restored the armor breaking effect to 20%, but also improved the sword energy range. Name, Disaster Sword Bamboo, Rare, Skill, Disaster, enemy attack by sword bamboo cannot recover energy. And the healing received is reduced by 50%, which lasts for 5 seconds. Sword Chi Surround, bamboo leaves turn into sword chi, and shoot a large amount of sword chi within a range of 45 meters, continuously attacking the enemy. Sword Type, change to Sword Type. Attack with sword chi. Cause damage equal to the wearer's strength to the fan-shaped area 9 meters in front. And ignore 20% defense. Need to be equipped by melee soldiers. Introduction, a plant that brings disaster. A very rare plant-type soldier, with an extremely hard appearance. 9 meters is already very far for a melee. In particular, the symbiotic moss on his melee soldiers also copy the full strength and physique of Qin Gang, and can play the effect of sword bamboo and turtle shield. The only regret is that the plant-type soldiers cannot equip each other. Otherwise the blessing effect will definitely be much higher. After doing all this, Lin Yu patted the dust and stood up, looking at the magic power. There were still 28.4 billion left. After depositing 25 billion into the fixed funds of Huangsha City, and keeping 3.4 billion on him, he left the territory, and went outside to check the construction of the new city. Have you heard? Yesterday afternoon, several 10th level monsters appeared in the mine, and many lords died. Ah? 10th level monsters? Didn't they just appear in Gravel Lake? How come there are other places? It's all the work of the Realm Alliance. I don't know where they came up with the idea to create 10th level monsters to consume our troops, especially at the junction of the two armies. Isn't this too dangerous? It seems that I'd better not go there casually. Early the next morning, Lin Yu Gang arrived at the war camp through cross-border teleportation, and heard many lords discussing about 10th level monsters. And the words from those lords also surprised him. 10th order monsters frequently appear at the junction of the two armies? It seems that the Realm Alliance wants to use this method to consume a large number of their 9th order lords. But the problem is, according to the discussion of these lords, every time a 10th order monster appears, it will be accompanied by a large number of 9th order leaders and lord monsters. Even if they know there is danger, there are still many lords who take risks for resources and go to kill monsters. It has to be said that the Realm Alliance's methods are really clever. And this is not bad news for him, because the appearance of a large number of 10th order monsters means that his chances of encountering suitable targets will be greatly increased. I have to rush over as soon as possible to take a look and deploy in advance. Think about it. Lin Yu quickened his pace, and soon came to the original world station. Today's station is still as usual, with people coming and going. It was just a short while after dawn, and lords of various levels came from the realm, and formed a team to go out to explore excitedly. Those lords of level 6 or 7 would even go to the border area where the two armies meet to snipe the low-level lords of the Realm Alliance. Because there are fewer resources in the border area, few high-level lords go there, and naturally it becomes a paradise for low-level lords. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. However, What he never expected was, just when he came to the exchange crystal, a strong aura suddenly appeared and enveloped their entire station. Is this the station of the primitive world? An extremely indifferent voice sounded, and a proud figure appeared out of thin air and stood on the station. The suffocating pressure immediately changed the faces of the lords in the station. A 10th level lord. And it's not a 10th level lord of their realm. In an instant, all the lords of the primitive world became alert. Although the emperors had expressly prohibited the killing of other realm lords in the camp, they dared not joke with their lives, just as they were ready to defend at any time. The indifferent voice of the 10th level lord sounded again. I came here to find 3 people. 3 people who killed our Taishian realm 9th level lord. Taishian realm? Lin Yu in the crowd was secretly shocked and suddenly had a bad premonition. The next second, his premonition came true. A 9th level lord who followed the 10th level lord looked around and suddenly stretched out his hand, pointing in his direction. King! It's him! It's this person who killed Zhao Jing and others. Chapter 466 I solve it myself. Lin Yu never expected that the other party would come for him. Even the other lords beside him looked at him in surprise and unconsciously moved aside, exposing him immediately. You are the one who killed Zhao Jing and the others? The 10th level lord looked at Lin Yu with cold eyes. At the same time, a vast aura suddenly burst out and oppressed him. Lin Yu, who wanted to retreat, suddenly felt his whole body sink and was pressed to the point where he could not move. His feet sank deeply into the ground. But soon, the fragments of the divine body in his body emerged with a force of rules, secretly resisting the oppression of this pressure. I don't know what Zhao Jing is. You recognize the wrong person, Lin Yu said in a deep voice, looking at the 10th level lord fearlessly. If he guessed correctly, the other party should be talking about the 5 people he killed yesterday, who came here to ask for punishment. He thought that he had done it very secretly and cleanly yesterday, and no one else would have found out. In other words, the other party had no direct evidence to prove that he had killed the person. Otherwise, they would not have brought people to identify him. It was just as he expected. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9th level lord shouted, Who else but you? Yesterday at Gravel Lake, I saw you and Zhao Jing and the others clash with each other with my own eyes. Their territory was gone that day, and it must have been you who did it. Perhaps because of the support of the king. The 9th level lord was extremely arrogant, shouting and aggressive above the original world station. Hearing his words, a hint of coldness flashed in the king's eyes. Zhao Jing and the others are the pillars of my principality. It would be fine if they had a little conflict, but they killed them all. They really don't take my 7 evils principality seriously. A little conflict? Lin Yu sneered in his heart, but the expression on his face did not change. Don't accuse me without evidence. We just seriously injured them yesterday. There were many people watching. So you don't intend to admit it? The king of Chisha looked indifferent. Why should I admit it? Just based on a few words from that guy? Lin Yu insisted. In that case, don't blame me for forcing you to speak. Suddenly, the king of Chisha waved his hand, and a terrifying force swept towards Lin Yu from all directions. As if the entire space was squeezed, Lin Yu's face changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party to start fighting as soon as he said it. And it was on the territory of their primitive world. He didn't have time to react at all. An invisible force hit him hard and knocked him out, while flying backwards. His blood and chi surged in his body, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and he fell heavily to the ground several meters away. Very strong. The strength of this king of Chisha. Stronger than the average newly promoted king. Lin Yu struggled to get up, staring at the other party, meeting his indifferent eyes as if he was looking at an ant. And an infinite killing intent emerged in his heart. Not dead? King Chisha frowned. He had just used almost 70% of his strength to kill Lin Yu directly. But he didn't expect that he was only seriously injured. This boy? He must not be kept alive. King Chisha. Don't go too far. You actually took action in the camp. Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the emperor? But at this time, the other lords on the side suddenly reacted. And several old lords with good strength immediately stepped forward and blocked Lin Yu. The momentum on them was not much stronger than Lin Yu, but they still stood up without hesitation, not afraid of the power of King Chisha. Because this is no longer a problem of domain conflict. It is a matter of face for their entire primitive world. The other party has come to the door. If they are still indifferent, what kind of lords of the primitive world are they? So soon, many more lords appeared, surrounded Lin Yu in the middle, with a firm look, and took a posture of fighting. You? Lin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the figures around him who protected him, and his heart was greatly touched. At this moment, he unexpectedly felt an emotion called sense of belonging in his heart. Although they didn't talk much, or even communicated much, and some had never even met. But at this moment, they were all lords of the primitive world, compatriots from the same realm. Are you sure you want to stop me? Looking at the team blocking him, the face of the king of Chisha gradually darkened. He didn't give them a chance to reason. When he raised his hand, a terrifying power gathered rapidly, ready to take action again. Chishu, do you think there is no one in our primitive world? Suddenly, an extremely cold voice sounded, just as the king of the seven evils was about to take action. Jishinghe, who was in charge of the garrison, appeared out of nowhere and blocked the king of the seven evils. It's you. The king of Chisha fixed his eyes, and the might in his hand dissipated. However, his expression did not change much, and he seemed not to take Jishinghe seriously. As the king of a principality, you actually attacked a 9th level lord. You Taishan realm are really powerful. Jishinghe stared at Chisha coldly. His strength was weaker than Chisha, with only 3 pieces of divine fragments, while Chisha had 4 pieces of divine fragments. But even so, he still had a surging momentum and collided violently with Chisha, causing the entire surrounding sky to tremble violently, and even showed signs of collapse. It's good enough that I didn't kill him directly after killing 5 9th level lords in my principality. The king of Chisha snorted coldly, and was not moved at all. Haha. That sounds nice. But have you ever given him a chance to explain? Jishinghe said disdainfully. You're just trying to bully the weak and save your face without any evidence. Besides, I heard that it was your people who started it first. If you're not as skilled as them, you should be prepared to be killed. What a skillless person. Are you really going to protect him today? King Chisha was obviously hit on the heart by what he said, and his face immediately darkened. If you have the ability, try it. Guess how many emperors are watching this place now? Jishinghe gradually narrowed his eyes. When the word emperor came out, everyone was shocked, and even King Chisha's expression changed again and again. Uncertain. Of course, he knew that the emperors were always paying attention to the movements in the camp. Originally, he planned to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the original world by surprise. And by the way, avenge the lord of his own principality. So the emperors couldn't say much. But the appearance of Jishinghe had disrupted his plan, making it impossible for him to find an excuse to take action. And his plan to suppress the primitive world also fell through. If the matter continued to escalate, not only would the 11th level take action, but the emperors would also intervene personally, and it would be difficult to deal with it at that time. After weighing the pros and cons, Chisha had to restrain his momentum and looked at Jishinghe deeply. We see. Throwing down a cruel word, he disappeared with the 9th level lord beside him. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Lin Yu, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground. Because in his opinion, Lin Yu was just a small 9th level lord, not worth his attention at all, not to mention attracting his attention. In a blink of an eye, the crisis of the primitive world was resolved, and the tense nerves of all the lords relaxed. Are you okay? Jishinghe flashed to Lin Yu and asked with concern. It's okay. Thank you, King, for your help. Lin Yu was grateful and immediately summoned Ling Shi and the Flower Spirit Army to treat himself. It's good that you are okay. I will report the specific situation to the Emperor. With the Emperor's temperament, he will never let it go. No need. Lin Yu stretched out his hand. His eyes were extremely deep. I want to solve this matter myself. Solve it myself? Jishinghe frowned. Do you know that Chisha has already fused 4 pieces of divine fragments? Even I am not his opponent. You will only die in vain. In Jishinghe's opinion, Lin Yu does have the qualifications to become a king, and it is very likely that he will be promoted to the 10th level in a short time. But it is basically impossible to reach the level of rivaling Chisha. Moreover, a 9th level lord actually said that he would rely on himself to deal with the 10th level. He simply didn't know how high the sky was, so he felt that he had to persuade him. I know. Unexpectedly, at this time, Lin Yu spoke first and blocked his words. I won't be so reckless as to rush up to him for revenge. I wait until the time is right. Well, you just need to be sensible. Seeing Lin Yu's firm eyes, Jishinghe opened his mouth, but finally swallowed his words. Besides, now is the critical time to attack the Realm Alliance. It's better not to bother the Emperor with such a small matter. Although the various realms have formed an anti-alliance camp, it seems to be harmonious on the surface. But the conflicts between the realms are not so easy to resolve. For example, the resentment between their original realm and Taishian realm has been deep for a long time, and they can't wait to destroy each other's realm. This is comparable to the relationship between them and the original evil realm. Even the relationship between the emperors of the two realms is extremely bad, and they are only acting together temporarily for the sake of the overall situation. This 10,000 races realm, it has indeed been corrupt for too long. Perhaps it should be thoroughly cleansed. Sighed in his heart. Ji Xinghe didn't say anything more. He just said a few words to Lin Yu and disappeared from the spot. Until then, the 9th rank lords on the side finally surrounded him and looked at Lin Yu in surprise. Brother, did you really kill 5 9th rank lords from Taishian realm? Awesome. Brother, I've been annoyed with those guys from Taishian realm for a long time. But you're still ruthless. I guess the 7 Evils Principality must be heartbroken to death after losing 5 9th rank lords at once? It would be better if they died. They actually dared to come to our territory. They are really too arrogant. They rely on their larger realm than us, and don't take us seriously. I will kill anyone from Taishian realm in the future. Everyone talked in unison, surrounding Lin Yu and talking non-stop. Probably because of the wind and rain just now. The atmosphere in the entire station became much more harmonious. Chapter 467 Thunderwolf King. The matter of the King of the 7 Evils. Lin Yu deeply realized the importance of strength. Without strength, he can only become a fish at the mercy of others, without even the room for resistance. The other party didn't even need any reason to kill him directly, if he really died just now. Although the original world will seek justice for him, it is obviously unlikely to kill the King of the 7 Evils. After all, there are countless 9th level lords in the 10,000 worlds. Who would care about which realm a 9th level lord died in? Moreover, there are a 9th level lord and a 10th level lord, and their identities are not equal. Taishian realm will not let others kill the 10th level lord of its realm so easily. So there can only be one result in the end. That is, he will die in vain. This is also the reason why the King of the 7 Evils is so fearless. In the final analysis, or his strength is too weak. If he had the strength of the 10th level now, how could he be manipulated like this? 7 Evils? Lin Yu looked deep and silently remembered the name. According to what Ji Xinghe has said just now, the other party has fused a total of 4 pieces of divine fragments. This is at least a mainstay among all the 10th levels. Much stronger than the 10th level lords, who have just advanced. If he wants to defeat this guy, he must also obtain the 4th piece of divine fragment. Otherwise he may not be a match even if he is promoted to the 10th level. He must avenge this vengeance. So he has to start preparing from now on. Think about it. Lin Yu thanked the lords next to him. If they hadn't stepped forward and delayed the time just now, he might not be injured. Especially the first few lords who stood up. Lin Yu thanked them solemnly. After careful inquiry, I found out that they belonged to the Fenglei Principality, which seemed not too far from the scope of the Shengyao Empire, and could barely be considered a close neighbor, until the lords gradually dispersed and healed their injuries. Lin Yu then rode the demon ancestral dragon to leave the camp and rush to the junction of the two armies. This time he was particularly careful and chose to set off when there were many people, using the chaos to hide his tracks. Then he relied on the demon ancestral dragon's shadow's skill to speed up and get rid of other lords, so that even if someone wanted to track him, he would be thrown off. More than half an hour later, he finally came to an area he had never set foot on before. A desolate land shrouded in clouds and mist. Not only is this place vast, but the terrain is also very high. It is located on an endless plateau, and it seems to be rushing into the clouds. It is also one of the places where the two armies are most frequently fought. Because there are so many monsters here, it attracts many lords. And naturally there is no lack of friction and fighting. Look! Lin Yu just passed through the clouds and came to the plateau, and saw 2 large teams fighting fiercely below, competing for the few lord monsters in front of them. There's another one up there. Shoot it down. Suddenly, the Lord of the Realm Alliance team found Lin Yu, and ordered the flying troops to rush into the sky to intercept him. Lin Yu frowned. He didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. But since the opponent has come to him, there is no need to hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all the plant dragons and flower spirits to his side and rushed towards the flying troops. Roar! Unexpectedly, at this time, A shocking roar suddenly came from the depths of the plateau. The troops that were originally preparing to fight were immediately shaken to pieces by the roar, and the offensive was instantly interrupted. Is this sound from a 10th level monster? No doubt about it. It's definitely a 10th level monster. It seems to be deep in the plateau. Another 10th level monster has appeared? Pull back. Get out of here. The lords who were fighting fiercely below exclaimed repeatedly, and did not care to attack the other side anymore. They recalled their troops one by one, rode on their mounts, and fled away from here. Lin Yu in the air was surprised. The place where the two armies met was indeed as the news said, where 10th level monsters often appeared and caused chaos everywhere. Let's go and take a look, he said to the demon ancestor dragon under him, and immediately accelerated and rushed to the depths of the plateau. Gradually, he began to encounter a large number of lords who escaped from the plateau. One by one panicked, running for their lives, with panic and fear on their faces. Several lords saw Lin Yu coming towards them and immediately shouted at him, "Brother, turn back quickly. There is a level 10 monster in the level 10. Run quickly. The level 10 monster is coming." Before he finished speaking, he had already ridden past Lin Yu on his mount without looking back. A large number of level 9 lords appeared in the sky and on the ground around him, all of them fleeing away from the interior of the plateau. From time to time, you can hear a few terrifying beast roars and dragon roars, shaking the clouds and fog above the plateau violently, and even faint flames rising into the sky. More than one 10th level monster? Lin Yu was shocked and slowed down. But immediately, he gritted his teeth and continued to go deeper into the interior against the flow of people. Finally, after flying for more than 10 minutes, he saw the huge figure of Lu Dao chasing the Lord frantically. And the fire he saw just now was the flames on one of the giant fire demons, which almost burned the entire earth into a sea of fire. Everywhere he went, there were screams, and the lords fled. Name: Destruction Fire Demon King. Leader: Race: Element. Level: 10th level, E-level, E-level leader. After reading the attributes, Lin Yu was shocked again. The thing he didn't want to face the most was the fire monster, especially like this pure fire element. It was a great threat to him, and it was basically impossible to win. And the attributes were also very exaggerated. It was only 10% more, but it was more than 4,000 points higher than the F level, which was outrageous. Seeing that the Flame Demon Dynasty was approaching him, he did not dare to be careless. He dodged and hid behind a mountain peak, trying to hide his breath. Crack! Ah! Suddenly, there was a thunder, accompanied by a lot of screams. Lin Yu looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that at the other end, less than half a kilometer away, a thunder wolf surrounded by lightning was running among the Lord team. Purple lightning fell from the sky, forming a terrifying electric net around it. Name: Thunderwolf King. Leader: Race: Beast. Thunder System. And it's the lowest F level. After reading the attributes, Lin Yu's eyes flashed. Isn't this the right target he is looking for? Although the long-range attack of the Thunder System is more difficult, it is much more suitable than other 10th level monsters, and this attribute is just within his tolerance range. That's it. Immediately, Lin Yu made up his mind, locked his target on the Thunder Wolf King, and began to secretly pay attention to its attack methods. Although it is called Thunder Wolf, its body is more than 20 meters tall, which is a circle larger than its demon ancestor dragon. Especially the sharp claws covered with blue scales and a pair of golden horns on the top of the head, which flashed with terrifying lightning, making the air around it twisted. In addition, the scales and manes all over the body. It is not easy to mess with. However, which of the 10th level monsters is easy to mess with? Without thinking too much, after studying the attack methods of the Thunder Wolf King, Lin Yu quietly bypassed the mountain and chased after the Thunder Wolf King. Time is urgent. He must quickly lead the Thunder Wolf King to a secret place to implement the next plan. Otherwise, when those 10th level lords arrive, he will have no chance. The Thunder Wolf is chasing us. Run away. No. It's too fast. We can't get rid of it. Where's the acceleration skill? Use the acceleration skill. Be careful. It's coming. The lords who were being chased by the Thunder Wolf King kept screaming and desperately fled to the outside of the plateau, with panic on their faces. Some were even torn apart by lightning, and could only rely on flying mounts to carry themselves away. But there were still two flying 10th level monsters circling back and forth in the sky, staring at them. And they didn't dare to fly too high. seeing the roaring Thunder Wolf King behind them, surrounded by lightning approaching quickly, they couldn't help but get anxious. Swoosh! Just then, a sharp wooden thorn appeared and swept straight towards the Thunder Wolf King, who was running. The Thunder Wolf King felt something in his heart, dodged the attack with a flash, and finally stopped chasing the lords. This sudden change startled the lords, and they all turned around. When they saw Lin Yu riding the demon dragon and Ling Shi still attacking, they were stunned. 9th level? Is he crazy? He dared to attack a 10th level monster. Doesn't he know how strong a 10th level monster is? Why do you care so much? We need to escape first. Escape? Seeing that the Thunder Wolf King's attention was attracted by Lin Yu, they didn't care about so much. They turned around and fled on their mounts, not daring to stop at all. When they were far away, Lin Yu no longer held back and asked Ling Shi to attack again. The next second, a large number of wooden thorns suddenly rushed out from the position where the Thunder Wolf King was standing, heading straight for its vitals. Roar! The Thunder Wolf King roared angrily, and his attention was finally completely attracted by Lin Yu. With a bang under his feet, he turned into a blue afterimage and rushed towards him. The extremely powerful aura forced Lin Yu to shrink back, but immediately, his eyes became stern, and he turned around and fled with Ling Shi, fleeing to the other side of the plateau, which was shrouded in clouds and mist. Chapter 468 Thunderstorm. Boom boom boom. The sound of lightning and thunder continued to sound above the plateau. Lin Yu, who was running away, felt that there were free arcs of electricity all over his body, which made him numb all over. A large cloud gathered in the sky, flashing with terrifying lightning. Looking back, he saw the huge body of the Thunder Wolf King approaching rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it was less than 100 meters behind him. So fast! Lin Yu was shocked. Although the Thunder Wolf King was not a speed type, its agility of nearly 60,000 was still extremely terrifying, almost twice that of the demon ancestor dragon at full speed. It was only a moment before the huge body of the Thunder Wolf King jumped high and fell from his head. Speed up. At the command, the demon ancestor dragon activated the shadow skill, turned into a residual shadow, and accelerated to avoid the Thunder Wolf King's overwhelming attack. Boom! With a violent explosion, a deep pit was blown up by the Thunder Wolf King. Without any pause, it rushed out again and chased Lin Yu, and at the same time opened its mouth and spit out a huge thunder ball. Lin Yu's face changed, and he activated the power of rules without thinking, condensing the tortoise shield mirror wall behind him. There was a loud bang, and the mirror wall cracked. The lighting power in the thunder ball exploded into countless arcs, swallowing everything around it in an instant, like a thunder black hole. Lin Yu also used this powerful impact to pass over the mountain and widen the distance again. The two chased and fled, and in a roar and lightning and thunder, they gradually left the other lords and 10th level monsters far behind, and plunged into the fog deep in the plateau. This foggy area is relatively flat, but it has come above the clouds. Not only is it surrounded by clouds and mist, but the air is also thinner. If it weren't for Lin Yu's strong physique now, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to support such a long period of intense exercise. One of the important reasons for choosing this place, in addition to concealing his presence, was that he noticed that the Thunder Wolf King could trigger the thunder. In other words, as long as he came above the clouds, the Thunder Wolf King's ability would be greatly weakened. He had been preparing for this battle for so long, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. He had to do everything possible to improve his own advantages. Roar! At this moment, the roar of the Thunder Wolf King approached again. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Yu stopped and summoned all the plants. Arranged the formation. With a loud shout, more than 2,000 plant soldiers turned into an encirclement and spread out. In the middle, it was the Qingting with vines twisting constantly, which was also the key to killing the 10th level monster this time. As soon as it appeared, the giant vines swam around like pythons. The ancient tree army led by Qin Gang also formed a wall and set up a defensive formation. The next second, the Thunder Wolf King's huge body burst forward, and its sharp claws surrounded by lightning seemed to tear apart space, and fell towards the ancient tree army. Go for broke. Lin Yu gave an order, and the symbiotic mosses on the ancient tree soldiers directly activated the secret treasure effect, converting all attributes into physical fitness. The ancient tree itself also activated the bark hardening skill at the same time, raising its defense to the highest level. With a bang, the ancient tree soldiers were directly blown away by the powerful force of the Thunder Wolf King. The terrifying arc of electricity tore through the ancient tree's body along the claws, and several ancient trees and cacti were torn into pieces and fell to the ground in an instant. Lin Yu was shocked. The strength of the 10th level monster was indeed terrifying. How could he dare to think more? He immediately asked other ancient trees to make up for it, and then waved his hand to the plants behind. Attack! In an instant, dense attacks emerged and attacked the Thunder Wolf King fiercely. The Demon Ancestor Dragon and the Demon Compassionate Dragon in the sky directly launched a combination skill, blowing up a violent gust of wind with the roar of dragons, covering the Thunder Wolf King. Roar. Unexpectedly, at this time, the Thunder Wolf King suddenly roared to the sky, and a dazzling lightning suddenly burst out of his body, shaking off the gust of wind. The lightning turned into an electric net, sweeping around, making Lin Yu's face change. There was no need for words at all, and the swallowing sky beside him had already opened his mouth and directly cast a protective barrier to protect the troops inside. However, what he didn't expect was that even with the protective barrier to reduce damage, his plant troops still fell in pieces, and were covered by the arcs, and their bodies exploded. Interrupted. Seeing that the lightning was still spreading rapidly, Lin Yu immediately shouted to the disaster sword bamboo in the distance. In an instant, the swords transformed from bamboo leaves all over the sky attacked the Thunder Wolf King, making a series of harsh collisions, and then bounced to the side. What Lin Yu didn't expect was, after a round of attacks, the secret treasure effect of the Calamity Sword Bamboo's interruption skill was not triggered, but more and more soldiers fell under the lightning attack. Attribute suppression. Lin Yu's eyes were stern, and his expression became extremely solemn. In the rules of this world, high attributes have a suppressive effect on low attributes. It will greatly reduce the effects of your various skills, and even the effects of secret treasures will be greatly affected. This is what people often call level suppression. Lin Yu didn't expect it. The suppression effect of the 10th level on the 9th level would be so strong that the 40% triggering probability was reduced to almost nothing. Fortunately, after the second round of attack, a sword energy finally successfully triggered the interruption effect, interrupting the Thunder Wolf King's lightning skill. Looking at his troops again, he directly lost more than 200, which is simply terrifying. This also made Lin Yu more determined not to let cheating burst out for the time being, and to use ordinary troops to consume the physical strength of the Thunder Wolf King first. Continue to attack. With an order, the remaining troops rose up again and launched a fierce attack on the Thunder Wolf King, especially several royal troops. They used all their means, and used their skills to greet the Thunder Wolf King without cost, bombarding him wildly. The Thunder Wolf King roared continuously, charging back and forth in the encirclement. Every time the sharp claws and bites fell, a large number of soldiers would die. Lin Yu, who was outside the encirclement, commanded while using the power of rules to attack remotely. From time to time, the freezing effect of the 10th level equipment was triggered to restrict the actions of the Thunder Wolf King. However, the Thunder Wolf King was surrounded by lightning, and the freezing effect had little effect on it. It only played a restraining role, and even the skills could not be interrupted. It was only 2 minutes. Lin Yu's plant soldiers lost nearly half, but the Thunder Wolf King only suffered some minor injuries, which was extremely tragic. Roar! Suddenly, the Thunder Wolf King let out a shocking roar. The arcs around the body suddenly increased, turning into a beam of light that rushed straight into the void. The originally calm sky began to gust, and large dark clouds gathered crazily. At the same time, accompanied by lightning and thunder, the entire cloud layer was covered with a terrifying electric light. This is Thunder Wolf King's thunderstorm skill. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu was immediately shocked. Before he could react, the dark cloud dropped a large area of dense and terrifying lightning in a burst of lightning and thunder, covering the plant army. Some of the lightning bolts as thick as buckets fell towards where he was standing. He only had time to activate the 4-leaf protection to strengthen his body before he was hit in the thigh and was blown away like a rag. Ah! Lin Yu took a breath and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He only felt a sharp pain centered on the thigh, spreading rapidly to the body, making his internal organs numb and almost unable to move. Seeing that there were dense thunder and lightning all around, soldiers were constantly struck and killed. He endured the severe pain and cast a healing spell on himself. Then, with a thought, the nut barrier scattered in various corners of the team directly launched an attack to absorb An invisible wave spread out, gathering all the falling lightning on itself. At the same time, the symbiotic mosses on their bodies activated the effect of the desperate secret treasure. With a double blessing, the physical fitness finally broke through 50,000. And with the 50% damage reduction effect, it barely blocked the intensive attack. Quick! Quick treatment! Lin Yu shouted in surprise, and immediately activated the life curtain. The green light shield full of life breath spread out, taking this opportunity to treat the seriously injured and dying soldiers. Wait until the thunderstorm gradually weakened. He took out the rare props that he had treasured for a long time from his personal space, and prayed to the gods and angels. Then he raised his head high, bursting out a dazzling holy light, and resurrected all the dead soldiers. There was no way, with less than half of his current number of soldiers, let alone consuming the physical strength of the Thunder Wolf King, he couldn't even restrict its actions. In order to successfully kill the 10th level monster, he could only use this kind of human wave tactics that did not care about losses to have a chance of victory. But what Lin Yu never expected was, because of this piece of holy light, the Thunder Wolf King suddenly noticed him. With a roar, he broke through the encirclement of the plants and rushed towards him. Lin Yu was shocked at first, but soon found to his surprise that after launching the thunderstorm, the Thunder Wolf King seemed to be much slower than before. It was no longer a shadow that could not be seen by the naked eye. It began to weaken. Lin Yu was greatly encouraged, using himself as bait, and dodged the Thunder Wolf King's pounce. The Thunder Wolf King, who pounced in vain, just wanted to continue chasing. But there was a bang under his feet, and a large piece of vines rushed out, wrapped around his limbs and his body, and injected venom into his body crazily. Roar! Thunder burst out from the Thunder Wolf King's body, tearing off all the vines on his body. With a sweep, he killed a row of soldiers blocking the front and flew towards Lin Yu again. The oppressive feeling brought by the huge body made Lin Yu's heart palpitate. He quickly activated the power of rules, and various skills were added to himself, relying on his reaction to avoid the Thunder Wolf King's attacks. After a round of dangerous dodges, he finally seized the opportunity to activate the Shadow Kill skill, turning into a residual shadow and teleporting behind the Thunder Wolf King. He kicked his back with his feet filled with power, and jumped onto the back of a demon ancestor dragon with the help of the power. Xingting. Do it! With a loud shout, countless corpses were taken out of the origin space by him, turning into a rain of corpses falling into the vine forest below. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of breaking through the air continued to sound, and the vines of Qington rushed into the sky, catching the corpses one by one, and instantly drained the blood from them. The attributes that were originally only about 20,000 began to soar rapidly. A strange red light gradually emerged from its body, enveloping its entire huge body. Chapter 469, Fierce Battle at the 10th Level. More than 15,000 corpses were devoured by the green vine in a blink of an eye. The body wrapped in vine suddenly burst out with an amazing momentum, which was not much weaker than the Thunder Wolf King. Lin Yu hurriedly clicked on its attributes and took a look, and was stunned on the spot. Name: Bloody Banshee Green Vine, Royal Family, 60,000. After devouring more than 15,000 corpses, the attributes of the green vine actually reached 60,000. And this is also the highest attribute displayed by the green vine under the blessing of all the halos. Although Lin Yu was mentally prepared, he was still extremely shocked. This is equivalent to the level of an F-level 10th level leader monster, and the physique is even higher than that of the Thunder Wolf King. Very good! Lin Yu was very excited. With such attributes, he was more confident in killing the Thunder Wolf King. At this time, the Thunder Wolf King in the distance also reacted and turned back to stare at the green vine vigilantly. It seemed that he felt threatened by the green vine. However, it was obviously enraged by the beating just now. After a moment's pause, it roared and rushed forward with red eyes. Go! Lin Yu shouted, and the giant vines of the green vine turned into tentacles, surrounding the Thunder Wolf King from all directions. The speed was so fast that it even had the potential to tear the space apart. But even so, it still couldn't do anything to the Thunder Wolf King. As soon as it rushed over, it directly swept through the vines and dodged back and forth between the vines. The electric arc attached to the claws blocked other vines outside and kept knocking them out. The two sides fought back and forth and were in a stalemate. Lin Yu frowned. The effect of Bloody Frenzy only lasted about 3 minutes. If the Thunder Wolf King could not be killed within this period of time, his plan would fail. He did not dare to hold back, and immediately asked the scattered plant army to gather the team and cooperate with the Green Vine to continue to attack the Thunder Wolf King. For a moment, fierce attacks fell and continued to explode on the Thunder Wolf King, forcing it to use lightning to resist, and turn around to pounce on those soldiers. In a blink of an eye, another large group of soldiers fell, taking advantage of this gap. Qingting finally seized the opportunity, and several vines rushed out of the ground and pierced through the thigh of the Thunder Wolf King. Ah! The Thunder Wolf King howled in pain, slapped the soldiers in front of him, and suddenly jumped onto the boulder next to him. Then the soles of his feet exploded, and he pounced directly on the body of Qingting from top to bottom. At the same time, the lightning on his body was bright, and a terrifying electric light burst out. "I'm waiting for you." Lin Yu's eyes flashed, and Qin Gang's long-preserved savage roar was directly launched, spreading a large area of red light on all plants. With the blessing of 30% attributes, the comprehensive attributes of Qingting finally completely surpassed the Thunder Wolf King. Giant vines rushed into the sky, and the speed was so fast that they instantly entangled the body of the Thunder Wolf King and smashed it to the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a huge deep pit was smashed by this heavy blow. Sand and rocks flew around, and the air wave almost blew Lin Yu out of the air. Then, other plants took advantage of the victory and launched dense attacks, bombarding the Thunder Wolf King in the deep pit. The sound of explosions and breaking air was endless. Almost the body of the Thunder Wolf King was completely submerged. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that the Thunder Wolf King, who suffered such a heavy blow, not only did not show a decline, but was aroused. He suddenly struggled to break free from the restraints of the Green Vine and let out a shocking roar. "Not good. Retreat quickly." Lin Yu's face changed drastically, and suddenly felt a terrifying energy gathering rapidly, and immediately let the plants stay away from the deep pit. The next second, the earth shook. The surging power of thunder and lightning gathered around the Thunder Wolf King frantically, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a thunder god phantom that was hundreds of meters high, standing proudly between heaven and earth. It seemed as if the whole world was about to surrender to it. God's wrath. The Thunder Wolf King's 10th level skill. This was the first time that Lin Yu had come into contact with a 10th level skill at such a close distance. Its might was beyond his imagination, and he could even clearly feel that the lightning power around him had become several times stronger than before. Before he could react, the Thunder God Phantom raised his arm, and in the surging dark clouds, thunder suddenly fell from the sky. The might was so strong that the space along the way was shattered, almost covering the entire plateau. Buzz, the forest sage and the team directly launched the peace domain to block the first wave of skill impact. "Come back." Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu waved his hand and collected all the plants except the Green Vine into the origin space. He jumped to the side of the Green Vine, using the vine as a cocoon to wrap himself and the Green Vine layer by layer. At the same time, the power of rules exploded, and the life curtain and the protective barrier were activated, forming a double protection outside. Rumble. The peace domain disappeared, and the thunder fell from the sky. Lin Yu, who was inside the vine, only felt the thunder around him. The strong electric current spread rapidly along the gap and rushed into his body, almost making him faint from brain blankness. And he only felt tingling all over his body. The vines of the Green Vine were constantly destroyed and withered layer by layer. Even the symbiotic moss on his body was shattered by lightning and turned into flying ashes and scattered all over the ground. What a strong attack! Lin Yu was shocked and couldn't help but feel a little scared. He didn't expect that the 10th level skill of the Thunder Wolf King would be so terrifying. If he had collected fewer corpses before, or had not been so well prepared, he would probably have to die here today. Fortunately, the effect of the Thunder Wolf King's skill did not last long. When the effect of the wild roar disappeared, the thunder outside also disappeared. Not daring to be careless, Lin Yu immediately broke away from the protection of the vines and came outside despite the severe pain. He took a look at the land that was covered with lightning and split into a charred land, and summoned the army of plants again to treat the Green Vine and replace it with new symbiotic moss. At this time, the vines of the Green Vine withered to less than 1/3, and there was no way to fight in a short time. But the Thunder Wolf King, who had released a big skill, was still full of energy. He roared and rushed forward again. "Stop it!" Lin Yu had no choice but to give orders to the army to block the Thunder Wolf King in order to buy time for the treatment corps. Qin Gang, holding a sword and shield, took the lead and started a brutal collision, colliding fiercely with the Thunder Wolf King. Bang! With a loud bang, Qin Gang was blown away by the huge force, and the shield in his hand fell into a dormant state. However, it was precisely because of this collision that he finally successfully blocked the offensive of the Thunder Wolf King. Seeing this, other plants took action and began to launch a fierce attack on it. The plants that rushed forward were also constantly reduced under the flying and biting of the Thunder Wolf King, and the human sea tactics were used to slow down its pace. Then Lin Yu was surprised to find, because of the arcs on the ground, the natural barrier secret treasure on his ancient tree soldiers was triggered frequently, not only increasing the physical fitness by 40%, but also reducing damage by 40% and ignoring negative effects. As the ancient tree soldiers continued to fill in, they gradually slowed down the Thunder Wolf King's pace, making it unable to get close to the green vine. At this time, the entire sky was filled with seeds spread by the Soul Chaser and other dandelion soldiers, and the vision was almost dyed red. Tunshin! With a low shout, Tunshin immediately understood and led the Piranha Corps to launch the Black Hole skill, condensing small black holes around the Thunder Wolf King's body, madly sucking everything around. The dandelion seeds in the sky also gathered rapidly because of this suction, together with the explosive mushrooms thrown by the mushroom army of the Mushroom Demon King. They all fell into the black hole. Boom! The violent explosion was accompanied by a painful howl from the Thunder Wolf Dragon. All the dandelions and mushrooms exploded at the same time, finally blasting the scales of the Thunder Wolf King, and a large amount of blood oozed out of his body. The other royal families took advantage of the victory and led their troops to launch a fierce attack on it, specifically targeting its wounds. The Thunder Wolf King roared continuously, and the power of thunder and lightning burst out again, sending down terrifying thunder. However, it was immediately absorbed by the nut soldiers arranged by Lin Yu, and all its lightning was absorbed into itself. When one nut fell, another nut appeared and continued to absorb. Finally, after several rounds of siege and the loss of thousands of soldiers, bursts of air broke out from behind. It was the Qingting that had fully recovered. Seeing that the bloody frenzy effect would only last less than a minute, Lin Yu no longer held back, and the last bit of rule power burst out, and the savage roar was launched directly. All-out attack. With a wave of his hand, all the soldiers, led by Qingting, launched the final general attack on the Thunder Wolf King. After suffering so many attacks, the Thunder Wolf King was already at the end of his strength. After several rounds of fighting, he was hit hard by the green vines, and his body was covered with hideous wounds. Seeing that the plant's attack was getting fiercer, the Thunder Wolf King finally had the idea of retreating, and he repelled the green vine with one blow, and then turned and fled. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Lin Yu's face sank, and he immediately activated the active effect on the Frost Spirit Bracelet, and a sharp wooden thorn infused with cold air suddenly swept out. The fleeing Thunder Wolf King was caught off guard and was hit by the wooden thorn. Then, the cold air on the wooden thorn exploded, freezing it in place, although it only lasted for less than a second. But for the green vine at this time, it was enough. Puff! The sound of flesh and blood being pierced rang out. The Thunder Wolf King, who had just broken free from the frozen state, was instantly pierced through the lower abdomen by the vines rushing out from the ground. The entire huge body was pushed into the air by a huge force, and finally passed through the body. Chapter 470, the fourth fragment of the Godhead. Success? Lin Yu was ecstatic. He actually succeeded in killing a 10th level monster, and it was a leader. Excited, he immediately approached the Thunder Wolf King at a high speed. However, after just a few steps, he noticed something unusual and his expression suddenly changed. Kill prompt. The kill prompt did not appear. Not good. Retreat. Lin Yu, who reacted, screamed in shock and retreated without thinking. Roar. At this moment, a shocking roar sounded. The surging thunder and lightning in the sky suddenly gathered madly into the body of the Thunder Wolf King. With a bang, the huge body exploded into countless electric flashes. Lin Yu didn't even have time to dodge. He felt a pain in his chest. A lightning filled with surging energy passed through him, causing his pupils to instantly dilate. The surrounding plant soldiers were shattered by the exploding electric flashes and fell down in pieces. Lin Yu didn't expect it. This Thunder Wolf King actually made a dying counterattack at the last moment. And it was such a terrifying attack. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, the death-free effect on the Frost Spirit bracelet was triggered and quickly dimmed, replacing this fatal blow for him. Bang! Lin Yu supported himself on the ground with both hands, sweat on his forehead, and panted heavily. Although it was only a moment, he truly felt the feeling of death, as if all his strength had been drained. And at this moment, a prompt finally sounded. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 10th level leader monster. Obtained 10 million magic energy. Rule Fragment X1. Finally dead? Lin Yu let out a long breath, looked back at the place where the Thunder Wolf King's body exploded, and the messy land around him. Finally, his eyes were attracted by a colorful crystal floating in the air at the center of the explosion. There was also a square jade stone and a familiar round ball on the side, shining brightly under the light. The leader monster actually exploded so many things? Lin Yu was surprised. With the last bit of strength, he stood up and walked towards the corpse, and finally saw the appearance of the jade. It turned out to be a jade seal engraved with the pattern of the Thunder Wolf King. National Treasure, Thunder Fury. Item level, F level. Territory effect. The power of rules is converted into Thunder attribute. Thunder attack is increased by 2%, and there is a chance to paralyze the enemy. National effect. Resource regeneration speed is increased by 2%. Introduction. The national treasure can be used on the country in charge to obtain additional bonuses, and only one can be effective at the same time. National treasure? Looking at the interface in front of him, Lin Yu was full of confusion. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. According to the introduction, this is something that can only be used after the establishment of a country, which is a bit similar to the territory sacred object. Could it be that, after reaching the 10th level, the territory sacred object will be replaced by this thing? If this is true, then other things may also undergo huge changes, which makes him look forward to it. However, the national treasure in front of him is only the lowest F level, and the effect does not seem to be too strong. So he just studied it and temporarily put it into his personal space, then looked at the gray ball. Beat of Faith, top after using it. You can get 5,000 points of faith. Top beat of faith. Lin Yu was shocked by the information in front of him. He didn't know how long it would take him to earn 5,000 points of faith, but he didn't expect it to be exploded at once. It just so happened that he was only a few thousand points short of the requirement to condense the fragment of the Godhead, and this top beat appeared just in time. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a month or two, or kill a few 9th level lords. He happily put the things away, and then looked at the last thing, the colorful glass crystal. He took a deep breath and gently held it in his hand. Rule Fragment. Exclusive fragments condensed by the power of rules can absorb the power in them, strengthen the Godhead, and improve the Lord attributes. It is indeed a rule fragment. Lin Yu was so excited that his hands holding the rule fragments couldn't help shaking. He had made so many preparations and spent so many resources. Wasn't it just for this thing? As long as he had this thing, he could complete the path of the saint and condense the 4th fragment of the Godhead. And his excitement was naturally beyond words. But immediately, he was attracted by the introduction above. Can it strengthen the Godhead and improve the Lord attributes? What does this mean? Could he absorb this thing directly to improve his strength? Lin Yu was full of doubts. But he didn't dare to take this rule fragment to try it easily. If it was absorbed by accident, he would really have no place to cry. Forget it. Let's go back first. Seeing the clouds and mist around him gradually dissipate, Lin Yu didn't dare to stay for long. He packed up his things and dealt with the scene, and immediately flew away on the demon dragon. The battle just now took them several minutes in total. Moreover, the noise made by the battle was very intense, especially the Thunder Wolf King's God's wrath and the final self-explosion, which were even more deafening. And it was estimated that they would attract the 10th level lords. In addition, he was now seriously injured, so it was better to leave quickly. It was a pity that the Thunder Wolf King's body was directly blown up by the blow just now, leaving no residue, and wasting the materials for making equipment in vain. In this way, in a whistling wind, Lin Yu quickly left the battlefield far behind and flew to the periphery of the plateau. And not long after he left, several 10th level lords tore through the space and appeared above where he had originally stood. Dead? One of them said in surprise. It's only been a few minutes since I rushed here from the camp. It seems that someone is faster than us. What a pity. I don't know which guy killed it. Let's go and see the others. As they said that, Several people flashed again and disappeared on the spot, not paying too much attention to the traces of the battle below. At this time, Lin Yu had already left the depths of the plateau and came to the periphery. After flying rapidly for more than half an hour, they finally returned to the war camp and landed outside the original world. Lin Yu? How did you get so injured? Unexpectedly, as soon as he jumped off the back of the demon ancestral dragon, Ji Yunchuan, dressed in a holy white robe, walked out of the camp. It's you. What a coincidence. Lin Yu put away the demon ancestral dragon and looked at Ji Yunchuan, who was coming towards him, looking a little surprised. You seem to be seriously injured. Did you run into those old monsters? Ji Yunchuan came to Lin Yu and asked with concern. At this time, Lin Yu looked very embarrassed, and even his clothes had many damages. His strong muscles were looming, which made Ji Yunchuan's cheeks slightly red. Almost. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. I ran into a powerful guy. He did not tell the truth, because the rule fragments were of great importance. So it was better not to let too many people know, especially the 7 evil kings of Taishan realm. If that guy knew that he had killed a 10th level monster independently, he probably wouldn't let him condense his godhood and rise to the 10th level easily. After all, no one would leave a potential threat alone. By the way, Lin Yu changed the subject and directed the topic to one side. You are often by the king's side, so you should know a lot about the 10th level. Right? 10th level? Ji Yunchuan was stunned for a moment. I don't know much about this. After all, the 10th level was too far away from me before. But I heard that after the 10th level, because the power is transformed into the power of rules, many low-level things can't play the original effect, and can't bless the power of rules. If you want to know more, I can help you ask my father. Ji Yunchuan didn't think much about Lin Yu's sudden question about the 10th level, and directly told everything she knew. She even said that she would help Lin Yu ask her father Ji Xinghe. Forget it. Let's not bother the king for now. Lin Yu thought about it, and rejected Ji Yunchuan's proposal. After all, the king had just saved his life today, and it would not be good to trouble him again. Anyway, it would not take long for him to reach the 10th level, and he could study it himself then. After chatting with Ji Yunchuan for a while, he said goodbye, went to the station to rest, and hurried to the cross-border teleportation array to return to the territory. The first thing he did when he returned to the territory was to come to the world tree, take out the newly obtained faith orb, and use it directly. Swish. The light flashed. The power of faith finally successfully broke through 250,000. The territory has reached the conditions for upgrading to the 10th level. Do you want to upgrade? Listening to the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel dazed. If he chose yes, then he could directly upgrade to the 10th level now, to this level that countless lords yearn for. But he still suppressed this impulse, and clicked on the Saints Road task interface. The Saints Road task has reached the completion conditions. Do you want to start condensing the Godhead? Another prompt sounded in his mind. The faith required to condense the Godhead is separate from the faith required to upgrade the territory. Added together, it is exactly 10 times the 9th level. 500,000 faiths. In other words, once he uses these 250,000 faiths to condense the fragments of the Godhead, he must collect another 250,000 faiths to upgrade to the 10th level. But even so, Lin Yu did not hesitate and chose yes. The next second, a vast force quickly condensed in his territory and gathered into the rule fragment. The rule fragment, which was originally standing still, also changed because of this force, and began to emit a colorful halo, and its shape began to move irregularly. Finally, it turned into a dazzling fragment of the Godhead, slowly merged into Lin Yu's body, and completely merged with the 3 fragments in his body. The fusion was successful, and the attributes of the Godhead fragment changed. Please go and check it yourself. Accompanied by a prompt, Lin Yu only felt a surge of power pouring into his body, as if his whole person was sublimated. Chapter 471, Encountering the Chaos Beast again. The 4 fragments of the Godhead have begun to show their power. Not only has the number of arms increased, but each attribute has also increased by 10% compared to before. This may not be a big deal before, but as the level continues to increase, the basic attributes increase, and the 10% increase is absolutely terrifying. It's a pity he lost too many arms. Otherwise, with the addition of this Godhead, the ranking would definitely be able to rush into the top 500 in the realm. Even if it is not in the top 500, It should not be too different. Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately closed the interface, summoned the arms in the origin space, and began to count. This immediately made his heart bleed. There are more than 1,200 arms, and nearly 800 were lost, of which 400 were the most expensive symbiotic mosses, according to the cost of 35 million per moss. That is 14 billion. In addition to the cost of replenishing combat arms, it is another several hundred million. Almost half of the magic energy he had earned from the war was vomited out. Fortunately, several royal soldiers were fine. If you calculate it this way, more than 10 billion magic energy in exchange for a fragment of the Godhead seems to be not a loss. And it can even be said to be a big profit, which makes Lin Yu feel a little better. After finishing all the things, he came to the World Tree and sat down, and began to recruit soldiers for mutation. This sitting, it was a whole afternoon. It was not until it was almost dark that he finally completed the mutation of all the soldiers as they were. And then a prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations. You have successfully entered the top 500 of the 9th level list of the realm. And the current ranking is 476. In the top 500? Lin Yu was slightly stunned. He thought that with so many deaths in his soldiers, it should be difficult to enter the top 500 after the experience reset. But he didn't expect that he still entered. Although it was only the last place, it was much higher than the previous ranking. You know, even the first one of their great wilderness principality, who had recently risen to 34,000 combat power, was only in the 2nd or 3rd hundred. As expected, the Divine Fragment's blessing on combat power is still very terrifying. It seems that he, the Lord, should also be taken into account. After thinking about it, Lin Yu immediately clicked on the list. Number 476, Lin Yu Dahong Principality. 33,254. A full combat power of 33,000. Which has increased by more than 2,000 compared with before. This combat power is almost comparable to those old lords, who have developed for several years, or even decades. Lin Yu is still very satisfied with this. After all, his faith power and military experience are not full yet, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, he does not expect himself to be able to match those century-old monsters in combat power, and there is no need to compare, because this combat power list is only an assessment of the Lord comprehensive attributes, and does not take into account the burst factors such as Qingting. With his current combat power, as long as he is fully prepared, he may not lose if he really fights with those old monsters. So after just a simple glance at the list, Lin Yu closed the interface, and continued to check the resource situation. After condensing the fragments of the Godhead and mutating the troops, he still had 12.6 billion mana left. Thinking for a moment, he deposited 10 billion back into the fixed funds of Wansha City, 2 billion as working capital for the construction of the new urban area, and only kept 600 million on him. After doing all this, he took another look at the sky that had completely darkened, and went directly to the treehouse to rest. Time passed quickly. More than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. In just half a month, the friction between the Realm Alliance and the Anti-Alliance camp continued to heat up, and large and small battles occurred almost every day. And the offensive army of the Anti-Alliance camp finally advanced to a deeper place in the demon-subduing realm, and at the same time moved the war camp there. At this rate, it should take less than a month for us to advance to the central area. In the endless void, the emperors of various realms in the Anti-Alliance camp gathered together to discuss the recent war. The situation on other battlefields is similar, and they have advanced a long distance. What's the matter? Our number is twice theirs. If it weren't for that ghost thing, we would have conquered the demon realm long ago. That's true, but we still have to be careful. After all, that thing is not easy to deal with. Indeed, we also have to leave people to guard the monster plane, in case the seal is broken again, and strengthen its strength. What is suppressed in the monster plane is not just a torso. There are also various parts of that terrifying existence. Once the seal is broken and all are released, the consequences will be unimaginable. So now it is basically the emperors of various realms who take turns to watch. And a lot of people are divided invisibly, which greatly slows down their advancement. By the way, have you found the heart that escaped before? At this time, another emperor asked. There is still no clue. As if it disappeared out of thin air. Another emperor shook his head, his words full of helplessness. No clue at all? The other emperors were surprised. It seems that thing is very good at hiding its breath. and it can escape our detection. In short, we must find it before the Realm Alliance, and then destroy the heart. Indeed, we must not let the Realm Alliance find it first. During the discussion, the expressions of the emperors from all walks of life gradually became serious. The air was filled with an extremely solemn atmosphere. Below, in the war camp, Lin Yu came from the territory early, ready to go outside to kill the Lord of the Realm Alliance. After this period of accumulation, his faith power has increased to more than 50,000, and the speed can be said to be very fast. This is also thanks to the constant battles between the two armies, which allowed him to pick up leaks and kill many enemies. So today, as usual, he planned to go to the front line with the main force to meet the Realm Alliance team. And at this time, the army of the Anti-Alliance camp has advanced to a territory called Meteorite Kingdom, and the war camp has also moved there. As for the Realm Alliance lords in the Meteorite Kingdom, they have already used migration props to move their territories to the Realm Alliance base camp, and are facing them from a distance across the kingdom's territory. The entire kingdom's territory has become the main battlefield of the two armies. I heard that a very powerful guy appeared in the central wasteland these days. He wiped out several of our lord teams by himself. We have to be careful later. In the Realm Alliance base camp, several lords whispered as they moved forward. One person wiped out several teams? Isn't that too abnormal? I've met that person before. He's a plant-type soldier. He has several very strong soldiers under his command, and they are the kind I've never seen before. Never seen before? Could it be a mutant soldier? It should be. Anyway, we should be careful when we get there. While discussing, the lords rode on their mounts, flew high into the sky, and headed directly towards the central wasteland within the kingdom. Not long after the few people left, a young man with an unremarkable appearance but a pair of black eyes appeared where they had just stood. Silently watching the direction they disappeared. Plant type? He murmured vaguely. A trace of fluctuation flashed in the calm eyes of the black-eyed young man. And then he summoned several terrifying beasts condensed by chaotic energy, and rode away from the base camp, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Lin Yu, who went deep into the territory of the Meteorite Jade Kingdom, soon came to the vast wasteland in the central region. With a clear view from high in the sky, he saw at a glance the two camps confronting each other below, seemingly fighting for a giant monster's nest. Let's go. We go there too, he said to the demon ancestor dragon, and immediately changed direction and landed. At this moment, the Anti-Alliance camp finally couldn't hold back and suddenly launched an attack. Charge! Attack! In an instant, the two teams collided fiercely and fought on the wasteland. And in a blink of an eye, it became a mess. Lin Yu was not slow, and immediately summoned soldiers to join the battle, looking for an opportunity to sneak attack the 9th level lord on the opposite side. At this time, with the blessing of 4 pieces of divine fragments, the number of combat soldiers has reached more than 600. After the proliferation, the number has quadrupled to more than 2,500. The huge team turned into a green torrent on the battlefield, rushing straight towards the opposite army. Be careful! That guy is coming again! Quick! Fire troops! Stop him! Some lords of the Realm Alliance obviously recognized Lin Yu, and they were so shocked that they immediately dispatched people and arranged a large number of fire troops to resist his attack. In an instant, flames rose all over the sky, turning into parabolas and whistling towards the plant army, making the surrounding air distorted. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, and the nut troops in the team stepped out and lined up in front. Collect! At the command, all the nut troops directly launched an attack to absorb, and their thick and hard bodies instantly became larger, and an invisible wave spread around. As soon as the flames fell, they were forced to transfer to the nut troops, exploding a large area of fire. Taking this opportunity, dense vines rushed out of the team, like snakes, entangled the bodies of the opposing troops. Before they could resist, they were already blasted into pieces by the ancient tree army that rushed up. So strong. Seeing that Lin Yu easily blocked the attack of so many people, the other lords on the side couldn't help but look at him. Under their joint attack, the team of the Realm Alliance was finally disrupted and began to show signs of retreat. Quick! Stop them! We can't hold on here! Come to support! Be careful! The Realm Alliance was in chaos and kept retreating with its troops. Lin Yu and the team finally seized the opportunity and let Wuing use the stealth skill to sneak towards the lords behind. This was his most commonly used sneak attack method during this period, and he could basically successfully steal the kills of 1 or 2 lords every time. However, what he didn't expect was, just when he was about to let Wu Ying take action, a sense of crisis suddenly surged at his heart. Swish! A black beast appeared out of thin air beside him, and its sharp claws with cold light tore through the air and rushed straight to his vitals. So fast! Lin Yu was so frightened that his feet exploded and he retreated like an arrow, barely avoiding the fatal blow. When he stopped and saw the black beast clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chaos Beast. Isn't this the type of soldier used by the black-eyed young man he met in the center of the Mechanical Empire? That guy is actually in the Realm Alliance. Chapter 472 Battle Interruption. Lin Yu never expected that he would meet his former rival here, the lord who controlled the Chaos Beast. He remembered it very clearly. The heart sealed in the Mechanical Empire was on this man, and the emperors were all looking for his whereabouts. He dared to show up so easily. Isn't he afraid of being discovered by the emperors? Just thinking about it, the Chaos Beast in front of him had already retreated quickly. And in the opposite Realm Alliance team, the black-eyed young man, with a group of Chaos Beasts, also slowly appeared, looking at him calmly. We meet again. The voice of the black-eyed young man was still the same as before, calm and composed, as if nothing could affect him. But Lin Yu felt a faint murderous intent from it, which was locked on him without any concealment. Yes, in the entire 10,000 worlds, except for the Emperor, he was the only one who knew who took the heart. The other party obviously saw this point, and wanted to kill him to silence him. You dare to show up here? Aren't you afraid that I will inform the Emperor? Lin Yu looked solemnly at the soldiers around him. Name, Chaos Beast, Lord, Race, Chaos, Hero, Level, 9th Order, SS level. Lin Yu's eyes fixed. As expected, the other side soldiers have the same suffix as the monsters, and have been upgraded to SS level. That is, the average attribute of nearly 20,000. It is equivalent to his royal soldiers, and much higher than ordinary soldiers. Of course, Lin Yu is no longer the 8th level little lord, whose soldiers were not mature. Although the attributes are a little worse, the number of his soldiers is a great advantage. So even if he fights, he is not afraid at all. It's useless. They can't find me. The black-eyed young man spoke calmly, with a strong sense of confidence. Lin Yu was shocked when he heard this. After the last battle, he already knew that the heart had a strong breath concealment ability. But I didn't expect that he would be so strong that he was not afraid of even the Emperor-level detection. No wonder the other party appeared here so confidently. Obviously, he was very confident in his ability to escape and hide. In this case, let me deal with you. Let's do it. New and old grudges. Lin Yu no longer said nonsense. With a loud shout, the gathered plant army turned into an encirclement and attacked the black-eyed young man. The surging plants and the vines burst out, instantly covering the entire area, making the other lords around terrified and looking over here. Tear them apart. The black-eyed young man narrowed his eyes, and thousands of lord-level soldiers appeared out of thin air, just like in the Mechanical Empire, turning into black afterimages and rushing out. Swish! The sharp claws cut through the air, bursting out several sharp air blades, as if the space was cut open. The ancient tree army led by Qin Gang was not afraid at all. They activated the bark hardening skill one by one, and a deep green light emerged from their huge bodies. Bang! The violent collision resounded in the ears. The ancient tree army was all repelled several steps, and hideous cracks appeared on their bodies. The Chaos Beast flipped in the air and slid several meters on the ground. Huh? The black-eyed young man was slightly startled, looking a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Lin Yu to have grown to the point where he could block his attack. Before he thought more, the surging vines had already passed through the front row and spread rapidly towards his Chaos Beast along the ground. Other long-range soldiers suddenly rose up, and large-scale attacks fell from all directions. Void! Suddenly, the bodies of those Chaos Beasts turned into phantoms and disappeared on the spot. Lin Yu only felt a flash of black light in front of his eyes, and thousands of Chaos Beasts had teleported behind his long-range soldiers, and their sharp claws cut across. Bang! Another violent collision. The symbiotic mosses on the long-range soldiers directly activated the effect of the desperate secret treasure, converting all the attributes into physical fitness, blocking this fatal blow. The next second, giant vines rushed out from the ground and penetrated the bodies of several chaotic beasts. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was, Before he could be happy, the chaotic beasts disappeared again and teleported back to the side of the black-eyed young man. Only the evil spirit on their bodies became much weaker. What a strong vitality! Lin Yu was shocked. I thought my strength had improved fast enough. But I didn't expect that the opponent was not much weaker. Even stronger than when I first met him. Is this the bonus of the heart? Don't be careless. Seeing that the opponent activated the virtualization skill again and disappeared on the spot. An ice shield appeared around. As expected, 2 chaotic beasts appeared behind him. Their claws filled with evil spirits, and slashed his head fiercely. There was a loud explosion, and the ice shield was broken, exploding into a ball of terrifying cold air, freezing the chaos beast in place before it could react. Then, Lingxi and Depeo, who had been waiting for a long time, attacked instantly. Amid the explosion of sparks, 2 fierce attacks came violently and pierced through the beast's head. Ah! The beast howled miserably, and finally fell to the ground because it could not withstand the powerful attack, and turned into a wisp of chaotic breath and dissipated in the air. At the same time, behind the black-eyed young man, 3 cold rays flashed and went straight to his vitals. Tear! With a sharp sound, the black-eyed young man seemed to have expected to be attacked a long time ago, and his body twisted to avoid the fatal blow of Wu Ying and his 2 clones. And the next second after he avoided it, the 2 hero-level chaotic beasts around him burst into black light, one on the left and one on the right, and tore the air around Wu Ying into pieces with 1 claw. It was their 3rd skill. Void Slash. Come back! Lin Yu shouted urgently, asking Wu Ying to retreat. However, it was still a step too late. With a dull bang, Wu Ying's lower limbs were shredded by the void and flew out like rags. As an assassin, Wu Ying's physique was still too low. Fortunately, Qi Gang at the front reacted in time and rushed forward to block it. The gravity field was activated, pressing the 2 hero-level chaos beasts to the ground, and the momentum of the attack was stopped. Then a large number of vines emerged, taking Wu Ying back to the rear, and the Flower's Spirit Core gave him emergency treatment. In just one confrontation, both sides suffered a great loss, and no one got any benefit. The other arms were also fighting fiercely in every corner, bombarding each other crazily. The overwhelming momentum and chaotic scene immediately made the other lords of both sides, who were fighting on the side, open their eyes wide, shocked to the extreme. What a terrifying strength! Can he fight to this extent? Is he still a 9th level lord? I'm afraid those old monsters are no more than this. Why have I never heard of these 2 people before? Amidst the exclamations, they were also stunned by the battle scene of the 2 people. They hurriedly moved away with their troops, not daring to get close at all, for fear of being involved. After several rounds of confrontation between Lin Yu and the black-eyed young man, both of their troops suffered losses, but neither could do anything to the other. Seeing the stalemate, the black-eyed young man finally looked gloomy, and all the chaotic beasts roared, turning into afterimages and gathering rapidly. Is it coming? Lin Yu's face was solemn, and he was very familiar with the opponent's methods. The ability to greatly improve the strength of the troops through 2-to-2 fusion can definitely be called a very terrifying burst ability. He has not used the Savage Roar all the time just to counter this burst method. He has even been ready to throw out the corpses recently collected in the origin space to improve the attributes of Qington. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that, just when he was about to burst out and fight the opponent head-on, the black-eyed young man in the encirclement of the chaotic beasts, his face changed, stopped the fusion of the arms, and then looked up at the void. A terrifying perception that enveloped the world suddenly enveloped the wasteland. It seems that we can only fight here today. He retracted his gaze and stared at Lin Yu closely. Then, a large amount of evil spirit emerged from his body, forming a dark space channel. Without thinking, he plunged into it with his arms and disappeared. Obviously, a strong man noticed the abnormal breath here and explored it through perception, so he had to flee temporarily. What a pity. Looking at the disappearing figure of the black-eyed young man, Lin Yu sighed secretly. If he had burst out just now, it would be hard to say who would win, especially since the opponent still had that terrifying heart on his body. Staying would definitely cause endless troubles. He had wanted to take this opportunity to kill the guy, but he didn't expect that the other party was so cautious and fled immediately if there was anything wrong, which made him feel heavy-hearted. This person, he might be a big enemy in the future. Feeling the powerful breath in the void constantly sweeping across the wasteland, Lin Yu didn't stay any longer, and immediately packed up his troops and left the wasteland, rushing back to the camp. There was no way. This matter was of great importance, so it was better to convey it quickly. If the whereabouts of the heart were discovered by the Realm Alliance, who knows what big changes would happen at that time. In the battle just now, although his troops suffered a lot of casualties, the losses were basically proliferation troops. And as long as the energy was restored, they could split again. So it was no big deal. Soon, Lin Yu rode the demon ancestor dragon all the way back to the war camp, and contacted Ji Xinghe through private chat to tell him about the whereabouts of the heart. However, what he didn't expect was, at this time, Ji Xinghe was discussing things with Emperor Xingyao. Not long after the message was sent out, a thunderous roar suddenly came to his ears. "Boy, come here." Lin Yu smiled bitterly. He could not help but recognize that it was the voice of Emperor Xingyao. Before he could react, a big hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed his shoulder, and pulled him into the void. When he stood still again, he was already in a magnificent palace, surrounded by a lot of terrifying figures. They were emperors from all walks of life. Chapter 473: The Pagoda Falling from the Sky. Lin Yu did not expect that Emperor Xingyao would bring him directly to the emperors of various realms, and he was immediately shocked. Fortunately, Emperor Xingyao seemed to have expected this situation a long time ago. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force wrapped him up and suppressed his divine aura. Lin Yu, who had reacted, immediately bowed to the emperors beside him. "Hello, emperors. No need to be polite. We are all family members here. Don't worry." Emperor Xingyao sat aside and waved to him with a smile. Family members? Lin Yu was slightly stunned and looked at the emperors present. Almost all of them were from the human race, with only a few from other races. It seems that they should be the realm emperors, who are on good terms with their original realm. He was finally relieved. Then, the great Emperor Xingyao changed the subject. "You just sent a message to Xinghe saying that you found the whereabouts of the heart?" As soon as this was said, the eyes of all the great emperors and kings present were focused on Lin Yu, which doubled his pressure. He glanced at Ji Xinghe standing next to the great Emperor Xingyao, and saw him nodding slightly to him. He took a deep breath and said, "Yes. And I just fought with the owner of the heart." "You fought with him?" The great Emperor Xingyao looked surprised. The expressions of the other great emperors beside him also changed slightly. "Did you really encounter the heart?" Immediately, and great emperor asked. They all knew how powerful the concealment ability of the heart was. Now it is lurking in the body of a lord and hidden in the 10,000 worlds, which is even more difficult to detect. Although they are great emperors, they cannot use their perception to search for everyone in the 10,000 worlds. This is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. "Yes," Lin Yu said calmly. "I was there when the heart broke free from the seal, so I would never make a mistake. There is no doubt about that." The Emperor Xingyao beside him nodded slightly. "You may not know that it was this guy who found the seal and informed us. Is it true?" "I see. Your primitive world has really produced a good seedling." The emperors suddenly realized. Even the kings beside him couldn't help but look at Lin Yu more, and sighed in their hearts. He was able to fight the host of the terrifying heart and not be defeated. Why didn't such a young talent appear in their realm? It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. When Emperor Xingyao saw their expressions, he knew what they were thinking, and his face suddenly became red. Haha. I don't know if he's a good candidate, but this kid is not very quiet and always makes a mess. The words were full of pride and complacency, and the smile on his face became even stronger. The emperor has not changed at all, and has always been so face-conscious. Lin Yu couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. But soon, Emperor Xingyao stopped smiling and looked at him. "Go ahead. Tell the emperors everything about your encounter with the heart host." "Yes." In front of the emperors from all walks of life, Lin Yu naturally couldn't lose his manners, and hurriedly bowed, and then began to tell everything he had just encountered. Even the discoveries in the battle were blurted out. When the emperors and kings heard his words, their expressions changed again and again, especially when they heard that the other side's troops were lords like monsters. They had a violent reaction that even Lin Yu didn't expect. "Lord-level troops? Are you sure?" One of the emperors of the feathered people stood up suddenly, staring at Lin Yu with sharp eyes. The terrifying aura made Lin Yu feel that the space was about to solidify, and breathing became difficult. But he still nodded seriously and answered, "Yes. And it seems to be related to the Chaos Aura, and it has grown to the SS level." Chaos Aura. This is troublesome. The feathered people emperor slowly sat back in his seat. His expression was extremely solemn. There were also several human emperors, who looked powerful, and had older qualifications. And they all looked worried. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Emperor Shengyao asked. He had just become an emperor not long ago, so he didn't know much about many things. The same was true for those 11th level and 10th level kings, all of whom looked confused. Feeling their gazes, the emperor of the feathered people slowly explained, "You may not know that our ancestors of the feathered people left a message 10,000 years ago. The person who was suppressed under the monster plane used the Chaos Army." "Are you sure?" The Emperor Xingyao's face changed. The kings were even more shocked. Not to mention Lin Yu, who was already frozen in place by the shock of this news. The terrifying existence suppressed by the monster plane also uses the Chaos Army? This is not good news. No wonder that guy can merge that terrifying heart so easily. There may be some close connection that he doesn't know. What a pity. Just when he wanted to know more, Emperor Xingyao suddenly turned around and looked at him and Ji Xinghe. "You all go back first. I find you later." After saying that, he waved his hand without saying anything and sent them away directly. When Lin Yu came to his senses, he was already standing in the cross-border teleportation array. Ah, this. Is it because he is too weak and not qualified to know the deeper secrets of the 10,000 worlds? Once again, Lin Yu felt deeply powerless about his low strength. Sure enough, if you want to know more secrets and get rid of the constraints of the rules, you still have to constantly improve your strength. Don't think too much. The Emperor doesn't let us listen in naturally. There is a reason. Ji Xinghe seemed to see Lin Yu's thoughts and said in a low voice, "Yes, I understand." Lin Yu nodded silently, and then followed Ji Xinghe out of the teleportation array and walked outside. After arriving outside, he suddenly said, "King, I have something to ask. Is it convenient?" "What is it?" "It's about the army. After the 10th level, is there something like an army upgrade scroll?" The army upgrade scrolls that Lin Yu collected in the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds can only be upgraded to the 9th level at most. So now, in addition to accumulating faith, he has to find a way to upgrade the royal army to the 10th level. Otherwise, each army upgrade requires 1,000 9th level essences plus 1 rule fragment, which he can't afford. "You have started to consider the 10th level now?" Ji Xinghe said in surprise. He did not doubt that Lin Yu could reach the 10th level, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. After all, he was very clear about the difficulty of the tasks on the Saints' Road, and he had experienced it personally, because even he spent nearly 20 years relying on means far superior to other lords to finally succeed in condensing the fragments of the Godhead. Even a man of destiny like Emperor Xingyao took 2 full years. But now Lin Yu has only been promoted to the 9th level for more than a month. "Not so fast," Lin Yu said awkwardly. "I just want to ask in advance so that I can prepare." "That's true." Ji Xinghe nodded slightly. Long-term planning is one of the reasons why he admires Lin Yu. Many lords don't even dare to think that they can condense fragments of the Godhead, let alone prepare for the 10th level. So after thinking about it, he said, "There are similar things, but the number is very rare. You have to kill monsters above the 10th level to get them. And the price is very expensive." "How expensive?" Lin Yu asked. "Last time I sold one, and I got 5 rule fragments." "Rule fragments?" "Yes. The transactions of the 10th level are not only about magic power. Rule fragments are also a major currency. But these tradable rule fragments are not exclusive and cannot be used to complete the Saint's Path for the 9th level lord." "I see." Lin Yu suddenly realized after hearing this. After completing the Saint's Path, he already knew that the rule fragment obtained by killing the 10th level leader monster independently was recognized by the rules and bound to the Lord himself. So it could be used to condense the Godhead. And the rule fragments dropped by killing the 10th level monster normally without the Saint's Path mission are ownerless. He didn't expect that this thing would become the currency after the 10th level. In doubt, he couldn't help asking, how much magic power is that rule fragment equivalent to? 1 billion. And there is no market for it. 1 billion. Lin Yu was shocked. Doesn't this mean that a level 10 upgrade scroll will be sold for 5 billion mana? It takes a total of 45 billion to upgrade 9 royal soldiers to level 10. And there is no demand for it. Don't be surprised. This price is already cheap, because many lords will choose to keep a few heroes with excellent exclusive skills and upgrade them to level 10 after they are upgraded to level 10. With more demand, it will naturally be sold at a higher price. If you have rule fragments, there are many people willing to exchange with you. Rule fragments? Lin Yu was silent. He almost lost half his life just to get the piece needed for the Saints Road. And also lost a large number of soldiers. Where can he get more fragments? What a pity. Before he could ask more questions, Ji Xinghe continued, okay. I have something to deal with first. And I talk to you about the level 10 when I have the chance. After that, he disappeared from the spot in a flash, not giving Lin Yu the opportunity to ask more questions. Obviously, there was something urgent to do. Lin Yu had no choice but to hold back a bunch of questions, then took a look at the sky, and prepared to go to the garrison to see if there were any suitable battlefield commissions. But unexpectedly, at this time, the sky suddenly, boom, with a loud noise, a black light curtain fell from the sky, and landed on the continent, causing the entire battlefield to shake violently. What's going on? What happened? Is it the Realm Alliance that attacked? No! Look at the sky. The lords of all realms exclaimed continuously, and ran out of the garrison one after another. Looking up at the sky, I saw that in the endless void, a glazed pagoda slowly fell in the light curtain, exuding a unique and heavy aura around it. It just landed in the center of the wasteland at the junction of the two armies. Chapter 474, Change of Luck. Lin Yu stood in the crowd, looking at the glazed pagoda that fell from the sky, and was extremely surprised, because the pagoda was not something in the demon-subduing realm, but directly crossed the void and appeared in this realm out of thin air. And the landing location was too coincidental. It was right in the center of the junction of the two armies. He believed that it was the attack method of the Realm Alliance. And at this time, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared above the war camp, and emperors and kings from all walks of life came one after another, all looking at the glazed pagoda with a serious face. Even Emperor Shengyao, who was supposed to be discussing things, was among them. No doubt. It's the Chaos Treasure. Chaos Treasure? Isn't it said that it hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years? Chaos Treasure will only appear when the 10,000 worlds are about to undergo a drastic change, representing the change of the 10,000 worlds' fortunes. This is not a good sign. But I heard that the Chaos Treasure contains information about the origin of the 10,000 worlds, and even the key to stepping into that level. Let's go and take a look first. After the words fell, the Emperor and a group of kings tore through the space and disappeared on the spot. Before leaving, a loud voice spread throughout the war camp. Everyone, gather at the center of the battlefield. Gather at the center of the battlefield? Isn't that where the glazed pagoda is? The lords of all realms were shocked and looked at each other. But soon, they became excited and expectant. Even the emperors came in person. So the glazed pagoda must be very extraordinary. Who knows what precious treasures or great opportunities can be found in it? Otherwise, the emperors would not have asked them to gather there. After the commotion, the lords rode on their mounts and rushed to the central wasteland. In a blink of an eye, the entire war camp became very lively, and soldiers and mounts continued to emerge, almost all over the sky and the ground, accompanied by the shouts of the lords. Lin Yu. At this time, Yan Lai, Situ Jian, and Ji Yinchuang also came from the garrison and joined Lin Yu. You are here too. Lin Yu looked at them. Why don't we go together first? We can talk about it on the way, Yan Lai suggested. Okay. Let's go and see what's going on first. Lin Yu nodded. Then the four of them didn't say any more nonsense, and directly summoned their mounts to fly into the air, quickly keeping up with the pace of other lords. It was not until they were far away from the war camp that Situ Jian spoke first, as far as I know. This tower should be something called Chaos Treasure. I've heard my father mention Chaos Treasure before. It seems to be an ancient thing that was born earlier than the 10,000 worlds. Ji Yunchuang's voice came next. Earlier than the 10,000 worlds? Lin Yu was shocked when he heard this. Given the identities of Situ Jian and Ji Yunchuang, it was obviously impossible for them to hearsay. In other words, this is true. Something older than the 10,000 worlds. How mysterious would it be? I didn't expect that such a thing would appear on their domain battlefield. This is a bit unbelievable. And I don't know if there will be any great opportunities in it. It seems to be responding to his thoughts. At this time, Situ Jian continued, this tower appeared once 10,000 years ago. After that, the 10,000 worlds underwent a dramatic change, resulting in a large amount of historical loss. The demon plane was also born at that time. It is said that as long as you can reach the top of the tower, You can gain the power to transcend the rules of this world. I don't know if it is true. Come on. With our level, it is difficult to reach the 10th level, let alone transcend the world. Yin Lai on the side couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on him. I have also heard this rumor. It seems that when this tower came down 10,000 years ago, no one in the 10,000 worlds could reach the top of the tower. Ji Yunshuang followed up. No one. Even the emperor can't do it? Lin Yu was shocked when he heard this. There are so many lords of all races in the 10,000 worlds. But there is not even one person who can reach the top of the tower. You can imagine how terrifying this difficulty is. Of course. Situ Jian and Ji Yunshuang only heard a few words and didn't know too much about the tower. So they just talked about it as a strange story. They chatted all the way while rushing on the road. They soon followed the large army to the central wasteland. As soon as they passed the outer edge of the wasteland, they saw the armies of the two camps gathered at the two ends of the vast wasteland, facing each other from afar across the glazed pagoda. In the void, countless tall figures stood in the air, and the aura on their bodies surged, colliding violently in the air, making the air around them tremble slightly. It's the Realm Alliance. I didn't expect them to move so quickly. Situ Jian's eyes were stern, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that they are also eyeing the Chaos Treasure. It seems that things are not simple to gather the armies of both sides. Don't get separated later. If a fight breaks out, at least we can have someone to look after each other." After that, the four drove their flying mounts to land on the ground and joined the rear of the Anti-Alliance army. They soon found the team of the primitive world. "You are here." In the team of 10th level kings in front of the team. Ji Xinghe turned around and looked at them. To be exact, he looked at his daughter Ji Yunshuang. "Dad, are we going to go to war with the Realm Alliance?" Several people followed Ji Yunshuang to Ji Xinghe's side. After all, Ji Xinghe is now one of the persons in charge of the primitive world station. Following him may be able to find out more useful information. Sure enough, Ji Xinghe just glanced at them and said, "War should not happen. The emperors of both sides are negotiating now, and the results should come out soon." "Negotiation? Is it for this tower?" Lin Yu said in surprise. "I couldn't help but look at the 13-story tower that was shrouded in black light and stood between heaven and earth. Yes, it's for this Tower of Luck. I don't know why it appears in this place, but this tower is related to the luck of the entire world. It will determine the strength of the realm according to the number of floors climbed by the climber, and then distribute luck. It can be said that this is a great opportunity for our primitive world, and even the entire world, to turn over in one fell swoop." Ji Xinghe's tone was extremely solemn, and his thick eyebrows, which were slightly gray, wrinkled together, showing a more serious side than before. Lin Yu and the others were also shocked when they heard it. The Tower of Luck. It's related to the change of the luck of the world. The origin of this chaos treasure is so great. You know, the amount of luck is directly related to the strength of the realm. Because the deeper the luck, the richer the resources in the realm, and the probability of the emergence of the emperor will be greatly increased. For example, the 10 realms. It is the realm with the deepest luck among all the worlds. The basic resources and the range of the realm alone are several times that of their original realm. If the luck of their original realm can be improved to this extent, not to mention that the emperor can be born immediately, at least it is no problem to greatly improve the overall strength of the Lord. Just as Ji Xinghe said, this is a battle of luck that affects all the worlds. No wonder even the Realm Alliance has become so quiet and did not directly attack them. Shocked, Lin Yu couldn't help but look at the top of the Tower of Luck. On the top of the tower, surrounded by the colorful halo, there was a broken void. Gray threads spread out from the top of the tower, and they were intertwined, weaving into a magnificent net in the void, as if transporting something in all directions. One of the threads with a weaker breath just connected to the Demon Conqueror continent below, which made people amazed. Hurry up and get ready. There may be a fight when you enter the tower. And the higher the level you climb, the higher the reward you will get. You may even get rule fragments directly. So whether it's for yourself or for the realm, do your best. Ji Xinghe's voice was not deliberately lowered. It spread throughout the entire 9th level team, causing an uproar. Even Lin Yu and the others were shocked and their eyes widened. There are actually rule fragments as rewards? Yin Lai asked in surprise, and his breathing became much more rapid. And the other lords on the side also looked eagerly, and their eyes were all focused on Ji Xinghe. There is indeed a precedent of getting rule fragments in the Tower of Luck. Facing the gazes of everyone, Jixinghe's expression did not change. Of course, that was news from tens of thousands of years ago, and it is not necessarily accurate. Moreover, if you want to get this kind of reward in the 9th level, you probably have to reach the 10th level. 10th level. Lin Yu and the others were silent. This Tower of Luck has 13 floors, and the 10th floor is only 3 floors away from the top floor. You can imagine how difficult it is. And they don't know the specific rules for climbing the tower. What a pity. Before they could ask more questions, the emperors of both camps in the sky had reached a consensus and flashed back to the teams of their respective realms. And the one who appeared in front of the primitive world team was naturally Emperor Xingyao. Emperor Xingyao looked around and said loudly, "The king should have told you what they should say. If you are a species of the primitive world, follow me into the tower, and let them see the strength of our primitive world. Let's go!" With an order, he turned around and crossed the black sky, and rushed into the Tower of Luck with several other emperors and kings. Then Lin Yu and the team saw that there were suddenly several lines of information on the wall of the first floor of the Tower of Luck. Level 12, Beast God Realm 1. Primitive Realm 1. Taicang Realm 1. Level 11, Deep Sea Realm 1. Yuanzuan Realm 1. Level 10, Wuwang Realm 1. Obviously, this records the number of lords in each realm in this layer, and is divided according to levels. Could it be that the difficulty of the test encountered by lords of each level entering the tower is different? Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. Without stopping, he followed the large army through the black light curtain and rushed towards the entrance of the Tower of Luck. In a blink of an eye, the armies of the two camps met in the black light curtain, and the atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme. Chapter 475 Large Hunting Ground. Let's go. Everyone go in, Jixinghe said in a deep voice in front, and then walked towards the Tower of Luck. Strangely, as soon as he approached, he disappeared in front of everyone. Teleport? Lin Yu and others in the back were surprised, and they also approached the tower carefully. As he got closer, Lin Yu felt the heavy atmosphere on the tower more and more deeply. It was like the beginning of the birth of the world. The ancient and desolate feeling made people solemn. And the tower body of this tower is very huge. It almost occupies the entire wasteland for several kilometers, and is supported by a piece of light underneath. When I stood closer, I felt a sense of oppression coming towards me, and I couldn't see the top of the tower at a glance. Like a tower that reaches the sky. Do you want to enter the Tower of Luck? At this moment, a prompt sounded. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, and then chose yes. The next second, the scene in front of him was distorted, and a dazzling light shone, forcing him to raise his hand to cover his eyes subconsciously. When he stood still again, a series of prompts suddenly came to his ears. Dear Lord, you have successfully entered the first floor of the Tower of Luck. The Tower of Luck has a total of 13 floors, and each floor will encounter different opponents and tests. Pass the test, and you can directly enter the next floor. If you fail the test or are killed, you will not die, but you will be forced to teleport out of the tower. Each person can only participate in one test per day, and rewards will be issued according to the final number of floors. The test on each floor is different. Hearing the prompt, Lin Yu couldn't help but look around and found that he was in a desert with undulating sand dunes. At the end of the desert, you can vaguely see giant trees rising from the ground, which seems to be a forest. In the other direction, there are mountains and clouds. In short, the environment is very weird. And what surprised Lin Yu was that the space inside the tower was countless times larger than what you saw outside, as if it was a space of its own. Before he could think about it, a reminder sounded in his mind again. Please note that the first level of the Tower of Luck test, the Lord Hunting Ground, is open. Here you will meet all lords of the same level. Kill 20 enemies, and you can enter the next level of the test, with no time limit. Kill 20 enemies to get to the next level? Lin Yu was shocked. The first level of the test was so difficult. What about the next few levels? I'm afraid he would have to fight a 10th level monster alone. What he didn't expect was that he couldn't summon soldiers in the tower, and could only fight with the Lord-own strength. This first level is simply a big fight between lords from all walks of life. And it seems that all the 9th level lords have been teleported into this space, so they have to hide quickly. Think about it. Lin Yu immediately started to act, wearing the 9th level Ice Soul sword on his waist, and rushed to the forest area at the end of the desert. In an environment like the desert, there are too few places to hide, and it is easy to expose your whereabouts. And the most fatal thing is that the environment here is still very hot. His feet stepped on the hot sand, and it felt like a fried squid, making a sizzling sound. If he hadn't been much stronger than ordinary people after he reached the 9th level, he wouldn't have lasted long. Swoosh! At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. A hidden sword suddenly shot out from the sand dune next to him, heading straight for his vitals. Lin Yu was quick-witted and drew out the Ice Soul sword to block in front of him. Dang! With a loud noise, Lin Yu was shocked back 2 steps, and the sword in his hand made a buzzing sound. The opponent is very strong. His eyes were stern, and he looked in the direction where the hidden sword shot out, as if he knew that this attack would not work. The hidden sword had just landed when the sand dune exploded. A thin figure holding a dagger. The whole person turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards him. The reaction was so fast that it was clear at a glance that this person was not simple. Lin Yu wanted to take action, but suddenly froze for a moment, because he found that he couldn't see the other person's face clearly. It was as if he was wrapped by an invisible force, blocking his vision. He could only tell whether the other party was a man or a woman from their attire. Could it be an anti-cheating mechanism in the tower? Without giving him a chance to think, the cold dagger had already stabbed at his heart, forcing him to dodge sideways. At the same time, the Ice Soul sword suddenly raised up, bringing a chill. Dang! Another collision sounded, and the collision wave raised a turbulent sandstorm under the feet of the two. Lin Yu, who did not use the power of rules, was knocked back. The other party, relying on his agile body, turned in the air, bit over and fell to the ground. His feet deeply sank into the sand dunes. Feeling the vibration of the dagger in his hand and the numbness from the tiger's mouth, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he slowly stood up and stared at Lin Yu solemnly. You are very strong. The voice sounded very experienced. You too. Lin Yu looked at him with interest, and then asked, I have a question. Can you see what I look like? No. The other party's words were very concise. Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard it. If he couldn't see his face clearly, wouldn't that mean that he could use the power of rules at will, and no one would know it was him? Originally, he felt weak because he couldn't summon soldiers. But if he could use the power of rules, the result would be different. He now has a total of 4 pieces of divine fragments, with the blessing of 40% attributes. His basic strength is comparable to those old lords of the 9th rank. If he casts the 4-leaf clover protection skill, all attributes will be increased by 30%. And there is also the outbreak of Wild Roar, which will definitely make him stand out from the lords of the world. The most important thing is that he can also use a lot of long-range attack methods and healing skills, without worrying about being seen. How about we go our separate ways? The young man didn't know what Lin Yu was thinking, and said cautiously, Okay. Lin Yu nodded silently. The test has just begun, and many things are not clear yet, so he is not in a hurry to start. In addition, the opponent is not weak, and it may not be easy to kill, so he gave up this plan. After all, the power of rules is limited, and it takes time to recover, so don't waste it if you can. After looking at each other vigilantly, the two gradually distanced themselves and rushed in different directions. Just like this, they kept moving forward in the desert. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Lin Yu came to a desert oasis. However, before he could observe the surrounding environment, there were suddenly bursts of shouting and weapons colliding in the oasis. Is someone fighting? Lin Yu's face was turned, and he immediately restrained his breath and moved closer to the source of the sound. After a while, a large group of figures in a melee came into view. There were more than 20 of them, and they were obviously attracted by the iconic landform of the oasis. Go to hell! One of the shirtless men shouted loudly, and the heavy sword in his hand directly pierced through the body of another lord. Then Lin Yu saw that the lord did not die directly, but was wrapped in a stream of energy and disappeared instantly. As expected, as the prompt said, killing will not kill people, but will only force them to teleport away from here. No wonder these people are so desperate. Without any worries, the 9th level lords who fight for their lives are not simple stuff. If they are not careful, they may capsize in the ditch. As soon as Lin Yu appeared, he was immediately targeted by 2 lords, one on the left and one on the right. There is someone who wants to die. Get rid of him first. With a loud shout, the 2 people's feet exploded and rushed over directly as afterimages. Although Lin Yu could not see the specific appearance of the other party, He could imagine the ferocious and fierce expression. His face sank. The four-leaf clover protection was activated, and his whole body momentum suddenly rose. As soon as the two came in front of him, the Ice Soul sword in his hand suddenly chopped out, as if tearing the air, pointing directly at the abdomen of one of them. The man was obviously not an ordinary player. Feeling the powerful force contained in the Bingpa sword, he was shocked at first, and then he immediately put the shield on the back of his hand across his body. Clang! A sharp collision sound exploded in the center. The terrifying force turned into a wave of air that swept around, blowing the plants on the side to the ground. The other man took this opportunity to chop with a long sword, and a sharp sword energy rushed directly to Lin Yu's face. It turned out to be a weapon with sword energy attack? Lin Yu's expression changed slightly, and his forward body pressed down to avoid the sword energy. Then he supported himself with one hand, turned over and jumped to the side, pulling the distance between him and the two. It's useless. You can't escape. The two men obviously reached a consensus, and did not attack each other, but raised their weapons and attacked Lin Yu again. Two swords swish, and two more sword energies swept out, blocking Lin Yu's retreat. The other man held a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, and charged and stabbed him directly. That unreserved look clearly showed that he was ready to defeat him. In this case, he had no reason to hold back. With a wave of his hand, the ground exploded, and a large number of vines rushed out from the ground, instantly blocking the attack of the two. What? The faces of the two people who were originally confident of victory changed. Before they could react, the soles of their feet collapsed at the same time, and vines quickly wrapped around their feet. Tear! The sword-wielding lord reacted quickly, splitting the vines with a sword and dodging to the side. But the lord holding a heavy equipment, such as a shield, was half a beat slower, and was entangled by the vines. Just as he was about to break free, Lin Yu teleported behind him without knowing when, and the Ice Soul sword in his hand was sacrificed. Puff! The sound of flesh and blood being pierced rang out. The lord widened his eyes, and looked at the ice blue knife tip that pierced his chest in disbelief. The next second, he was directly teleported out of the tower, and lost the qualification for the test. The power of rules. How can you use the power of rules? The remaining sword-wielding lord was horrified, and hurriedly distanced himself from Lin Yu. His exclamation also attracted the attention of other lords nearby, who just happened to see the vines emerging in front of Lin Yu, and the large leaves floating above him. Swoosh! 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 The sound of breaking through the air was heard, and all the leaves turned into sharp arrows, shooting straight at the fleeing sword-wielding lord. Just as he was about to avoid it, his head was suddenly hit hard, and he fell into a brief blank. Puff! Another sound of flesh being cut open was heard. A cloud of blood mist burst out from the throat of the sword-wielding lord. The whole person was also teleported outside. Chapter 476, Well acted. Don't act again next time. This is the power of rules. Among the lords who were fighting fiercely, there were some who were very familiar with the power of rules. They immediately felt the power contained in Lin Yu's attack, and their eyes widened. Others were shocked when they heard their exclamations and stopped. But they were 9th level lords after all, and their minds were not comparable to ordinary people. After being shocked, they immediately reacted and looked at each other, as if they had reached some kind of consensus at this moment. Let's go together. Get rid of him first. With a loud shout, more than a dozen 9th level lords turned their spearheads and quickly surrounded Lin Yu. Obviously, they wanted to gather their strength to eliminate Lin Yu, a big threat. First, this is good for both them and their realm. Otherwise, if such a person is left alone, he will definitely take away a lot of luck and must not be left. Go to hell. The bare-chested man jumped high, and the sharp heavy sword that was more than one person tall suddenly chopped down towards Lin Yu's head from top to bottom. Lin Yu didn't expect them to react so quickly and besiege him. Seeing the heavy sword falling from the sky, he raised his hand and blocked it with a tortoise shield mirror wall in front of him. Bang! Crack! The violent collision was accompanied by a burst of shattering sounds. The extremely solid tortoise shield mirror wall was blasted with large cracks, spreading like a spider web, and it was almost unable to support it. What a strong force! Lin Yu's heart trembled. The strength of this man is definitely among the top in the 9th level. No wonder he was able to kill other lords so easily just now. He is really good. However, it's not possible to kill him with just this level. Seeing that other people drew their weapons and surrounded him from all directions, Lin Yu's eyes were like lightning. One hand pressed on the ground, and a large number of vines suddenly rushed out from all around his body and shot towards them. Be careful. It's a plant-based attack. Several lords shouted in alarm, dodging the vines with their agile reactions and dodging to the side. Some even chopped the vines in two with a knife, and then rushed towards Lin Yu again, with fierce attacks bursting out. Whoosh! At this moment, two arrows cut through the air and rushed over. It was an elf lord who pulled the bow to the full moon at the back of the team. Lin Yu had heard about the elves' innate shooting ability. In just a breath, the two arrows were aimed at his left and right sides one after the other. Wherever the arrows went, the space became distorted and even broke through the air. Shadow kill. Lin Yu did not hesitate, and the shadow kill skill was activated. The moment he was shot by the bow and arrow, the whole person turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. No, it's a displacement skill. Several lords who rushed up were empty-handed. The two arrows sank into the ground with two clangs, and the tails of the arrows swung violently. The elf lord was obviously stunned for a moment, and he did not expect Lin Yu to dodge his attack in this way. But the next second, his face changed suddenly, and he felt a sharp cold air coming from behind him, which made him tremble all over. Almost out of instinct, he turned around and placed the bow and arrow in front of him, and retreated violently. Puff! However, a large knife filled with cold air pierced through his chest, causing his movements to stop suddenly. The elf lord looked back in astonishment and found that the one who attacked him at the beginning was just a phantom clone. The real Lin Yu had been waiting in the direction of his retreat, and he took him away with a blow. Although the elf lord was unwilling, he was still wrapped in light and forcibly teleported away from here. All this happened so suddenly that the remaining lords did not react. By the time they came to their senses, the elf lord had already disappeared from the spot. Is this the power of rules? So fast? Could he be one of those perverts in the 10 realms? The lords were shocked, and no one dared to act rashly. They had been in the 10,000 realms for so long, so they had naturally heard of some lords who could use the power of rules before reaching the 10th level. For example, in the 10,000 realms, there were several amazing people who independently killed the 10th level leader monsters at the 9th level and successfully condensed the godhood. These people, it can basically be said that they are candidates for the king. As long as there are no accidents, it is almost certain that the principality will be established in the future. But even so, the strength of those geniuses should not be so abnormal. After all, a piece of godhood fragment only increases by 10% before upgrading to the 10th level. This level of improvement should not be so exaggerated, and even a single blow can kill the lord of the same level. When did such a perverted 9th level lord appear in the 10,000 realms? They were puzzled, but they understood that if they continued to fight like this, even though they had more people, they would probably pay a very heavy price. Now it was only the first floor of the Tower of Luck. There was no need to fight so hard. So gradually, many people began to have the idea of retreating and slowly retreated. Retreat! Someone shouted, and all the lords scattered and gave up the plan of siege. The action was decisive, and they all ran away in a blink of an eye. You ran pretty fast. Lin Yu looked strange. The lords who could rise to the 9th level were indeed not easy to deal with. Seeing that the situation was not good, he ran away without even hesitating. It seems that he should hide his strength a little. In this way, he can show weakness to the enemy, and then kill him by surprise. He also heard the conversation between the lords just now clearly. According to their meaning, there are also people in the 10 realms who have independently killed the 10th level leader monster like him and completed the path of the saint? If this is true, then his fragment of the godhead is not unique. In this trial, I am afraid that I will encounter other 9th level lords with fragments of the godhead, so I have to be careful. After thinking about it, I simply rested beside the oasis, and then continued to rush to the forest area. Along the way, he encountered several sneak attacks from the lords, contributing 4 kills to him. It was not until more than half an hour later that he finally left the desert area and came to the outskirts of the forest. What surprised Lin Yu was that the entire forest was full of towering ancient trees that were hundreds of meters high. The trunks of those ancient trees were surprisingly large, crisscrossing each other in the air, and people could even walk on them easily. It looked like a magical forest. I don't know how Yin Lai and the others are now. Looking at the dense forest in front of him, Lin Yu murmured in a low voice, "The space inside the tower is too large. He didn't encounter any lords of the primitive world along the way, let alone Yan Lai and the others. But with the strength of those guys, as long as they are careful, it should be no problem to pass the first level. Maybe I can meet her at a high level by then. Hurry! She's running over there. Suddenly, a shout interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. In the crisscrossing forest, several figures appeared and approached him rapidly. Another prey? Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately hid himself above a big tree on the side. It was not until then that he finally saw those figures clearly. It turned out that 3 fat men were chasing a weak woman, and murderous curses kept coming out of their mouths. You bitch! You dare to kill our people from Taishan realm. You can't escape. Do you think you can escape from our palms? The front is the outskirts of the forest. I don't know where you can escape. Taishan realm? Lin Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Originally, he was going to see the situation before considering whether to take action, since it was someone from Taishan realm. There was nothing to say. Immediately, he suppressed his breath and followed the interlaced tree trunks to the top of the road that several people had to pass. Faintly, he could already hear the panting sound of the female lord approaching, stumbling and running on the uneven roots of the ancient tree. Looking down through the gaps in the tree trunks, he just saw a piece of white shaking, which almost blinded his dog eyes. Damn. Don't look at it if it's indecent. Lin Yu quickly gathered his mind and looked into the distance. I saw that the 3 lords of Taishan realm were not weak in momentum, and their speed was even faster than that of the female lord, gradually forming a siege on her side. Little girl. You are almost unable to run, right? One of the strong men holding a mace laughed loudly and finally caught up with her. The huge stick fell on the female lord with a bang, without any mercy. Bang! A loud noise. The female lord dodged the attack, but was blown away by the aftermath, hitting the tree trunk next to her and spitting out blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 3 Taishan realm lords immediately surrounded her and completely blocked her retreat. Run! Why don't you run? Weren't you very powerful when you attacked us just now? The arrogant laughter spread throughout the periphery of the forest, as if she was afraid that others would not know they were here. The female lord reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth without saying a word. Instead, she drew out the 2 swords at her waist, posing as if she was ready to fight to the death, and her chest was heaving violently. Whoosh! Suddenly, a burst of air-breaking sound was heard. Several sharp wooden thorns shot out from the tree trunks above the heads of several people, heading straight for their vital points. At the same time, a large number of vines rushed out from the ground, blocking their retreat. Who? The 3 big men shouted loudly, and immediately turned around to block the wooden thorns with their weapons, and both were shocked back several steps. Puff! Unexpectedly, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and they could not help but freeze in their places, because none of the 3 of them were hit by the attack, let alone such a sound. But immediately, they thought of something and turned back to look at the female lord leaning against the tree trunk. The female lord was staring at the vines that pierced through her abdomen with an unbelievable expression. You acted well. Don't act again next time. Lin Yu, who was hiding behind the tree trunk, slowly appeared and looked at the people below with a playful look on his face. Chapter 477, the second floor of the Tower of Luck. Lin Yu felt something unusual when the few people appeared, because these guys acted too flamboyantly. It was definitely the stupidest behavior in this dangerous first floor. But what finally convinced him that the 4 people were in the same group was the performance of the female lord. She was too clean. She was so clean that her clothes were almost spotless, and she didn't look like someone who was being chased and running for her life. And if you look closely, you will find that her breathing is very stable. Although you can't see the other person's appearance clearly, you can still clearly sense it from the breath. As for the 3 guys who loudly announced their identities, it was obvious that they wanted to use this to attract prey and summon companions from the Taishan realm. I have to say, these guys are very smart. They thought of using this method to summon companions from the beginning. It's a pity that they met Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't have any thoughts of sympathizing with women. Even if he guessed wrong, he would kill her. There was nothing to worry about. The remaining 3 people obviously didn't expect Lin Yu to see through their tricks so easily, and they immediately became alert. Who is coming? One of them shouted in a deep voice. The series of attacks just now were definitely not means that ordinary 9th level lords could have, which made them vaguely have a bad premonition. Originally, they wanted to use this chase to lure those idiots who wanted to save the beauty into the trap. But they didn't expect that they would lose a teammate in vain. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I will kill anyone from Taishian realm. Lin Yu's extremely indifferent voice slowly sounded. Kill anyone you see? So arrogant. Boy, who do you think you are? You dare to go against our Taishian realm? Don't waste your time talking to him. Come together and kill him. The three people shouted angrily without any more nonsense, picked up their weapons, and rushed towards Lin Yu, outflanking from three directions. Ha! The foot of the big man holding the mace exploded, and the whole person turned into a cannonball and jumped to Lin Yu, swinging the mace, blowing a terrifying hurricane. The other two followed closely, raised their knives and fell, emitting a large piece of cold light, directly approaching Lin Yu's head. Boom! There was a loud noise. The tree trunk under their feet was instantly smashed to pieces. Lin Yu, who was standing on the tree trunk, was hit directly by the mace. And with a bang, he flew backwards like a rag, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Success? The three were very surprised. They thought Lin Yu was very skilled and difficult to deal with. But they didn't expect that he was just strong on the outside, and was easily severely injured by a combined attack. They worried for nothing. Be careful. Unexpectedly, at this time, the man holding the long knife suddenly screamed and looked behind the big man. Lin Yu, who was originally blown away, appeared there at some point, and there was no sign of injury on his body. With a raised arm, the ice soul sword slashed out. Dang! The big man reacted in time, blocked the attack with his mace, and fell from the tree to the ground. However, as soon as his feet landed, a circle of invisible ripples centered on him and quickly spread out in all directions. The edge of the originally dense jungle suddenly turned into a thorn garden, full of blue roses. Illusion! The big man was shocked and immediately stood up to be alert. He found that his two companions had disappeared, and he was the only one left in the garden. He couldn't tell the direction at all, and there was no sound, only the thorns that were constantly swimming. Break it for me, he shouted, and directly used all his strength to slam the mace in his hand to the ground. However, the deep blue illusion blessed by the 4 pieces of divine fragments was not easy to break. As soon as the mace was raised, all the blue thorns around him suddenly rushed out, entangled his body and weapons, and hung him in the air. The spikes on the thorn sank deeply into his body, oozing a lot of blood. Get out of here! The big man struggled hard, broke the thorns on his body, and fell back to the ground again. At the same time, a breastplate on his body lit up, and a gleam of light burst out of his eyes. The originally ferocious blue thorns around him quickly dissipated under the blessing of the gleam of light, and soon returned to the original forest scene. Spirit resistance equipment? On the tree trunk, Lin Yu looked at the breastplate on the big man in surprise. The power of the deep blue illusion skill he activated with the power of rules was 40% higher than that of the army. Generally, only those with a strong enough spirit or wearing spirit resistance equipment can break free from the illusion so quickly. Obviously, the other party is the latter. After all, spirit resistance equipment is not difficult for a 9th level lord to get. Lin Yu just didn't expect that someone would give up the physical defense attribute and wear this kind of unconventional resistance equipment. And the big man who broke free from the illusion finally saw the surrounding scene clearly. But he was shocked to find that his 2 companions were bleeding from all 7 orifices, and were hung upside down on the tree by several vines. Then a flash of light appeared, and he was teleported out of the tower. He killed 2 9th level lords in a second after just one encounter. The big man's pupils shrank to the extreme, and a storm of shock rose in his heart. What kind of monster did they provoke this time? And its strength was so terrifying. He dared not think too much, and turned around and fled with the mace, fleeing to the depths of the jungle. And his speed was several times faster than when he came. I said, none of you can escape. Lin Yu's cold voice came, and the big man trembled all over. Looking back, he saw that the leaves suddenly rose above the entire forest, sweeping towards him like a surging tide. The horrible scene made his face pale immediately. He didn't even have time to resist, and the whole person was submerged by the leaves, and was teleported away with a shrill scream. Since then, all 4 people in Taishian realm were killed. Lin Yu's kills also increased to 11, and he only needed 9 to reach the 2nd floor of the Tower of Luck. Not bad. Lin Yu smiled slightly, very satisfied with the power of the skills under the blessing of the 4 pieces of divine fragments. At least it was very easy to deal with these ordinary 9th level lords, especially in the forest terrain. The skills of the plant system are even more bizarre and changeable, and it is hard to defend against. Killing a small team is not a problem at all. Seeing that all the enemies have been dealt with, he did not stay for long and continued to rush into the forest. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared among the crisscrossing tree trunks. But he didn't notice, behind a big tree in the distance, several pairs of eyes witnessed the entire battle process just now. Did you see it just now? One of them swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of shock. They were all attracted by the noise made by the Taishian realm just now. Originally, I planned to see if I could pick up leaks and accumulate kills. Unexpectedly, I just happened to see Lin Yu fighting with several people from Taishian realm. No, it can't be called a battle at all. It was a massacre. A complete massacre. It's not even on the same level. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the power of rules. Right? Another person said blankly. It should be right. Only the power of rules can control so many attack methods at once. So that person has completed the path of the saint and successfully condensed the fragments of the Godhead. The people on the side were all shocked when they heard it, and their eyes widened. I didn't expect to meet such a person here. Those attacks just now. I'm afraid that those perverts in the 10 realms can't compare to it. More than that, I feel that it is more than one level stronger than those perverts. I have the same feeling. Fortunately, I didn't rush up just now. Forget it. Let's leave here first. It will be bad if we are hit by that kind of monster. Several lords whispered, with fear on their faces. Originally, they all came from different realms, and it stands to reason that a big war would at least be triggered if they met. But because of Lin Yu's appearance, they no longer had the heart to fight, and just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Some were even more decisive, leaving the forest area directly and rushing to the desert in the opposite direction. The dozen or so lords who had originally gathered here all ran away in a short while, and the entire outer forest became quiet again. On the other side, outside the Tower of Luck, after an hour of fighting, many people have been eliminated and gathered around the Tower of Luck. Look! Someone has climbed to the second floor again. At this time, a cry of surprise sounded, attracting everyone's attention to the tower. It seems to be someone from the Holy Light realm. So fast. Someone from the Void realm has also climbed to the second floor. The Eternal realm too. Sure enough, it is worthy of being one of the 10 realms. Someone has reached the second floor so quickly. The lords talked a lot, looking at the number of people who passed the level on each floor of the Tower of Luck. Whenever someone was promoted, there would be a burst of exclamations, especially when seeing people from their own realms promoted. Those lords cheered and jumped for joy. In contrast, the atmosphere of the primitive realm team in a corner was not so good. The eliminated lords gathered together and looked at the information on the tower nervously. What's going on? It's been so long. Why hasn't anyone from our realm below level 10 reached the second floor? A middle-aged man said anxiously. Among the clearance information of the entire second floor, only level 10, level 11, and the Emperor appeared in the primitive realm. There was no one below level 10, and no one had successfully passed the first level test until now. Be patient. An old man next to him consoled. Now people from the 10 major realms have just started to pass the level, and the number of people should start to increase in a while. Indeed, our primitive realm cannot compare with the 10 major realms after all. We just hope not to fall behind too much. Another lord followed. How can I not be anxious? This is about the distribution of luck in our realm. The middle-aged man looked back at the two people with a look of annoyance. If I had known this, I should have been more careful just now. Otherwise, I would not have been eliminated so quickly. The distribution of luck of the Chaos Treasure is calculated according to the number of levels cleared in each realm. The higher the number of levels cleared, the more people will reach the upper level, and the more luck will be allocated. In addition, there will be no real death in the tower. So many lords are desperately killing enemies, wanting to reach higher levels and contribute to their own realm. Being eliminated in the first level, it can be said that there is almost no contribution. You can only wait until the number of challenges is reset tomorrow before you can enter the tower again to challenge. It would be strange if you are not anxious. Look! There is a 9th level in our realm who has reached the second level. Suddenly, a shout interrupted the conversation of several people. The lords of the primitive realm, who were waiting, were suddenly startled and immediately looked at the second level information. Sure enough, The name of the primitive realm appeared on the 9th level column. There is also a 1 behind it representing the number of levels passed. Chapter 478 Survival of the Fittest. The second floor of the Tower of Luck. On a huge grassland. The light came on. And Lin Yu, who had passed the first level of the trial, appeared here. Congratulations. You have successfully reached the second floor of the Tower of Luck. The trial is about to begin. Please be prepared. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu couldn't help but look around. The entire grassland was empty, with only a patch of green and yellow weeds. There was a circle of hills on the edge of the plain, separated by a thin light curtain. It seemed that the second level of the trial should be held here. Looking around, there were only him and a few scattered figures on the grassland, scattered in every corner, all looking around curiously. Swish! Just then, 2 white lights came on. 2 more lords were teleported up. They should be the ones who had just passed the first level of the trial. In other words, the lords who appeared here were the first batch of lords who passed the first level of the trial and came to the second level. And they were also the most powerful batch. Surprised, Lin Yu immediately began to look at the other lords. Then he felt a very familiar breath from several of them. The power of rules. Lin Yu actually felt the breath of the power of rules from those people. Although it was much weaker than his 4 pieces of divine fragments. It did exist. Could it be that? This is the evil genius mentioned by the lords before, who has completed the path of saints and condensed the fragments of divine fragments. No wonder they can reach the second floor so quickly. These people are probably not weak. There are also several other lords who have just been teleported. Although they don't have the breath of rules, their aura is extremely powerful, far beyond the general 9th level. They are probably the best in all walks of life. While Lin Yu was looking at them, these lords were also looking at him, each with a surprised look on their faces. Because Lin Yu at this time did not activate the 4-leaf clover protection and any strengthening skills. His aura was weaker than everyone present. Such strength, but he could reach the second floor at the same time as them, naturally attracted their attention. After all, geniuses have their own pride. They will never allow anyone to stand on the same level with them by taking shortcuts. So naturally, some people showed disdainful expressions and tacitly classified Lin Yu as the kind of person who relied on shortcuts to pass the trial. Hey, isn't this at all from the Holy Light Realm? You are still alive? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice sounded in a corner. A tall demon lord with a pair of purple wings on his back came to an angel lord and seemed to recognize his identity. Mammon? I didn't expect you to be here too, the angel lord said in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by all the lords, causing a commotion. Adolf and Mammon are the pride of the Holy Light Realm and the Demon Realm respectively. In less than 5 years, they have successfully condensed the fragments of the Godhead, and their strength is definitely the top existence in the 10,000 realms. As long as they are willing, they can even be promoted to the 10th level immediately, and their future is bright. Unexpectedly, these 2 evil characters would appear here at the same time, which shocked the other lords, and they discussed it privately. Lin Yu, who was in the corner, naturally heard their discussion and was very surprised. The Holy Light Realm and the Demon Realm are both among the 10 realms. They are mainly composed of angel and demon lords respectively. These 2 realms are already hostile to each other, and now they belong to the Realm Alliance and the Anti-Alliance camp. I am afraid they will fight directly. In this way, he can take this opportunity to see the strength of these so-called geniuses and make preparations in advance. As time goes by, there are more and more lords on the grassland. People continue to pass the first level of the trial and are teleported to the second level of space. They gradually hear exclamations. Look! That seems to be Lu Qingwei from the fairy realm. That's right. I remember her weapon was a whip. And Xinzhong from the Eternal Realm is here too. I've seen that black tortoise body armor once. That over there. Could it be Osiri, the god of death from the Void Realm? Even these people are here. I guess there will be something interesting to watch later. The lords kept exclaiming, all attracted by the powerful figures that appeared one after another. These people, each with a strong aura, are almost all geniuses in various realms. So it is naturally easy for people to recognize their identities. Seeing this, the other lords were shocked and scattered, running to the edge of the grassland and giving up the center position. In a blink of an eye, only those demon-level lords were left in the center of the entire grassland, and their auras surged and collided violently. and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Obviously, these people all wanted to prove the strength of their own realms. And when facing the geniuses of other realms, they had no intention of retreating. Lin Yu is not as stupid as them, exposing himself in the middle of the crowd for the sake of face. So he soon came to the edge of the venue, secretly paying attention to the surrounding situation, waiting for an opportunity to act. Gradually, there are more and more lords on the grassland, until there are more than 10,000 people, almost filling up half of the plain. A reminder finally sounded in the sky. Lords, please note that the second-level trial of the Tower of Fortune, the survival of the fittest, has officially begun. There are currently 10,000 people in the venue. Please reduce the number to half within the specified time. Those who survive in the end will directly advance to the next level. If the remaining number exceeds half, the lords will be randomly selected and eliminated until the number reaches half. 321 countdown begins. Survival of the fittest? Hearing the reminder, all the lords were stunned and looked up at the sky blankly. But the next second, they reacted and their expression suddenly changed. Because in the sky, a 60-minute countdown number suddenly appeared, ticking and beating continuously. And there was a number 10,000 on the side, representing the number of lords in the venue. Could it be that the rules of this second level are to let them kill each other during this period of time until half of them are left? A 1 in 2 chance of elimination is too cruel. Immediately, the lords drew their weapons and became alert to each other. Puff! Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out in the crowd. A lord was pierced through the chest by a long sword and teleported out of the field without paying attention. The number in the sky also jumped and became 9999, which shocked the lords. Fuck! Are we really going to kill each other? Only half of the people can advance, so only 5,000 people can be left. No matter. In order to advance, kill! Let's go together. Kill them! Go to hell! In a flash, the entire plain was in chaos. Lords from all walks of life used all their means to fight each other in every corner. Some even formed temporary gangs to surround and kill other lords who were alone. After all, if the number of people exceeds half by the time, they will be eliminated randomly. They dare not gamble. So the best way is to kill less than half of the people, so that they can advance 100%. Lin Yu in the corner did not expect that the second level would have such a rule. Before he could react, 5 lords rushed towards him with a roar, and their weapons were filled with surging power without reservation. They probably thought he was a soft persimmon and wanted to eliminate him first. Lin Yu's expression did not change, and he drew out the big knife from his waist and stabbed it into the ground. With a loud bang, wooden stakes rushed out from the ground around him, blocking the attacks of several people. Then he turned his palm and pressed on those wooden stakes, twisting them into 3 9th-level tree demons. It was the skill of the Flower Spirit Army. The power of control. It can control plants and transform them into tree demons with the same attributes as itself. And the 9th level can control 3 at once. Boom boom. With a sound of vibration, 3 huge tree demons appeared beside Lin Yu and protected him. What's going on? Tree demon? How could a tree demon appear here? Isn't this a skill of the plant army? No. It's the power of rules. Retreat quickly. The 5 lords' faces changed drastically, and finally reacted, and retreated without thinking. However, just after running a few steps, the picture in front of them suddenly distorted and turned into a blue garden full of thorns. No matter how they ran, they couldn't run out of the garden. Instead, they were surrounded by the emerging thorns and attacked crazily. Damn it! It's an illusion! Get out of my way! The 5 lords shouted while resisting the attack of the thorns, and retreated in panic. 2 of the lords bit their tongues fiercely. The intense pain finally allowed them to break free from the deep blue illusion and return to the grassland. However, the remaining 3 were pierced through the body by the wooden thorns rushed out by the tree demon while they were unconscious, and were directly eliminated. Dead? What a strong rule power! The 2 who escaped were horrified. Their eyes widened to the extreme. Just one encounter, and 3 9th-level lords were killed in seconds. Even those monsters from the 10 realms probably couldn't do it, and they had never heard that there was such a terrifying plant lord in the 10,000 realms. Could it be an old monster hidden in the 10 realms? In fear, the speed suddenly increased, and they fled desperately. Chase. Of course, Lin Yu would not let them go so easily. With an order, the 3 tree demons stepped on heavy steps and chased the 2 people. At the same time, wooden thorns rushed out and attacked the two people. The grand scene naturally attracted the attention of other lords around, and they all looked over in shock, because they didn't expect it. In this remote corner, there was actually a lord with a fragment of the godhead, and they all fled in panic. Plant system? In the middle of the grassland. Xinzhong of the Eternal Realm also noticed this and frowned. His target this time was not just ordinary lords, but also elites from all walks of life. As long as those elites were eliminated, there would be less competition in their Eternal Realm, and they would naturally get more luck in the end. Thinking of this, Xinzhong sneered, and his feet suddenly exploded, and he turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards Lin Yu at the edge. Chapter 479 Attack and Defense Conversion. Lin Yu, who was chasing the two lords, soon found Xinzhong approaching him at a high speed, and stopped. He had just heard other lords talking about this guy. He came from the Eternal Realm, and his strength was among the top in the entire 10,000 realms. He was also a beast lord with the main defensive arms. The most important thing was that he also successfully condensed the fragments of the godhead. I didn't expect that such a person would actually target me from the beginning, which really surprised Lin Yu. Even the geniuses from various walks of life nearby looked over. Xinzhong was able to take action himself. That guy is probably going to be in trouble. Not necessarily. Didn't you see the tree demon next to him? So what about the tree demon? The attacks of the plant system are weaker. Indeed. Although I don't want to admit it. Under the same conditions, Xinzhong's defense is not easy to break. Not to mention that his attack is not weak either. Poor guy. He was targeted by Xinzhong at the beginning, and he is probably going to be eliminated. The racial talent of the beast system is that the attack has a tearing effect, which can ignore part of the enemy's defense and even cause bleeding damage. Although the defense of the plant system is strong, it is just offset by the talent of the beast system. In addition, Xinzhong is originally a lord who focuses on defense. It can be said that he is good at both attack and defense. His strength is so strong that he is one of the opponents they least want to meet. So when they saw Lin Yu being targeted from the beginning, these people couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune and mourn for Lin Yu in their hearts. At the same time, they were glad that there was one less competitor. Boy, I be your opponent, Xinzhong shouted loudly, and his strong body came up, and his fist filled with surging power hit Lin Yu directly. The air shook violently wherever the fist went. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Yu's ice sword was across his body to block the swift blow. Xinzhong, who was originally coming with great momentum, suddenly changed his expression. He felt a terrifying force coming from the fist, which shook him out, and he took several steps back before he could stop. What's going on? Xinzhong was actually blocked directly? Did he hold back a trick? The other lords who were fighting nearby noticed this scene and couldn't help wondering, thinking that Xinzhong was letting him win. Xinzhong, who had just fought with Lin Yu, had a solemn face and stared at Lin Yu closely. You are very good, he said in a deep voice, but you can't beat me with this level. With a loud shout, Xinzhong's feet exploded again, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball, punching Lin Yu. This time, the fist wind was more fierce than before, accompanied by a sonic boom, and even had the momentum of breaking through space. Lin Yu didn't think much, and slashed with a big knife. A stream of icy air turned into sharp wooden spikes, passing through a residual image in the air, and shot toward Xinzhong. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound kept echoing in his ears. Lin Yu was surprised to find that his attack fell on Xinzhong, but was bounced off by an invisible protective wall, and could not hurt him at all. Even the deep blue illusion that was launched at the same time did not produce any effect. It's useless. This level of attack can't hurt me, Xinzhong shouted wildly, punched Lin Yu's chest, and blew a hurricane. Lin Yu raised his hand to block, and with a bang, he turned over and retreated behind the tree demon. Then the three tree demons roared and surrounded Xinzhong, swinging the vine whips on their bodies and launching a fierce attack on Xinzhong. I said, this level of attack is useless to me. Xinzhong's body sank and took the posture of a beast. Then, a huge semicircular tortoise shield appeared, shaking all the vine whips away, and they couldn't get close to him at all. It appeared Xinzhong's strongest skill, Xuanwu Protection. The lord who had been paying attention to the battle here couldn't help but exclaimed, Xuanwu Protection. It was Xinzhong's famous skill, with extremely amazing defense. Among the same level, basically no one could break his defense. Even those geniuses who condensed the fragments of the Godhead had a solemn look on their faces. Because even they had no way to deal with Xinzhong's skill. They could only passively take the beating. Or keep a distance and wait until the skill effect ended. But the problem is, Xinzhong's Xuanwu defense is different from the skills of the soldiers. With the blessing of his own unique defense ability, it can be maintained almost indefinitely, with only a short gap of a few breaths. Even if it is dispelled, it can be used again immediately. Once entangled, it will be a passive situation. Therefore, even lords, who are stronger than Xinzhong, are reluctant to provoke him, and all stay away from him. Ha! Xinzhong shouted loudly in the encirclement. And with the help of the Xuanwu protective wall, he directly broke through the blockade of 3 9th-level tree demons and rushed towards Lin Yu again. The speed was so fast that it didn't seem like the speed of a defensive lord. That guy probably can't hold on. What a pity. With his strength of condensing the fragments of the Godhead, he should be able to reach at least the 3rd level. No way. Who made him meet Xinzhong? Several lords who were hiding in the corner whispered and couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Yu. Not thinking that he could block Xinzhong's attack. Some people even quietly moved away, fearing that Xinzhong would target them later. However, what no one expected was, facing Xinzhong's fierce attack, Lin Yu not only did not retreat, but went straight to meet him. 4-leaf protection. Activate. The power of rules in Lin Yu's body burst out, and he directly activated the enhancement skill of the 4-leaf clover, increasing all attributes by 42%. The momentum that was originally on par with Xinzhong suddenly rose to an extremely exaggerated level. Xinzhong was shocked when he rushed up. Before he could react, a large number of vines suddenly rushed out from his feet and entangled the round turtle shell around his body. Then, Lin Yu raised his arm, and the wooden thorns gathered in the sky, turned into afterimages and shot towards him, hitting the turtle shell with bangs. Xinzhong wanted to taunt him, but the next second, crack, with a crisp sound, the Xuanwu defense, which was known as the strongest defense of the same level, suddenly had a large number of cracks. The cracks quickly spread to the surroundings, and finally exploded into countless fragments and dissipated in the air. The vines that were originally wrapped around the turtle shell also shrank and entangled Xinzhong. Am I seeing this correctly? Xinzhong's Xuanwu defense was actually broken. How is it possible? The lords exclaimed in shock, all looking at the wooden thorns and the exploding fragments in shock. Xinzhong, who was surrounded by vines, had a changed expression. He flew backwards like an arrow and rushed out of the vines. At the same time, the power of rules exploded, covering his body with a layer of hard rock armor to block the remaining attacks. Unexpectedly, the icy aura contained in the vines exploded at this time, freezing him instantly. It was the effect of the frost spirit set. After 10 layers of frost, the enemy will be frozen for 3 seconds. However, Lin Yu did not expect that. Just as he was about to take this opportunity to kill, Xinzhong's cold voice suddenly sounded. Very good. You can force me to this point. As the voice fell, the frozen state exploded. It only took 1 second for Xinzhong to break free from the control of the ice and tore off the vines around him. And the dark golden armor on his body also lit up with a strange light. The originally heavy aura suddenly turned and became extremely sharp. This is attack and defense conversion. It's the effect of Xinzhong's 10th level equipment. The exclamations of the lords on the side reached Lin Yu's ears one by one, making him surprised. Attack and defense conversion. Equipment with such properties is rare. And it's 10th level equipment. If he guessed correctly, this should be specially customized by Xinzhong to match his own defense ability. The price of customized 10th level equipment is not low. It is not like those 10th level equipment on the market. Because the properties are fixed, the price can only be sold for hundreds of millions of magic power. Customization requires more energy and time from the forger. And the requirements for materials are also extremely harsh. It's often tens or even hundreds of billions of magic power. Some people don't hesitate to spend a lot of money to ask the forging master to help in order to jump the queue. And they also have to deal with other lords in line. The interest relationship is very complicated. If Lin Yu didn't know Magern, he would probably only buy those 10th level equipment with fixed properties on the market. It is conceivable that Xinzhong spent a lot of effort on this equipment, and he kept it until the end before finally using it. With the blessing of attack and defense conversion, Xinzhong's defense and attack were directly switched, which made his strength soar to a very exaggerated level, and even showed signs of suppressing Lin Yu. Is this your final resort? Lin Yu's expression did not change, and he looked at Xinzhong with interest. If it weren't for the fact that the attributes of his Frost Spirit armor were not weak, and it was a suit, he would have wanted to snatch the opponent's equipment and change it. After all, the defense of the plant system is one of the best among all factions. If the attack and defense are switched, then his attack power will definitely be greatly improved, which is a very good burst method. So what? Xinzhong's voice sounded again. I want to see how you can block my attack. With a loud shout, Xinzhong rushed towards Lin Yu like a beast out of the cage. The speed was so fast that a distance of more than 10 meters was reached in an instant. Then he opened his hands to both sides, and his palms turned into sharp claws, swinging them wildly from bottom to top. Swish! 10 sharp air blades appeared out of thin air and attacked Lin Yu. It was the most ferocious attack method of the beast system. The tearing claws, the incomparably powerful might immediately made the lords on the side exclaim. Even the geniuses of the 10 major realms looked solemn and gradually stopped the ongoing battle. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Yu could not block this attack, a dazzling red light suddenly appeared on Lin Yu's body, and the whole person's momentum suddenly rose. Boom! With a loud bang, the imagined body was torn into pieces and did not appear. Instead, Xinzhong, who rushed up, was blown away at a faster speed than when he came. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, he fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 480, Advancing with Great Strides. Silence. The whole surrounding area was silent. All the lords stood there in shock, watching Xinzhong being blown away. The genius of the Eternal Realm, who was known as the strongest defense of the 9th level, was defeated just like that? How could this be possible? In horror, they all looked at Lin Yu, who was still standing there, and even their eyes changed. Those who thought Lin Yu would lose just now were even more unbelievable. Just one blow. It severely injured Xinzhong. Which realm is he from? You? In the distance, Xinzhong supported his body with difficulty, his eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. He didn't understand why he was defeated so thoroughly even though he had used so many means. Is this really the strength that a 9th level lord can have? What a pity. Without giving him a chance to think more, countless vines suddenly rushed out, instantly piercing his chest and directly eliminating him. It also shocked the hearts of the people around him, and subconsciously stepped back half a step. Even the geniuses from the 10 realms looked solemn and stared at Lin Yu. What do you think? One of them asked in a low voice. I can't tell which realm he is from. Another shook his head and said, there are only a few plant-based people who have successfully condensed the divine nature, but none of them has such strong strength. Could it be that the divine nature has just been condensed recently? Impossible. The newly condensed divine nature can never reach this level. It seems that there is another extraordinary person in the 10,000 realms. I have to meet him if I have the chance. That's what I mean. But now the trial is more important. During the chat, these geniuses temporarily gave up the plan to test Lin Yu and put their attention on the trial again. Other lords with weaker strength gradually moved away and dared not approach. On the other side, on the wasteland outside the tower, a white light lit up, and the eliminated Xinzhong was directly transferred to the team of the Realm Alliance, which immediately attracted the attention of lords from other realms. Strange. Isn't that Xinzhong from the Eternal Realm? How did he teleport out? Huh? Really? Was he also eliminated? Fuck. Is it true? Xinzhong was actually eliminated? Didn't he say that he had already condensed the fragments of the Godhead? Who is so powerful that he could be eliminated? What happened in the tower? Looking at Xinzhong who appeared outside the tower, the lords exclaimed in surprise, looking very surprised and extremely shocked. You know, Xinzhong's strength is one of the best in the entire 10,000 realms, and his defense ability is extremely amazing. Coupled with the blessing of the fragments of the Godhead, it is basically impossible for the lords of the same level to defeat him, let alone kill him and eliminate him. You can imagine, when they saw Xinzhong appear, how shocked they were. As the person involved, Xinzhong had a gloomy face and said nothing. After taking a deep look at the Tower of Luck, he turned and left, and disappeared from everyone's sight in a short while. The battle in the second floor space continued. The whole plain was filled with the shouts and roars of the lords. The news of Xinzhong elimination did not have much impact on the chaotic battle situation, and only a small number of people knew about it. After a while, many lords came from other places to fight Lin Yu and dragged him into it. In this regard, Lin Yu naturally accepted all the lords. He directly used means to kill them one by one and reduce the number of people as much as possible. It was not until more than half an hour later that a reminder finally sounded in the sky. Congratulations to all lords. The trial requirements have been met, and the trial is over. You are about to be transferred to the 3rd floor. Please be prepared. Is it over? 5,000 people so soon? Great. Finally passed. The 5,000 lords who survived were excited and cheered on the spot. When they reach the 3rd floor, the rewards they will get in the end will definitely be richer, and the luck allocated to their realm will also increase in the end. Even Lin Yu in the crowd couldn't help but smile, and looked forward to the 3rd level trial even more. Then the light came on, and everyone disappeared instantly. At the same time, in the other 2nd level spaces, many lords also passed the trial, and were also teleported to the 3rd level. The outer tower wall, which was originally sparse, suddenly appeared with a large number of domain names, causing the lords of various realms outside the tower to exclaim. Swish! The light flashed. Lin Yu was teleported to a circular duel arena. The duel arena was not big, and there was no spectator in the seats. It seemed that the 3rd level trial should be different from the group battles on the first 2 levels, and it became a single-player battle. As expected, as soon as he stood still, a reminder sounded above his head. Welcome to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Luck. Please defeat your opponent and enter the next level of trial. As the prompt fell, a light flashed across the arena, and a 9th level lord was teleported in like Lin Yu. Can you successfully advance as long as you defeat your opponent? Lin Yu was surprised and looked at the other party silently. It seems that the 1st and 2nd level trials are for a preliminary screening to filter out all those who fish in troubled waters. After the 3rd level, the trial rules changed and became a face-to-face battle between lords. In other words, if you want to reach a higher level, you have to step on other lords to get to the top. This elimination mechanism is really cruel. I'm afraid that by the 7th or 8th level, there won't be many lords left. Right? And the ones you encounter are probably elites from all walks of life, which means that the difficulty will increase as you go back. If you want to stand out from so many lords, you have to be strong enough. I give up. Suddenly, the lord on the opposite side shouted, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. What's going on? This guy actually gave up directly? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. This development was obviously a bit beyond his expectations. But he didn't know. The lord on the opposite side was already cursing at this time, because he recognized at a glance that Lin Yu was the one who had just eliminated Xinzhong on the 2nd floor. Even a person like Xinzhong was beaten up. How can this be played? I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky to encounter such a pervert right at the beginning, which made him deeply feel the malice of this matching mechanism. With a bitter smile, he was finally wrapped in light again and disappeared on the field. Lin Yu stared blankly at the direction where he disappeared. Before he could react, a prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the 3rd level test. You are about to be teleported to the next level. Please be prepared. Is it promoted now? At this time, Lin Yu's expression was so strange that he vaguely guessed the reason. But it's good this way, saving him a battle. And at the moment the prompt fell, he was also enveloped by light and teleported out of the 3rd level space. Look! Someone from our realm has reached the 4th floor, outside the Tower of Luck. The team of lords from the primitive realm, who had been paying attention to the information on the tower, also noticed the changes on the tower, and suddenly exclaimed, Huh? It's true. A 9th level lord from our realm has reached the 4th floor. And he's the first 9th level lord to reach the 4th floor. He's even faster than the geniuses from the 10 realms. Who's so powerful? Could it be the old lords in front? Even if it's them, their strength shouldn't be as good as the people from the 10 realms. Right? The entire team of the primitive realm instantly became agitated, and everyone was delighted. I didn't expect that the first 9th level lord to reach the 4th floor was from their realm. It's no wonder they were so excited, because at this time, the emperors and kings of all realms had already crossed the 5th floor and started to attack the 10th floor. But the lords below the 10th level are still in the first 3 levels, and there is not even one 4th level. So seeing the appearance of a 9th level lord, there was inevitably some commotion in the crowd. Even the lords in other realms were attracted by this sudden change and talked about it. Then after a while, the names of the 10 realms finally appeared one after another, followed by the 4th level space. And then some well-known large realms appeared one after another. However, what no one expected was, at this moment, the information on the 5th level tower wall suddenly jumped. The 3 big words original realm appeared on the 5th floor again, leading the trend. Fuck. The 5th floor. Am I seeing it right? It has risen another floor so quickly. It's only been less than 2 minutes. The crowd outside the tower was in an uproar. All of them were shocked by this sudden change. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. The 3 big words original realm stayed on the 5th floor for more than 10 seconds. Then suddenly disappeared and appeared on the 6th floor. Continuously ascended 3 levels? What's going on? The lords were completely shocked, staring at the information on the 6th level with wide eyes. He was also the only 9th level lord who was on par with the emperors and kings. It only took a few minutes. Original realm? How come I have never heard of this realm? I haven't heard of it either. It seems to be a human realm, and its strength can only be ranked as medium among all realms. This lord from a medium realm is actually stronger than those in the large realms? The lord's words were full of shock, and some even couldn't believe it. After all, the resources in those large realms are not just for show. The comprehensive strength of the lords alone is not comparable to that of the medium realms. And the number of top talents in the large realms is definitely much more than that of the medium realms. What's more, there are many 9th level lords who have condensed the fragments of the godhead in the 10 major realms this time. And their strength is terrifying. Even so, he was still ahead of others. It was hard not to doubt the authenticity of this matter. But the facts before them forced them to believe it. I bet he can't keep leading. It's probably because he didn't run into those perverts from the big realms. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. I think so too. I heard that after the 3rd level, it's basically a personal battle between lords. He should soon run into those people from the big realms. Lords from all realms discussed it, and were not optimistic about the lead of the primitive realm. At this time, in the 6th level space, after nearly 20 minutes of waiting, Lin Yu finally met his next opponent. A woman with a plain dress and a simple and elegant appearance, playing the ancient zither.